Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Of course, things get started a little bit earlier here, and I am Max Alice Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. I'm so excited that we've got today sort of escalated a little bit more quickly because our first game is incredibly amazing. Gamty are going to be taking on Starhorn Royal Club, and if this was last week, you'd be like, okay, it's just, Starhorn Royal Club in a bit of a slump. Gamty coming up from the bottom of the standings. They're looking a lot better, but ladies and gentlemen, Name's back.
Absolutely. There's actually 2 roster changes. We'll get more into that as we move to the other side, but right now focusing on Gamty, and it's your favorite member of Gamty. It's Sync Dream.
I just love his plays across the map, and of course his early rotations. Doesn't really mind about being level 2 for the first 15 minutes of the game. Just wants to get that CC there and then head across the map and help out his other lanes.
Maybe you need to start moving more towards the anti-pick. Keep it in, because of course don't even need level 2 then. Level 1,
well, exactly.
Got the stun, that's all you need.
That's fine. Just walk around the jungle spamming your W. Maybe we'll see Sync Dream being like the first amazing LPL Bard player.
Absolutely. Well, that's still a few patches away, but just to let you guys know, we have jumped to patch 5.4.
Oh my
Finally,
goodness.
the super-powered Ahri is now just pretty strong Ahri.
Yeah, and no more Azir, which is a little bit dangerous here for the likes of Barker from Snake. But of course, we haven't got to that particular part of the day just yet.
No. I mean, Dade also.
Yeah.
Thinking he doesn't play today, but some of those people are going to have to update their champion pools, as you mentioned. So we're starting off with a really big game. We can start, we can talk about the names coming in, but it's 9th versus 10th. That both these teams right on the edge of playoffs, I believe 2 points and 3 points behind, respectively, of King, who play later today. Everyone's going to try and state their claim towards finals. And Starhorn Royal Club, they need to start now.
They really need to start moving up the standings. They've just recently come up to very difficult losses here as well against LGD and, of course, OMG as well. And that OMG game, it was like Starhorn Royal Club didn't really turn up. They got completely demoralized in that series.
And that's why we got a very different Starhorn Royal Club lineup. We see them on the screen there. The big difference, of course, is Nama. You can see him there, 2 from the left at the back. He's going to be starting today. And Godlike also. NALCS followers, of course, will remember LMQ's Ackerman last season. He's back on Starhorn Royal Club. He actually went with that team to the final of the Season 3 Worlds, you have to remember, and now back. And they're taking Kohler out of the lineup and bringing him on.
Which I find a little bit interesting as well, because Kohler, one of the members of Starhorn Royal Club that was still playing very, very well. Of course, his Nara's fantastic, picked up incredible amounts of kills on his Kassadin, but Korn, he's another sort of solid member that's looking great, and welcome back, Name.
Yeah, welcome back, Name. Of course, this is a player who has reached all 4 LPL finals. It's been 4. He's reached all 4 on 2 different teams. He's got a lot of work to do to propel Starhorn Royal Club to the finals this season. Of course, they're sitting in 9th. They're not even in playoff contention. But hopefully he starts with a bang if that's what he wants. Otherwise, missing playoffs, that'd be a big thing for Name.
Yeah, most definitely. And the fact that he has sort of this incredible pedigree, especially in the local scene. I mean, when most people would remember Name from Worlds and didn't exactly have the greatest showing. It was a little bit sort of like all of the hype that Dade had coming into Season 3 and sort of not being able to follow that one through. But Name, when he's in China, is incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, it's worth noting, as you say, that was his first international tournament, LAN tournament, of course. Went there, underperformed, you have to say. There's people who say, okay, he was sick. There's all sorts of apologists. But definitely, if you compare his performance domestically to his performance internationally in that tournament, he definitely lagged behind. So, as you mentioned, amazing domestic curriculum vitae. His CV is wonderful with all those wins in domestic tournaments. He's going to have to start recreating that here if he wants to start working his way back to 2015 Worlds. Maybe there'll be a revenge storyline coming out of Starhorn Royal Club, and in particular Name, when that tournament rolls around. But remember, we're just halfway through the LPL. A long time to go till then. And he just needs to push forward and make a big performance here today.
Well, that's exactly right. And you've got to focus on what's in front of you. And Royal Club, they have a long road if they want to get to those playoffs. I mean, of course, you only need to make it into sort of the top few teams. You don't need to make it to the #1 spot or anything like that in order to get there. But still, there are a lot of teams, especially towards the bottom of the standings, that are really starting to turn it on. I mean, I'm looking at the likes of Energy Pacemaker, who have just been in Splitsville recently, managing to split games with the top sides. And here's sort of the roster swap graph as we have a look at that one. And it is definitely Royal Club starting to come back with a bang.
And at the bottom, we can see the percentage of Name on your team. 100% for Starhorn World Cup Gamty. Just no way to hold a candle to that one.
Yeah, no amount of Name. And it's just really, really difficult when there's only one of them.
That's absolutely. But the graph still shows.
It does.
The graph knows all, Atlas.
It does. It does. Things are looking a little bit more difficult. Of course, these teams have played off against one another already. And the interesting part of that is that Gamty's star player, Zhao, who was not on the lineup when they faced off the first time. And Starhorn Royal Club managed to pull out a 2-0 victory. This is at the beginning when they were actually looking like they had some form behind them. Now both of these teams sort of powering up just a little bit. And we'll see who makes the biggest difference, whether it's going to be Name or whether sort of Xiaohu being on the team is going to really help Ganti move forward.
I mean, the crazy thing, Atlas, at the start of the season, we were talking about, all right, no Name. They had HYY and then Wei coming in at the AD carry position, substituting in.
Yep.
At the start of the season, 6-6, they were looking pretty good. Starhorn World Cup. We were like, all right, these are bonus points. They're getting points on the board. After that 6-6, 3-13. Which is a complete polar opposite. Their momentum derailed, and now they have to bring it back. They've got them star power to do it, but it's one thing to talk about it on paper. They need to perform, and they need to perform now.
Yeah, and already the target bans are coming through. I find the Hecarim a little bit interesting. Letme sort of hasn't been the massive Hecarim player, and Insec has been the one really playing that one a lot, but just taking it away because it's a powerful pick. And the zero-aimed Thresh ban here coming through from Ganti.
And finally, you have to think Cassidy going to fall through the picks and bans. That's been one that Letme's been playing very, very well, so that's probably going to, again, with the massive changes to his Riftwalk distance, probably not going to be a consideration. Look, he's still a mobile assassin to some degree, but it's just higher risk, lower reward, so probably going to fall through.
Yep, Nidalee still going to be getting banned out, though, here on the side of Ganti. And we'll see whether there are going to be any sort of major changes to the pick ban phase. It was getting to the point where teams really knew what the strong picks were. They could take off the board, you know, the likes of Lissandra, Janna, Kassadin, Gnar. It was sort of like these 6 bans that would happen, and then you'd have the picks come through from there. And we'll see how that's changed up. And it's going to be the Lulu ban away. And you have to think that there's been some Juggermore being played around these scrims.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that you point out the Lulu ban. When we're talking about Juggermore, people might think, okay, Kog'Maw's the crown jewel of that comp. Why not just ban Kog'Maw? It's because Lulu's so central to everything that comp does. The whimsy mobility is underrated, especially probably the most core ability to the comp, but of course it could also be the polymorph. We're talking about all the disengage from both the Q and the ultimate, the wild growth. So banning Lulu does a very good job of either pigeonholing Juggermore to being just slightly weaker, you know, maybe you run the Morgana and Nami instead. But, I mean, it's not the same without the Lulu. And the first pick Rek'Sai, that's what comes through here for Ganti.
Yeah, Huey looking for another pentakill on that champion. It's 7 minutes into the game. We'll see whether he finds it. And, of course, Huey very comfortable on that champion. And Royal Club now to finally answer. We'll see whether Godlike's going to pick up his top laner first and what he's going to decide to pick up. Because sort of what was Ackerman's playstyle / Godlike when he was on LMQ? What do you think he's going to bring to Royal Club?
Well, I always thought of him as the god, and pardon the pun, of Renekton. That was his champion. He was a wonderful Renekton player, definitely a Renekton main. It was Renekton and Nasus, actually. We're talking about Season 3 when he was still on the Starhorn Royal Club team. Just a tank player in general. He played a lot of Lulu and other champions in the LCS, but on Starhorn Royal Club, he was always the tank to anchor the protect the puppy, you know, the build the puppy strategy. He was always a wonderful tank role player, and he locks in perhaps the most reliable of all tanks. It's Maokai in the top lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's proving your point already. Has locked in that Maokai. Not going to be in the jungle, or might actually be support, of course. A few memories of OMG when Low was playing for the team, but it is going to be Insect's Rengar here in the jungle as well. So very comfort picks coming through so far. And Xiaohu looking at Letme's Gnar here, and I would understand that pickup just because Letme has shown so much ability to play that champion beautifully so far.
Worth noting, of course, we've jumped from patch 5.2 to 5.4, so of course the Gnar nerfs have come through.
Yeah, that's true.
His Mega Gnar form is just that much shorter. It takes longer. He's in that tired state a little bit more often in terms of 15 seconds before he can build up Rage again. More reliable, easier to time those abilities now. It's kind of a very small buff, but still a consideration, but still very reliable in the top lane. And he's paired with the Xerath. So the Xerath versus Xia matchup probably not going to happen on this patch, but Xerath himself, he saw that very small nerf to the stun duration on his E. The max stun duration comes down, but still the wave clear and long range assassin in some terms with that ultimate. He's still the same.
Yeah, he's still pretty much the same champion, and it doesn't really matter because Xiaohu's just so good at that champion that it doesn't even really matter. And Name immediately goes back to his original playstyle, which is, I'm going to be the late game carry, ladies and gentlemen. Look at my incredible positioning, and I'm going to kill the entire enemy team post 40 minutes.
And Atlas, you have to think, that's what Starhorn Royal Club were looking for this whole time. HYY Wei, they could not play that hyper carry role. They're not one of the top mechanical AD carries in the world. And at least on previous form, of course, we have to mention, this is, you know, jumping into 2015 here for Name. They're going straight for building up. The Jinx is the crown jewel of this comp. It doesn't necessarily look like a build the Jinx up comp. They already have an assassin in the mid lane and Aria, at least a consistent damage dealer. But he's definitely starting with a champion without an escape, a high risk, high reward AD carry. Starhorn Royal Club confident picking coming through.
Yeah, and Tail making it. Ooh, I was gonna say, if he was gonna go for a Sivir when Corki's available and he's still Tail, that's just crazy. He's still gonna be able to pick up that Corki and have a little bit more trading power here in the bottom lane. It's gonna be a real test here for Name in his first game out.
Yeah, and he gets the peel with the Nami pickup, not Name. The Nami.
Oh my!
Is
I
the
was
support.
wondering whether Zero is going to do that. The Nami. That is just so rude.
It's actually the Zero Nami
Zero.
with Name on.
Yeah,
Jinx.
yeah.
Not
well,
confusing at all.
Name and Nami and Zero and Nami and Name and Jinx and oh goodness me. It's just difficult, Papa Smithy is what it is. It's just difficult.
So Nursery Rhyme Hour starts very early here on the LPL broadcast, but the resultant comps, it's all about Name on the Star Royal Club team. Of course, going to definitely be a supporting act from Korn. Korn, he's been trying those long-range carries. He's tried the Lux. He's tried the Wave Clear champions like Orianna and been preyed upon. I was kind of imploring Star Royal Club, start picking for the mid-game. Start taking the game, you know, by the skin of the teeth, by the neck, and try and make things happen in the mid-game. And that's what they're going for this comp with the Jinx late-game insurance. So it's a shift in identity for Star Royal Club. But everyone is going to be on point as Insect is back on the Rengar. Yeah,
back on the Rengar. Not going to quite have as much early game presence as Huey could potentially have on that Rek'Sai, but of course both champions sort of want to be farming it up pretty heavily in the early game.
Absolutely. I mean, Rengar, we know what type of Rengar this is going to be coming out from Insect. It's going to be the Brutalizers.
How many Brutalizers can I build?
I definitely try to stack as many longswords as possible. That's kind of the Insect flavor of Rengar. He loves the longswords. He loves the damage. He's going to have Maokai as a tanky frontline, so at least he's going to have a dive buddy when he goes in there with the Initiate. But definitely, we've seen it so often from Insect especially. Initiate, try and get some burst down, then run the hell away from the fight.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because both of these teams, massive amount of comfort. But let's get on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, and see what happens. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with our first matchup of the day between Gamty and Starhorn Royal Club. Gamty starting off on the blue side, and I'm just really excited to see how this Royal Club lineup has changed now that Name has come onto the team. They've been scrimming with Name for the last few weeks here as well, so not going to be all that new to them. And we'll see whether he's locked himself into a position, whether they've worked out their playstyle, and that's a lot of money for Sync Dream early on.
He does actually spot out the invasion. Doesn't know how many members, but it's the 5-member invade coming from Star Royal Club. Already a very aggressive identity. They're going to be defining themselves a lot through this weekend, and especially this series. As you mentioned, they were balancing scrims with Name and then with their substitute AD carries as they needed. So they are in practice not going to be necessarily a long ramp-up time for this lineup, and that's great for them because they don't have a long time to get it all together.
Yeah, and already Royal Club looking for that lane swap. Every entrance to the bottom side of that jungle has been warded out. Of course, the bottom lane for Gamty already in position. So then probably not going to be walking over those wards. And it looks like we are going to be having standard lanes. And is this what Royal Club wanted early deep vision? Is whether they could guarantee a 2v2?
I think it's good to get the aggressive invasion out. It's two, as you mentioned, farming junglers, so predictability, especially as they move towards level 6, is important. In terms of the Jinx Corki matchup, in the early levels, you know, before you get range on those rockets, Jinx can struggle a little bit, but you know, with her short range especially, she does opt into those Phosphorus Bomb auto attack harassments coming through from Corki. But once she gets the BF Soul, she can get a lot stronger. So, I mean, they would have liked the lane swap, but they'll take the 2v2.
Yeah. We'll see how it does work out for them because, of course, Name on this this Jinx is going to be augmented a lot by Zero's Nami. Nami actually does help these hyper carries perform a little bit better in the early game, what with the Tidecaller's Blessing, the Ebb and Flow Sustain really helping out here as well, as Name just going to wander out of that Phosphorus Bomb pretty nimbly.
I mean, we talk a lot about Nami. Understandably, of course, he's a star name coming into the Starhorn Royal Club lineup. But the more interesting factor to me is that Zero is now able to kind of return to his identity that was kind of really heralded during Worlds, was how good he was as a disengaged support. But of course, playing with those role players, you know, playing with the substitute AD carries, going for the full disengage support wasn't really working with Star Royal Club, so we saw a lot more initiation support coming out from Zero. Now having a star AD carry next to him, able to return to the Nami, able to return to the disengage flavor of support, and potentially this could make Star Royal Club, everyone's maybe, at least to me, playing within their role. Everyone understands exactly their limits and what they're going for, and so this is definitely the new beginning for Star Royal Club. Okay, it took 8 weeks of the season to reach it, but this is kind of the acid test to find out exactly what Starhorn Royal Club lineup is going to push towards playoff consideration.
Yeah, the thing that I'm interested in, though, is the fact that Gamty have looked fantastic over the last few weeks here as well, and it's been a lot off the back of Tail, and especially his Corki here as well. So the first test here for Name, despite the fact that this is against Gamty, who are theoretically a bottom-tier team, it's not going to be any slouch.
And, you know, it's very difficult to pigeonhole teams. As you mentioned, the momentum has not been with Star Royal Cup. They've struggled. They've been run over in a lot of those games, early surrenders coming through. So again, they kind of have to leave their past behind them and forge a new identity. And as you mentioned, Tail on the Corki. Corki's still very powerful. No nerfs coming through to him, I believe, in the last 2 patches, apart from maybe his Valkyrie being increased mana to that 100 mana. So you have to be a little bit more careful with your mana usage during fights, but otherwise very much the same. And as you mentioned, the rotational power of Gamty in the early game and really the rotational struggles of Starhorn Royal Club are consistent storylines over the past few weeks.
Yeah.
So if we return to those storylines, you have to favor Gamty in the matchup. It's just so much has changed. It's patch, it's lineup, everything's changed for Starhorn Royal Club, and this is their chance to show it.
Yeah, and yet you have to think, though, that Gamty, especially with the comp that they've brought, are going to have a lot of power, especially once Tail hits that Trinity Force. Then they're going to have sort of this Nah plus Rite of the Arcane Xiao, who just sitting at the back line doing so much consistent damage. Huey may have found Insec here, but it's just going to be a bit of a ward off, as Pink Ward is going to be put down and Vision is going to be eliminated here on the side of Gamty.
Huey's definitely power level. We see some trading in the bot lane, but Name backs out. Yeah, some power 11 coming from Huey. He's actually over half a level ahead. He's just going to turn his head, come by the lane again.
Yep, seeking some prey here in this bottom side as Zero takes that purple vault to the back of the knee. And he is going to be A-OK. And this is where the sustain really does help Royal Club in this lane, because Sync Dream and Tail are going to have a lot more of a difficult time getting that health back.
So Name pushing very aggressively, but Huey is in position. They know the pink ward's down, so you'd have to think Starhorn Royal Club don't want to push up too far.
Oh, the vision but from Tail from that zap being given of Huey. So that entire gank scenario going to be derailed there a little bit for Gamty, and Huey's going to slink back into his jungle. Royal Club already starting a bit of a zone, though, here in the bottom lane, as you could see. And
it's worth noting, you were bringing up the roaming support of Sync Dream with the 2v2 lanes. Maybe that's an interesting adaptation against Gamty, because it kind of doesn't free up Sync Dream to roam and be level 2, and as you mentioned, be a CC bot across the lanes. When it's the lane swap, you can often, you know, take your support, roam with them, and not lose a lot of lane presence. With Name and, of course, Starhorn Royal Club in general, pushing so aggressively in bottom, Sync Dream's just relegated to sitting in lane.
Yeah, and at the moment, Name actually getting a lot of harassment down at the Tail here in this bottom side. Phosphorus Bomb not going to find its mark, and Corki's going to have to go back relatively early here. 6 CS advantage for Name early on, and already showing that he's really helping out, especially here on the bottom side, because the last couple of series that we've seen Starhorn Royal Club in, I mean, First Blood's gone down in the bottom lane at about this time.
And look, pushing aggressively against Corki is really a very important thing for Jinx in this matchup. In the Jinx versus Corki matchup, if you can force the Corki to use Phosphorus Bomb to clear waves, if he's pushed and eating harass under turret, he's with a no sustained support, you have to remember, in Morgana. Morgana doesn't offer a lot of lane presence unless she's able to hit that Dark Binding in trades. So being pushed in so aggressively, Sync Dream just watching Tail eat harassment after harassment, the lane in perfect position for him, as in the top, Mega Gnar is a form.
Yeah, Let Me actually going for the 1v1 here, forcing the flash very early as the Wallop comes out, and Godlike completely out of mana here as well. And we were talking about Let Me being a really strong Gnar, and he's already demonstrating it.
See, Huey's considering his options. He was looking for a lane game, but backs away, understands that Godlike, without mana, is not going to overextend in that top lane.
No, he is going to be heading back, of course. Has that teleport available. We'll see whether he holds onto it, or whether he's going to teleport back to that lane, make sure that he stays relevant as far as that 1v1 is concerned, or whether he really does value the potential dragon fight that is looming for both of these teams.
It's actually just going to grow the CS advantage in the top lane. Worth noting, 17 CS is the advantage for the whole map advantage as well. So it's being so hard forced in. Godlike in his first performance, being bossed around by Let Me, and really needs to get back and get some more sustain. The Catalyst, for example, as soon as possible.
And is that just good play, or is this just something that happens inherently in this matchup between Maokai and Name?
I mean, we just don't often see the 1v1 matchup before the lane swap happens earlier. So usually when there's a lane swap, you can show up to lane with Catalyst and eat up so much more harass. But you're starting with Doran Ring, and Gnar, you know, in a range versus melee matchup, is going to be able to freely order, is going to be able to dictate the pace of the lane. So it is expected. We just often see Maokai in that lane swap, whether it's 1v1, whether it's 2v2 as the Maokai with a support. as Name eats a bind in the bottom lane. It's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's the exhaust actually on Name here as well, as Tail's going to Valkyrie forward. There's a flash out of the way of the zap here as well. One more auto attack. Sync Dream gets the kill, and Zero now in a lot of trouble. Tail takes a lot of damage. Evan Flow picks it up for Zero, and he's going to answer back. Both of these supports, though, doing some work. There's the Soul Shackles from Sync Dream, but Insect turns up right in the nick of time.
So they do manage to get the 2-for-1 trade, although importantly, First Blood does go to Gamty. For Starhorn Royal Club, at least it goes to the support. The gold doesn't go through to Tail, so he's not able to finish towards his Phage necessarily. But still, the trade goes to Starhorn Royal Club. Insect in the right place at the right time, had already activated the Thrill of the Hunt. 2-for-1 is the trade.
Yeah, and that also means that that first Thrill of the Hunt also managing to be successful. Very similar to the Twisted Fate is this Rengar. You really have to make that first ultimate count. Make sure you get some extra money from that one as that level 6 comes through. Huey going to find a sapling here from Godlike as he comes around, but Korn going very aggressive onto Xiaohu under the tower here as well, but the flash was enough to get Xiaohu to safety. Spirit Rush going to now be on cooldown, but Korn really asserting his dominance now in this lane.
Actually, we did see the Super Mega Death Rocket was shot through the mid lane, just missed. I don't think it had quite the damage to take him down, but with the BF sword from Name, there's a potential it could have, so crisis averted.
Yeah, dangerous stuff. Of course, the execution damage on that ultimate is nothing to underestimate. Sync Dream and Huey, though, they're hanging around. They know that there's no Spirit Rush here for Korn, but he's playing very far back, and Yahoo just going to be shoving this wave.
Yeah, both summoners, the defensive summoner available for Ari, so she's able to live quite happily. Insect, as you mentioned, successful first Thrill of the Hunt. If you're going to go for this offensive build, you need to start snowballing. He's been going for it irregardless of how his starts are, but again, looks much better when you've got that kill involvement already.
Oh, yeah. And already has one of those kills on the board as well. And having that kill go to Rengar here as well when it was only 0 in that bottom lane, definitely a good thing. As Twisted advance here onto Letme. Insect going to come through. Doesn't manage to land the stun bowler as Letme's just going to throw out that boomerang. Unable to pick it up, of course, because he wants to make sure he gets back to his turret. But he's going to be more than fine here in this top side.
As you mentioned, the empowered bowler strike did miss, so that actually let Letme escape basically without being punished at all. Still has flash, only had to use the leap, so unsuccessful game. But Thrill of the Hunt will be available very soon for Insect.
Yeah, Insect just looking to blow some summoners here as well. Ooh, Dark Binding not going to find 0 here as Sync Dream going to wander over a ward. And Gamty, noticing the fact that the Rengar was in the top side, are going to be starting off this dragon. It's already down to about half health as there's the Tidal Wave. Tail's going to use the Valkyrie to get out of it. Huey locks down the dragon and 0 gets caught by the binding. There's the Soul Shackles. Huey picks up 0 and he's going to be able to be all over this scoreboard so far. Korn, defensive use of the ultimate. There's the ult onto Name as well. The Wallop's there, just deleted is Name from this map. Beautiful play coming through from this Nah.
Yeah, the flash Nah was incredible. As Insect finds Xiaohu in the backline.
Yeah, looks for the assassination. Orbit Deception's enough, and Korn picks up the kill, and Royal Club are going to answer back, but it's a 2-for-1, and Dragon going to Gamty.
Absolutely. It's actually a 2-for-2 overall trade, I believe. No, it's a 2-for-1, as you mentioned, and the Dragon. So a massive lead there for Gamty. Starhorn fighting on multiple fronts. It meant that Name never found a free place to auto-attack. Doesn't have level 9 yet, so doesn't have the longer range rockets. Actually wasn't able to put out a lot of damage that fight, then was assassinated by the Flash Nah from Letme. They need to fight more carefully if they're going to choose this no-escape Jinx as their AD carry.
Yeah, very difficult, but it does mean that Tail has now picked up 100% kill participation here as well in this Corki. Hasn't got a kill for himself yet, but with those extra couple of assists, that Trinity Force you have to think is coming a little bit faster than he'd otherwise expect, especially when the early phase of this lane was quite difficult. Name continues to have quite an advantage as far as the CS is concerned. And you have to think as well, I mean, Gamty, they've got a far more sort of mid-game focused comp in comparison to Royal Club. So are Royal Club not too worried about sort of having these setbacks here in the early game? I mean,
the Starhorn Royal Club lineup in the late game is very interesting to me just because it throws you off a bit when you're talking about damage coming out from Insect. Of course, because he's focusing on potentially the Youmuu's Ghostblade after the Warrior enchant. That's kind of been what we've seen consistently from that Rengar. In the late game, they won't necessarily have the unkillable front line of a tank Rengar and a tank Maokai. So whether we'll be able to see Name put out the damage required for his team is going to kind of be a question. Doesn't have a lot of appeal apart from that coming through from 0. So in the late game, you have to take the Jinx over the Corki, but not by much. We've seen so many carry Corkis coming out, even in the late game, that you give the edge to Jinx, but anything can change.
Yeah, and Tail also one of the most fantastic Corki players. You put him next to Deft as far as being able to play that Corki is concerned, and very, very comfortable down here, despite the fact that he may not necessarily have a lead in that farm.
And it's heady company to actually group him with Deft, as you mentioned, but that's just been the quality of his Corki play. We've seen people try the Corki just because in meta, so for example, we've seen Vasily and even Uzi try out the Corki pick and not get the same purchase out of it. As we see, Zhao's using the ultimate, wants to steal it away, not quite able to pick up the blue buff.
Yeah, doesn't quite find Korn here as well, who is going to discover that he was in vision. But Zhao probably could have moved a little bit closer to be able to actually get something on there, but without any vision, it was a little bit more difficult, but worth a try.
Speaking of vision, they actually used the scrying orb on the pink warded brush. Did not see Rengar. Throw the Hunt not popped yet, but they could still go in.
They certainly could, of course. No vision available here for Gamti, as you mentioned, but Huey is waiting in the wings. His spidey senses were tingling. Knows that he might be needed for a counter gank down here at some point, as Sync Dream is going to chuck a ward over that brush. They definitely have a lot of vision control, though, around that tri-brush. It's Nami not going to need to even dodge that duck.
Worth knowing that Godlike did not go for the more late-game orientated Rod of Ages, but it's gone for the Righteous Glory, so they're definitely doubling down on having some sort of mid-game power against, as you mentioned, a very strong mid-game comp coming out from Gamti. You can't pigeonhole Gamti either in terms of mid-game to late-game. Of course, Xerath's so strong in the late game.
True.
Gnar as well. It's only really the Corki that's kind of tilting them towards a mid-game comp, so just a bit of mid-game power coming through from the Righteous Glory Maokai.
And Ari also definitely helps out Royal Club, you have to think, as well, as far as having a bit of mid-game strength.
I mean, with the change to her ranges on this patch, moving towards the 600, 650 range on all her abilities. Again, we've mentioned before, it makes Abyssal Scepter a wonderful pickup on her. We might see that coming through from Korn this game. But as you mentioned, in the late game, being 600 range and getting into the middle of a fight when we're talking about Corki and Xerath's AoE magic damage coming out is going to be a risk. So Ari, as you mentioned, in skirmishes, in 2v2s, even in early game team fights when she's ahead, wonderfully strong. But in the late game, her range does start to be something that can kind of be used against it.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the very first game that we're seeing from the LPL as far as this 5.4 patch is concerned. Not a whole lot has changed. And do you think that that means that sort of they've got comfortable with this 5.2 patch and still trying to work it out, or is it the fact, the fact that they've had time to practice on this patch is easily going to give them enough? It just hasn't changed the meta that much.
I guess it'll be easier to answer that question as the games go on.
True.
Of course, of this weekend we have 24 games coming out on patch 5.4, so we'll have a more holistic approach. I know they've been practicing on the later patches recently, so they definitely have some understanding of how this 5.4 works. As in down the bottom lane, we actually Soul Shackles used.
Yeah, there's the flash. Soul Shackles, beautiful tidal wave to stop Huey from being able to engage with that burrow. Gamti forced to get out here as Lemmy's going to transform in the top lane, but not really going to find too much.
And we see that Nami has to go back and finish items as Trinity Force is already completed. First item Trinity Force completed by Tail. With the Berserker's Greaves going to be delayed. It actually goes for the Zeal instead of finishing the Infinity Edge on 5.4 and even 5.2 before. Not quite the same burst of power when you finish the Infinity Edge when they removed the 5% crit chance. So not much of an impetus necessary to rush it down over any other items. Just getting a bit of extra early power with the Zeal.
Yeah, and with so many skill shots thrown out here as well, the Zeal's movement speed is going to be very important as Gamti might be discovered here on the bottom side. Easy kill for Name, even though Insec is going to be the one to pick it up, and Huey is round here trying to help out Tail with a nice flash over there, but there's the empowered bowler. Huey comes over, and it's going to be Insec picking up another kill. Huey has to think that he's probably going to fall down. The zap to come down, not going to be enough, but I have a feeling that Huey going to be in trouble. There's the Arcane Smash, and Godlike, he's going to pick up that kill. Is Korn just going to throw his ultimate around in that bottom lane?
It was looking like Godlike didn't have to make the teleport through. Didn't look like they get the exit kills, but now taking the turret and all the bonus kills, you have to wonder why Let Me did not rotate down at all. Had teleport available, even flash the whole time. They're going to lose 2 turrets to the minigun coming through from Name on this Jinx. And that's a massive amount of extra gold and kills coming through as Xiaohu will be able to answer a bit of damage on this mid lane turret. Might be able to take it down. It's very, very low.
Yeah, the top lane outer turret did fall down, though, so it is actually a 2-for-2 trade as far as those turrets are concerned, and Letme's getting a lot of work done here on this top side.
But an inner turret being down is a very considerable advantage coming through for Star Royal Club. They might be able to start extending. I mean, their advantage over Dragon is massive because they have the minions pushing down the bottom lane, but the teleport's going to come through. They're going to contest this Dragon.
Yeah, it looks like they're even just going to take over here as the leash was not broken. Dragon hasn't reset as Sync Dream's taking a lot of damage down here. Xiaohu trying to get some work done but doesn't find it. Insec now with just so much power decided not to go for the extra brutalizer but just does enough damage with his kit as Huey not going to be able to secure the dragon. He's right in here. Aqua Prison going to land on him as well as Let.Me just gets destroyed. Mininar just not having it. Nice use of the tunnels. Huey's going to escape, but Royal Club now creating a massive lead for themselves. Tail in so much trouble. Super Mega Death Rocket sails through and Korn will pick up that kill.
You can actually see from the builds, the important thing, look at the Rengar. It's not going to necessarily be the DPS Rengar. He's building towards being a bit more of a tanky frontline for Name, which is smart adaptation. Not something we saw from Insect in any of the first 7 weeks, but you bring in the Hyper Carry and suddenly a bit of tankiness from this Rengar.
Yeah, and is it just the fact that he has a lot more faith that they're going to have enough damage in these late game fights with the likes of Nami, especially when he's playing Jinx?
I mean, you have to think that just because in the past, even when he hasn't snowballed, he's still building that second Brutalizer. He's still working towards the Youmuu's Ghostblade. In this game, he snowballed. He was 3-1 very early in the game, but he's taken that snowball advantage, put it into Magic Resist specifically, and a bit of health from the Kindle Gem. So I guess, again, it's trust in your AD carry, and you have to talk about having a star AD carry. It's just going to give you so much more faith as a jungler. You don't feel like you have to put so much on yourself. You know, there's so many times you'll pick the Lee Sin and your AD carry falls behind you. Like, all right, do I go a bit more damage? Do I just become a tanky frontline? When you have an AD carry you trust in, much easier to start building the more selfless route. Just be a frontline tank and just trust that Ahri and Jinx can do the damage in the backline as the Throw the Hunt's active.
Yeah, Godlike going to throw down the Righteous Glory here in the top side, but in the meantime, Sync Dream, he's going to die.
Yeah, the Righteous Glory, not that important. The Nami rotates. They want more turrets.
Yeah, Nami just notices that there's no more turrets to take there on the bottom side apart from the inhibitor and just heads around to get the easy one in the top lane. And this is the power of Jinx. That minigun does a whole lot of work to the turrets.
And there's so much wave clear available from Xiaohu on this Xerath, perhaps his most impressive champion so far. He's trying to rotate, but they're caught between a lot of members of Star on Royal Club.
So much CC coming through here as well, but Royal Club get locked up by that massive Nah. Let.Me still alive here as well as Rite of the Arcane is driving through Godlike. Huey now getting slowed down. There's the max range wallop as well as the boulder comes down, and Let.Me just able to use this Mega Gnar so well.
And the crazy thing was that Nami was able to free hit in the backline, just didn't have the damage to take down either Huey or Let.Me. Already so much health and a bit of, I mean, the Randuin's completed on Nah. And the armor already starting to be stacked by Huey. Didn't have the damage take on the front line. And as you mentioned, Star Royal Club's front line exploded to the focus fire coming through from Gamti.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was beautiful rotation as well coming through from Xiaohu. You have to think that without those Rite of the Arcanes, without the fact that his Arcano Pulse was just right on point there as well, getting the extra damage down, it would have been a little bit more difficult. Gamti utilizing their mid-game rotations well, and Name sort of just lost faith in his team in the end of that fight and just ran away.
I mean, he just needed to, of course. He doesn't have an escape. He didn't have the damage to burst through a front line, wasn't getting a reset on the Get Excited. He would have died if he stayed too long. Maybe it would have been a 1-for-1 trade, but not something he was looking for. I mean, this comp really pushes into high gear when the fourth AD item is completed on Name. And that's maybe the one time Insect was like, man, I wish I had an extra Brutalizer. Might have been able to get that reset, but it'll pay off in the long run, Insect. Don't worry, mate.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Does almost have that Spirit Visage completed. Of course, brilliant synergy with Rengar just in general. Loves to have a whole bunch of that cooldown reduction, and of course, having that W heal for a little bit more is probably going to be good.
The raw heal is what's buffed. There's Korn back to wave clear battles. Much easier to rotate and take those outer turrets when you're not against a Xerath. Of course, Xerath, so much wave clear, has the death cap on top of Merlinomicon. Clears waves instantly with one spell, sometimes two, if he's feeling a little bit feisty. And Royal Club, it's smart of them to realize this and just rotate, take every other turret. Don't have the outer turret in bottom lane, in the top lane for Gamti, but most of the other turrets in the map.
Yeah, and making aggressive moves as well. They don't want to get poked out by these Arcano Pulses coming through from Xiaohu. It's very smart from Royal Club to make sure that they get the waves in the right positions and then move to the place where Xiaohu isn't ready, just to clear out all the waves and poke down that front line, as well as Korn here as well, who's taken a lot of harassment.
There's just so much on Name in the late game. We see the Mikhail's Crucible Rush coming through from Zero.
Yeah.
A considerably expensive item, 2850 gold for his support. So put basically everything in to complete that item. We've already mentioned, Locket's the completion on Insect. He's gone, instead of the Spirit Visage you were mentioning, he's gone for the Locket. Again, they've got all the auras, but you really need Name to do the damage here. So again, so much relying upon him on his first game in the LPL. Already struggled positionally a couple of times in bot lane. Okay, Rust still to be removed on this highest stage in China in the domestic league, but he's set up to carry, but he needs to come through and show us that he's still the world-class AD carry that a lot of Chinese analysts peg him as.
Yeah, and they really have to make sure that they rely on Name's smooth positioning here as well that he's always been fantastic at, because so much potential to pick up kills with this Gnar as well, lock down entire teams, and we saw just before, I mean, if he can get a flash Gnar onto you, he's going to take it.
From the items completed, we see a lot of AP finished on Korn. No magic resistant, as we mentioned, down to 600 range on a lot of those abilities. Diving into Zhao, who now has both summoners up, is Xerath, is going to be a risk. There's always the potential to eat a burst of damage and die as Ari without the Zhonya's, without necessarily the Abyssal Scepter. So, in the end, Nami definitely the focus, and Gamti just picking up the items across the board. It looks like it's going to be a last whisper second for Tail. He just wants to get through Godlike and Insect in the front line.
Yeah, knows that that's going to be his job. Of course, not a whole lot of armor has been built up yet from the side of Royal Club. They do want to just make sure that they can weather the storm of poke that's going to be coming through from Xiaohu on this Xerath.
And not to mention Tail, of course, is the Corki, does a lot of mixed damage, probably primarily magic in the early stages. So doing double duty, I like the Locket Rush. It's selfless spray from Insect, something we haven't seen, as we mentioned, in the first 7 weeks. It's something different from Starhorn Royal Club across the board.
Yeah, the teleport actually going to come through very early here from God. Like a little bit of a mistime on all of those skill shots here for Gamti, but Royal Club going to waste no time starting off this Dragon. Zero getting poked here just a little bit. They want to make sure that they're not wasting any time. Tidal Wave just as a zoning tool, and it is going to be Insect picking up that Dragon. The second one here for Royal Club, as Korn just doing so much work around the backside. Sync Dream forced to use that flash to get out of the way. Let Me now just trying to zone the team. Hasn't used that Gnar just yet, more importantly, of course. Doesn't want to be wasting it on just a single member, but Royal Club, they get the Dragon, and they all survive.
Yeah, unbelievably, no one dies across the board, even with all the damage coming through from Korn in the front line against Sync Dream. They're trying to get this mid turret. Xerath's been so heroic in holding it, and look at this, right at Kane's popped.
Yeah, heal actually going to be used from Name just to give him some extra movement speed, but it does secure the tower here for Royal Club.
Have a wonderfully huge minion wave pushing in the top lane, so Let Me has to react to it. I guess Gamti at the end didn't want to go for a prolonged fight, especially with the 6th man pushing so extensively in top lane. They probably would have lost a lot of their health on their last inner turret, so it makes sense that they back away. But it's a big win to stop that Xerath anchoring himself in the mid, but Godlike's been caught.
Yeah, Tail actually doing a lot of consistent damage here as well. There's the Vengeful Maelstrom just to make sure Godlike is going to be safe. And Huey now using that Tremor Sense just to hunt around, find some people here. Prey Seeker finds Nami in the brush. And even though he was stopped, Huey still found it.
So it's been a very strategic early game. Hasn't been a bloodbath. You say 18 kills in 25 minutes, not bad, but by Chinese standards, a slow, quiet game.
Yeah, exactly.
So
basically nothing.
We're able to kind of look at what's the identity been of Starhorn Royal Club in the first 25 minutes. They're running 2 alternate members. Godlike pretty much just doing his thing on Maokai. I mean, if it was Cola or Godlike, you probably couldn't tell the difference just looking at the Maokai play. Just very consistent tank players. But Name, the one thing that's caused Starhorn Royal Club to do is be very much more on point with their rotations, you'd have to say. Remember, they were out-rotated. I believe they were 3 turrets to 0 down in basically all of their games last weekend. They were consistently getting out-rotated. We're seeing Insect build carry when necessarily his team might have preferred another frontline tank. Everyone's playing to their role. You see the Mikhails, the return to the disengage supports coming through from Zero, much more comfortable on these, even though his Thresh, as we've mentioned multiple times, was outstanding during some of the early weeks of the LPL. And again, they look a lot more balanced across the board. They look like they're much more on point in terms of the strategy. I do like the play coming through, but they just kind of have to put it all together and see a big team fight victory come out if we're really willing to kind of crown this new Starhorn Royal Club team playoff ready.
Yeah, well, there's also the fact that Royal Club are very, very used to playing with a hyper carry. Of course, Uzi being on the side really helped them get to that top spot in Worlds last year. And this is sort of back to their comfort zone, you have to think.
And that's the thing, return to disengage support, return to the Rengar, which he was already playing, but, a bit more selfless in the build and looking more to peel and put out more of the bowler strikes, more of the CC. You can tell from the items, they're very much more familiar at playing at this style, but again, they have to execute and pick up the wins. We're only talking about the first 25 minutes of the first game they've fielded this lineup, as Let Me picks up the split push turret.
Yeah, he's going to be able to utilize that teleport advantage to make sure that he can be in a separate lane, and Godlike sort of forced to group here just a little bit. You can see hanging out, just going to clear out this bottom wave as it does crash towards that inner. He's going to be still 1 tower in the lead here for Royal Club, as they did manage to get the inner turret in the bottom side of the map. But Gamty pretty hot on their heels as far as that's concerned. And the gold, there's nothing in it, about 1,000.
Gamty, they're not really seeding that many objectives, but the ones that have come down so far haven't necessarily been from a cataclysmic ace or a massive team fight. There's been rotational advantages picked up by Starhan Royal Club. We still have Xiaohu on this massively strong Xerath. It's going to go back, pick up his Void Staff at 27 minutes. In terms of item timings, he's doing very well himself. And Gamty, they haven't really given away anything irreparable for their comp. It's still very balanced for them. We're still waiting for that first big force. The Dragons, they've been contested, but no massive kill scores coming out of them. At the moment, everyone's just farming up and getting towards the late game.
Yeah, and this has been Royal Club picking up the first, sort of being the first one to reach that 2-dragon mark. Of course, still just one sitting on the side of Gamty. So despite the fact that Gamty have had this fantastic mid-game comp, hasn't been netting them the dragons that you'd think that they probably were after.
And Starhan Royal Club, they're definitely not forcing these inner turrets just yet. They got the bottom one very, very early. They're trying to clear as much vision as possible around Baron. It's probably going to bite off too much to chew if they want to actually try and force this objective at this point.
Yeah, just making sure that they have complete vision control that Gamty was in control of a little bit earlier on, but now a couple of pink wards hanging out here, and Starhan Royal Club going to know exactly what's going on in that pit. As Name just going to destroy some tunnels. And Let Me bouncing over this wall. Let Me's been a sort of very solo Nah this game.
I mean, but he's built for team fights, you have to say. The Phage for a bit of early laning power, into the Randuin's Banshee Veil, so much armor, magic-resistant health. He will be an incredibly strong frontline tank. But with the Last Whisper completed on Name, he needs that first kill just so that he can, although he doesn't have an escape, if you're just getting consistent resets on the Get Excited, it gives you so much mobility in fights that it kind of makes up to some degree for the lack of escape. As Godlike pops his ultimate, they want to engage.
Yeah, Let Me does have his Mega Gnar form, but not for too much longer. Insect just gets blown up, though. He is going to survive in the end, as Let Me just going to throw the members of Royal Club out of there. Mikhail's going to be used here as well as Korn. He's right in amongst it. Right of the Arcane here as well. Is it going to find Korn? Yeah, there's the kill for Xiaohu as he locks down the first one of this fight. Sync Dream somehow surviving here as well as Insect. And Gamty now looking to continue this fight. Huey finds himself in no man's land, and Name going to easily pick up that kill. Not entirely sure what he was hunting for there, as the rest of his team were just looking for Insect. As the rockets start to land here as well. Dark Binding finds Insect, and the junglers are going to be traded between the AD carries here of both sides. But it is going to be Gamty in the end with the 2-for-1.
So Starhan World Cup really wanted to initiate a fight, but they did not have vision around the dragon area. So many auto attacks were lost from Name because he didn't have vision to use them. They couldn't take advantage of his 3-item power spike he'd already completed, and it resulted in a very even fight. So much space control done by Let Me, because you have to respect Ana, who's so massively strong in the front line. And again, it's a very unorganized fight, 4 on multiple different areas on the map. It's not what Name is looking for. He needs tanks fighting in front of him. He needs to get the reset on the Get Excited. If they're fighting all over the map, if they're weaving in and out of vision, as Jinx, without an escape, you just have to be so much more conservative than Tail.
And this is a really, really dangerous move here for Gamty. They've got a Corki sitting on 2.3 thousand gold here as well. That is a lot of wasted potential stats, but Gamty with the fast move able to pick it up without a contest. That was dangerous, but it paid off.
Yeah, we'll have to call it assertive. You know, there'll be we talk about madness if they were picked off and they lost the fight. But, you know, we're commentators. We'll have to be a bit, look back on it and say, okay, assertive play, it paid off. It was a risk, absolutely. And Tail, he can go back, spend that 2.3k gold, and they pick up a dragon, as you mentioned, 2-2 now.
Yeah, looking fantastic here. Does have that BF sword now in his back pocket. You have to think going for that Bloodthirster as that third item, just really power up his spells, make sure that they have this focus on poke, and then able to utilize Huey and Let Me in these skirmishes with so much CC to offer from both of those champions in Rek'Sai and the Gnar.
So the big question to me is, we saw Name, he had to use his flash to pick up that kill on Huey. He does not have flash available on a no escape AD carry. Corki has all summoners available. Starhan Royal Club, to be honest, should probably look to wait for that flash to come back up before they force a fight. Especially on a no escape AD carry like Jinx, you need the flexibility of having your flash up. But Thrill of the Hunt's been popped. They're at least considering their options for an engage.
Yeah, Insect looking for something here. Just going to find a minion wave and destroy that one. But of course, still having complete vision control over this Baron area. Scuttle Crab going to fall down here as well as Name's going to pick up that gold. And Let Me wants to be that front line. Actually walking very aggressively into the Royal Club lineup. Doesn't quite have Mega Gnar available just yet, but he doesn't mind. He's right in amongst this fight and just getting himself killed. Now the re-engage for Royal Club, as that is just destruction. Double kill already for Name. As Huey just trying to get out. Tail forced to use that flash, but Insect able to leap through these brushes. Shocking Orb, not quite available just yet, but you can see the extra damage to come through. Tail picks up the kill on Insec as he goes far too far forward. And some bloodthirsty plays coming through from both teams.
Yeah, the communication definitely off from Insec. It was a good engage. They pick up the 2 kills. Name able to bust through what was, at the time was a Warmog's Banshee Veil. Randuin's Let Me. He was very tanky. Actually flash Randuin's just for a bit of engage. Not quite the Mega Gnar, but similar sort of intentions coming through. But as you mentioned, the over-aggression from Insec actually cost them mid-turret. So strategically, in terms of those objectives, an advantage for Gamty.
Yeah, and it looks like Tails going for an Infinity Edge here for his 3rd item. Just wants to maximize that auto-attack damage.
I mean, the first auto-attack crit, potentially with the Trinity Force proc, is going to be massive damage, but of course only has 10% crit chance coming through from the Infinity Edge, 20% from the Infinity Edge, 10% from the Trinity Force, 30% crit, and a low attack speed. I mean, it's going to be a very burst-orientated build, but again, if you have the gold, there's no problem picking it up.
Yeah, we'll see whether he's going to go for that Phantom Dancer, really augment the crit-style build, or whether it is going to be that Bloodthirster for his next item. But of course, Tail, no slouch here on this Corki, dishing out massive damage. And we saw the fact that Insec, I mean, despite his full tank build, he's still melted.
He's absolutely melted. You have to respect this Xerath coming through. Xiaohu's Xerath has so many AP items, actually sitting on 629 AP at 33 minutes. He's the one that was just anchored in mid, farming the whole time. Has a massive CS score. So does Korn, though, you have to mention. But with the extra range, that's why Xerath is so much better than Arya in these late-game fights. Doesn't necessarily have initiation coming through, but just so much damage from such long range. He can be so conservative and still put out massive damage.
Yeah, it's the safety, isn't it, in this late game? Just making sure that he can get so much extra damage down and has sort of every ability does a whole bunch of damage from Xerath, so the more ability power he has just scales so much harder here as well.
Especially if he has a big front line, because I mean the one disadvantage, you're not Ari, you can't necessarily just walk into a brush, sweep it, and then have that initiation potential with your charm. You're not necessarily looking for assassination with Xerath, you're playing reactively, so you need a strong front line. And Huey and Let Me, they're doing their part. They're both fantastically strong, but they need to be the ones checking these brushes, pushing the wards forward, because they are at risk of potentially losing a Baron or Dragon. There's a lot of Baron damage coming through from Name on this Jinx.
Yeah, and this is what Rek'Sai is so fantastic at here in this late game as well, is making sure that sort of the brush ganks, as they're getting set up, the Tremor Sense just so brilliant at scouting that out.
Yeah, it's excellent to mention. It makes it that much harder to sneak an objective or go for the cheeky turn around Baron. If you just want to sit in Baron and go for the turn, you don't have that flexibility with the Tremor Sense, but they're DPSing down Baron, and it's going down fast.
It's going down so fast. Name with so much damage has that Bilgewater Colors here as well, but right at the Arcane's been popped. So much extra damage on all of these members. It is going to be Insec picking up the Baron, but the members of Royal Club are getting destroyed. Godlike gonna fall down as well as Tail picks up that kill. It's a 2-for-0, but the Baron goes to Royal Club.
I mean, if you're going to sit in the Baron, eat the Baron magic resist debuff coming through, and then let Xiaohu 630 AP Xerath. Ultimately, you're going to have a bad time. 2 people fall down. Name had to flash out very early. Wasn't able to do much consistent damage at all. Was full health during that trade, and they might lose an inhibitor.
Yeah, because that's their massive frontline tank already dead here, as well as Korn's going to get stunned, and Name takes so much damage. Xiaohu just taking care of all of the poke for Gamty, and that's an inhibitor down now for that Baron, and you have to say probably not worth it.
Yeah, I don't think it was worth the trade. They were in a position where they had map control. At any point, if they got a pick, Baron was a realistic objective, but just DPSing it down, grouping for all the AoE magic damage coming out of Tail and Xiaohu, let alone some of the incidental magic damage and potentially the Soul Shackles AoE coming through from Sync Dream. They didn't need to force that hard. They did. And at the moment, I mean, losing your inhibitor, they have the Baron buff. They're going to need to use it and get an answering inhibitor, or it's a massive problem. As Insec, he's dead.
Yeah, well, he's been discovered, most definitely. Let Me continues to slow him down, and Tail picks up the kill with that Sheen proc from the Trinity Force. Royal Club, they are trying to turn this one around. Nice flame trumpets from Name to stop the re-engage. There's right of the Arcane, though. Name has to be careful, but he is going to be okay. Of course, Get Excited was working, but Let Me comes in from the backside with a beautiful teleport and is going to be able to utilize that one. And Mega Gnar at exactly the right time. Huey gets caught by the Frost Queen's claim, but that is just going to mean that he turns around and destroys Zero.
Yeah, he was looking like he was going to escape there now. I mean, of course, face checked, 4,000 health. Mega Gnar Let Me died instantly. And again, the push is going to continue. They've already got this inhibitor. Probably need to start pushing up the other lanes, but with 3 members dead, they're looking to pick up a Nexus turret.
Yeah, there are super creeps hanging out. They are heading towards this lane here as well, as Rek'Sai going to pop that ultimate there, as well as Korn looking for something. Godlike right in amongst this fight now, as well as Lemmy's tanking up the turret. Is about to evolve. There's the Mega Gnar. Wallop not going to find anyone though, and Huey, he is so tanky. Gamti, they got engaged on, but you don't see very much to back up that claim.
I mean, putting that pressure mid did allow this massive, and I mean monstrous, minion wave in the bottom lane.
Super Mega Death Rocket. Just nails Sync Dream. That was incredible.
From downtown does Nami. They back away. They're going to be able to pick up the dragon. This is the third dragon. They started in a 0-2 hole in terms of dragons. Get the next three, so they're going to have the movement speed. But they're all going to need to run away. But conveniently, they all have dashes.
Yeah, this is the second dragon in a row that Gamti have picked up for free just from fantastic map movement. Godlike just going to walk past the pit and say, oh, it's gone, guys. Huge minion wave in the top lane here as well for Gamti. Their wave control is something that's definitely improved over the weeks, and it's no different this game.
Yeah, there was a potential to find 6 group minion waves in the bottom lane, let alone this 4 or 5 minion waves in the top lane, as you mentioned. They do pick up the turret. That's more global gold coming through. They're 1,500 gold in the lead. It's not much to speak of. And Name, he's 4 item and a defensive item, Jinx. Doesn't have flash available. Once that summon is up, the next fight, it's going to be a sight to behold.
Yeah, and if Name can use that Gatling gun, sorry, not the Gatling gun, the mini gun, in these fights here as well with that Blade of the Ruined King, so much damage to these massively health-stacking champions.
And I mean, he's going to probably need the Blade of the Ruined King for a bit of disengage, because with all the armor picked up, the proc itself not going to do too much to let me or Huey, but the ability to disengage with the active, it could be the key factor in a fight.
Yeah, and does have that QSS here as well, as that Mikhail's coming through from 0, and you have to think these late game team fights, watch Name and just see whether he can carry this team through, because if he manages to skirt around the outsides of these fights, getting these rockets onto many members of Gamti, you have to think that Royal Club are going to be a force to be reckoned with, but it's whether they can get the fights that they're looking for. Chompers onto Huey, but of course not taking too much damage. This inner turret is going to fall down as Letme timing that evolution beautifully. Zero just going to get picked off here. Xiaohu with the beautiful use of the ult. And now it's a 4v5 situation. Insect popped the ultimate, but nothing going to come from it as Korn hanging out in this base gate. Wants to try and find a charm from the offside, but no real options here as there's the stun landing. Insect just gets poked out, and he's going to have to go back to base. Could this mean the inhibitor turret for Gamti? We'll see.
With the super minions pushing in mid, 4v5, all full health. It's definitely going to be at minimum the inhibitor. 20 seconds for Zero to respawn. They might even lose a Nexus turret if Gamti wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Gamti have just played this game so strategically well here, and they may not stop this push as Korn takes half of his health in damage. Xiaohu just putting on a clinic as far as how to play this Xerath, staying in that backline, landing all of the poke. It's beautiful to watch.
And let's be fair to Star and Royal Club. We were really complimenting their early rotations. They hit 4 turrets. They got an inner turret down the bottom lane. Star and Royal Club were looking wonderful until they overforced with that Baron. They were already in a position, as I mentioned, if they got a pick, Baron was a realistic objective, but rushing it down as a 5, grouping up for all the Xerath AoE was a massive mistake. Just a poor play call, you'd have to think, coming through from their shot caller Insect. And they've paid for it. Every single advantage for Gamti that wasn't answering some of the early pushes for Star and Royal Club was gathered through those picks at the Baron.
And Royal Club now have to take care of multiple lanes of super minions. They are pushing up this mid lane as far as they can, but of course have met Gamti now, and the inhibitor is going to respawn.
But the only member that they can realistically put to combat this bottom lane super minions is the No Rod of Ages full tank Godlike. He's not going to be able to push out these minions particularly fast. And having 4 members against 5, any face checks, any picks coming through from Gamti, this game potentially could end.
Yeah, and Godlike actually has an Elixir of Iron sitting in his inventory here as well as Zap. Not going to find Tail, neither does that one. But Righteous Glory's been popped here. Godlike looking to make something happen. That's a Super Mega Death Rocket to start off the fight here as well as Lemmy's getting chunked out. Nami in the backline, able to auto-attack, just standing there, throwing rockets. There's the flash into the Nami, but doesn't find Nami. He takes a lot of damage. Sync Dream, he's going to get taken down. The double kill for Nami right of the Arcane. Not going to find him here as well as Xiaohu gets collapsed on. Does, of course, have that Zonya's Hourglass. Going to pop it now. And Huey, he picks up Nami in the backline, and Xiaohu now continues to get the damage down. Tail, he's still alive somehow in this fight, but there are tanks all around him. Does manage to pick up a kill, but falls down, and Royal Club are coming out ahead in this fight somehow, and that had to come down to Name in the back line.
Just barely they come through the fight. Korn actually was able to heal and come back. He's going to hunt down for Huey, but he needs to get back and stop these super minions pushing. They're on to the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and there's a massive wave in this top lane as well that wasn't dealt with effectively from Royal Club just because of all of these super creeps. There is another Nexus turret under fire here as well, as finally Royal Club come back and try and get some protection on. But that last fight, if that had gone any other way, if Ganti had have had a few members left over, that could have been game.
Yeah, Insect actually just walking around, counter-jungling some of the mini-golems. Mate, you need to get back and start clearing these super minions that are rushing into your lane. We see the inhibitor has respawned in mid lane. They're going to need to respond to the super minion push for at least another 30 seconds or so, I think, in the bottom lane. A close fight. It looked like Name was going to be able to use his positioning in fights to ring it out, but was assassinated by the flash Q coming through from Huey. Kept his flash the whole time to just polish off the end of Name. And yeah, it's just so close across the rift. But with all the super minions pushing, one mistake from Star Royal Club and the game's over.
Yeah, and that was an example of what happens if Name is just free to auto-attack there in the backline as well. He was just rocketing Let Me right to the face. That super tank did eventually go down, and
but crucially, he was in the rocket form. He wasn't able to switch to minigun, and it took, what, 12, 15 autos on Let Me? The AoE wasn't splashing anywhere. That's not what you want to be doing as Jinx. So it's good space control from Gamti, and they're forcing this Baron.
Yeah, Tidal Wave actually coming through here as well, as Insect looking for an engagement. Doesn't find it there as well, as the slow was attempted by Zhao, who just trying to poke off the members of Royal Club. And Righteous Glory doesn't find anything. Thrill of the Hunt doesn't find anything in Royal Club. They're back to clearing waves and trying to deal with this one. Of course, that inhibitor still down. As soon as those super creeps start smashing that one last Nexus turret, you have to think that's when Gamti decide to do the Baron.
And you heard me admonishing Star Royal Club for forcing down the Baron. You might think, okay, why is it okay for Gamti to be forcing this Baron? You can see from the minimap, the super minions still being spawned, still pushing into the base. The more time they keep Star Royal Club around the Baron, the more pressure they can draw towards the super minions and allow them to keep split pushing. They're going to force the Baron at every opportunity when the super minions are spawning. And Star World Club, they have two poor decisions. It looks like they want to fight.
Yeah, Baron actually down to 2,000 health, but Gamti start the fight here as well as Godlike right in the mix. It is going to be the Gnar only onto the super tankers. Gnar is getting collapsed on here, but look at him kiting around this fight here as well. Insect right in amongst it, trying to go on tail, just leaping out of these rushes. Let Me gets destroyed. Korn locks down that kill. Name, he's getting excited here. The double kill now, and that is very close to a clean ace for Royal Club, and this might even be the game.
Yeah, there's no minion wave. Insect's very tanky, but it will take a while to burst down these turrets. Nami comes in with the heal. They're going to try and force the end. They have the death timers for sure, but Huey's going to respawn. He's going to be full health. I think it's possible. I think Starhorn Royal Club might have done it, but they do not have any minions to help them whatsoever.
Yeah, the inner turret is going to fall down. They're trying to tank up these Nexus turrets. Huey just unable to get very much damage down here at all, as Name actually tanking this one up. The Unburrow to come through onto him, but he's going to be okay. Just turns his attention onto Huey. He's taking so much damage. Godlike falls down, but Huey's finally going to be dead. The ace gets completed, but it looks like only an inhibitor going to fall down.
Yeah, it's just the minimum. They could have rotated and tried to just push these waves out. They're going to be able to do that anyway, so probably not a big risk coming through. The 1-for-1's just fine. Name will have the flash for the next fight. It was a big win for Starhorn Royal Club, but that's what the global pressure does. It minimizes your advantage. No minion wave to push in and finish. In any other situation, it would have been the end of the game for Starhorn Royal Club. 50+ second death timers for everyone across Gamti. But it's still so even. Still the next fight decides this game.
Yeah, Let Me, though, just turned his Phage into a Trinity Force for his final item here as well. So he's not going to be quite as ignorable in these fights. But he has to stop ulting just Godlike, because if he gets multiple people in that Gnar, that completely changes the outlook here for Gamti.
But the positioning with Starhorn Royal Club has been much improved in the last few fights. Name has been able to free hit 2 fights in a row.
Yeah.
You're seeing the damage coming through. He's finished his build now. He's picked up the Phantom Dancer for even more critical strike and attack speed. They're rushing down the Baron. They're going to trade this for Dragon.
Yeah, Baron going to fall down here for Royal Club, and Gamti unable to face check that to get the vision, meaning that they have to take sort of the lesser objective. It does turn them into a 4-dragon team, but that was too easy for Royal Club.
I mean, it's questionable to me because, I mean, Godlike just respawned. There was only 4 members around the Baron. If you're not confident to face check 4 members of Star and Royal Club as the 5 members, Huey had the long death timer, but of course has the neural network, is able to teleport to one of his tunnels. I don't know about them. I mean, I would have thought they would have had the timer. It's interesting to me that Star and Royal Club get an unanswered Baron just for a 4th Dragon. It's an excellent trade for Star and Royal Club. And Gamty, they're just relegated to sitting in the base and hoping for an overextension from Star and Royal Club.
Yeah, and as this game reaches that 50-minute mark, every member starting to build up 6 items, even the supports with luxury items like that Banshee's Veil, like that Locket of the Iron Solari here as well, on top of that Mikhail's for Sync Dream. As these items get completed, sort of how the game went earlier on becomes irrelevant. And
you can see that Sync Dream's not looking for the flash engage. No Zhonya's, of course, a late Zhonya's, very popular among the Morganas for initiation. Isn't able to do that. Of course, has Gnar and Rek'Sai in the front line, so, but you know it's going to be a backline Morgana between the Mikhails and the Shield as every Korn's been hit.
Yeah, there's the Dark Binder to come through, forced to use that Zhonya's Hourglass. Oh, shocking orb flashed out of the way of here from Korn as well. As this, oh, those siege minions with the Baron buff are just ridiculous.
Look at the bot lane though, Atlas. Massive minion wave pushing. Star and Royal Club, they need to keep the pressure up. Letme's going to move towards the bot. He has the Trinity Force, but in Mininar...
3 siege minions.
Yeah, but in Mininar form, isn't able to actually do a lot of wave play. Needs to transform, but then he won't have the transform available for a fight. Gamty, they're stuck between 2 things.
Yeah, the ultimate actually going to get popped here from Zhao, who can't find Nami with it. Name, sorry, as Huey, he's going to get twisted advanced on as well. Does just tunnel his way out of it, but the inhibitor now under fire here as well as Letme finds himself in the back line, getting charmed up there as well, just a little bit. Orbit Deception, not going to find too much as Gamty trying to hold on to this top lane inhibitor. Royal Club do seem to have found themselves some positioning as Zero just going to destroy a tunnel and then they're going to take down this inhibitor. And as soon as Name gets any time with it, it's going to get destroyed. Korn now changes his attention to this bottom side. Doesn't land the charm here as well as Name takes so much damage. Forced to use every summoner and the Mercurials in order to get out over that wall.
Gamty, they needed to fight. They cannot give away 3 inhibitors. As Huey's got the slow on Korn. Korn's very slippery on this Ahri. They don't lose all 3 inhibitors, but now we've had 2 inhibitors down for both Gamty and, of course, Royal before. My God, the turret in bottom is so low.
So incredibly low. Of course, does regenerate, but you have to think probably not quick enough for Gamty's liking. As they just need to be able to start fights here as well. I mean, if you let Name get any auto attacks on any structures at all, even in that rocket form, they're just going to melt.
And that's the difference between these 2 AD carries. It's very similar team comps, you have to think. Both top laners and junglers are frontline initiators. It's not the DPS Rengar coming out. It is the tanky Rengar coming out from Insect. I mean, the big difference is in mid lane. You've got the artillery coming out of Zhao on the Xerath and the more mid-range, short-range Ahri coming out in fights. But the AD carries, the big difference. At 700 range, you're so safe as Nami. He's not able to get the massive attack speed coming through from the minigun form, but he is doing AoE damage from the backline, whereas Tail, he's caught between using his spells and trying to get an auto attacks, but he can't get auto attacks down reliably with that much shorter range. Okay, Name isn't able to switch to the forms, like you said, so he's not getting the maximum DPS out, but he's doing a lot more damage than Tail in these fights.
Oh yeah, just able to stay so safe, and just with how Name plays as well, he's just such a well-positioned AD carry, just generally in these team fights.
CS values are massive across the board now.
Oh,
60 CS, 70 CS almost up against Tail. Of course, with such fast instant wave clear to be expected. Godlike's waiting for a teleport. He has the home guards. The home guard teleport initiate is what they're leaving themselves open for. But it means that if there's a very fast engage, if someone's caught, that teleport, it takes time.
Yeah, well, it's coming through right now, actually, onto the minion that's tanking up this turret here as well, and he's popped everything. Look at how huge that tree is there in the front line. Tidal Wave to come through here as well. Letme does have the black shield here, so not going to be taking too much, and somehow, Gamty, they keep that turret alive at 70 health.
Yeah, 77. It's ticking up slowly, very, very slowly. It needs 1 auto attack from Name, but Gamty, credit to them, they're holding on very well. They've pushed out minions as well. They're not actually losing anything at this present point, but Star World Cup, they're not going to stop.
Yeah, Godlike just able to walk up to the turret here as well. Name manages to get that 1 auto attack on it, and this bottom inhibitor, the last inhibitor to have not falled this game. Letme, of course, sold his Trinity Force for that Guardian Angel. They want that last fight. They want the ability to turn this game around. Of course, with only 1 Nexus turret, it'll only take 1. Sync Dream popped the ultimate there as well as Korn was forced to use his. And Huey now has that black shield here as well. Gamty, they're looking for something because the poke that came through from Gamty was fantastic. Chilling Smite is going to get used, but Godlike able to use that flash. So no flash twisted advances for the next 5 minutes. And Thrill of the Hunt's being popped. It is engage and re-engage coming through for both of these sides. Zinsek just looking for anything in order to give them an opportunity to win something.
Amusingly, the Tremor Sense, of course, spotting out Insect as he comes through, I believe, so wasn't able to get the aggressive pick. That was his second use of the Thrill of the Hunt during one long fight. Of course, popped it at the start of the engage down bottom as they were trying to siege the turret. Then with all the cooldown reduction, you can even see on his champion portrait, cooldown reduction so low as the cooldown, level 18 on the Rengar. The Dragon's going to come down. This will be the 3rd Dragon for Starhorn Royal Club. Keeping track of the Dragons. Gamty really want this 5th Dragon. Doesn't look like Starhorn Royal Club are going to give it up.
Yeah, Huey is going to be able to get a ward in there. In fact, so many wards over the side for Gamty. Huey wants to go for the hero steal, and Royal Club, they're not going to start it. They're not going to give it to him.
I mean, the crazy thing is the hero steal might lose Gamty the game just because 5 versus 4 in the late game.
Oh, he doesn't manage to get it. Huey now finds himself locked down in this pit. Doesn't quite have a tunnel to take out, but Royal Club not going to capitalize on it, and Huey just going to hang out here in the back and take his turret out of there. But no 5th Dragon here for Gamty, the 3rd picked up for Royal Club. Bit of extra movement speed going to help them out as the Super Minions have now crashed here on the Nexus. Nexus turret under fire. 20 seconds on the Baron here as well, and Gamty being forced to run around here at sort of the request of Royal Club.
And with the Super Minions pushing in, there's only so much Gamty can do. Realistically, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to compete for this Baron with all those items completed. Now the Zephyr completed on Name. He's so overloaded for damage. He is massively strong, even in the rocket form. Okay, he loses a lot of attack speed, but he's still going to be doing plenty of damage.
Yeah, there is a cheeky tunnel here just above the Baron pit. Can be that Void Rush to come through from Huey. He's got it available. They must know that this Baron's being taken down, but way too fast for Royal Club.
Thrill of the Hunt might be popped just to give them a bit of extra vision, but Gamty backing away. There's no super creeps pushing in, so given the fact that they've had 2, 3 inhibitors down at different points in this game, Gamty are actually relatively sound in terms of minion wave pushes. They're still able to opt into a 5v5 fight, and if they win it, 60-second death timers plus, they could still win this game, but Starhorn Royal Club, they've stacked so many buffs. Not quite the 5th Dragon buff, but in terms of item, they're very, very strong. Starhorn Royal Club, they're pushing in.
Yeah, Insect looking to find something here. Black Shield onto Huey just to make sure that he doesn't get CC'd and killed immediately in this fight. The wave clear still very strong for Gamty with Xiaohu sitting in that back line. The inhibitor not taking anything. Name, so much damage from this Xerath, who has the Leandry's Torment here as well. So many damage items here for Xiaohu.
Might even be worth considering picking up the Bloodthirster just for that extra lifesteal, because you can see every bit of poke is just deleting health bars across the map. Nami's going to get the blue buff potentially. Yes, picks it up for himself. Doesn't have a red buff yet. But Gamty, again, they hold the pressure. 55 minutes in. This might be our first 60-minute plus game of the LPL, unless I'm missing one of the epics earlier in the season. But it's still so even. 9,000 gold and change, but 55 minutes into the game with the items we're looking at for both teams, doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything at all here as well. Still one item to be completed from Tail. He needs that Mercurial Scimitar, but he's just been spending so much money on elixirs every time he's gone back. They need to have as many stats as they possibly can. 2,000, only needs another 300 gold or something like that, and he's going to be able to complete that item, and that is going to be Tail completed here on this Corki, of course. Name's been switching up items, building whatever the heck he wants. 9, 4, and 10, 450 CS at 55 minutes in this game. And he's just sitting on extra money here as well. 4,000 gold in the lead, but almost has that in his back pocket.
And kind of the issue for Corki is that he needs, obviously, the magic resist and the flexibility of the QSS, but without a Phantom Dancer, he's just not a tank buster. I mean, even as a champion, innately, Corki struggles to kill frontline tanks, but Godlike and Insect are almost unkillable for Tail, and just not the same story for Name. Okay, he's in shorter range often, he doesn't have an escape, so he's more inherently risky, but Tail, he's just struggling to kill the frontline, and that's the big difference between these two teams, is that Name can do that. He is picking up, he is on a champion that is a tank buster, and unless Xiaohu gets a miraculous snipe on him in the back line, it's the difference between the AD carries that's really causing Gamty to have to play so reactively. Unless they get a massive pick, they just struggle in a long, elongated 5v5 fight.
Yeah, Godlike continuing the split push here as well, and you're exactly right. I mean, Mercurial Scimitar has just come through from Tail, but without that crit, of course, he hasn't augmented that crit since you mentioned the 30% from earlier.
And he's just sitting on 30% crit. Phantom Dancer, maybe for the Blade, the Ruin King. You know, it's something different. It would mean no life steals. Again, the Trinity Force just, there's not enough item slots, Atlas. We're late in the game. Maybe he'll go for a merry old swap of a lot of items, but at this point, maybe a Phantom Dancer for the boots. Maybe that's really the only pickup he can look to do. Doesn't have the gold to do it yet. Only sitting on 500 gold. There's no real good choices for Tail if he wants to kill a frontline. He doesn't really have the kit to be able to do that. But Star Royal Club, I mean, they've had a couple of Barons now. Are they waiting for the 5th Dragon? That means we're going to be talking about a 70-minute game. And the death time is, again, getting longer and longer. It's one mistake from any member is going to be massive in this game. It's 4 rockets, kill the red buff.
Yeah, Name's no slouch when it comes to that damage, most definitely. Doesn't have any boots left, just build a Zephyr instead. Has the extra tenacity from that one as well. Does have the elixir here, as Tail went back and just recently purchased his as well. And you have to think a lot of this is going to be on Jahu. Now without any boots, he's got a Morellonomicon for that 40% CDR. Of course, paired with the Athene's Unholy Grail here as well. He's going to be very slow, but if he sits in that backline, he's going to be doing so much damage.
And we call Xerath an immovable artillery when he has boots, so a bit facetiously. But right now, literally, he's like, please come to me. Please fight in my locus of control, my 1000 rage, much more, of course, for the ultimate. But as you mentioned, he's happy to fight at range. Gamti, they want to stop the Dragon Snowball coming through. It still will only be the 4th Dragon, so not really a big pickup here for Star Royal Cup. Honestly, Gamti, be nice if they could steal away a 5th Dragon for themselves, but they have to be content to give it up because the 4th Dragon is not going to help Star Royal Cup finish this game, but the Initiate might.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Tail going to use that Valkyrie straight away as Insect going to get locked down just for a little bit. Let me right in that front line, but Name going to take down Sync Train for the first kill right at the Arcane. Not to find too many targets as Let Me. He has evolved. Royal Club, now they're just waiting as, so much damage to come through onto Insect and Name, but they'll take the pick. And they might be able to move forward to force something in this 4v5. You can see they're still so healthy apart from Insect, but he's not going to worry about it too much. Tail trying to get some poke down here as well.
5v4 for so long. The dead timer over 1 minute, 50 seconds now. They'll get at minimum a turret, but you have to think they're still looking for their engage. They still have flash on both their frontline tanks. Star Royal Cup, they want to end this game right now.
Yeah, and they're easily able to pick up all of these inhibitors here as well. Gamti, nothing that they can do about it. Name just getting excited after each one, and you can understand probably as a person, he's getting equally as excited as this Jinx is.
I mean, 3-13, that's the record for Starhorn Royal Club in their last 16 games. They'd love to make it a first win with Name. Start the momentum as Insect, he pops the Thrill of the Hunt again.
Yeah, he's actually going to flash forward here as well. Doesn't find Tail there as the shocking orb to come through. He gets blown up. Korn forced to use that Zhonya's Hourglass here as well as he just gets blown up on the backside. Jahu with so much damage. Staying safe here as well as Let Me gets his next evolution. Zero now in a lot of trouble. Gets jumped on, but the Guardian Angel means that he can be so aggressive. Huey looking for something, and Gamti, they're turning this one around. Sync Dream is alive again, and now it's their turn as a 4v5.
Yeah, there's 2 inhibitors down, but not any super minions pushing into the base. Opens up Gamti to re-engage. Royal Club, I understand what they want to do. Another pick that would have sealed the victory for them, but they have to remember, Name doesn't have any boots. He couldn't react to all the aggressive gap closing coming through from Thrill of the Hunt and the popping of the Ahri ultimate. And Gamti, they're going to get the 5th Dragon.
5th Dragon, and that's a Guardian Angel on their Nah here as well.
I mean, he had it actually during that fight. Wasn't popped, still has it up. Gamti, this is such a seesaw game. 60 minutes into the game, suddenly they're looking the better of the 2 teams.
Yeah, but without their inhibitors, they are almost forced to make a decision, make a move, and pick up some inhibitors right now. The teleport's coming through here from Let Me. They really want to make this one happen. 15 seconds now on Korn. Answering the middle inhibitor. Only one Nexus turret. They're going for the win.
Yeah, they have to fight his Star Royal Cup. They cannot buy enough time. Here comes the engage.
Yeah, 5 seconds onto Korn. He's about to come out. Insect just getting blown up. There's a brilliance on his Hourglass, but Sync Dream, he's going to fall down first as Name here from the backside doing so much work. Insect's going to fall down at the same time. Godlike's turn to try and jump in, but here comes Korn for the cleanup here as well. A triple kill for the Ahri as Let Me. He's getting focused. Name's going to pick up that one. and this is going to be the ace for Royal Club, and you have to think the game.
And you have to say the MVP of that fight, it's the only man that fell down. It was Insect. He was able to get into the back line, and he was just continually harassing down Xerath. Was able to DPS him down, no peel coming through. Insect keeping that immovable Xerath occupied, won them the fight. Name cleaned it up, and Starhorn Royal Club, it took 62, 63 minutes, but they finally got their first victory and arrested this momentum that's been so many series in the making.
And this is the beautiful thing here as well. It's the fact that Royal Club, they've never looked that good in a late game, ever, as far as this season is concerned. Having Name on the team now just means that these late game team fights are just so much better for Royal Club, and it's only going to improve. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got another game coming up for you very soon, and after that incredibly long game, let's see whether we can get into this one as quickly as possible. We'll be back just after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. As you were spending the last 60 minutes on the Rift with Starhorn Royal Club and Gamty with us, you probably remember who we are. But of course, man, that game was huge.
It was just a really long game. Starhorn Royal Club, very good in the early game. Great rotations, picking up those 4 turrets, even the inner turret down bottom lane. Struggled in the mid game. That Baron core, it was me scratching my head a little bit. They brought it back in the late game. Excellent late game team fighting, facilitated by an MVP-worthy performance from Name on his first game back. Early laning, struggled a bit, but carried it through in the late game.
Yeah, and still had a fair bit of pressure there in that bottom side with that Name combination. Beautiful stuff. But of course, some changes here as far as the bans are concerned. Xerath hitting the bench immediately. So much respect to Zhao, who has to be the MVP if you look over to the side of Gamty. He was playing that Xerath so beautifully, just unable to quite clinch that game in the end. And it's going to be the Rengar against Insect, so going to definitely have some different team comps being created here.
I mean, the Rengar just so much more effective when he has a hyper carry he trusts, able to open up the tanky builds. To be honest, in some of those fights, he kind of went for the initiate and randomly died. These things happen when you're a tanky melee range fighter, but the last fight, able to lock down the Xerath, who sold his boots, who was literally the immovable artillery. And that was what won them the game. So still credit to Insect for that pick. Respect coming through from Gamty. And we're definitely going to see some different strategy with both Xerath and Insect's Rengar banned out.
Yeah, now Gamty taking a long time to work out their final ban here as well. 1 second to go. Nidalee's going to hit the bench, of course. A little bit of a standard one there, but he's going to leave the likes of Lulu available. Zero going to lock in that Janna, wasting no time to pick up that support.
But such a big shift in identity for Zero. Start of the season, he was playing a bit of those very supportive, very peel-orientated supports, and just wasn't working out for his team. It just wasn't working out with HYY and Wei on those AD carry positions. But suddenly, bringing in a hyper carry, and Janna's the first pick.
And Gamty now looking to follow up this pick order, of course, with Rek'Sai on the bench. Huey looking to grab that Jarvan yet again.
So it is 5.4, so the armor nerfs to Jarvan have come through. So he is a little bit more brittle in the jungle. You kind of have to make your gank timings work that much more because you just to take that much more damage in the jungle. And Sona, wow.
Whoa, this is very different. Of course, if you're thinking about changing things up in the support role, Sync Dream is someone that would definitely do it, but that is an interesting pick and very early on too.
Yeah, bring out the Fiddlesticks jungle early in the season, I believe. So Fiddlesticks support early in the season. Now it's ostensibly going to be our first Sona of the season.
Yeah.
DJ Sona might be available, so maybe going to see some tunes pumping out from that support position. But Sona, I mean, the AoE lockdown from Jarvan and the Crescendo, it's going to be massive.
And Starhorn Royal Club, they've realized that yes, Name definitely carried them throughout that game. So looking to switch things up, but wasn't the Lulu pick that was opted for just yet. 4 seconds and Korn can switch back to that one, but it may just be the LeBlanc, which is going to get locked in, and Godlike more than happy to go back to that tree again in the top lane.
I mean, the very reliable hyper tank coming out in the top lane makes sense with the Maokai pickup. The LeBlanc blocker pickup, it's not really a Korn champion, at least not one that he's well known for. He can, of course, play the LeBlanc, and it does remove a lot of options for Gamty in terms of viable mid lane choices against the LeBlanc. Seeing some of the champions are going to consider. I mean, Ahri's still available. We could go for that skill matchup in the mid lane, or maybe even something different. 5.4, we saw so much play on 5.2 from the Chinese teams. Something different potentially coming through here as Lissandra.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be different, but it is an option.
I was going to say Lissandra and Na are both available here as well, and Let Me can hop back on that top lane champion if he decides to, and of course with that Maokai already there. Whoa, Name insta-locks the Jinx. And Insect might be mixing it up in the jungle here.
He really is mixing it up. With those changes, which we've seen already from Fizz, the Fizz pick rates fell off. But Fizz and the AD Fizz, you have to think is going to be what's coming out in the jungle. Jungle Fizz will be a first for the LPL. We see it in solo queue from time to time.
Time to time? Are you kidding? What ELO are you in? See that thing all the time.
Well, it's coming to prime time in the LPL.
Yeah, that's right. And it fits Insect's playstyle so beautifully here as well. Just so aggressive. You always want to be just urchin striking in, auto-attacking people's faces off. And he does so much damage if you land your fish onto someone. That Chum the Waters, just making sure that all of your damage is amplified. And that includes auto-attacks.
And you know, Juggermore kind of snuck out with some of the picks that were coming through. But it has kind of emerged. It's not a true Juggermore comp, but they do have the Lulu Kog'Maw synergy. Sona is a big change for the bottom lane. Kog Sona, this is definitely turning the clock back to 2010, where it was a very common lane. coming through. So much mixed damage. Of course, you can amplify that Kog'Maw's poke with your Q chords. So something very, very different from both teams. But a return to Jinx Janna in the bottom lane. The hyper carry and the disengage versus the Juggernaut.
Yeah, and this is very interesting coming through from Tail, of course, being a Corki player, very used to having a mid-game power spike. Now on that mega hyper carry Kog'Maw and up against Name here as well as Godlike versus Let Me here in this top lane. Let Me sort of opting for more of that utility-based top laner, and we'll see how he goes here against the tree.
He'll be able to apply a lot of pressure. That's what we saw from his Nah. It's very similar in the Lulu versus Maokai matchup, especially in the early levels. So much ranged wave clear. Push him in, but this is the big question mark. And you have to think as Tail, when you're locked in the Kog'Maw, you're like, okay, they've only got the jungler and the AD carry to pick. Couldn't be too many more assassins. But Fizz, his job in these fights is going to be to skip past all the CC and assassinate that Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it really needs to, and of course, it's not going to be the same as sort of the insta-kill Fizz, where you just jump onto someone and they just die flat out because of your abilities, but he's going to be doing a whole lot more auto attacks if he's going to be going for that route. Of course, we don't know really what Insect's decision is as far as how to build this Fizz is concerned, and we'll just see what he brings to the table.
Absolutely. I mean, you can go a bit more tanky. You still do quite a lot of damage. You still amplify your damage with that ultimate and can really get in the back line, at least harass the Kog'Maw, maybe blow his flash, but I think we're going to get into game.
Yeah, let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Starhorn Royal Club taking on Gamty. Of course, Starhorn managing to pull out that victory in the first 62-minute game. And we'll see whether Gamty can answer back yet again. Of course, they've had a lot of ties just recently against World Elite, LGD, OMG, and M3 all in a row.
And now with this 60-plus minute game in the bank already, with a Juggernaut on one side, you know that Gamty are comfortable with this game going long. And Starhorn Royal Club, they have a lot of mid-game pressure between the LeBlanc, Fizz. You didn't used to be able to fit both those champions into a lineup, but they have. And the snowball is going to be very important for this jungle Fizz, and you have to expect aggressive rotations coming through from Starhorn Royal Club, taking advantage of their massive mid-game assassination potential.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see Sona here as well. It's unfortunately not the DJ Sona skin. Not going to be coming through this time, but Sync Dream, with that sort of the crescendo being his form of CC that he's got, he has to make it to level 6, Papa Smithy.
But it's amusing that, you know, I feel hesitant to call this Juggernaut just because when you talk about peel, there's not that much peel coming through from Gamty. Sona has the crescendo, doesn't even have exhaust, so doesn't have the summoner spell choice. Lulu, of course, has all the things that Kog'Maw are looking for. She can either speed him up, she can polymorph an enemy. Of course, she has the disengage from the Glitter Lance and has the ultimate, but it's not, say, Janna Kog'Maw or Janna Kog'Maw Morgana or any of those sort of combinations that come through. The disengage is actually on Starhorn Royal Club's side as they've picked up the Janna. So without the disengage, it's not a true Juggernaut coming through from Gamty, but it's still a very aggressive, very strong Protector Kog'Maw comp.
Yeah, and having that wild growth and the whimsy, as you sort of mentioned, like with the Lulu ban in the last game, the fact that whimsy just so integral as far as getting that Juggernaut to be working out. And we'll just see how this goes in the laning phase, because you have to think, especially once level 6 gets hit by Gamty, they're just going to have so much poke in this lane, what with Sona and that living artillery.
They're going to have a lot of poke. It's a very strong laning duo. Maybe not necessarily at level 1, but get a few points in that Biocane Barrage, rank it up to 3 points, and you can be very aggressive in trades. Kog'Maw's trading at level 3, at level 6 especially, is underrated. Once you pick up the living artillery, you can do some very aggressive trading, but I think just like last lane, going to be a lot of Name pushing in aggressively as Jinx and forcing Tail and Kog'Maw onto the back foot.
Yeah, Xiaohu already shoving out this wave very quickly. Korn doing a fantastic job last hitting under this turret. Does have a little bit of a CS advantage there. And as you mentioned, Let Me putting pressure on in his top lane.
It'll be super interesting to see late game team fights because, you know, when we've seen the Juggernaut, and we have seen it in the LPL, it's all about Kog'Maw positioning aggressively at the front of the fight, then having so many shields and so much, you know, bonus health from the wild growth, etc. As Synctum's doing a lot of trade damage to 0-0, doesn't have any sustains, it has to back away. We have to remember Sona was actually one of the classic laning counters to Janna with her sustain and poke.
Yeah, well, that's the thing here as well. And I think she had a few base sort of base statistic buffs here as well, but Insect looking for his first gank here. Let me in a bit of trouble, gonna flash afterwards, but the red buff has been applied. Look at the damage from this jungle Fizz, and Insect picks up first blood.
Yeah, we mentioned Fizz needing to snowball. What perfect way but to pick up the first 400 gold. Gonna be able to build towards that jungle item. Probably the Devourer, you have to think, for even more auto attack damage is gonna be the jungle augment, but it still could be the AP. We don't want to pigeonhole him to that attack speed proc-based build, but it's possible. And actually, he's able to he's actually trying to sneak back into the top lane. They're looking for the second gank on this Lulu.
Yeah, and having that teleport down, having the flash down here as well. Letme could be in a lot of trouble. That Sapling's going to push out this wave just a little bit, and Letme is playing very defensively. In fact, Godlike letting a couple of these minions die here as well on this top side. And Letme, brilliant sort of second sense, or sixth sense to realize that he could be in trouble.
Yeah, just no impetus, no reason to push out this lane. There's no real disadvantage to holding it, and Godlike shows himself. Insect's already backed. The Skirmisher's Saber is his pickup. Gonna look for even more important aggressive trades, able to activate that item, do more damage, so do reduce damage on the enemy, and have the vision to potentially pick up the assassination.
Yeah, and it does look like that Devourer, like you mentioned, is going to be the choice here for Insect, so might be spending a lot of time farming, but that's going to be no real change here for Insect.
It'd be really interesting to see how much he goes into damage. Is it going to be the Devourer Wits End Trendy Force, or maybe the Blade of the Ruined King? Are you going to look for all-out offense from the jungle? Because, of course, again, you do have the very tanky Maokai, but last game we were mentioning, okay, they have Maokai. This opens up all the swords from Insect, but he was very reserved, went for the more tanky build, still has a hypercarry Name coming out on the Jinx. Ignite actually down on Name, taking quite a lot of damage in this trade.
Yeah, actually, going to flash over the wall here as well. They're going to find Name, uses his heal, but it's not going to be enough as Sync Dream completely out of mana. And Xiaohu sort of just passed Insect like ships in the night and just went, no, we need to kill this Name.
And Xiaohu, all credit to him, because he was by far the first to rotate. You saw Korn on the minimap was making it towards the bottom, but was far enough away that Insect had to pull out, was worried about the three-man strong Gamti lineup. Tail picks the first kill down in bottom lane. And again, this lane will morph from level 6 onwards, so it's important for them to pick it up. As Zero, he's going to stop some backs.
He is going to stop some backs, but might actually be able to pick up a kill here onto Sync Dream. Urchin strikes enough, and Insect picks up the second kill for Royal Club.
I mean, the communication definitely on point. This was a big concern, a big question mark for Starhan Royal Club in previous weeks, but the communication between the Korean jungle spot duo on point. They pick up an exit kill. As we just watched, some aggressive trading in the top.
Yeah, actually, Godlike doing a lot of work here to Letme. That passive working out here for him fantastically. Frozen Tomb going to land here onto Korn, who takes so much damage. Going to use that distortion to get back here as well. Xiaohu doing a lot of work there, but the Mimic is the one that's taking a lot. As Huey going to force the flash here out of Insect, and everyone very low, but no kills just yet.
I mean, the juke from Korn on that last distortion was incredible to get away from the enemy. I thought for sure he was going to perish, as Godlike not enjoying these trades in the top lane.
Yeah, actually, the first one working out quite well, but as the sustain comes through here from Letme, the sustained damage from Lulu is just a little bit difficult to deal with.
I mean, during that gank, they walked through the pink ward. I thought for sure that the passive wasn't going to be the big factor, wasn't going to be able to juke, but just going backwards, going into the middle of the lane, completely juked out Gamti. No exit kills on either side, so for that to be a balanced gank, just impressive mechanics coming through from Korn on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, Zero going to make his way back down to this bottom lane here as well. Takes a power cord for it. We're going to activate that shield to get a little bit back here. Zap not going to find Sync Dream here as well, as there's Bioarcane Barrage. Tail wants to turn this one on, and you can see Royal Club have to respect this Cogmore.
I mean, especially once level 6 is hit, it's going to be very hard for Nami to push in the waves and play from the front as he was in the previous series. You have to respect the ooze coming through from the E and then the trading potential with the living artillery. So until level 6, very viable to push in a Cogmore. In the long lane, once Crescendo and the living artillery are available, very risky for Starhan World Cup to play this style.
Yeah, nice work from Tail there, just punishing the pickup of that cannon minion, as Insect going to take down his red buff here as well. Gold, not too much different. Of course, having a whole lot sitting on Insect is normally something that you'd say this is something you want to avoid because you don't want to funnel too much gold into the jungler. But when it's a jungle Fizz who's building a Devourer, you kind of want to have some gold on that guy.
I mean, it's a snowball jungler with a snowball jungle item. I mean, they're doubling down on snowball. They absolutely need to get that picked up as fast as possible to farm up the Devourer stacks.
I like that he's playing Tundra Fizz and he's snowballing as well.
There you go.
Nicely done.
He's being lore appropriate. I know how much you value that Atlas.
That is very, very important. Of course, you got to make sure that you fit it in. Insect going to be donating over his blue buff here as well. I'm actually quite surprised about that, but Korn is going to manage to grab that one.
I mean, to be honest, because you're maxing the W rather than necessarily the Playful Trickster, you don't use
a stack, though.
It's absolutely a Devour
That's what you gotta
stack.
think
So
about.
that's a depressing donation coming through from Insect. But because he doesn't need the mana so much, and the AoE clear, not as trivial when you have the Devourer, understandable to give away the blue. Falling low in the jungle, and Gamti, they're going to pick up Dragon, and it looks like it's going to be uncontested.
Yeah, it is going to be Insect. Very low, not going to be able to contest. They, of course, are going to see it, and there's the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Huey, finger on the smite quite nicely there, just going to take the rocket and kill the dragon.
I mean, Name playing like an Ezreal, just sniping around, just looking to see what he can pick up with the Super Mega Death Rocket. No wild dragons to pick up. As Gamti, they pick up the first objective. And I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Godlike is going to be able to push out this wave, but Let Me gets back there just in time. He even has that teleport available here as well. Catalyst completed for Godlike. We'll see whether he decides to go for that Righteous Glory yet again, or whether it's going to be maybe that Rod of Ages. He's actually going to find Korn as he goes back to his Distortion there. And huge wave piling up here for Royal Club in the bottom side. So everything resetting just a little bit, Papa Smithy. And is it going to be sort of both of these teams happy to wait until this late game? Because, of course, Juggermore, you want to be waiting until late so that Kog'Maw's got like 3-4 items and just able to, you know, 1v5 an entire team with the help of his friends. But is it going to be the same on the other side with Name on this Jinx?
I don't think this game's necessarily a ticking time bomb like a more prototypical Juggermore comp. It's still Kog'Maw in the late game. He still has the peel of Sona to some degree. Again, she only has Crescendo. Crescendo's used.
Yeah, speaking of which, Name taking so much damage here on the bottom side. The Ignite's ticking on him as well as Let Me. He's teleported in. Glitter lanced right through that Jinx, and Zero now in a lot of trouble. There's the Wild Growth onto himself, and that's going to be another kill for Tail and Gamti. They are focusing this bottom lane.
And Atlas, I hate to be a prophet, but you remember what I said. The moment that level 6 is hit on the Gamti side, this lane would change. How much more difficult and risky it would be to keep the lane pushed up. That's what they did the whole of the previous game, was Jinx pushing with reckless abandon onto Tail on the Corki. You have to respect the Sona Crescendo and, of course, the Living Artillery trades coming through from Tail. He even had the Sheen. He was even tipping his hand. Didn't go for the Phage for more smooth last hitting. Went for the Sheen for the burst trades. Lulu with the teleport, and suddenly a double kill for Kog'Maw.
Yeah, they are going to be able to pick up a turret here on this bottom side. Huey's very aggressively positioned.
Teleport's coming through.
Yeah, there's a teleport from the backside, and Godlike very large here on this tree at the moment. Sync Dream going to use that W to try and get away, but that's going to leave Tail all so dead. That's a super dead Kog'Maw. He's going to be able to use that Acathian Surprise to get a bit of damage onto Name, but that's about it. And Royal Club now going to be able to pick up a second outer turret for themselves.
Yeah, the turret was at 1 HP for Gamti to take. Weren't able to finish it, so the global gold is delayed a little bit. And as you mentioned, this is like a minigun. Name, 4 points in the minigun. Got the Janus shield running, so of course are able to take out that turret. 2-0 is the turret trade. The counter teleport, a big thing for Starhorn Royal Club. The kills in Gamti's advantage, but, you know, you have to take the global objective over that extra kill.
Oh, yeah, and especially because, you know, Godlike in that top lane took down the outer turret with Insect's help and then immediately teleported in and picked himself up a kill. So sort of both teleports used successfully, but a little bit more successfully on the side of Godlike because he got 2 turrets for it.
And look, that pretty much apes the previous game. I mean, both teams playing smart, but Starhorn Royal Club doing it just that little bit better to pick up an advantage. That's what it proved in the first series when Starhorn Royal Club able to take down Gamti in that 60-minute epic. In this game, still very even, but just slightly eking out an advantage in terms of turrets at Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, Insect able to pick up that Gromp here as well. A Devourer on its first stack. Not bad.
I want more soon.
Yeah, he's going to want, a few, one could say. And if this game goes as epically long as the last one, having an infinitely scaling item probably going to be pretty good here for Royal Club.
I mean, infinite scaling is a wonderful thing to talk about, but he's still a melee auto attacker. Melee auto attackers in League of Legends, then just not a thing. You don't see Tryndamere in these competitive games. You don't see a lot of melee champions that are auto attack reliant. Just shine in team fights. Of course, when you have an escape like Playful Trickster, it opens up that playstyle. Gamti do pick up that outer turret finally. It was on very low health. But in the late game, one mistake, if you go for the squishy build especially, if you really focus on damage, you can die so instantly as a melee carry. So in the early skirmishes, in 2v2s and 3v3s with an early Devourer, absolutely Jungle Fizz, oppressively strong. Just complete nuisance to deal with. But in the late game, it's not as good.
And we'll see whether they actually get to that point. Of course, Royal Club starting the snowball early. They have those 2 kills onto Insec, who's now camping out this red buff, waiting for it to spawn. Huey might be in a bit of trouble as they have a pink ward that is going to be spotted here. Chum the Waters onto Huey is going to pop here as well. Cataclysm to come through. Godlike in a lot of trouble as Zhao, who's now going to have the focus split up onto him. Going to use that ultimate very aggressively, and Godlike is going to fall down. Gamty with beautiful collapse play.
Yeah, the communication for the collapse was wonderful from their team. It looked like they were making a mistake when we saw the aggressive flag and drag from Huey, but he knew exactly where all his teammates were. It was a very smart engage coming through. The all Chinese lineup, you can tell the communication's definitely on point for Gamty. But Sing Dream, he needs to run away from that force.
Yeah, he's going to use that Song of Celerity to get himself a little bit of extra movement speed. And Gamty, they're going to rotate and pick up that outer turret in the mid lane. So evening out the turrets here of Gamty, and now they've got a little bit of a gold lead too.
I mean, there's power spikes across the board for both teams, but the big one is among the AD carries. I believe the Infinity Edge is coming close. We see the crit cloaks, just the recipe needed for Name to answer the Trinity Force very early coming through from Tail. In both games, actually, Trinity Force completed before the Infinity Edge, and that was with Name opting into Zeal, opting into Berserker Greaves. Hasn't been rushing towards that big item, but in terms of completed item power, definitely in Gamty's advantage with the Trinity Force to complement the 2 Murlonomicons.
Yeah, and especially now that Living Artillery has come through as well, Tail just able to spam that one out and get these Trinity Force procs, make sure his auto attacks are doing so much damage on this Cogmore.
I mean, the burst also with Bioarcane Barrage, of course, it is still a spellcast. You still do get a very nice burst on first auto, and as you mentioned, going to be in position to get those Living Artilleries, keep the Trinity Force procs going, and even the move speed, you have to mention.
Yeah, true.
Very useful for the very squishy, high-damage Cogmore.
And especially now that he's got so much feel as well. Sync Dream could be in a bit of trouble. Takes a QR combination here as Super Mega Death Rocket sails through as well. And
Sona's gone for a tier, so she's going to be in a lot of trouble every time she walks near a skill shot. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's true. Going to have a lot of mana, though.
It's something.
So that's good. Just play those keys like a piano. Also thematically correct as Korn's just going to get aggressed on here as well. Leaves his Mimic just hanging out in the Cataclysm as this Dragon is falling down, but not quite as quickly as Gamty. There's on Royal Club, would have hoped, and Gamty going to pick this one up. Chum the Water's going to come through, not going to find anyone here as Huey in a bit of trouble. There's the Wild Growth as well as Insect's going to pick up the Dragon Zhao. There's the Crescendo onto Godlike as well. They want to remove the tank, and they do. 1-0, but Dragon going in the way of Royal Club. Korn now trying to move around. Song of Celerity speeding everyone up, sort of the mini, not quite as good Talisman of Ascension.
1 kill for Dragon, though. Pretty even. It's if they answer with an inner turret, especially that Gamty, look good. And with the Trinity Force on Cogmore, they do have a lot of damage coming onto this turret. Probably have to respect. But Jinx, Name's out of position. They get a good amount of damage, but don't have a big enough minion wave to really punish Name for his positioning.
Yeah, Korn throwing out a combo here. Does miss the chain here, thinking that Cogmore might move to the right. Of course, didn't want to, because Name was coming through that way, and his team wasn't there. Zhao going to use that Glacial Path to get him to safety. And Royal Club now looking to make a move here to this outer turret in the mid lane.
It's only the outer turret in the mid lane that stops them having all outer turrets. They want to get it down. It's still very healthy. Sona has backed away, so only 3 members defending. Looks like Star Royal Club going to show a lot of respect nonetheless.
Yeah, Tail going to get a fair bit of damage down to Name there as well, but did miss the cannon creep, which is very important to note. Zhao, half health. Does have that Frozen Tomb available again. Doesn't have Lucidity Boots that he's built up yet. Of course, mid lane Lysandras do like to pick up. Oh, Name, you're in so much trouble, buddy. Tail just auto attack for the last kill. And this is what happens when you got a Frozen Tomb and there's no QSS yet.
The Glacial Path from the River Brush. No wards coming through from Star Royal Club, so just too aggressively positioned. Name actually already had gold for the Infinity Edge. Was sitting on a bit of bonus gold, just trying to build up maybe a BF sword. Sorry, just a long sword to complement that Infinity Edge pickup. Too greedy. Have to use the Flash Shahu, but getting the pick on Name feels good.
Oh yeah, and Tail now able to head back here to this bottom side, and it's not just the pick onto Name, which is what they want. He's the member of the team that they want to be killing, but it's getting an extra kill on this Cogmore as well, getting you closer and closer to those extra items, to the big purchases that Tail is looking for.
It'd be very interesting to see his second item. I mean, in the West especially, you want to get that Infinity Edge as soon as possible, because of course, between the Trinity Force proc and the Infinity Edge crit, can be so much damage. Let me is in a lot of trouble. Wild Growth's there as well. Gets knocked up by the Howling Gale, but he's going to be okay.
And I am not sure that Royal Club needed to let him live there.
It's possible that Korn didn't have the distortion available. No, it looks like his ultimate was ready. So again, just respecting the movement speed coming through from the Whimsy. We don't accuse Starhan Royal Club of this enough, but maybe not bloodthirsty enough with that dive. What are these words we're using to describe Starhan Royal Clubs?
Insec wasn't there. That's the issue.
That's fair enough. Okay. He would have gone for the dive.
He would have. He most definitely would have.
So the BF sword is completed. Bloodthirster after Trinity Force was what Crystal was doing against EDG in their Juggernaut game, just to navigate
Static
these.
Shiv, I think.
I mean, it makes sense to some degree. Of course, you miss out on Infinity Edge, which is often seen as a core item on Kog'Maw. I can understand why, especially with the Trinity Force, those autos doing so much damage from relative safety with the maxed out Biocane Barrage. But the Bloodthirster might be needed just to navigate these fights. Double Assassin coming through. The Super Mega Death Rocket AoE probably going to land on tail. They're going to use everything to kill that Kog'Maw. And when you're the Crown Jewel, going away from the selfish Infinity Edge just to get the 20% lifesteal and maybe even the shield, which becomes more relevant. It scales with levels, of course, into the late game. It's just a case of, well, if Kog'Maw needs to live, and we haven't really got a lot of shields or heals for this Kog'Maw, only really the small Sona healing and all of Lulu's kit to be able to provide the support. It's not the true Juggernaut. It's not the Morgana or maybe throwing in the Nami or something extra. Maybe it makes sense to just, okay, just go for that lifesteal. Just give yourself a bit of self-peel, a bit of healing to navigate these long fights and just last longer.
Yeah, and it's when you don't have the Morgana here as well for that black shield as well. Very, very important.
Chaos Crucible not being picked up. We mentioned the tier, so I mean, the Chaos Crucible could have been the mana regen solution coming through from Sing Dream, but it's going to be very late if built at all. So until the QSS comes through, pick up the Bloodthirster, have the lifesteal for fights, and try and navigate them as much as you can against Insect, who really wants to auto-attack people, and has gone second item, Banshee Veil.
And we'll see whether this is when he transitions into more damage now that he has that ability to ignore one of the spells. But do you think with the fact that, you know, Xiaohu's like a spell machine gun on this Lissandra, that Banshee's Veil is not going to be entirely useful as far as stopping him from being incredibly squishy?
I mean, he's still going to be very squishy, but again, maybe it'll be like a Zonius. Maybe the extra tankiness or the stopping of a spell might be enough to get that second Playful Trickster coming through. Because not maxing Playful Trickster first means he's not going to be quite as maneuverable. Has 3 points in it now, so the cooldown's getting down. He just wants to be as sticky as possible on this Kog'Maw to, if anything, I mean, ideally kill him, of course, but realistically, blow his flash, ensure that he's not able to focus down any of the other carries on the Starhan Royal Club team. And if he's able to control Tails' positioning in the mid-game, it just delays the usefulness of this Kog'Maw and of this Juggernaut-esque team that Gamti have put together.
Yeah, and Tail did go back and pick up the Berserker's Greaves. And where do you think the next focus is going to be? Is it going to be in 40 seconds here? Are the teams going to be focusing on this dragon, making sure that that's where they're looking? Or is it going to be more getting this Jinx into position to take down turrets and Gamti looking to find fights?
Well, I mean, both teams sitting on one dragon, so there's no real need to blow everything to pick up a second dragon. The buff is not really relevant, especially no real combat stats being picked up. So theoretically, if you're willing to seed the dragon for maybe the top turret, as we see Lulu pushing very aggressively, that'd be a decent trade coming through from Gamti. There's not a big loss coming through there. And of course, you have to respect the amount of CC that Korn's able to put out on this LeBlanc. She's moving towards the Abyssal Scepter. Not quite the death cap yet, so definitely not that much assassination damage down. But if they're happy to seed this this top turret for Dragon Trade, I can understand. But with Lulu teleporting back and teleporting in, looks like they're going to be a fight.
Yeah, this Dragon not quite down yet. Distortion over the back wall here from Korn. They just want to give up on this one, it looks like, as Insect... No, most definitely not. But there's going to be the ultimate to come through. Huey picks up the dragon, and Insect's just dead in the duration of that ult.
I mean, it tells you how squishy he is, even with the Banshee Veil being complete. There's no Zhonya's. Zhonya's doesn't fit into this build as an AD or attack speed proc-based Fizz. He's still very, very squishy. Still needs a secondary diver like the Maokai to draw a bit of aggro away from him, get him that second Playful Trickster to get out of a fight. Need to use the first to get in to try and steal, and they're going to lose a turret, let alone the dragon. Another big advantage for Gamti.
Yeah, dragon, kill, and a turret here as well for Gamti. Looking fantastic. Stretched it out to a 4,000 gold lead here as well. And that's an inner turret in the mid lane as well. That is so much extra map pressure available for this GT lineup.
Given that we're in a league, we do have to step back and remember, 9th versus 10th is this match. Only top 8 teams go to playoffs. At the moment, this series, Starhorn Royal Club started the series 2 points behind King. They need the 3 points this game. They need to close out this second game. Because 1 point to both teams, and if we do have that win coming through from Gamti, 1 point to both teams doesn't help either of them in the chase for King in that 8th position.
Especially King, you know, against Energy Pacemaker later tonight.
A winnable game.
Go. Yeah, that is the thing. But Gamti, I mean, they don't want to give up an extra point here as well. I mean, it's not like, oh, if they lose this one, it's not as much of a big deal, and it's great here for Royal Club. They want to stay in contention and keep this matchup close. And
it's the exciting thing of a best-of-2 format is there's always an incentive, even after you use the first one, because you're always impacting the standings. Whether you're a bottom team against a top team, the second game means so much for both teams because you want to keep that pressure on at the top. You want to grow your lead, which EDG were able to do in earlier weeks, have struggled in recent weeks with a lot of draws. And again, all those mid-table teams taking points off each other. I mean, whenever we see those 3 points come through, whenever it's a 2-0, it means so much for the positions because there's just not a lot of points separating the ladder.
Yeah, and there just hasn't been a lot of 2-0s just recently as well. It's been sort of Tiresville here in the LPL when the first few weeks it was just 2-0s everywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, Starhorn Royal Club's first 6 games, 3 2-0 wins, 3 2-0 losses. They were very polarizing, but were able to bank those 9 points early. Since then, I believe, only picking up, 4 draws. Like, I don't think they've really picked up any massive scores. So they could, 3 points here would dwarf their last 3-4 weeks of competition. But at this present point, you have to say Gamti are ahead. In the late game, they have the Cogmore. They don't necessarily have a lot of appeal from, but Lulu's definitely the best friend of that backline squishy Cogmore. They still have a very good late game comp, and we talked about the snowball needed for Insect on this Fizz. He started off well, but it's been quiet.
It has been quiet, and it looks like he's going for a Warden's Mail as his next option here as well. Not wanting to pick up any more damage, wanting that Randuin's as his next option. And does that make sort of a Jungle Fizz not quite as effective? Because, of course, his ability to skirmish is what he wants to be doing.
And look, he's still going to be... It's probably going to be full tank at this point when he's opting into what would you have to assume Warden's Mail, which is completed now, and then going to be a Randuin. He's still going to do good damage in the backline, but if he'd gone full damage, you already saw what happened to him earlier. And Jahu's got Flash.
Oh, there's actually Zero getting locked down here by the Frozen Tomb. A nice crescendo over the top here as well as Godlike. He's got all of the focus and the Cogmore from the backside. Sync Dream actually going to be the one that picks up the kill, but this Cog really starting to do some work. And Gamti, I mean, they lost the outer turret, but they picked up a couple of kills for it.
Yeah, Gamti, you can see Tails not positioning in the front of the fight during the fights. He's more in the middle because he doesn't have quite as much peel from his team as other Juggermore comps, but it's still Cogmore. It's still Cogmore, Trinity Force Bloodthirsty. He's got a lot of items as Korn goes for the assassination.
Yeah, finds the Ring of Frost here, though, so Korn gets locked down for a little bit longer, and he may not actually be able to distort into another one of these. As Huey just more than happy to tank up that zap and make sure that those creeps don't take any extra damage, and that's an inhibitor turret down now for Gamti.
I mean, 3 melee range divers, Maokai, Fizz, and LeBlanc, you know, with the double distortion, looking to get into the backline. The teleports come in, though.
Yeah, Godlike actually going very aggressive here. Chum the Waters onto Let Me's forced to flash out of that one as well. Super Mega Death Rocker picks up the kill, and Name gets excited. The Zonya's Hourglass not going to save Jahu as the double kill comes through here for this Jinx, and sort of the kill pickups towards the end of that one were fantastic. Godlike's teleport, though, that was manly.
You could see the power of the 5-man Gamti comp was still very, very strong when pushing in an open area. But we were all caught off guards with the teleport from behind. The positioning for Gamti suddenly dissipated in an instant. 2 kills come through for Starhorn Royal Club. No objectives to pick up with still a minute to Dragon. But you can see, in a long 5v5 fight, Gamti look excellent. It's those flanks, in this case, the flank from behind coming through from Godlike, that Starhorn Royal Club really have a chance. Because if you're fighting small skirmishes against 2 assassins and a Maokai, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And Lemmy's gone for a very aggressive build here as well. Wants to make sure that that wild growth is giving as much health as possible. He has got a Rabadons now.
I mean, we actually, as a group, sat down and looked at the damage done in the EDG versus Snake matchup, and we saw that Lulu actually had less damage done than the Nunu in that game. So Lulu,
my goodness,
she's not building this for AP. She's not building this for damage necessarily. The Glitter Lance going to do that, a little bit more damage with the AP scaling. Just as much AP as possible gives Whimsy, the 10% AP scale on Whimsy just means that this Cogmore is going to be that much faster, and of course all the extra health on both the shields and the wild growth, stacking AP just to make Tail happier.
Yeah, and so this is probably the first time that we get to say that Rabadon's Death Cap is a defensive choice.
It's a balanced, flexible choice, but I agree with you. First and foremost, it's more health either implied in terms of a shield or true health from the wild growth for Tail.
Yeah, exactly. It's an exciting idea. Name, he's going to be able to take down the Scuttle Crab here, as the top side is going to be the focus here for our Gamty lineup. Korn faking out to this bottom side, of course, knows that there isn't a lot of vision available for Royal Club. This Baron, if they do decide to go for it, you have to think is going to go down very quickly. What with that Bio-Arcane Barrage is Godlike. Moving very far forward. Glacial Tomb not going to be, but Glacial Path, sorry, not going to be taken here for Xiaohu, as Huey's looking for some sort of engage.
Well, they need to recreate their previous engage and find a flank, but the risk, of course, is that Gamty could just rush down mid and force this inhibitor turret. So it's very, very tenuous right now. Star Royal Club trying to split push as we get a pause at a really important time in this game. If Gamty break the base, that is massive for them.
Yeah.
And Starhorn Royal Club, with their skirmishing comp, may never be able to go for the split engage, because, of course, if you risk going for a pick against a team that can just rush down and take your inhibitor, that's a big strategic hole they may never be able to recover from when they're so reliant on a pick. They're so reliant on a flank to force a fight.
Yeah, and it's almost nice that we've got a pause at this moment in the game, just because there is so much that could potentially happen. As 5,000 gold is the lead here for Gamty. But, of course, anything can happen, and both of these teams have demonstrated that they're more than happy to take it to the super late game and stay competitive despite what the comp says.
And Star Royal Club, they really need to get this pick. They cannot afford to lose their inhibitor turret because it will be just it just reverberates. It's like when the Baron went down, all the kills went down at Baron last series. Gamty got so many advantages off that one misplay from Star Royal Club. The base going down would have been the same thing here. But it looks like we recreate it, and Gamty, they're going back to that Baron bait.
Although they don't have a lot of vision here around the Dragon. You can see Royal Club, they're pushing up towards this mid side. Now checking towards this one, and oh my goodness, Gamty, the trap has been sprung here as well. You can see Godlike taking so much damage, but he's pretty tanky here. Chum the Water's just going to get eaten by all the shields. Not a lot of options here as the rest of Royal Club, they're all split, and Gamty, they're staying together. There's the whimsy on this job, and look at how quickly he's running. Name gets caught. Look at the damage. It's going to be the crescendo that picks up the kill, and Godlike's going to fall. And Gamty are just playing beautifully as a team.
Yeah, Fizz pinged top, but Gamty, they went together. They realized they were group 0 now. Face checks let me. A lot of slows coming through from this Lulu probably will get away. But Gamty, they can go for whatever they want. They are up against a smite from Insect, who's one level behind Huey, but they're going to force Baron.
Yeah, and there's no teleport available this time from Godlike, so it's not 16 seconds until that Maokai can be in the fight. He still has to move around there. Let me teleporting in towards the backside. Korn distorts over just to try and get some vision here. As you can see, Insect, he does have the Banshee's Belt. Let me pops it now this time as Korn still trying to harass from the side. He launches his way in. Is the steal of the Baron for Insect. He's going to die for it, but the hero play from the Royal Club jungler.
Yeah, one kill for Baron. Obviously massive for Starhorn Royal Club. Korn actually started his back before the Baron recall had become empowered, so is still able to get away. But Gamty, they needed to be on point with that smite. It would have justified their amazing play. They stayed grouped. They got some picks, which opened up the chance to Baron. But they leave the 50-50 smite available, and Insect takes it away.
And if Gamty had picked up that Baron, that would have been the easiest inhibitor pickup of their life. Of course, no turret there in the mid lane. You have the empowered creeps there as well, and this means that Royal Club even able to pick up the free dragon for themselves.
And I feel bad about harping on about how much Gamty lost, but look down this Starhorn Royal Club team. It's only really Name for the Rocket wave clear. They don't really have any sort of other wave clear between Lulu and Fizz. Of course, very high risk wave clear, but the potential for it. You have to think, as you say, that Baron buff would have opened up the base. They could have picked up their first inhibitor, but it all changes. And now it's 5-12 then kill score. But Starhorn Royal Club, they might be in the lead.
Yeah, Name actually more than happy to tank up this inner turret here as well. Took a lot of damage. And this is what we noticed in the last game. I mean, if you give any advantage to a Jinx lineup, they are going to rip through your structures.
Absolutely going to. The no Mikhails on Sona might be something they have to comp around, as he actually has finished, unbelievably, has finished the Archangel stuff and working towards Seraphs. Look, Sona's squishy. We were talking about how, with the tier build, couldn't face check any champions. Going to have a bit of effective health coming through from the Seraph's Embrace later, but that is, that's definitely thinking outside the box.
No, but he's going for a kiting build, obviously. He's going to finish off that Iceborne Gauntlet, I could imagine.
My Sona and solo queue, I'd be pretty mad.
Oh, really? Well, then I guess we shouldn't do it later. Because I just think Iceborne Gauntlet actually works out quite well, of course. You know, you're sort of able to add a little bit even more CC.
But where's the friends for Cogmore? Where's the Peel? Where's the Mikhails?
Papa Smithy, if I'm doing it, it's probably not good. Like, let's just leave it at that. Tail's going to be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, and Sync Dream, this is a guy that just does weird stuff.
I mean, the 2v2 Fiddlesticks was definitely an interesting adaptation. He continues it here. Tail's just that much more brittle. He has to really watch his positioning in fights. He's going to need to be extra conservative with the build that Sync Dream's gone through. And they're going to need to get this big Sheen assassination with the crescendo. You see, Star World Club, they really want to take this outer turret. A lot of poke coming through from Gamti.
Yeah, and a lot of wave clear as well, especially if Xiaohu can get in amongst it and just throw out about 15 Qs. And Letme wasn't actually with his team, and if you bring a Glitterlance in amongst it as well, more than happy just to clear wave after wave. You can see Gamti again with a lot of wave control. The top lane pushing in their favor, bottom lane as well as massive. Sync Dream takes a lot of damage, and as you were mentioning, not all that tanky. Chompers again going to come through as Xiaohu just going to throw out the Glacial Path just to help clear the wave and stop Royal Club from wanting to really dive in.
I mean, Gamti are very happy with this situation. As you mentioned, the 6-man in top and bot pushing out for them. They're just buying time. They have so much wave clear between Glitterlance and Xiaohu's Q that it's just they're very happy to sit under a turret. No real way for Star World Cup to engage, barring the miracle Fizz Fish on the priority target. Star World Cup back away with no advantage to be able to go whatsoever.
Yeah, it is going to be the Home Guard mobility boots here from Sync Dream as well, especially with that Song of Celerity. That is going to be an incredibly fast Sona. Just hovering everywhere, able to get all the wards down that Gamti need, and now they're putting pressure here on this mid lane. Letme takes a lot of damage from that zap here as well, as Name's going for a very AD heavy build. Godlike taking a lot here from Tail as well, who's doing a great job staying forward.
Watch the Fizz, though. It's the one that's looking for the engage.
Yeah, looking for the snipe. Tail actually tanks up the entire Super Mega Death Rocket here as well, as Cogmore is so incredibly low, trying to lifesteal. It's going to be the pickup here for Name. Now picking up another one with no tanks on this lineup. Royal Club are just tearing through Gamti. Huey's pretty tanky, but he's the jungler, doesn't have a whole lot of gold, and Xiaohu and Huey now just running from this Royal Club crew. 3 dead, only 1 dead for Royal Club, and you can look at the distortion damage coming down. Huey gonna sacrifice himself, throw out a spear just for fun. Xiaohu, I'm not sure whether he's actually gonna survive this one. Korn does get slowed down. He flashes out of the way, but you have to think that the distortion going to be available. Actually flashing forward there as well. The zap picks up the kill, and that's an unofficial triple kill there for Name.
And you mentioned the fact they're just not tanky yet, Gamti, and this build coming through from Synctum just doesn't do anything in terms of fights. They were able to assassinate Tail. That's the thing you need to know. If the Cogmore's getting assassinated, there's just not enough focus on keeping him alive during these fights. It's not a true Juggernaut comp, and you can see the difference between what Crystal and Snake were able to do and what Gamti are trying to do, because they're just building damage. At the end of the day, Sheen and the Seraph's Embrace, that's about burst damage coming through from the Q auto attacks, the crescendo autos. But in terms of peel for Tail, he's had to buy the QSS. Staying further away from the Phantom Dancer or the Static Shiv or the other auto attack modifiers, and it's really only about burst, you have to say, with this build, because he does not have any attack speed crit items outside of what Trendy Force brings.
That being said, he's very, very comfortable. This is a very similar build to what he built on his Corki. So more than happy just to transfer it over onto a Cogmore there as well. But you're right. I mean, there's just no dedicated tank, really. I mean, you can include Huey there because, of course, he wants to build full tank, but he's a jungler, so he just doesn't have the resources.
And what's the difference between a Juggernaut comp executed well and a Protect the Cogmore comp that's not executed well? And it's all about the use of the wild growth. At this point, as you mentioned, he's got the Randuins. He could engage and he could use wild growth on the Jarvan, but then you got nothing for Tail. He's getting nothing from the Sona either in terms of peel. I mean, again, that's all the supportive abilities used before Cogmore. He basically just has to fight for himself. So they're between comps, they're between identities here, Gamti. And just with what they've picked up, it doesn't feel like they're able to do either of those things well.
And you can see actually Sync Dream selling a whole bunch of his items and now trying to pick up that Mikhails as quickly as possible. The Sheen, it's gone. He sold the Kindle Gem there as well, and he's picked up, of course, the little idol
Which is
there.
how inefficient Atlas. He's lost out and would have been a Mikhails at this point. Now he has even less cooldown reduction than he did before. Caught between arms, they have to cede plenty of advantages because, again, if anything, their Sona's dramatically behind in terms of items now because she's had to re-put them towards that big Mikhail's pickup. It'll be significant, but Gamti, they're going to have to seed maybe the next Baron. Baron's available right now. They still don't want to fight for it. Mikhail's is picked up, but at what cost? Look at his item build. It's like he's lost about 4 or 5 cost-effective items to pick up the Mikhail's.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous, but he does have it. That is the main thing. So he's going to be able to stop some of the CC that's going to be coming through, but I believe that Tail may have even been caught in his own team's Cataclysm in that last fight, and you can't Mikhail's that.
No, and doesn't have Flash available. Kog'Maw, without a true Juggernaut comp, without Flash available, Gamti don't want to fight, and this is just Starhorn Royal Club's chance to take whatever they want at the map. Remember, they're only 1,000 gold ahead. They don't have a significant turret lead either. Given that Gamti have put themselves in a hole, you'd have to say, with kind of the item builds they've taken, they're going to be happy to lose the minimum. Insect needs to run away.
There's also the fact that Name's a full static Shiv in the lead as far as items are concerned here as well, over that Kog'Maw, which is just huge. He has a lot of money, of course. Still a fair bit in the back pocket of Tail, but he's 2,000 gold behind.
He's 2,000 gold behind, and he's been pigeonholed onto what is effectively a burst build. As you mentioned, it's a Corki build. If he's doing, if he's doing Living Artillery auto or weaving in spells, then it's absolutely fine. But when you have such long range with Bioarcane Barrage, you want to be about critical strike modifiers, the Infinity Edge, the Static Shiv at a minimum, some attack speed, and he just doesn't have that from his build at all. He's definitely putting out a lot lower damage than a Kog'Maw expects, and with the lack of peel, it's probably fine.
Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket sails over though as Letme's going to get engaged on here from Insect, trying to get the work done. The flash out of the way of the crescendo there as well as Xiaohu trying to play peel in this fight. Does manage to weave a lot of spells and Zero's going to fall down, but Name picks up the kill. Here on the backside though, Tail running around this fight as quickly as possible. Huey's going to die and Name gets excited. Gamti are flashing left, right and center to get out of this one because this Jinx is at full health and Name's not finished.
And Gamti just don't have any damage. There were people in the front, even Korn in the front line was surprisingly tanky because it's not the right modifiers on Tail. He wasn't able to burst down that LeBlanc despite her being in melee range and the CC coming through from Xiaohu. And it looks like it could be Baron, but with the teleport coming through, this is the emergency. They cannot let Baron go down to Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, Letme didn't have the home guard, but he is going to find it here before it falls down. Korn was waiting on the other side. You can see these members are very, very low. Letme trying for the steal, but doesn't find it here as Kog'Maw's just going to die on the backside. Korn picks up the double kill as Name's going to get excited on the back as well. And Super Mega Death Rocket just to send a message here to Sync Dream. And Royal Club now, I mean, they went from a deficit to now having a 5,000 gold lead and look like they're in complete control of this game.
And remember, we were talking about how great Gamti were playing. They grouped up, they got the pick, they went for Baron, lost it, and then they lost all their advantages. They've had an inhibitor turret down for, what, 10, 15 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
Never been able to take that mid inhibitor. It's actually going to be Royal Club, unbelievably, to take the first inhibitor. And I have to say, it's both the Baron steal, so credit to Insect for that. It was very clutch play from him.
Oh
but the items coming through from Sync Dream just really not helping his teammate out at all.
Yeah, double Baroned up siege minions here as well, and a gigantic creep wave going to mean this inhibitor turret's going to fall down here as well on the top side of the map. And you have to say that already, that is one of the most successful Barons that we've seen here today so far. And Royal Club now just able to push forward. 7,000 gold as a lead. It sort of exploded out of nowhere.
I mean, there's 3,000 gold between 80 carries, but it's just so optimally used. Of course, the right-click attack damage build, Infinity Edge into either Phantom Dancer or Shiv. In this case, it's Shiv. Bloodthirster picked up for a bit of safety and more AD, and then, of course, the Last Whisper for armor penetration. Trinity Force Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, that's all about burst. We've mentioned that before. Now going for a BF sword, I guess, to finish off the Mercurial Scimitar, which, again, is a bit more AD. It gives 80 AD after the changes, but still no Zeal item, still no attack speed crit. In a long fight, this build is going to be exposed. He will do far, far less damage than Name.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it's going to be Gamti able to position themselves right, of course. Name with the Mercurial Scimitar now completed. This is a 6-item Jinx, a 6-damage item Jinx, ladies and gentlemen. And Name is going to be tearing through the members of Gamti. And when you don't have that dedicated top lane tank, you've just got a Lulu there instead. Letme's just going to explode.
I mean, you were mentioning earlier today about the 5.4 changes and China staying in a 5.2 mentality. You can actually see that in terms of the trinkets. Not many upgraded trinkets, of course. 250 gold for the massive boost in either Vision Denial or Vision coming through. Has not been put to good use. His tail almost dies instantly to one round of spells.
Yeah, Insect just going to focus on this inhibitor as well. Huey going down incredibly low. Chum the waters onto Jahu. There's the rocket crit just to pick up Huey from the backside. Letme in so much trouble as Name's just tearing through everyone on Gampty. The Zap finds tail. Korn, the triple kill there for Name as well, and his Jinx is just looking terrifying. And this is game over. Starhorn Royal Club with an incredible series of plays in that last 10 minutes.
And a massive result from Starhorn Royal Club. They actually jump catapult over King into 8th place. They're now in playoff contention with, of course, Name. 4 grand finals in a row, at least at this present time. Remember, King do play letter. Only need 1 point to, I believe, catapult back into 8th spot. But Name, bring him into the lineup. Three points for Starhorn Royal Club. Gampty, I'm not sure what they were doing that game with those builds, Atlas. They were looking so good, and then one Baron steal later, it all fell apart.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, and I guess their take on the Juggernaut comp just didn't quite work out. I mean, they went for that Sona pick very, very early on, but not entirely sure what they were trying to achieve with it.
I mean, Sona just offered so little. You have to remember, one of the reasons Sona fell away is in terms of peel, has the crescendo, has, you know, some slows on her E with the empowered E, but just doesn't have a lot of disengaged CC compared to a Nami, compared to a Janna, which is what we saw from Zero. And then going for this burst build, you'd have to say. Of course, it was the Archangel Star finished very early into the Sheen. I mean, they have a Kog'Maw for damage. Like, they have Lissandra. They had enough damage, but Kog'Maw's not going to do any damage if he's dead, and that's what was happening. He was getting assassinated. Against double assassins going a burst build, just a mind explosion to me.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a mind explosion, and Korn able just to delete members. He didn't die that game. 2-0 and 5. It was sort of like they just had a wave clearing LeBlanc that game, but it was beautifully played, especially late, ladies and gentlemen, for Starhorn Royal Club. Congratulations for them, but we've still got an entire day of LPL action coming up. Vici Gaming are going to be taking on Invictus Gaming right after this.
welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me will be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. A great first series, normally finally being freed back in the LPL, but we have another good one coming up. Vici Gaming are coming back against IG.
Which is already a big matchup. We're talking top 5 teams battling, but after the events of the week, even that much more interesting, because some of our eagle-eyed viewers will know that earlier in this week, the Demacia Cup, one of the tournaments that plays in parallel to the LPL, happened, and this exact matchup came up, IG versus Vici. What more people will know is that from that result, 3-0 to IG, already interesting on its own, but the fine that came through for Mada, $8,000 fine for just ostensibly not taking that series seriously, going for the support Lee Sin with some AP, I believe, and going for the support Jace just didn't seem to appeal to his teammates. In general, just not playing to the standard expected in competitive. Suddenly, this series gets even that much more interesting.
Yeah, important to note as well, that was a fine issued basically by his own teammates. Yep. It wasn't like an outside organization. Vici just said, Mada, not acceptable. They play seriously, even in a slightly lesser tournament like Demacia Cup. And here and now on the big stage, you have to think Mata's going to start playing seriously again.
And look, understandably, let's say IG vs Vici played in that tournament and then play again today. Okay, you want to hide some strategies. I can understand that. But the level to which we're talking about was the surprise. And the fine coming through the $8,000 was a big deal. So at the end of the day, the result is as it is. But I don't think that necessarily tips your hand about who's going to win today. That 3-0, we can almost write it off. In fact, if we look at the history, it was the 2-0 for Vici the first time these two teams met in the LPL earlier this split. So I'm not necessarily going to tip it either balance, especially on that result, but it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and IG have started mixing some stuff up as well. Vici have definitely been slowly becoming a very consistent, strong team in the LPL. Kind of, getting through the growing pains, getting everyone kind of synced up in the new lineup here. Vasily's look good when his team's supporting, but over on the IG side, they have changed a lot in the last few weeks. They went from being one of the strongest and most consistent teams at the start of the league to now putting to tie in the top lane.
And they're consistent with that, at least, because since he came in that second game of the series a couple of weeks ago, has monopolized the top lane spot. Pokemon definitely been on the bench. He likes the Hecarim. He played that in the Demacia Cup. He's played that a few times in the LPL to mixed success, but that seems to be the carry top laner that Zatai wants to be. Of course, carry mid laner to carry top laner. It's an obvious transition coming through. I think in the long run, it benefits IG just because when you get to playoffs, especially when we talk about those flex picks, there weren't really that many flex picks for IG just because you knew what Pokemon was going to play. It wasn't going to be Kassadin. I mean, even with Kassadin out of the meta, as the more aggressive flex picks open up, Zatai can play these champs. He's known to play carry top laner, so it gives them strategic flexibility. It's just in the short term where he just needs to get more used to the highest level competitive play, playing as a top laner. It's just so much different to playing as a mid laner.
Yeah, but in interviews he said that, he doesn't find that much transition between the positions. He's comfortable there. He likes being back on his team. IG clearly think that right now it's the best choice for them as a team, and they don't have a lot more games left to play and try to figure their roster out. They need to solidify something, and Vici, they've just become a very solid squad.
And their consistency often comes out when Vasily is able to pick up Graves. On that champion, 6-2, which already a very impressive win rate, but his KDA on that champion doubles his other KDA's base time. 6.8, I believe, is his KDA. Above 6 KDA compared to, say, 3.4 on some of his other champions. When he's able to play that lane bully, definitely favors the Graves over Corki, for example, when we're talking about strong laning champions. But on the lane bully, he's just so impressive in lane. They start rotating. You'd think it was a Corki just because he plays Graves, picks up the Bloodthirster, gets that first outer turret down, rotates around the map. They pick up the first 3 outer turrets. And it's when they get those big early leads, Vici, they just strangle you out of resources. And on the back of excellent jungling and vision from Dandy and Mada, they look very impressive. But if he gets behind in lane especially, or if he can't pick up a lane dominating champion like Graves, Vici'd look a bit hit and miss.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. We have changed patches, of course, finally moving over to 5.4 for this week to start things off and mix it up. But the AD carries didn't really change. There was a lot of mid changes, couple jungle, lots of tweaks here and there. But for the most part, the AD carries have been the same. And LPL carries can almost be divided into Kog'Maw and Graves.
Absolutely. I mean, a Corki as well we have to talk about. But those are the big carries that come through. Been seeing more Kog'Maw this week. Didn't really work out for Gamti, although their comp was a bit scattered. It wasn't true Juggermore. Wasn't really a protect the Kog'Maw. They just looked a bit confused when they were picking out in that matchup. We'll see what we get here as we're going to look over this IG lineup. Zatai in the top lane we'll get to. He's been the one. He loves the Hecarim. He's been mixing it up. Of course, the LeBlanc and Xerath. Don't worry, those weren't top lanes. It wasn't the Flandre, Trinity Force top lane LeBlanc. Those were his mid lane days. Otherwise, it's the tanks, and specifically the Hecarim that he's looked the most comfortable.
Yeah, been a bit rough for Zatai so far, but he's certainly done his job being an initiator, being the tank for his team. Kakao, like a lot of LPL junglers, starting to find a bit more consistency. Has looked very strong, but Rek'Sai's really the champion that him and a lot of other junglers are looking towards.
So we'll remember that when IG were on that winning streak in the middle of the season, Cacao and Rookie especially, they looked on point. It looked like they were pushing IG forward, but he's fallen off in recent weeks. He's been out-jungled in a lot of games, which, for one of the true gods of the jungle, over the 5 seasons, you'd have to say, that we've seen from competitive League of Legends. Cacao, definitely one of the top names when we're talking about top junglers historically. He's struggled a lot in recent weeks, and look, maybe the lineup's a bit more settled now, maybe they've got the shot calling on point, but he hasn't had a happy back half so far of the LPL.
Yeah, Kid there as well. Been looking at Ezio a little bit here, but some Kalista as well, who we haven't seen today yet. Again, some, I guess, longer range hyper carry starting to get played. Kalista sort of occupying a weird middle ground between the aggressive short range and the hyper carry long range. But IG definitely trying some stuff here with Zatai. He's the one that really needs to start lifting up his top lane game.
Absolutely, and maybe they'll forge forward an identity with this more carry-oriented top laner. With this new settled lineup, I have to think, at least from all we've heard, this is what they're going to go forward with, is Zatai continue to find his identity in top. Barring anything spectacular happening, it means Pokemon probably going to be on the bench for the rest of the season. You mentioned Kalista. Of course, Kalista, one of the few champions who has been targeted with some nerfs. She had an attack frame changed on this patch. Basically what it means is that at the high attack speed values, and of course, when we're talking about Hurricane, which I believe is the highest attack speed item purchase you can make in the game, when you hit those high attack speed values, you just don't get quite as many resets of the Martial Poise passive. You have slightly less maneuverability. So when it comes to especially the Hurricane into Bloodthirster build, just a small nerf to the maneuverability in that build.
Yeah, and interestingly, we started to see players move in towards more traditional carry builds as well. So it'd be interesting to see which players hold on to champions like Kalista as well. We've obviously talked at length about Xerath and Azir as well. But as we start to look at Vichi's lineup, some mid laners are going to have to start expanding their champion pools.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Hatong especially, just like Xiao, we saw in the previous series, going to have to start moving away from the Azir in particular, basically not picked across the regions after the nerfs that came through. Of course, maybe getting some compensation buffs in later patches, but for now especially, just not really a viable choice. We saw Carry on the screen just previously. Carry has been one of the breakout players for Vici. We don't talk about him a lot. Your eyes are drawn to the Vasily, the Dandies, the Martyrs of the lineup. But at this present point, 7-2 is Carry on Rumble. A 6.7 KDA. He has been leading from the front on that champion. And another champion, very popular, very in vogue, potentially could be banned. But it's just one of those popular top lane picks, and he plays it to a T.
You can see Vasily there as well. Lots and lots of Graves and Corki with just a Kalista game in there as well. But he's really been sticking to short-range, aggressive AD carries. And like you mentioned, that's where Vici looks strongest.
I mean, the Graves especially. When you have a champion that, in more cases than not, will win lane, barring maybe the Caitlyn coming out of the coffers for some of these AD carries, Graves is so strong in lane, and they play around him very well. The rotations with Dandy and Marta always been one of the best points of their game for Samsung White in the previous, and they're bringing it towards Vici.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned Cacao sort of struggling there over on the IG side. I think as far as biggest competitors go, especially in the LPL, his number one rival is probably Dandy.
I mean, that's definitely an argument to be made there. Loveland, of course, another one of the top junglers, but Dandy, he's kind of reinvented himself in the back half of the season, moved away from pigeonholing himself and say the Nunu style of junglers, the more sightstone based junglers, the more passive junglers, opening up aggressive picks like the Nidalee jungle. Of course, with 5.4 from the 5.2 patch, Nidalee jungle has been slowed down, not necessarily going to power clear like we've seen from Dandy and Spirit in previous patches, but still is strong, still packs a punch, still applies a lot of pressure in terms of damage from the jungle, but still maybe a consideration in terms of the picks and bans, and just moving towards that more carry-oriented style. Nidalee, Rek'Sai, that's what we really associate with Dandy, and no reason to think he's going to shift massively in this patch.
Yeah, Rek'Sai especially, probably a big contentious pick between these two junglers as well. So you have to feel that if Cacao or Danny can get things going for their team, that's a good springboard for them to really leap up and take an advantage. But there's going to be a big momentum-based best of two as well, because as always, especially in the later half of the season, everybody wants to win 2-0, collect the full 3 points, and from what we've seen, a lot of shaking up from IG. Vici getting better and better. It should be a very competitive series.
And, Atlas posed the question. It looked like China hadn't moved that much on 5.4, especially given that 2 patches were jumped. We weren't seeing trinkets necessarily upgraded early. Of course, the 250 gold trinkets means you can evolve, especially the warding trinket becomes, a mini sightstone if you spend that 250 gold at level 9. But we weren't seeing the money being spent on those trinkets. So there's no reason to suggest this series will be the same. It'll be interesting to see if either of these teams have adapted to the patch that much faster, or if we're just going to see a lot more 5.2 action. Only really Azir is the one is probably not going to be in the firing line.
No, we'll have to see again. these Chinese players tend to take a little while to kind of get out of their comfort zones. They play on patches on tournaments for a long time as well, so it'll be interesting to see. But I think if any people are going to change it up with the trinkets especially, it's probably Dandy and Mato.
I mean, Dandy and Mato, absolutely, with the vision that's open. Then, of course, you can upgrade the warding totem and then switch it later in the game to the sweeping totem and get the upgrade there. So there's no real gold loss. It's still a very efficient route. But teams, even professional teams and other teams disagree over the value of spending that 250 gold. If you have a spare 250, go for it. But if it means, a change in offensive stats, maybe just pass it up.
We'll have to see now, but we're into the draft here for Game 1. IG on the blue side for the first game. Vici over on the red. John Azereth and Lysandra IG's 3 bans, so that is going to change things up already, especially for Hetong there. We've got Ari Hecarim with 1 more to go for Vici.
Yeah, the Hecarim ban, I like target towards Zatar. You have to think this champion was going to be that much smaller than other top laners, because again, he's new to the role. Obviously practicing on solo queue and scrims. We'll have some champions. His Gnar was actually very impressive in one of the series late last week. Annie's the last ban. Gnar is available, has seen a few nerfs, but the Graves could be hotly contested as they, consider some options.
Yeah, curious last ban there actually with the Annie, but IG going to go through some different champions. I mean, Zatai classically was a very versatile player from the mid lane, but like you mentioned, the top side is a new role for him, so I'll be interested to see what sort of stuff he brings to the top lane each week.
I mean, you have to remember that Carrie is a famous Lee Sin player. As a famous Riven player. We saw her Riven against Cassidy in the Vici vs OMG series last week, so I think just kind of putting it to him, just saying, hey, I know about your Riven, and I'd be surprised to see it picked up, and this, of course, makes so much more sense. The first pick, Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, we talked about it. It's probably the most contested pick between these two teams, especially. Both Kakao and Dandy have looked wonderful on it when they've got it, so Kakao will get it at least for this game, and Vici going to give a little back there to Zatai.
The Fizz hover is an interesting one. We never know with the LPL. We saw Vega support leap out very fast overnight, coming back from the Chinese New Year holiday, and then suddenly Vega support, Vega bans in every game. Fizz jungle, it worked for Insect last game. Dandy maybe shouting out his brethren or considering it as an option for Vici.
Yeah, I like that carry. Went through the Riven as well, but they're going to go through some different picks instead. We've already seen a Nidalee ban in the previous series as well, so Dandy might just take it given that it's open, and they are going to go for it. Mata's going to get Thresh, and Nidalee's probably going to be the jungler there for Vici.
I mean, Nidalee puts out so much jungle pressure. It doesn't really make sense. When you look at her kit, not much CC there. Of course, we expect CC from a lot of those junglers, but her ganks are so strong because her damage is so damn high. You hit those max range spears, you get the potential to have that targeted gap closer in Pounce, and you do a lot of damage. Okay, she's not going to power clear the jungle. You don't really have level 3, level 4 dragon pressure necessarily after the changes on Nidalee, but still very powerful from the jungle. It was banned in the first series and picked up here.
Yeah, IG now, I believe, have locked in Gnar now as well, so Zatai will get a champion that you mentioned. He performed very well on in one of his last games last week, and it's going to be Kalista again here for Kid.
I mean, the Kalista pickup's fine. I mean, I'm not really sure whether we're going to see people move further and further away from the Renset build, the Bloodthirster Hurricane build, with that attack speed change in regards to how it interacts with Martial Poise. So it's that much more difficult to use, abuse the passive and really spread the rend onto the enemy targets. Maybe we'll see more of the single target Infinity Edge into Static Shiv Kalista builds come through, but we'll have to wait and see. Diana did see some buffs this patch, another champion that's coming through, and wow, it's locked in.
Yeah, they're going to go for Diana, and actually going to give Vasily an old school champion for him in some senses. Lucian is going to be locked in for him against the Kalista. We see it a lot more against Corki, but I think this is its first outing against Kid's Kalista.
And this is with Graves available. We've talked about how strong his Graves win rate would be. His KDA dwarfs his other champions. Moves away from the Graves. In a lot of cases, Lucian lanes similarly to Graves, so they are quite similar champions. Against Kalista in the early levels, especially before attack speed is picked up, you can definitely use the Piercing Light to get those favorable trades with the Kalista before she gets enough attack speed to kind of hop away from that ability. So in terms of laning, it's just fine, but the Diana lock-in, basically a blind pick Diana, could necessarily, I guess it could be a top lane Diana. Of course, they have a Nidalee. We've seen some mid-Nidalee players, so there is a lot of considerations coming through. Now, this would maybe be a bridge too far as he considers the Cho'Gath, but the Victor lock-in for a rookie in the mid lane, that's a return to form. Raphael brought it to the LPL. It's across the world scene. The champions locked in.
Yeah, I mean, IG have really opened up the draft here. They've gone for Victor Leona as their last 2 picks, so really curious stuff. I like you mentioned Nidalee. I believe Hetong is the Nidalee player as well, but Vasily was the first person to play Lucian in the LPL this split here as well, so clearly a comfort champion for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another strong laning champion. Late game does a lot of damage, can be a tank buster. They've been considering Cho'Gath for a long time.
No more consideration, Bubba Smithy. Cho'Gath is locked in.
Vici are trying something real different. Of course, we have seen mid Cho'Gath coming out of Ninja earlier in the season on World Elite. It's at least at the moment, they're considering top Diana. Vici, what are you doing?
Well, clearly something a bit different here. Going to take Diana and Cho'Gath into some of the solo lanes. Looks like Dandy will hold on to the Nidalee. He could realistically jungle with any of the 3 champions in the top half of Vici's draft, but we talked about 5.4. We expected things to get mixed up here. No obvious changes that really spring out to me for these champions, but Vici are trying something.
So my notebook wasn't quite prepared for some of the lock-ins that are coming. We're going to start seeing these matchups of the casual Diana versus Gnar top lane matchup. The last time we saw off-meta against Gnar, it was the Annie, and that definitely left a lot to be desired coming from Lupa. They're trying something very different with the Diana.
Yeah, we're going to have, and I guess now more a standard jungle matchup at least. We're going to have Kakal's Rexo, probably his best performing jungler versus Dandy Nidalee. Same could be said there. This one we haven't seen before, though. We talked about Hetong having to move to different champions with Azir
He's done that.
falling out and Xerath being banned. Cho'Gath is very different. You are correct.
Cho'Gath's different. I mean, Ninja laned with it fine, but in the late game, the big issue with AP Cho'Gath is long cooldowns, especially on his Q and W ability. If you miss those abilities, if they're flashed out of in a fight, you just don't really provide very much. You can get some auto attacks in, apply your E, but it's dwarfed compared to other champions. You do have assassination potential against the Victor. If you can get on top of him and assassinate him, then his consistent damage, his mobility is negated when he's popped up and silenced. But they're going for something real different here, Vici Gaming.
Well, we'll see what they can get done. Let's get onto the Rift. And welcome onto the Rift here. Not quite yet. We do have a quick pause here to start things off here over on, I think, the Vici side there. But we already have a lot to talk about here. So while we have a bit of a break, let's go through it. Vici Gaming. We talked about it. They needed to mix some stuff up. They've been having some fun in the Demacia Cup. Mata there is maybe not having as much fun, maybe feeling the weight of the $8,000 fine on his shoulders a bit there. But Cho'Gath and Diana are currently champions Vici are playing that they chose to play in this game.
So just to clarify, this is the LPL. Now, we're not casting the Demacia Cup, so they are taking this game seriously. They're going outside the box. The Diana top... See, I actually considered a Diana versus Victor mid lane matchup because you remember in the past, Orianna, the control mage in mid lane, Diana was one of her hardest counters because post 6, able to close the difference, do a lot of skirmishing and short range. Against Victor, getting a melee range of the Chaos Storm, maybe not the best idea, but I thought maybe that was the same kind of line of reasoning they're going down. Diana as a melee champion with a bit of range wave clear with her Q against the Gnar is interesting to me because I believe it was still lane like a lot of these Gnar matchups against melee. It's still going to be a lot of Gnar pushing and he's resourceless, able to auto attack with reckless abandon against Diana, who does have good wave clear when she gets a lot of points in her Q. She's had to start a lot of regen, maybe with some Doran rings, be able to navigate laning phase fast. I mentioned the Diana buffs that have come through, so her shield is that much more responsive, so basically you get the second application of the shield that more often. So in terms of trades, she's been buffed, but in terms of laning, probably going to struggle against the manaless, the resources to tie. And against the top laner who's just new to the position, kind of not going to be able to apply that much pressure, you'd have to say, with the Diana pick against this now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting as well. I like that you mentioned buffs, but I guess they're maybe closer to quality of life change. She's been cleaned up a little bit, but we saw it before this patch happened through. Some people were experimenting with Diana as well.
Wayless in the mid lane.
He plays everything. Yeah, and I mean, Hetong here as well, going to play a champion we have already seen in the mid lane in Cho'Gath. So lots of stuff here for Vici, but we mentioned it, some teams are going to be trying new stuff. Vici are certainly trying something new here. So IG versus Vici here, our first game of the best of 2. Kind of a lot of stuff that we've seen a little bit more around the LPL coming through. Rookie here on the Victor kind of springs to mind as well, but Vici are really stirring the pot for game 1.
And, I was mentioning the win rate on Carry's Rumble pre-game. It was the 7-2 win rate, 5-3 on Gnar. The win rate really falls away outside of his comfort zones for someone who's been so known for keeping it consistent, playing so many games with these champions he's practiced upon. To just leap off and play the Diana is very surprising. And in general, Vici's pick and ban, super surprising across the board. But you have to think, if they get success, they'll be playing these champions a lot. They do like to keep the consistency. But to say this is a curveball from Vici is such an understatement, given that they've been, Graves works, let's play Graves. That's just kind of been their mindset. And now they're mixing it up just amazingly.
Yeah, it seems to have maybe an early lane swap coming through here as well, as Kid is actually rotating up towards the top side with Kitty. So they will get a successful swap. Don't want to put the Kalista up against the Lucian.
No, and it ends up in Diana in a lane swap. In early level, she's going to eat a lot of harass from the auto attacks. It doesn't have a lot of wave kill, just gets multiple points in her Q. May even have to get multiple points in the shield just to last the laning phase. Melee champion in a 1v2, never going to be happy, and has a bit of ranged wave clear, but has to push the wave in a lot of times to be able to pick up any of those CS. So definitely not a kit tuned for a 1v2.
No, kind of interesting adaptation as well. Both dual lanes actually taking the Grump away from their jungler, so going to get that early experience. Vici will share experience there as well. IG's dual lane's going to do the same here, but in a lane swap, does that early level 2 or early advantage affect anyone at all?
I mean, you say early level 2. Vasily actually gets solo experience, so he will hit level 2. Gives him more tools, does give him escape, you'd have to think. Probably not going to take the Ardent Blaze at level 2. Already starts the trading with Zatai.
Yeah, going to get aggressive Zatai in the now. We've seen Noah in a couple of lane swaps, I feel like. He's fine, I feel like, but I think the biggest thing is that he gets further away from getting his quick, big tank items faster.
So I didn't consider one factor, Julian. It's actually, well, Pastry. One thing that sticks out, Diana is a very fast jungler. So her jungle follow, she will be able to power farm the jungle follow impressively, like more than you'd ever expect. Dandy's no slouch on the Nidalee, but actually being able to jungle follow on Diana, she has a very, very fast jungle clear time. You don't see her from the jungle very often because without her gap closer, she's not really able to get in melee range and apply her E for CC. But her jungle follow is super fast. And look at this, she's just soloing down the wolf camp. This is the adaptation I wasn't expecting, but very clever from Vici Gaming.
Very clever here, and we might even see a quick dragon coming through as well, especially with Vici monopolizing the bottom side of the map. And Rookie now, that's going to last hit as best again. Her Tong's already leaving his lane for a quick shot.
But Kid smartly has been pushing in this top lane wave. They're not going to lose a lot of CS though. Level 2, let's actually have a look at the experience bar on Diana. Actually, one creep away from level 3, but look at the timing.
Yeah, going for a dive. They're good. Unborrow there onto carry for the knock up. The exhaust down there as well. The Rend stacking up now, but Dandy's actually towards the top. Kid flashes forward, gets the Rend down. Cacao with the Praise Seeker looking in again. He gets a little low. Dandy's cutting back around the resets there on the monsters. Kid leaps into the spear that might have killed Cacao, and nobody dies here.
2v3 and 1v3 for the most of that skirmish. You see how tanky carry is on this, as we see in the bottom lane, a dive coming through on this Diana. Very important that Vici lived, because as you mentioned, it was a very aggressive teleport. The wave was clumped. It was smart pathing from Cacao to be there for the dive. They just underestimated how tanky Diana is.
Yeah, and a great room there for Dandy. Again, the king of the counter gank showing up massive there on the top side. In fact, even back here just in for a bit of 2v2. The dive you mentioned will get Vici not a kill, but at least some pressure on the tower. And Dandy posturing very aggressively.
Yeah, able to jungle and actually open up a CS advantage carry in the top lane as Dandy trying to just relieve some pressure from carry. He's able to pop his potions, of course, has a lot of potions and also the sustain coming through from the crystalline flask. You have to say the cloth armor probably saved him.
I mean, it did as well. It might even help him do a bit of extra jungling. So really smart stuff early on here for carry. In fact, they're going to continue doing the Krugs together there as Kid just tries to keep up in CS, continue pushing.
I just love it when teams think on that just extra level that I wasn't considering. The jungle follow opened up so many strategies for Vici because he was so close to level 3 the moment he teleported in, 1 melee minion away from level 3, because he's able to solo down these camps so fast during the jungle follow. That flexibility, the teleport was too aggressive or overly aggressive as for Diana, falling low in health, but still 2v2 actually in the top lane. The jungler, Dandy, is just staying in lane.
Yeah, Dandy stayed there, and I think they actually towered over, which is why Carry got solo, because Kitty's almost died there as well, but IG's dual lane will stay safe for now here, and a lot of early movement here in this one. Cacao, though, you have to think, getting a lot of farming done now on his Rex side.
Definitely a lot more experienced. It's level 4 to level 4, so no big advantages for either of the junglers, but, you know, going to go back to away with even more regen is Carry. He's going to try and navigate the 1v2. Not having a lot of fun, but navigating it the best he can.
Yeah, good hop there from Zatai. Will keep his CS up the best he can, but Vasily and Mata being very aggressive here, slow pushing the wave in, trying to deny Zatai as much as possible. And this is the thing, it's consistent against lane swaps when you play a Nah. He needs to be tanky to really be effective in team fights, and it just delays his build so much
It's
more.
actually worse for Zatai than you understand, Patient Time. They're not slow pushing in, it's actually pushing against Zatai. So they're going to start freezing this wave. Zatai's going to have to farm with this max range boomerang toss, which only will, unfortunately, you'd have to think in a lot of cases, push out the wave further unless he gets the snipe, actually misses a CS as he tries to CS in the bottom lane. Yep, no fun for Zatai in this 1v2.
Yeah, you're right there. That wave not in a good spot, but Rookie, he's just fine here, pushing in now on the Victor. Level 6 here, just a slight experience edge on the Choker. Double Dorans there early for Rookie, and it's just single Dorans with probably a catalyst coming there for Hetong with his Ruby Crystal.
They just pick up a bit more health. Of course, so innately tanky once he's able to pick up those feast stacks. AP Cho'Gath 2 times out. It's not something I expected from the LPL, but These curveballs, they're impressive.
Well, if we're going to see it anywhere, it's probably in the LP. I've already seen some crazy stuff here, and Vici going real crazy here in this one. And I guess as things have quietened down a little bit, Vici obviously playing the early game with the top side of the map, especially between Dandy and Carry very well. But even though the picks are a bit odd, is there any big cohesive thing that you can see just from a preliminary sense about what the comp might be trying to accomplish?
I mean, at the end of the day, the Diana is going to be very strong in team fights for gap closing against Rookie, and in general, they have a lot of tools to make Rookie's life a living hell in fights. Between the dive coming through from Diana with the CC, and then just if you apply any of that Cho'Gath CC, specifically the silence and assassinate down Rookie, basically Victor's about controlling a team fight with the use of the gravity field, with the consistent damage coming out, because of course with so much mobility, if you go the Fura Boots route, but just in general when you pick up the Q augment, you move around fights so often you can do consistent damage to complement the burst. The reason why Victor wasn't played before is that people kind of pigeonholed him to burst. He did a lot of burst with the Chaos Storm, but not a lot else, or at least that was the perception of Victor. If you can kind of funnel him into one of those two things, whether it's consistent damage or just burst, but not both, it kind of invalidates the Victor pickup. So if they can really deal with Victor well in fights, I feel like they'll unsettle a lot of what IG are trying to do in this game.
Yeah, I think so too. As we look back on the top side carry, level 6 already actually really far ahead of CS there in the top side. Zatai at 13 and carry, more than doubling that, currently at 28. So looking strong on Diana. Kid, though, to answer one of your earlier questions during the draft, has actually gone for a quick recurve was his first item.
Won't be quite able to hop around with Marshall Boys as much as he might want, but actually being able to force carry away from turret. No kill pressure, even though he has level 6, does have the ability to Fate's Call. Don't have enough CC, too much gap to close, and 29 to 14 CS, as you mentioned. Just being able to snipe CS with the Q happily as Diana now has the extra mobility from the level 6.
Yeah, and poor Zatai, you know, like you mentioned, the carry player of old. I have to think the carry top laner as well. Keep being put down here in some stages in the bottom side of the map. And that tower goes down there. Vasily and Mato trim up a big wave and then push it in. And they're going to go for a quick dragon now before IG can rotate back down.
And Diana doesn't even need to teleport out, at least at the present. Doesn't look like there's any reactions. There's some pings coming through. And in the bot lane, Zatai has to flash.
They're getting chased there. Mata, their flash hook in there. Vasily with the ulti, and first blood will go to Lucian.
I mean, you should never bet against Mata's death sentence. I thought for sure he'd get away with the flash, but the death sentence, aptly named. They pick up first blood. They also take the dragon during the trade. Everything going well for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and Mata constantly getting Janna banned away from him. She was even nerfed slightly as well, or changed at least in the recent patches. This Kakao on the top side, getting a flash on both onto carry. That will force a flash, but the exhaust comes through. A good Q and E back in there as well. Might be able to get the trade kill. Kid gets the first one, and great tower juggling there from IG.
Kakao lives on 2-figure health, about 80 health, but was able to survive. The counter dive coming through from carry. Successful tower dive this time. They had the exhaust available as well. IG, they pick up a kill, but they need to pick up a turret. And with these people reacting, you can see on the minimap, they're not going to be able to pick up a structure to answer Vici.
Yeah, Vasily and Mata with Dragon down on the bottom side, happily switch in towards the top nose. Like, Kitty actually has to be careful. If he gets hit by a stray hook, might find himself in a whole host of trouble, but will back off safely towards his outer turret there. And we're going to leave Mata now in the top side with Vasily, and that's almost an infinity edge jump for this Lucian.
It was worth knowing that Mata was positioning aggressively as if he had flash hook available. Did not have flash. It was a bit of mind games. It delays the backs, and now they can hit an unanswered turret. Maybe even DPS it down. He has a lot of flat AD, as you mentioned, Vasily, on his way to an Infinity Edge. And right now, no bot lane to answer the strong push.
And you mentioned similarities between Graves and Lucian. Graves, of course, the big Vasily champion recently. Lucian, fairly similar. And if they're already doing the same thing, dragons down, rotate into the top, try and get more turrets down.
I mean, the game plan stays the same, despite the picks changing completely. Like, this is a complete new identity pick-wise for Vici. But this is the game plan that's brought them so much success, and they keep it up.
Yeah, so Tytho Mega now form in the bottom side, actually, with Kakao in his pocket there just towards the top left, maybe looking to come in and gank poor carry again. But Diana holding fast right now. Zatai has caught up in CS now that people have left his lane, so that's good news at least. But carry again, also keeping up at CS. Early arm guard done as well. Going to get much needed creeps down out from under the turret.
You need to understand, despite the fact this is an AP Cho'Gath, and it is a Cho'Gath pick, he's still not going to be building overly tanky. We expect at least some AP coming through. With the first pickup, has health, but mostly going to be focusing for the AP on the Rod of Ages. Maybe an Abyssal Scepter to amplify Carry's damage, but Carry's probably going to be the dive champion. Cho'Gath doesn't dive. He's able to poke with CC from range, but the dive will come through from Carry. So Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's in particular, just for a bit of stasis in the front line. Diana double scales with AP so well on her shield defensively. In the last game, we were actually talking about how the Lulu AP was mostly for the utility. In this case, it's going to be for the shielding for herself. To be able to dive in, with that extra reliability, as you mentioned, with the quality of life changes on the shield, going to be very tanky in fights, despite the fact that she's able to build AP. Just be a pseudo Akali with all those gap closes.
Yeah, again, a very weird comp here for Vici that they've put together, but it'll be interesting to see sort of how it unfolds here as we move through the rest of the game. And Vici have a slight lead, but a very close early game so far here. 12 minutes in, a Dragon has gone to Vici as well, so they're starting to pick up some advantages.
I mean, in a split push, Diana's excellent as well. Probably not going to be the Nationals Tooth build, just because it has to build combat stats to be able to take in fights. I see you appearing very specifically at the screen.
Yeah, the thing about Victor is you never quite know which augments he has. I'm trying to figure out. He does have the Death Ray one already, but I think he might have an early Q upgrade as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the Aftershock, as you mentioned, was the first upgrade. But the second upgrade, in the top lane, we're seeing a big battle.
Yeah, Cow's going to try and move out of the way. Mata getting lower. Good fade score there from Kid. Will keep his support safe as Kiddies pops out on Leona, but Vici getting very aggressive in the top side jungle.
Yeah, Hetong was trying to get a pick in transition. Wasn't able to walk off the gravity field to get the flash feast in. Wasn't able to pick up the kill. Vici really want this out of turret. 5 members strong.
Yeah, everyone here. Kid actually get hit by a spear as well, and that's a little too much damage to Tai, though. Gonna bound in. Vasily gets out with a lantern to Tong. Round the side, the Dandy misses the next spear to Tai. Back in mini-now form, though, and Carry gets the first kill onto Kid. Dandy back down himself. Rookie goes in. Just gets the kill onto Mata. 1v4, and now Cacau's coming round the side. Gonna try and lock up Dandy, but takes too much damage and goes down to Cho'Gath. Now Hetong running back in, though, low on health. Will get kited out by the Tai. Victor did go down after the flash in, and Carry's moving back as well as the Tai. Kiting in and out. Kiddies does not have anything else to contribute. Zatai's going to get low. Will go down to Vasily, and Kiddies probably going to meet the same fate. Another kill completed. 10 people in the top lane, and an ace completed by Vici.
You see the power of the skirmishing coming through from the Diana. Was able to gap close multiple times in the fight. And importantly, Vasily, the person who had the most AD early, stayed alive, was able to DPS through the fight. And Vici's comp, it's scattershot. It's interesting in a lot of ways, but so successful in that skirmish.
Yeah, and have to give credit to Dandy there as well. The early Magus, I believe, that he had for that exchange. That spear did so much damage to Kid before the dive happened.
Yeah, the power spikes, as you mentioned, were in Vici's favor. You saw the value of the arm guard. Tanked about 4 or 5 turret shots did Carry before they were finally able to take down the turret on the extended dive. The important factor, though, as I mentioned, they took down the turret. They took down the outer objective. They're winning in kills, objectives, and dragons. You can't ask for anything more from Vici game.
No, that sounds like the Vici we've been seeing. They've been so successful, like you mentioned, in recent weeks of the LPL. They're even setting up their vision already, trying to get their second dragon, which is up in 45 seconds. So lots of good items coming through. Infinity Edge done now for Vasily. Even Carry has a stinger, just to start things off for Diana.
Yeah, I mean, the stinger suggests split push, and that was what I was expecting, is that Diana's split pushing is underrated just because, again, able to apply that passive so often with the attack speed pickup from the stinger. I'd be surprised to see the Nationals Tooth being committed to just because it's a lot of gold and it doesn't help her in terms of tankiness. We already saw that Carry's going to spend a lot of these team fights in the backline, dive in the backline, trying to apply CC and doing consistent damage. And if she goes too squishy, going to be very pigeonholed into split pushing rather than team fighting.
Yeah, and I think you can see after that dive in the top side, kind of what IG's comp does at a basic level. You know, Victor does a lot of AoEs, the Ty's able to run in, really make plays, and Kid just kind of plays janitor duty and cleans up. Didn't work out. Vici performed a great dive in the top side to complete that ace, but IG definitely have wriggle room here in this comp.
And one of the reasons why I actually appreciate the wiggle room mention is that the reliability of Vici's comp is actually quite low. If you don't hit those spears, Nidalee, not as useful. As Mata misses, but we're going to see a fight.
Good double play there coming in. Rookie getting very low. Cacao going to dive back in, and Kiddy's going to get the first kill onto Mata. Carry gets low there as well, being chased up by Zatai. Throws a boomerang at his back, and that's 3 kills already. Victor's AoE comes up big.
Yeah, Victor's AoE does fall, but they pick up the 3 kills. They want this outer turret. Dragon's actually up. They're going to elect to take the Dragon safer. I thought for sure that'd be Vici's fight because Vasily, look at his items. Red buff, Infinity Edge, even some extra crit coming out from the Avarice Blade. But the picks are thick and fast for IG, and they just want the Dragon.
Yeah, a little too aggressive there for Mata. Kid chucking spears into the Dragon now as well. Cacao does have his smite, so this should be a very easy secure, and now Zatai gonna bundle back in. Dandy forced to move out there as well. So Tai will slow him down with the boulder toss there, throwing a house at Dandy, but the Dragon goes to YG, now even between the two teams.
For the excitement, although we will see Vici take the last of the outer turrets, so this opens up the 3 outer turrets, opens up putting in so many aggressive wards. Vasily has to respect the damage.
Yeah, respect the gravity field as well. Rookie just saves that turret, and Vasily forced to back away with the lantern.
I was actually going to comment on the fact that the Morellonomicon wasn't the pickup. It was actually saw the Q augment before the Morellonomicon was completed. We've seen a lot of Aftershock augment into Morellonomicon, then getting the second augment on the Victor. I was surprised with the low CDR, but actually goes for the CDR boots just to get that bit more CDR. The consistent damage, he's opting into it with those boot choice.
Yeah, Rookie just a bit more of like you said, a sustained damage build here. Going to help Kid clean up a lot of these fights. And that's kind of a cool aspect of the comp I didn't think about until now is that, you know, a lot of Ren stacks out from the Hurricane there from Kid. Kalista likes to clean up fights and hop through them. Victor is very good at setting up for that sort of reset-oriented fight.
Yeah, just ability to put down the gravity field that much more often. Have to respect the AoE coming down. Makes turret pushing very good. So the moment they can start answering turrets, they're only one turret behind, so not a massive turret hole to come back in. It's a very reliable team comp from IG. And the reason why I talk about reliable is that we already mentioned Nidalee. She hits the spears or she doesn't. You know, her team fights going forward can be very powerful, but on the defensive, she struggles. Cho'Gath, one of the reasons he's not played, his reliability is very low. He has a long-range skill shot with a, I believe, 0.75 second ramp-up time. So if you don't hit that skill shot, okay, it has a high base damage, I believe 300 damage, has a 1 AP scaling, so it does scale very well. But if you don't hit that skill shot, and the Feral Scream will only realistically hit a diver as a melee range AP carry, you don't necessarily always do a lot in a fight, and the reliability for those two champions might let down what Vici are trying to do.
Well, Vici still have a slim lead here, so we'll see just how much of it they can hold on to here as you move through the rest of the game. 1,500 gold or so ahead for Vici. Vasily, like you mentioned, getting bigger here on this Lucian, but Kid as well, almost done with his Bloodthirster, so early items coming through quickly, and Dandy has a needlessly large rod in his Nidalee build.
Actually, not even going for the Seraph's Embrace Rush, actually just has the 1,600 gold, so picks up a very expensive item for a jungler especially. That's the reason you don't see a lot of needlessly large rod pickups in the jungle. You don't see a lot of AP junglers, but when you do, saving up 1,600 gold as a jungler is a very difficult thing to do. You're usually about cost-effective stats, whether it's the Hex Drinker on the AD or tanky junglers or other kind of smaller pickups like the Seeker's Arm Guard. Saves up the money, opts into the needless large rod.
Yeah, and it's funny that we mentioned the two junglers for these teams and talked about how Dandy had moved away sort of from the more utility-oriented style. Cacao, he's just kept there. He's played a lot of Rek'Sais, built a lot of side stones on that champion as well, and Dandy going full carry mode almost on his Nidalee.
But you don't really see the advantage of the Sightstone coming out in terms of vision for IG. They've got double Sightstone, but their warding is... They have wards over their own red buff, but definitely no aggressive wards. Even though it's 7-7, only a 2,000 gold lead, you can definitely see that IG think they're losing this game. You can tell that their warding kind of betrays that. The sweeper already completed, 4 sweepers on the side of Vici to answer the wards that are being put down. They're definitely not building advantage from the double Sightstone.
No, and Vici are getting aggressive as well. Dandy putting traps and wards throughout the jungle, looking to maybe steal away the blue buff here. Mata actually going to go in, but Cacao well and truly out of position. Gets knocked up there as well, and Dandy just collects the kill. The Chaos Storm will move out. That kid is though going to get poked down to about a quarter of the health despite the W on there, and Vici 5v4 now. Zatai also gets speared.
Yeah, a double Sightstone comp, going for an aggressive pick and just not having the wards to be able to execute it. Basically suicided for no advantage. Thought he was going for a 1v2 or a 1v1. As we try and see who got the blue buff, I believe it was Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie did manage to steal the way there with a Death Ray, I believe. So very smart stuff there coming through. Will deny at least that pick for Vici, but they lost their jungler for it, and Vici going to continue to play aggressively in IG's jungle.
Just pushing advantage as much as possible. And now the Nationals Tooth is the completion for carry. So for them to be winning and not even needing to look for team fights because they have so much pressure coming out of the Nationals Tooth Diana. Pick comes on to Cacao. Probably not going to lead to anything. This Diana, she pretty much wants to split push until the Zhonya's is complete.
I think, yeah, absolutely. And I think Dandy opens up a lot of that room on this Nidalee. He's able to pressure very effectively. You see he's hitting a lot of spears and moving through and getting aggressive vision. You talked about Nidalee being a high-pressure jungler. Dandy is demonstrating exactly how that works.
And it's been surprising that a lot of junglers in the LPL haven't necessarily picked up this Nidalee. You know, MLXG, Dandy, Spirit, all excellent Nidalee players, but not everyone's picking it up. And even on this 5.4 patch, when the jungle clear speed has been nerfed considerably, it's only really the top junglers that are really able to win games with the Nidalee. Of course, when you're able to put out pressure, when everyone's on the defensive because you have ward control of the enemy. And remember, this is with a single Sightstone against a double Sightstone. To have this much map vision just shows the excellent of Vici's rotation, specifically Dandy and Mata. You know, they're the vision duo. And even with less resources, have been able to outward IG. And yeah, I mean, IG at this point, they tried an aggressive pick and they paid for it.
They did. I mean, we've got a Randy and Zumpf as a tie. We've got the Bloodthirster done now for Kid. People are building up items here, but IG still look a little bit scared, honestly, to try and get some sort of initiation going. Vici playing on the front foot. Rookie hits a spear that goes to 60% health, and IG just can't afford to siege like this. Cho'Gath actually very good at both in pushes and counter pushes.
I mean, interestingly, maybe you just use the Q to zone people off turrets, but speaking of Qs...
Mata went in, then immediately flashes out, maybe regrets that decision. Hatong gonna look in, does find Kid. He's there for the knock-up. The spears will follow in as well. Lancer moves him out. Kid gonna get caught out there as well. The feast happens as Vasily able to clean out that kill. Now Carry gonna flash away. There's a tie trying to get enough rage, but he can't do it yet. Mata will grab him in there. Another great play moves in. Hatong gonna get the kill to Rookie. Cacao gonna go down there as well. Zatai gonna be the next one to get low. And Vici with a triple kill for Lucian, get a clean ace.
But the key factor there, Page Time, is Kid was in no man's land, completely split away from his team, was assassinated by Vasily of all people. 3 members able to assassinate down Kid, and just everyone else's positioning was opened up by the AD carry, the crown jewel, the Renset King, and Kalista just dying at the start of the fight.
And you know, that's not the team fight that IG want when they pick this comp, and Mata might have looked a little suicidal going in there with the death sentence, but knows his team is much better equipped to win those scrappy sort of engagements, and that's what it was. It was very messy, it was very scrappy, but Vici made it work.
And I can't recall if he had complete understanding of where Kid was positioned, but if he did, an absolute masterstroke from the season 2014 season MVP Mata. Definitely on his game now. Say what you will about the Demacia Cup, but Vici 2-0 the first time these two teams met. Definitely on the advantage here, although they may give up a dragon.
Cacao actually already used his ulti to move down. Hatong actually kind of come in. He actually has his ultimate, so could maybe entertain a steal, but can't quite get in there fast enough. Dandy gonna leap forward. Cacao will get it and get out with a tunnel. Mata almost hooked him out of it. Zatai just gonna dodge the spear narrowly there as well. And Invictus Gaming, they'll take what they can.
The tunnel travel speed was just quick enough to evade the death sentence coming from Mata. Vici, they're going to clear out some of these pink walls that have been put down aggressively. So IG had tried to get as much vision as possible. They get the dragon they're looking for. But it's, it's 2 dragons to 1. It's not a massive advantage for the dragons on IG.
Yeah, Hatong now big. Cho'Gath actually got a Need to See Large Rod and a Morellonomicon to go with his early Rod Evaders plus cooldown boots. Doing a lot of wave clear, just being very scary, and honestly, did respectable burst with his ultimate in that last fight.
I mean, look, if you stack AP, it's a good AP ratio. I believe 0.7 is the AP ratio on the Feast, so it's able to do a lot of true damage. The 40% CDR actually really interests me because I like the idea of just pushing down mid, just putting out zoning ruptures and trying to take a turret. Of course, Gravity Field is used in a very similar way. We've seen a lot of Corki Victor for that reason. Put down the Gravity Field and take down a turret with the Trinity Force procs. I like the idea of using the Rupture. It's on, I believe, a 4-second cooldown when you have the 40% CDR. Just use it to zone. It's a massive AoE. And teams are starting to understand as we move patches, any champion who has those long-range, good utility AoE abilities can force people into positional mistakes and can help you to take these objectives.
Oh, absolutely. And look, if you're going to play a comp around Dadney's Nidalee especially, who, by the way, now has a Zhonya's complete to going with the jungle. Yeah, the casual Zhonya's from the jungle. Cho'Gath is very good in any sort of poke-oriented comp, so I like what it's doing here. Not entirely convinced where Carry fits into the equation at this point, but he's got his Zhonya's now as well. So if Vici do want to fight, they can, and Cacao eats a spear. The Dandy gonna dive in and just does so much damage on the Nidalee. Lanterns out as well. Beautiful play by Vici.
Yeah, the gap close coming through from Carry was so important to pick up because not respecting the Diana initiation potential. They're going to take this turret. They have the Baroned up minions. And the front line, it's only Zatai with Cacao dead.
And Prophet Papa at it again. Just there you saw the zones they're putting out by Cho'Gath. Mata zoning as well with his hook range. And Vici just going to move in for an inhibitor turret now.
I mean, space control comps always really interest me because they force people into poor decisions. If you got a Rupture on one side, the hook on the other side, where do you position? You have to go defensive, you have to kite and retreat towards your base. But not kiting, that's actually the Solar Flare use, but no result.
Yeah, Hetong does a very nice job of zoning people up. Vici posture aggressively forward, but they'll just take the inhibitor here. That's all they need. They just want to poke them off. Dandy even throws the spear into Rookie just as a parting gift. And Vici leave the base 25.5 minutes in, and then first inhib is already down.
Yeah, 5.4 seconds is the cooldown, the Rupture, static cooldown at the moment. Able to zone so effective, and that's very often. You have to respect the full 1 second of the cast coming through from that ability. Dandy, maybe a bit too cute getting down wards. The wards are replaced anyway, but Vici got exactly what they want from that push.
Yeah, Dandy hops out there, blue buff in tow as well, almost running out there, I think, as well. So did a very good job with the buff. And Dandy, it's weird to talk about jungles like this, but he's the centerpiece of this comp that Vici have built.
I mean, it's a consistent story. Whenever we see Dandy's Nidalee, we see him face planting walls, and we're like, okay, maybe his mechanics aren't on to par with the pounce ability, but the pressure he puts out is immense, and it was consistent across the map. Vici, they were able to get their early rotations in. Now they're able to pick up the early inhibitor. This is a game, it's the prototype of a game that Vici plays when they're ahead, and they look wonderful doing so.
Yeah, once again, Vasily, a big benefactor there as well. 506 on his Lucian at 250 CS almost here in this game. Really just putting Kid in the dust at this particular point. Almost a 10,000 gold ahead as well. 3 big damage items up for Vasily. We say it a lot. His team sets himself up for success, and when they do, this is what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much the Graves identity with this Lucian build. He's definitely going for early burst. The Culling's going to be hitting for so much damage in fights. With the Zhonya's complete double Zhonya's between Nidalee and Diana, both of them can dive and have the stasis defensive options. So positioning is going to be at a premium already with the Ruptures coming out, with the Death Sentence coming out. Now suddenly you've got divers added into the equation, even a diving AP Nidalee, like not something you'd expect in a 5v5 fight. Positioning, it's just no fun for IG, and they just need to really separate their targets, because if any of these CCs come through, one of these initiators, one of these divers are going to go in.
Yeah, and that's really Vici's comp here. Get under the turrets, force you under there, siege and poke you down, and if you make a mistake or we catch you in a CC, we can dive you and take the 5v4 from there. And even the Culling, like you mentioned, a great tool in this sort of comp. So very creative by Vici, and it looks like a stroke of genius in this game.
And look, they've got dive, they've got siege. You have to remember, we've seen so many siege comps, like Xerath Nidalee. It's just too far into the siege. If you fail with the poke, you don't have any team fighting. But Cho'Gath has excellent team fights, you see. They've got balanced dive and poke. Only really the Nidalee for true poke, though you have to also respect the Q coming through from Diana, because of course it could mean that double engage with the ultimate. And there's just so many things for IG to consider. You can never keep track of all of them. Specifically, if Flash you throw into the equation just cancels animations, extends cast, makes everything different. And IG, they just look like they have no answer.
No, and Kakao going to clear out some more too. Vici going to go back and spend some of their gold. Abyssal Scepter almost complete for Carry. He's got a Blasting One plus a Negatron Cloak complete. Dandy has another needlessly large rod in his inventory. Apparently not interested in the Seraph's Embrace, because he's probably finished stacking his tier at this particular point, let's be real. Hetong also stacking up the AP. Vasily looking for a QSS for a next item. Makes sense as a 4th item, defensive item. They're nice and sensible. And IG just struggling to finish their items at this
Vasily
point.
has the freedom to go for magic resist, because we're talking about armor. Zatai has Aranduans, but there's basically no other armor pickups on Zatai or anyone else on the lineup of IG. They have to respect all the magic damage coming through. It makes sense, but there's so many damage threats. How do you respect all of them?
Good poke there as well. The Rupture lands, and Kitties is forced to tank the Culling after the poke that came out. Dragon is back in 10 seconds here. Baron will be 25 after that, I believe. But Vici, I guess the one good thing is that they only have one Dragon. IG can be happy in that. Hetong, though, over the wall, almost gets Rookie to half health.
Yeah, I mean, if he was able to get into melee range, may have had enough assassination damage. Not a big health pool completed on Rookie. Rookie has double summoners. They don't want to give away this dragon, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, a difficult contest here. I mean, it'd be a great third dragon to get if they could secure it. Kakao gonna dive in the back, but he can't secure it. Dandy smites it away, and Carry's ported back in as well. Kakao forced to flash out there. Kid hopping back as well by Hetong, just in the front line doing so much work. Kid gets played back there by Mata. Carry pops his on his Kakao in the back, just gets shredded by Vasily, and that's already a double kill for Lucian. Zatai forced to hop away. Rookie looking low there as well, and Vici gonna move in. Vasily goes absolutely beast over the wall, and he gets a triple.
So manly is the aggressive flash from Vasily, but we already mentioned it. No armor pickups makes everyone squishy, and he's just cutting through the front line like they're nothing. And Vici should pick up another turret here and get a second inhibitor.
Yeah, Hetong going to tank it up as well, which makes sense. At least going to tank a couple bolts here, but the mini wave going to be coming in soon, and IG going to have to give up another inhibitor turret.
And there's a tie. They just had no answer, unfortunately. The double frontline has never been a consideration, because there's been one person diving, whether it was Kakao in the previous fights and dying early. There's been no massive Gnar ultimates. We haven't talked about the Gnar against the wall once, I believe, in this whole game. Vici have fought so well on multiple fronts and just controlled so much space that there's been no potential for a team fight. And look, IG respect it. They surrender.
Yeah, they threw out the surrender. Dandy just pops his on before it happens, and a big win there for Vici. We've seen a lot of, I would say, one-sided games won by Vici in the LPL. They've been one of the best teams that, when they get ahead, just never letting go of their lead. But that was a very creative poke siege something comp, and Vici played it with aplomb.
And we've seen poke teams beat teamfight teams. That part's not unexpected. but we've never seen that poke team, that balanced poke, siege, dive team that Vici were able to assemble. Obviously something of their own creation, definitely not something they showed during the Demacia Cup disaster earlier in the week. But damned if it wasn't effective. Wonderful play from them. All their champs alone, you were like, Cho'Gath, Diana, what's going on here? But when it came to the sieges especially, when they already had the map control, remember, that wasn't a guarantee. The early game could have gone differently. Going behind, especially if IG got an early lead, I think Vici would have struggled. But they used the unknown with the smart gameplay. Their sieging was super powerful, and IG, they just had no answer.
Yeah, you can see Rookie there on the screen. Just looks blown away by what happened to him. Had a decent start in his Victor game, ended up with a Void Star from Morelli-Nomicon and a couple augments, and I think IG just kind of got hit by a bus in that game. Vici pulled out something very creative, really fun to watch and very well executed, and IG had no answers.
I mean, the word I'd use, Page Time, to characterize those facial expressions is bemused. They're just like, what? What happened? A scouting report didn't say anything about Diana and Cho'Gath. Those were the solo laners. Both of the picks worked out really, really well. The split push was always a pressure when they went for the Nashor's Tooth. And Vici, credit to them, came out with something special.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff there to love it. We'll be back here. Don't go too far, because IG going to see if they can take the second game here against a very creative-looking Vici. Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to jump into Game 2 between Vici and IG. My name is Julian Page-Time-Card. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith and Vici. What a Game 1 they just had there, with Dan is Italy really leading the pack.
And it was a whole new Vici Page Time. The thing about them, and the reason why I'm so excited about that game, is that they showed strategic versatility like they haven't had to do in the LPL. They've definitely been a consistent team. They would lock in the Graves first, rotate around, and take down turrets. But Cho'Gath, Diana, 2 new champions for them. Champions that have been played other ways in the league, but they lock them in, play them to a T with a hybrid poke comp, but definitely a turret sieging comp, and do it wonderfully. And they lock in their Rek'Sai, very flexible first pick, and take it away from Kakao.
Yeah, we're blazing through the draft already. Here's us straight into Game 2. Here, Vici are going to swap over to the blue side here for the Game 2. IG, of course, over on the red. Ari, Hecarim, Annie, Vici's 3 bans there. And Jana, Zerath, Cho'Gath, interestingly, the champion they choose to pick up from that comp. So not the Nidalee ban. And like you mentioned, Rek'Sai gets taken away instead.
I think Cho'Gath with the 40% CDR was definitely the big factor. Just 5.4 seconds, throw out those ruptures, take the turrets, because you have to respect the massive AoE and 1-to-1 AP scaling of the rupture. Cho'Gath was the key to that comp. Actually valuing Rek'Sai over Nidalee is the interesting thing here for Vici, as it does give Kakao Nidalee.
Yeah, and this is the really interesting part, is that we are going to swap and invert the jungle matchup from Game 1 here. Thresh will go over to Kitties this time, denying it away from Mata. So with Jana banned there as well, he'll have to pick something else up, but Kakao is going to take the Nidalee into the Rek'Sai, where Dandy chose Rek'Sai over that champion.
And this time with the blind pick 80 carry, gonna go back to the Graves well, you have to think, as Vasily. As we mentioned, 6-2, 6.4 KDA on Graves. By far his most impressive 80 carry that he's brought out on multiple occasions, but oh no, they're going to leave that option for later.
Yeah, they're deciding they can probably pick it up later here. Instead, go for Morgana and actually a Lulu swap over there for Vici, so setting up for the Juggernaut potentially.
Well, I mean, 2 champions that are very flexible in their laning phases. Both of them could be supports. Still not really tipping your scales over what exactly you're looking to do. And IG, after being so bemused by the first game, suddenly realize they have no idea what's going on either.
Rookie looking very focused there, wanting to make sure that, what happened in Game 1 does not get repeated here. IG, of course, now have to potentially blind pick their AD carry, of course, if they want to counter pick. Probably mid lane here for Rookie, which would make plenty of sense, but not a lot of time left here for these picks, and Rookie's actually going to take the matchup again. He looked at the champions like, I'm probably okay with most of these, goes back to the Victor, and Kid's going to get cooked.
I mean, the interesting thing about Victor is that when you get that Aftershock augment for the death ray, you have so much wave clear that you're kind of happy with whatever the eventuality is. You have to respect champions with strong gap closes like the Lissandras of the world, but you can sit back, wave clear, and be happy in any matchup. And is that just insta-locked?
I'm not sure. Vasily at least is entertaining Twitch, so we'll give it a little bit more time to see if Vici have already picked that up. But it's funny that I mentioned Juggernaut. Vasily, I believe, not traditionally a Cogmore player, but might be playing some sort of hyper carry-based comp here.
I mean, the Twitch will be super exciting because you can already see the submarine Twitch with the Lulu Whimsy. I believe it's already been locked in, and it has. This just got very interesting.
Yeah, Vasily going to go back to a old favorite champion of his here. The Twitch is locked in, like you mentioned, was insta-locked there, and Aurelia in the top lane for carry. Going to be someone we haven't seen in quite a while, actually. She's faded out of the top lane here in the LPL, but is back now for carry.
2 very strong late-game carries between Aurelia and Twitch. Okay, they have a lot of support between the Morgana and Lulu. Still not clear which of those will be the support and which one of those will be the mid lane, but they have the flexibility. The Gnar looks like it's going to be the last pickup. Definitely a balanced team fighting comp coming out of IG. And Vici, they want picks.
They do, and I mean, I don't know if IG can necessarily support the Nidalee jungle here. This is the issue, is Gnar does get picked up for the last pick. You mentioned balanced team fighting, absolutely agree there, but we've seen, again, high pressure, a lot of poke coming through. Kakao kind of has the snowball from this champion. Or Nidalee, very powerful, but very narrow.
I guess kind of the issue for IG is we just saw them play Gnar. Zatai did fine in lane, was well held down, but he just couldn't be a Mega Gnar in fights. He wasn't able to get the big engages in fights, and Gnar was almost a non-factor. So now they go with the Gnar a second time after basically having him trivialized. There was no strong team fighting. There was no strong engages coming through from the Gnar. Now he doesn't even have a dive buddy. It's only Nidalee coming through from the jungle. The gravity field into Gnar Ultimate Dream looks pretty unrealistic, and IG, I mean, they kind of left bemused again.
I mean, we'll see how it works out here, but Carry going to take Aurelia into now. We used to see a lot of this matchup a few weeks ago, but haven't seen Aurelia especially in quite a while, so be interesting to see how that goes, and not too sure why Aurelia started dropping off the face of the earth, but just nobody wanted to play her
Remember, this is not into Aurelia, and Aurelia does traditionally win this matchup, especially with levels. It can be a bit heady in the early phases, but Aurelia, she lane swaps just fine. The 1v1 is just fine if you go for a lane swap. Speaking of lane swaps, Twitch probably going to be looking for one.
Yeah, Vasily does not want that 2v2 against the Corki. Martazel here on the very supportive Morgana, going to make sure the hyper carry potential can be realized by Vasily. And you already mentioned it. We looked at Lulu Morgana. That usually signals Juggermore, but a different late game carry here for Vici.
Yeah, no Juggermore, but what this does mean is that the moment the Blade of the Ruin King is completed page time, the moment that item is rushed, they're going to look for those engages, because between the Whimsy and the Ambush, so much pick potential coming from the Twitch. Vasily is the crown jewel of this comp on Twitch. Finally picking up the Twitch. We see a bit of Twitch play in the LPL, not always successful, but it's a very interesting submarine Twitch coming through.
I believe this is our second Twitch insta-lock as well. I think Def did it when he played it, so everyone looks very famous when, looks very strong, of course, when you do want to pick it, a very confident pick it for Vasily, so curious to see what he's going to do with it. Let's get straight into the game. And we're onto the Rift here for our next game. Vici versus IG in the second game of their series here. Vici up a game after playing a spectacular Nidalee Cho'Gath Diana game. And Vasily this time, he was playing good on the Lucian. He's going to have to play very well on the Twitch.
I'm not sure if he appreciates how close he is to Kiddies at this point.
Oh, actually gets grabbed there as well. Kid going to move in with the phosphorus from Vasily. A little too aggressively far forward here. Binding will come out there. That might be just enough to save him. No summoners burned yet. Mata even going to body block a potential second skill shot. And Vasily gets away, but that was a costly trade.
Absolutely, very costly. Didn't have to use flash. So, I mean, to be honest, though, base time, it buys IG pressure. They can get more deep wards in, but they don't go for it. They don't necessarily get the kill. Vasily can keep the back. So the cost is, losing a bit of pressure around the bottom lane, but it's not a summoner, and it could not be a summoner for Vasily to navigate the laning phase as Twitch.
No, and actually, interestingly, might even win out here because he's running in towards the top side of the map now. So going to get the swap. Can't start the freeze that he probably would have wanted to start, but at least make sure he gets the matchup that he does want, which is this 2v1 against the tie.
Able to opt into the swap. It didn't look like that would be a possibility. They did not know that Kiddies was hiding in that brush, so Twitch navigates away from a very difficult 2v2, and it'll be interesting to see whether they swap back when the Bilge Ward is complete, so you have a bit of AD, a bit of lifesteal, or if they really hold on and look for those big engages with the Ambush and the Blade of the Ruin King.
Big credit to Vasily actually in that situation. Didn't panic, didn't even level a skill up there, didn't need his Ambush to try and get away with the stealth. Just played it calm, didn't use a summoner, and he has the matchup he wants. So Vici a bit aggressive there early on with their AD carry, but they get the early game they're looking for.
And Vici just moving more comps towards the AD carry. We've noted that Vasily has overperformed in a lot of situations and kind of had some questionable teamfight decisioning in others, but it's nice to see the team trust him enough to build a comp around him. This comp is very focused around Twitch, which honestly, given how weak Twitch's laning phase is, most comps with Twitch are. But Vici, they're trying something different. We already saw their balanced poke dive hybrid comp coming out last game. Now it's all about Vasily.
Yeah, we talked about teams on 5.4, shaking things up, moving in towards some different things. Vici might be the team, at least in these two games, that are really mixing things up now. And Zatai gets caught by a binding. Vasily going to follow in there with a good amount of damage. Can't get the kill, but Zatai forced out of lane.
Actually has his back stopped by the poison stacks coming through. Vici adding this strategic versatility makes them a much scarier team to face come playoff time. We talked about it with EDG. Sometimes it's protect the depth. Sometimes Pawn is the one leading the way. EDG has so many threats and it opens up so many different comps. You start adding versatility to Vici and suddenly playing them in a 2v2, which often look very simple. It's like, all right, deal with the Graves, deal with the harass coming through from Dandy. Oh, there's a tie.
Yeah, getting dive there and knock-up does come through. A good stun there for carry action, but Mata a little early on the binding. Might have thought the tie was going to flash, and Kakal's now here going to poke Dandy off with a spear.
The jungle followers actually led both teams top. Even 2v2, they need to respect the amount of pick pressure from Vici. Dark Binding misses, and suddenly the pressure is relieved.
Yeah, Kitty's threatening with a hook as well. Kakao double buffs here, and level 4 on the Nidalee. Dandy only level 2, so Kakao been been power farming here, and Vici have to dodge these spears, but they're almost proxying at this point. This is a snake strat that we've seen a couple times here. They're looking to try and get the tower, but they really want to kill.
I do like the fact that they're putting 4 members top, because who's getting pressured? Who's losing out the most? It's Zatai, and he's the one with the least competitive experience in his role. So put him behind, force him into bad decisions. We already saw on his debut, building Trinity Force when he was so far behind as Hecarim that he was completely anonymous the whole game. Keep him down on Gnar. It might be just the same situation in this game.
Yeah, Carry actually gets aggressive. They're forced to teleport down towards the bottom side of the map with Kid pushing it in. Does get a couple creeps here. Aurelia, again, going to benefit from the lane torpedo. So Carry ahead on a different champion this time. And Zatai's like you mentioned, is being held down. A good stun there comes in, but Carry does have to be careful.
He doesn't have the health bar or the levels in the hit-end style to be able to look into those duels. We already saw him reticent to pick up one of those last hits, even though Blade Search was active, just because he realized he was going to eat Phosphorus Bomb and the Gatling gun. Aurelia, not having a lot of fun in the bottom lane, but you have to remember, has had a lot less pressure than all the members being thrown top like Zatai.
Hetong interestingly forced out of lane as well. Master actually going to phase check a hook. Cow going to move in as well. There's a hot moving in and a good double play will come through, but the Tormented soiled down as well. Mata getting low there, will go down to Zatai actually, but he gets popped back up. Dandy here as well with Vasily. Zatai actually, as we mentioned, gets the first kill, but there's the flash from Vasily. Should be able to get the next kill there. One more auto does do it, and the Twitch gets a double kill.
It just was able to skill ambush at the last moment, level to get the second level in the expunge. Suddenly, 2-0-0, 16 CS behind. Doesn't matter when you got 2 kills.
No, that's not quite how Vici, I think, expected Twitch to get ahead or catch up in the early game, but Vasily will take it here. Still an aggressive player, even on a later game carry like Twitch, and Harry down the bottom here, just going to get on Kid. Vasily still farming away as well here, and you couldn't ask for a better start here, I think, if you're Twitch.
Credit to where credit's due. It was Dandy who kept in that brush for so long. That's why they engaged it. Did not expect Dandy to be there. He wasn't actually able to get the unburrow where he wanted because he was actually flayed through it. Yeah, so it was a very nice use of the flay from Kitties. Carry goes in aggressively.
Way too aggressive there. Actually forced to flash. Well, Hetong's around the side there. That's why. A good play back there. Kid going to try and look for the last auto, but can't get it. Hetong going to get the kill into Kid instead. But Cacao leaping down. Can't quite close the distance there with the wall just being in the way. A good double good lance there. Now Rookie moving in. A great wild growth last minute, but Cacao gets 1 kill. Going to maybe make it 2 here. Instead, it goes to Kid. Is an IG. A great tower dive in the bottom lane.
Unfortunately, Carry did not take the back. He was actually able to get a fully channeled back, but cancelled it to try and keep Hetong alive. Died incidentally to the swipe coming out from Nidalee's E. It wasn't even the primary target. And suddenly 2 kills, and now Dragon, IG. It was looking bad with 2-0 Bilgewater Twitch. But they're going to, even with the counter swap, lose this first Dragon.
Yeah, and IG going to move in, like you mentioned, to pick up this objective. Kitty's taking it up. Cacao is so strong in this Nidalee, and we've seen Nidalee go off quite a few times. We expected it to be a contested pick between these two junglers, and right now Cacao, we said he needed a good start. He's got a very strong early game.
All these junglers, Korean junglers in fact, Spirit, Dandy, Cacao, all look so wonderful on the Nidalee. So much skill cap to this champion. You have to hit the long range skill shots. You do have carry potential. Cacao, finally, a return to form.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him play, I think, the first person to play Nidalee jungle when that patch sort of rolled around in the LPL. Had a fantastic game with the Magi's actually going really big there. And Cacao, back on Nidalee, it's been banned away many times, but you can see why it's been banned away.
And again, we have to remember, even though it's even kill score, there's 1,000 gold. Most of that 1,000 gold's in the pocket of the crown jewel of the Vici comp, Vasily on the Twitch. So Vasily's the one the team is comped around. Vasily's doing well with the 2-0-0, the big benefactor of the top lane skirmish. So Vici, even though they've lost out on the Dragon, are going to be very happy with the first 8 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, the swap does come through when the build water is completed, so Vasily feels comfortable enough now to lane against the Koku, who's finished with his Sheen. And again, 2 kills early on. Blade of the Ruin King's going to be coming at a very fast clip here. And that's all Vasily, who, like you mentioned, is the star of this comp, can ask for.
Yeah, about 1,000 gold away from the Blade of the Ruin King. That's when he's going to really start faking out of lane. You're just hiding in a brush, then just faking that he's going to try and roam with ambush. You have to respect the ambush when you're laning against Vasily, and also the potential for him to roam between lanes when the Blade of the Ruin King especially is completed. Because it's mid-Lulu with Vasily on the Twitch. Even though you don't have a long duration in the ambush at level 1, with the Whimsy, going to cover so much distance.
Yeah, can move in. Shield goes down as well. Bit of extra auto attack damage, and maybe even a wild growth if you need the CC. Again, a lot of this comp for Vici with the picks is built around Vasily, and it's not all in on protecting a big AD carry like a Twitch here. We do have a bit more balance, especially a good frontline here for Vici with carry and Dandy, but again, 2 different games, 2 very different comps.
And the Lulu, honestly, might split her her kit between Irelia and Twitch. You know, use the Wild Growth on Irelia to give her extra CC in the front line. Already has CC reduction from the passive. And this, you know, the Whimsy for the Twitch, potentially, or the shields for the Twitch. Like, she's going to have so much of her kit works both with the divers and the anti-dive, as you mentioned. It doesn't pigeonhole her into either a defensive or an offensive champion. That's the flexibility. And again, 2 carries, both of them doing just fine in the early laning phase. Of course, Carry himself struggling a little bit on the Irelia. But now up against Dinar with levels, this is when the matchup starts to tip towards Irelia.
Yeah, interesting to see that Zatai actually is ahead in CS now despite the start he had. So a good job there now back in the 1v1. Making sure to clean up enough CS here. Again, going to start with the longsword. Going to move into, looks like an early Warden's Mail here as Marta and Vasilia farming very comfortably down the bottom lane.
Yeah, not much to speak of. Very smart ward. You actually notice the ward that's placed just to spot Vasilia if he tries to exit lane and go for the ambush interaction. So it's very smart ward coming through from Kitty. Relieves a bit of lane pressure and even roam pressure from the Twitch.
Yeah, Rookie going for a similar build as well in the mid lane. Already has his first augment for the death ray and has quick cooldown boots as well. So probably a very similar looking build. And Kakao now with his Magus enchant done. Going to go in there, the hook moves in. But Kakao's there with the spear and Mata just gets crushed.
Yeah, pink ward not respected. And you have to respect the long range damage from Kakao. You hit the hook from Kitties, that opens up the point blank spear and all the burst damage from Kakao. He already has the Magus enchantment. Now going to pick up Tia. Doing just as well as Dandy in the previous game.
I think I misspoke, by the way. I think Rookie might even have the Q augment first. He'll have to keep an eye on his death ray once he uses it again. But Rookie's definitely been playing Victor a little differently than we've seen in the LPL.
I'll track Victor. Just wait and see. The wave clear obviously is the big...
Yeah, actually get ganked now as well. Vasili's in the mid lane, like you mentioned. Dandy, a great knock up there, and Vasily gets his first ambush kill.
It didn't even take the Blade of the Ruin King. In fact, 50 gold to that item's finish, but again, they didn't see the item pickup, didn't respect the pressure of the ambush gank. Vici, rotating early, gets them a big pick.
Yeah, and we talk a little bit about Rek'Sai and having a very strong knockup when she gets in to use it. Lulu Rek'Sai is another great combo that you can move in as well. And all that CC, you could see it there. Poor Rookie just didn't have a chance.
It's the consistent story with Vici today, though. Synergy upon synergy. As you mentioned, Unburrow into Wild Growth, excellent initiation. All the speed-ups for carried against the backline with the Trinity Flush when it's completed. And Dandy's rotated. Suddenly Zatai.
Yeah, Nara in trouble here in the top side. Carry going to move in as well. Dandy gets him very low and claims the kill for himself. And another strong gank by Dandy everywhere right now with the Chilling Smite.
Unburrows him out of the bounce coming through from Zatai, so stops that gap close from coming through. Going to take away the golems. These Korean junglers, 2 of the best, trying to outdo each other across the map.
Yep, and can confirm, by the way, Rookie has gotten the Q augment first, not the E augment. So, again, mixing it up, we've seen a lot of death race. He should get it eventually when he picks up his next augment here, but Rookie doing his own thing on the Victor.
Very interesting to see him go for the mobility over the potential for instant wave clear with the Aftershock. I guess just respecting all the potential pick pressure coming through from Vasily. The Blade of the Ruin King's completed now. If he's able to get that extra move speed and live during one of those engages, perhaps it vindicates his lack of instant wave clear.
I'll have to see as Kitty's going to clear out a ward on the bottom side. Vasily, though, maybe has a bit of safety. Could think about an ambush here, but Kakao's actually lurking off there as well. IG, like you mentioned, with that very good ward, would spot him off if he tried to come through the lane for any sort of ambush. So Kid and Kitty's going to reset a bit. Corky's still farming out towards that Trinity Force. And Vasily, he'll just walk into lane. I think he knows he's been spotted.
I'm very surprised they're not aware of this lane ward going down. I mean, with the sweeper about 20 seconds down, maybe it's the sweeper isn't available and they do have awareness, but if they snuck in a second lane ward to spot the ambush, that's just a masterstroke from IG.
Nice pink ward as well. Mata finally going to spot it and takes it out of the brush. So that's a lot of good vision for IG. They'll lose now as Mata clears that out. And Vasily, Blade of the Ruin King up against the Corky, who's definitely been struggling in the early stages of the game. Vasily feels very confident. He's happily landing now 2v2.
But this is very awkward timing for Kid, especially sitting on 2,300 gold, most of it Trinity Force, if not the whole item. As Dragon spawns, you need to spend that gold. And Vasily's going in.
Yeah, going right in there. The Wild Growth used aggressively there. Kakao forced the flash out. Kitty's getting shredded by the Rat-tat-tat-tat, and he's going to move back in. Carry gets the first kill onto Zatai. He's low, though, as well as Kakao. Chunked him down, and the Dragon is very angry and is dealing damage to Carry, but Vici will keep on it. Kakao, though, doing so much damage with the early items here. Carry going to move back in. The Dragon getting low. Vici really committing to that one. Vasily shrugs up a bit of poke. Dandy going to go back in aggressively. Lands the first Pro Seeker. Carry going to dive in. Kid, it's found out next. Vasily going to look for the next kill, but Carry is the one that gets it. Now Dandy going to move in for the next Unburrow. A Dragon and 2 kills for Vici. They win everything there.
And Carry actually ports to top as 4 minion waves crash onto the top tower. Going to pick up a lot of CS as well. I mean, that's just 2 woeful mistakes from Kid. Firstly, sitting on all that gold, despite having the Dragon timer, opens up, basically should have been an uncontested Dragon for Vici. They contest for it, lose 1 pick, able to take the Dragon, then re-engage and
all the components there, sitting his inventory, wishing it had it for that potential last Dragon fight. But that was a beautiful team fight there, started by the Lulu and the Twitch. And we talk a lot about Druggamore and Lulu being an important piece, with Kog'Maw getting aggressive. Vasily playing aggressively with his ambush on the Twitch and doing very similar looking things.
We have to remember, IG had the time on that Dragon. They're the ones that took it down. So to have all that unspent gold, to just really be forcing his way towards Trinity Force, I think you just have to be more aware of the timers and really respect the fact that the Dragon can come down, or just not contest for it. But they split both, lost in both areas. And Vici looking great.
Yeah, 3,000 gold ahead now. Hatong going to keep clearing minions out in the mid as well. Moving in probably towards a death cap potentially there with a blasting one in the inventory. Could be a void stuff as well, but does have an early Morellonomicon. So off to a good start. Dandy as well got an early Giants, but we've already talked about Vasily. He's moving into possibly a Ghost Blade here, so purple build could be coming through for the Twitch.
I mean, the purple build makes so much sense on Twitch. You're always about the picks, so the extra mobility and then just the burst of stats. You want to kill people during the 6-second active. You're happy to forego the long team fight cooldown, because you'll eventually work into the Infinity Edge, into the Phantom Dancer. But for now, you're all about picks in the mid-game, and so far, 3-0-1, nothing to argue about.
And Kakao back down there as well, looking for another gank here. IG have a pink ward down, but Mata has responded with one of his own here in the bottom side. Going to clear out the ward again, keeping control of their very important Twitch. And Vasily, he was kind of asked to do a lot with the resource he was given by his team, and he has risen to the occasion this time.
You can see the aggression in the team fight. He could have actually flashed, followed, and picked up some exit kills. Probably would have been overly aggressive. They didn't have the ward coverage down to support it, but now has both summoners available for the next engage. Twitch, no escape, but of course such a great gap closer with the ambush and the Lulu there just to give him a helping hand.
Look, Vasily's not interested in backing away from fights. I can tell you right now, he is going in every opportunity he gets on this Twitch as he'll team up with Mata. Good binding there on the Scuttle Crab, and poor Crab can't fight back. Vasily even kites in front of it, and that should go down. So Vici going to get another objective here. And, the bottom side of the map's going well, and that's freeing up so much space for the rest of them.
And a surrogate Tristana, just as aggressive on the Twitch as he is on his famous Tristana. Not so much on the reworked Tristana. Still haven't seen Vasily on that champion, I don't believe, but very powerful on the Twitch.
Yeah, looking good here. Moving back towards the bottom side as we check in with the rest of the map. Kid's finally done with Trinity Force. Carrie's working towards his actually pretty close to finishing that one up as well. And Danny getting tanky. The Tithe, they're going to bind his way in there. Does hop through the wall, and the ulti comes in, and Rookie is roamed up to the top carry. Nowhere left to go. The Chaos Storm comes down, and Rookie claims the kill.
It actually has double mobility summoners. We haven't talked about this. Had it in the previous game. The Ghost pays dividends there, is able to close the distance quickly. Had the goal for Trinity Force. People are always greedy for that extra boots on top of the Trinity Force, and it gets carry killed.
Yeah, this one, Vici continuing to get ahead of gold as well, as they pick up another turret in towards the bottom side. 3-0 actually in turrets as far as that concerned, and Vasily will not be stopped.
No, he won't be stopped. He doesn't have gold for the Brutalizer. Probably wants to pick that up as a complete buy. It's just much more effective than just finishing the Avarice Blade and getting some long swords. So just hunting for the last 80 gold. As across the map, Vici and a lot of power spikes between the Trinity Force, the AP that's stacking, the Morellonomicon that's completed for Hatong, and soon to be the Brutalizer for Vasily. The next Dragon, that's going to be the big point of call, the big fight. We look down at Goldvaz, Zatai probably going to have his Randuins finish at that point. In fact, has the Randuins now. And he's making no mistake. He's building armor like it's going out of fashion.
Yeah, he knows he needs to stop the Twitch here, so going full tank mode here on the Nah. He just has the longsword he bought as his starting item, is the only aggressive-looking option here, even as a spare chain vest coming through. So you said it already, he's really building to stop this Twitch, and at this point, he has to be stopped.
Look, he definitely wants a phage eventually. He just had no, and he's been building so optimally towards the armor. First it was the parts of the Randuins, now building towards, you'd have to think the Thornmail, maybe even as a second item, perhaps Sunfire if he wants to go for a bit of mid-game power. A minute till Dragon. IG haven't been grouped to be able to force down any wards, so the clearing is going to start for Vici.
And I think the biggest difference here is if we compare Nidalee games, both had very comparable starts. A very strong start for Kakao in this game, and a good one for Dandy as well. Kakao's fine in the item department, going a very similar build to Dandy here as well, but he's just not been able to exert the same amount of pressure, or maybe get under the towers and really force Vici out from under their objective.
I'm not willing to just kind of throw Kakao under the bus, because he's played excellently, and a lot of the mistakes were around Kid and just the overall team decision to fight a Dragon. They didn't really have any business to be fighting. Like, it was just a poor strategic rotation and just bad timings coming through from Kid. He's 2-0-2. On the offense, he's been good, but he just needs his team, and the decision-making definitely hasn't been as on point as it was for Dandy and Vici, as Marta taking a lot of damage already.
Yeah, you can see the spears. They really do make a big difference here for FLICKR. Got so much early AP and Costa Fisher items, but I think you hit it there. Nidalee, very good going forward, not very good on the back foot.
So they just need to improve their rotations and get themselves in the same position. If you're sieging as Nidalee, you're doing it right. If you're in these balanced fights, that's where the problems, that's where the seams start to come apart for the jungle Nidalee.
See what Vici want to get done here, moving in for another Dragon who will be their second in this game, taking one over IG, who have won also here. So a very important moment here is the Dragon. Hatong taking a lot of damage. IG can afford to dance around the buff for quite a while. Vici cannot, though, and Zatai's coming in.
Now, but Vasily face checks a pink ward. Needs to be so careful.
Yeah, no, Zatai going to bound in there as well. Going to try and make the difference. Kitty's there, almost ulted up there, but a good double knock up there by Zatai as the ulti moves in. Mata gets crushed down there as Rookie claims the first kill, and Vici routed here by IG, forced away from the Dragon.
Just baited into walking into a pink ward. Suddenly had to go so defensive, flashed away from Victor. Now they have position. IG actually grouped very effectively there. And we saw the teleport back from carry was a bit lackadaisical, was a bit late, and just wasn't able to group as a 5. They're just trying to take as much damage on this mid tower. At the top, Vasily's shown up to try and kill Zatai.
Great bait there as well, actually. Zatai bounded in on towards carry, thinking that he was left alone there as he swept out a ward. Vasily doesn't have his ulti, unfortunately, to pop there, so he can't move in. And didn't have his Blade of the Ruin King, so not that many tools to try and get an assassination. But Kakao now actually is going to find Matek here. The Death Ray almost going to clean him out. Kakao still running in. A good juke there for the next boon. Hatong will extract him safely.
He had Hatong for defense. You have to mention those attacks. Probably not going to die too fast with all the armor he's picked up. Kitties might be going for a Hail Mary Q.
No, the pink there down as well, so Kitties does have a bit of a better idea. Moves in though, but a little too sharp on the angle, and Vasily will get away.
Yeah, just doesn't pick the correct jukes. It looks a bit silly when the death sentence doesn't land. And IG, they keep clearing. This game is on a knife's edge. There's 3,500 gold, but it doesn't feel it. Because if they don't pick the right fight, these Twitch comps, you know, if you don't get the purchase out of the Twitch pick, the rest of the comp pretty much relies on carry to be a solo frontline.
Yeah, and the Ghost Blade's done now as well, so Vasily can start to get even more aggressive with his Twitch if he wants to. And given how he's been playing the first 20 minutes or so of this game, that wouldn't surprise me in the least here. Is Rookie still powering up. Kid now has a build toward a Cutlass plus a Dagger, so looking in towards his own Blade of the Ruin King. Kakao, like we mentioned, moving into probably a Zhonya's as his next major item, but IG just can't use the tools that they currently have in the way that they would like to.
Absolutely. They want to be sieging, they want to be sieging at any opportunity with the Nidalee. The Nidalee's gone back, picked up more AP. Probably going to be the Zhonya's first to give the potential for the assassination coming out from the melee range damage. Vici, they want to space control with carry and Danny, get in the front of the fight, make sure all the aggro is focused onto their frontliners, and then just have Vasily free hitting at the back. That's kind of the space control they're looking for in this team comp. IG, though, they want the enemy blue.
Yeah, they're going to try and steal it away here. Kitties will hook onto it. It's actually about 2/3 health there, but Vici look to defend. Hetong should be able to pick that one up. Nice defensive pink ward. Actually making sure they're secure. Kakao actually gets blocked up by the little minion. Tried to steal it with a spear and couldn't make it work. And carrying the bottom side, he's doing some work in that tower.
The split pushing without teleport is actually going to draw Nah to the bottom lane. So we'll be 4v4 action across the map. Again, it relieves pressure from Vici. They take their own blue, so no advantage carved out by IG. And we reset, and just, you know, it's a gold lead for Vici, but not much more to speak.
No, and kind of looking for their next big fight as well. IG have done a pretty good job of keeping Vici wards out of their jungle, which is good. And Rabadon's is still getting completed by Hetong. He's almost there as well. So Vici looking for a setup here. IG staying together very well and pushing out where they can. And I think Vici might even look to group here, but fortunately, no big objective to group for.
See, the awkward nature for IG is that we've already mentioned with the AP Nidalee, they want to be sieging, but there's 0 turrets to 3. That you can't siege if you have no turrets down. They should be split pushing and trying to answer some of these global objectives. The global objectives are actually contributing for the 100% of the gold advantage that Vici have at this point. And they're just continuing to get further and further out-rotated as Lulu's going to be able to go top as the camp is on in mid.
Yeah, actually there's a pink ward for Hetong to clean out as well, but we'll start things off here now that she's been spotted by pushing in towards the turret. It's actually very low after Vici's last visit there, and IG kind of pushing for the mid lane. Do manage to pick it up there. Vasily didn't quite use his ulti. Can't defend the turret there, but IG will finally take a turret. The siege works.
Out of mid turret, though, swapped for that mid turret. It's definitely the advantage to Vici in terms of global pressure. Suddenly they have so much more control over both the Baron buff and the enemy red buff, having those top 2 turrets down. Vasily is got the Whimsy on. He wants another assassination.
Yeah, he's going to find Kid here as well, and Corky going to force to back away. The ulti's popped though. Kid can't flash too far away, but does get just out from under the range.
Yeah, Vasily 10 seconds away to his own flash, isn't able to counter flash Kid, so he does get the summoner. Perhaps that's more important as the ultimate comes back off cooldown.
You can see though the idea behind the super submarine here. Tong though, it's a massive spear to the face and immediately backs away. Dandy doing some counter jungling and to take away the Gromp, or at least attempt to. But Kakao, we mentioned he needs to get his team going. Those spears hitting is a big difference maker.
Absolutely. In this case, when he's not sieging, hitting the spears just relieves pressure. It's weird to consider a purely damage ability relieving pressure, but that's what he's able to do at this point. We're waiting for IG to answer the global gold that's come through and just even up this game. But with all the global options between the teleport from Carrier and, of course, Dandy is on the Rex side, already has a very nice tunnel network at both the top and the bottom of this map, so able to apply global pressure. Things right now, very tentative for IG, but you feel like if they can ever win a fight, there's so much instant gold to be picked up with this outer ring of turrets that the game will be all square.
Yeah, it only takes one, but IG going to have to look for something here as Dragon will be back in 40 seconds here. IG, interestingly, have 2 Dragons, actually, so that was not what I thought the Dragon score was.
But look at this armor stack on Zatai. So it finishes the Thornmail super early into the game. You are correct. It is it's the 2-to-1 at the moment in terms of dragons. You never want to give away this second dragon, of course, the movement speed dragon for IG. Maybe they'll finally be able to get their rotations onto point. But if they eat any poke before the dragon, it's very possible that IG could pick up this next dragon in 10 seconds' time.
Yeah, Kid going to get the red buff there as well. So well equipped to fight here this time. Does have a bit of gold to go spend, I believe. Actually not that much. So has spent most of the gold he needs to. Can't quite afford his Blade of the Ruin King, but does have Sork Shoes as well. So positioned aggressively here in this next fight. And IG are going to take it to Vici.
Yeah. Zatai in his 3rd series as a top laner is kind of the key factor. If he can use all his armor stacking to split away specifically Vasily in the front, at the back of the fight, and just take all the Twitch damage himself, I believe IG can win a fight, but that's a big if, because the Nara ultimates weren't on point in the previous game. They need to be so important in the next fight.
And you can see Vici really giving a lot of room here for IG. Don't want to eat any spears at all here, and don't have access to the Scuttle right now. So Vici have about 40 seconds of vision here with that crab that cannot be removed. Vasily getting aggressive again. There actually opens up there out onto Rookie there, who almost goes down on the Victor, and very aggressive play might give them the Dragon.
Absolutely, should give them the Dragon. Had to use the flash defensive. He still has Ghost available, but the Dragon's falling so quickly.
Yeah, it does go down there, so Dandy claims the second one for his team. And again, the fight's where Vici win. They get Vasily in aggressively, charge him in with the Lulu ready to go. He just pops his ulti and opens up, but IG are rotating in, gonna look for another tower.
They want to get as much damage on his inner turret as possible. Eventually, IG are going to be able to group. Yeah, actually, IG do pick up the turret, so an inner turret's very important in the mid lane.
The Thai actually aggressive, they're going to go in there, has his ulti ready to go, gets knocked out there, but Hatong is going to get found out there, and he takes a lot of damage there by Kid, who's able to clean out the kill. They isolate the Lulu, she forced her ult herself and does go down.
Yeah, Vasily split away from the team, doesn't have ultimate available, so couldn't fight. And suddenly, they're taking a lot of inhibitor turret damage.
Zatai, though, quite low there, will get knocked back by Vasily as he does rejoin his team out from under the turret, so IG can't push on any further, but they get a kill and they get some structures.
Yeah, Vasily forced himself out of position when he just went for the ambush engage and had to be split away from targets. It allowed her tongue to be assassinated, and IG, their counter push in the mid lane is super, super successful.
Yeah, so good stuff there. Finally picked some turrets up for themselves. We were talking about before, it was 3-0 in turrets up for Vici for quite a while in this game, but it's 4-2 now and the kills are even. The gold actually has kind of come back through as well. It's closer to 1,500 gold than the 3,000 or 4,000 it was before. Kakao, I'm sure, has a bunch of money to spend off on that Italy. Been sitting on a need to see large rod for so long here, but IG going to crawl their way back into this game, and it doesn't take much more than this given the position they're in.
And their previous trade was second dragon for inner mid turret. You know, the most advantageous turret of the inner turrets is definitely going to be the inner mid turret. So taking that down, basically they can get very aggressive lane wards in mid now that they have both turrets down, and kind of spot the ambush coming through from Vasily. If you can make Vasily predictable in the mid game as we're trying to get towards the tail end of the mid game and the beginning of the late game, okay, still going to be very powerful in team fights, but the Infinity Edge is still a full item away, working towards the last Whisper. Then it will be the Infinity Edge. Team fighting, the Infinity Edge is what you want. Before that, you want to get as many picks as possible. So just make him honest, make him accountable as much as possible. Vasily, ward your flanks so you have pink wards on the flanks, and stop those submarine engages. We already saw what can happen. Whimsy with the black shield. So few options you have against the Twitch. But if you do have the wards down, make him as accountable as possible, you stop the mid-game power that Vasily can put out.
Yeah, and IG actually get a tower out of that with a nice little rotation by Zatai and Kid, so good stuff working out there. Vasily actually split pushing right now on the Twitch, trying to get some extra gold and apply pressure. Does get the tower there, so he's able to pick up that advantage for his team. Even going to steal away the Grot now as well, as he gets a bit of vision. And Vici setting up for a kill. Kitties could be in trouble. A great play back, though, prevents Danny from getting the knock up, and the box is going to come down. Hook will go wide there. And Vici don't get the kill they're looking for.
IG have so many pink wards in their inventories. Whenever there's some sort of team fight or standoff, they have multiple options for warding flanks, for warding through the middle of the lane. So again, that they're very defensively minded about Vasily, and it's understandable. We already said Vasily, the crown jewel of the Vici comp. And IG, they're playing very smart. They're reacting well. They were caught off guards in the first series, you have to say. That's why they surrendered early. They just had no answer for what was being put out to them. But in a much more even game, basically, they answer these two turrets, they'll be completely even.
Yeah, and IG have just done such a good job of catching up in this particular game and gotten to a stage where they can realistically fight a bit more. Rookie clearing out in mid, but a Baron actually has already been started by IG. Some potentially poorly timed backs are actually going to move in as the tie gets bound up. Carry doesn't quite want to dive in. The rest of IG forced to disengage, but he can't quite click the land. They're forced to walk out instead. Tong getting it grabbed up there by Kitties. Flash on there by the tie gets so many people. Vasily gets chunked down massively. He does go down finally to Victor's ulti, and IG find the fight they've tried to look for the whole game here. The triple kill comes through for Rookie. Dandy going to be the last person potentially to complete the ace, and IG going to look in. Cacao flash spears in for the kill. And IG finally picked themselves up.
The flash spear was majestic, but pastry time. Flash Nah onto both Hertong and Vasily, the mid laner and AD carry. Instantly burst down Hertong. He dies with all his summoners available and the wild growth. Vasily on 10% health, tries to get a bit of damage in. Can't do anything. It's going to be Baron. And suddenly IG, it only took one fight, but they've blown this game over.
Yeah, and we talked about it here. Zatai, pretty much the sole tank for his team, needs to make big plays on the team fighting Nara, and that was a big play.
I mean, it took 2 series, but we finally saw the decisive Nara ultimate into the wall. It was massive, and again, it won the fight. What a repeat of that should be the game win for IG, but they made it look easy with that engage.
They did. I mean, Rookie's now going to wrap it on. He's massively strong now. Kid, 2 items, actually working in towards the last whisper, so looking good there as well. Mikhail's done here for Kiddies. Plenty of good options here for IG and Vici. They've been trying to find picks, been denied for, you have to think, the last 10 minutes or so, and they kind of got a little frustrated, went for a team fight, and IG find themselves quite far ahead now.
I just like what Zatai has done with his build. He's doubled down completely on armor and health. He's basically looking to hold down Vasily. Vasily's the big damage dealer. It's only Hertong on the mid Lulu, more oriented towards support. There's quite a lot of skirmishing in the mid.
Yeah, Vasily actually gets a kill there onto Kitties that just pops everything, and Vici still have pick potential on this comp. You can't underestimate the power of the Twitch Lulu in these sort of mid-game situations. Again, without the IE not doing that much damage, but Vasily, the ambush is still very good.
I mean, still a lot of damage we have to explain. It's not the Infinity Edge, just round out the 4 damage item build, but still a lot of damage coming through once the Yomu's is popped. I think IG just didn't expect an engage while they had Baron buff. They just didn't respect the potential for the picks to come out as the late game goes in. Once you pass the 30-minute mark, you're talking about the beginning of the late game, but still, the picks very, very powerful from Vici.
Yeah, IG splitting up a little bit there, actually get themselves picked off, and Kitties will go down. They're going to add a 4th kill to Vasily's score here. Ambush again here. Black Shield Whimsy just going to run in, and Kid might be the one they go in for. The ulti is popped there as well. Actually, Kid's forced to back out. Kitties taking so much damage, dies again in about 2 minutes, and Vici now going to go for a tower. In fact, they get it.
Yeah, able to change targets and just blow down Kitties, as you mentioned. This is where the spears just don't count for much. They're trying to go for spears from the flanks to relieve pressure from the team, but when the picks come so thick and fast, on such a short cooldown, Vasily can do so much when he goes in aggressive.
Yeah, and it's a weird-looking Twitch style, I think, but something that's very effective in almost an evolution of the Dragon model that we've started seeing a little bit more of. IG, though, going to look for their 3rd dragon. Now, Kid and Rookie actually going to team up and get it, but Vici, they're still pushing.
Yeah, I'm not willing to commit to it being an evolution pace. This is back to season 2014 Worlds pace, because Deft, very similar. Once you had Morgana and Lulu on the same team, you just empower Vasily to be so aggressive. He has the CC invulnerability. He has all the speed, and he's able to get out the aggressive picks. And once the Infinity Edge comes through, you don't need to pigeonhole yourself towards picks. You can then opt into team fights, and if Vasily lives, the enemy team dies.
Yeah, and enabling Vasily's aggression is something Vici do very well, because like we've mentioned, he's such an aggressive AD carry player. So going to go back, spend a bit of money that he's generated, possibly a BF sword coming through, and does complete it there. So Infinity Edge, almost a timer on this one, you have to think, because the item spells big trouble for IG's team fight.
And my prediction is the moment that Infinity Edge comes through, suddenly you go from a pick game to just having Carry dive into the backline, Dandy dive into the backline. It could be the unburrow into the wild growth for the double knockup. It could just be Irelia just haranguing Kid out of the fight, forcing him to back away, kite backwards, and then Vasily opening from the back with that amazing damage coming through from the Infinity Edge crits and the rat-a-tat-tat. So the flexibility definitely amplified when the Infinity Edge is completed, but that doesn't pigeonhole them into it. They're still doing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, and Carry's continuing to split push as well. Vici have a very specific game plan at this point. Be interesting to see at that item transition point if they do swap it up dramatically here. But again, Vici pick a good comp, a lot of synergy, and they're executing excellently once again.
And they're warding their Fangs with the pink wards, but the issue is they're looking to siege. They're going to be pushed up. The moment you look to siege, you know, you have to be so judicious. You have to put down so many of these pink wards because your flanks keep moving forward as you move more and more aggressively. Defensively minded, they can deal with Vasily on the Twitch, but if they're trying to be offensive, which they need to be in the mid game before the Infinity Edge is completed, there's just so much to think about. And these pink wards just keep getting cleared out.
Here's the Ty, who's a massive tank though. He's actually finished up his fade, so looking good there. Kakao moving in towards, looks like his Archangels finally with a blasting one there to join his tier, which will eventually combine into that item. Rookie still powering up, a third item done now for Kid as well. I mean, IG definitely have some fight here in this comp as well, but I don't know if it can stand up to this Twitch.
That's kind of the issue, is that I don't think it can stand up to the pressure this Twitch is putting out in the mid game, and then the damage in the late game will be the transition. They need to find another one of those miracle fights, but why will Vici be grouped around an objective unless it's an important Dragon or Baron? And Baron is definitely down, and the Dragons, look, they've already got 3 Dragons IG, the 4th Dragon. You could even argue swapping that for an Infinity Edge is fine, but Vasily, he's continuing his aggression.
Yeah, going to go in aggressively as a Ty almost around the flank, going to get caught out there by Dandy, but a binding lands in onto Kitty's hook just wide there. Vasily, but he's popped the ulti, going to move back in. Kitty's taking so much damage already, and IG are forced away just from a Twitch ulti. In fact, the flank looking in there, no, not quite. Vasily just turns it around, and Baron back up in 2. As the Ty and Mega Null form, Vici are going to wait it out.
They don't have the transform available. The Flash Gnar is a possibility, but again, Vasily and Vici have all the pressure on IG. They don't have a lot of answers to the engages that are coming through. They don't have a lot of abilities, to be honest, to take out the Black Shield. That's kind of the issue, is that if they open up onto Rookie and his first instinct is to flash defensively, nobody's really there to burst down the Black Shield apart from the Nidalee poke.
And I mean, that's the thing. Kakao has, had a great early game, 3-0-6, a very good score, out-farming Dandy still, really powering through his jungle with the Trailblazer. But at this point in the game, what does Nidalee really add to the game?
I mean, when you're talking about a Siege comps against the potential submarine engage from Twitch, again, that's the issue, is that their identity. I feel like Vici have the answers in the short term with the potential of the picks coming through from Twitch, and then in the late game in terms of the team fighting comps. I feel like Nidalee, as you mentioned, kind of split between 2 identities. So are IG as a team. They will finally take this turret, so for once the siege works effectively. But can they fight around Baron? Baron fighting is definitely not Nidalee's strength.
No, and Vasily is continuing to farm up and power up as well. The kind of, again, that timer towards the Infinity Edge looking better. He actually has enough gold for his pickaxe now, so working towards that next item pickup as well. And IG have just been constantly pressured by these picks. They never got to use their siege power offensively in the mid game.
That's the big issue, as you mentioned. Well summated, and now the Baron will be the consideration. That was the time IG took a decisive lead in this game, and then again was answered by the pick power coming through from Vici. I feel like they'll want to recreate the really strong pick they had a few minutes ago, but it's going to be difficult. Vici are definitely going to understand what they're looking to do, and IG, if they start the Baron, they're all going to be grouped up for the potential AoE coming out from Twitch. So it's a delicate balancing act coming through for IG.
Yeah, carries intelligently, was pushing down the bottom, is already backed off and is walking towards the Baron. Does have his teleport if he needs to use it, but IG, they've gotten control of Scotticrum. They're on top of Baron. Nidalee takes it very fast here, and IG get it to half health, but Dandy's in the mix. Very aggressive there, and Mata going to move in. Actually, the hook will land in there as well as the Ty going to move in with the Wild Growth onto Dandy. Going to pop up the Gnar here. Now Vasily uses his ulti into Ty. He's got so much health, but he's not tanky enough here. Taking too much damage. A 3-man ulti comes in. Kakao on the side. Gets exhausted and hit by the Soul Shackles as well, and Carry now going to dive in aggressive. Vasily diving back there as well as the Tong actually moves in onto the Lulu, and that's 2 for 1 so far there as Vici continue to chase in. The gravity field might block them off, but Kitty just gets a try. Vasily though gets blown up by Rookie's damage. Carry going to keep moving through. He actually finds the next kill onto Kitty's, but Mata trying to move in. Rookie's doing so much work on this Victor, almost getting the kill onto Mata. Carry dives back in. Polymorphs enough there, and Vici finally answer, and a very weird fight, but 4-2 for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, very weird fight. away, as you mentioned. Vasily bit off more than he could chew because finally Rookie held on to that ultimate. Face check the damage. Vasily exploded, but they have so many carries. That's what we're mentioning, is so much used to kill Vasily late in the fight. Suddenly carry comes through. Frozen Heart, Banshee Veil, Trinity Force. Still able to be a pseudo-assassin in his own way to get into the backline. And this, again, Vici have so many threats to deal with. They're losing track of them, and the Infinity Edge is just going to add more backline damage to this Vici gaming comp.
The important thing, though, is that this is IG's 4th Dragon, I believe, if they can get it. Kakao here going to comfortably solo it at this stage of the game with his Nidalee. Hitong going to pick up his blue buff there, so still take that away for himself. Sorry, but IG will move in. It will be their 4th Dragon here as they get it. Baron is available, though. Vici going to go in for it, and Kakao still busy with the Dragon.
They're actually starting the Baron. Kakao's in no way able to come and contest this Baron. Doesn't have any mana at all. So Vici theoretically should be able to rush it down, barring a suicide engage from Zatai.
Victor's not here either, so they can't really entertain even a 4v5 team fight. 3v5 would be suicide, like you mentioned. Dandy does smite it away. A rocket was attempted there, and Zatai will take the lantern out, knowing that Vici secured the Baron.
And no ability to steal between a rocket and or perhaps the boomerang toss coming out from Na. So it is guaranteed for Vici. 6 minutes, that's how long it is till the Dragon comes up. That might be a big consideration for IG. The 5th Dragon would be a massive thing for them. And I don't know if Vici has a timer on it, given that it was taken outside of vision.
Yeah, no vision like you mentioned. And Vici, I mean, they went for the Baron. Probably knew Kakao was down the bottom side of the map, but not an exact timer like you say. So Infinity Edge is now done for Vasily. I was going to mention that timer, it's very important for Twitch to get his 4th item, but he's done it now. So Vici, they might only have 6 minutes till the next Dragon, but they might only need 6.
We just wonder what it looks like for IG to get a winning team fight. Because again, we mentioned, look, they have a hell of a front line with the Randuins, Warmogs, Thornmail, and now Null Magic Mantle turned into a further magic resist item on Zatai. But he's a one-man front line. That's kind of the issue, is that, again, you feel hesitant to criticize Kakao. 307, high kill participation, been very good on this Nidalee. It's just, does the composition work around the Nidalee? You have to say, on first glance, probably not.
Well, and that's the issue. As you said, IG have never been able to set up for their powerful Nidalee pick that had such a good early game in Vici, and now the ones sieging Invictus Gaming. They do have the Baron buff, so that's helping out a lot in that department, but Vasily is so threatening on this now late game Twitch.
Yeah, the Twitch kind of outscaled them in the mid game in terms of pressure, was able to get in there and harass them out of any sort of window where they would realistically have been able to throw out spears and chunk people out and take structures. They could never do that because they had to respect Vasily. And now we get to the late game point where they only have a single frontline tank against an Infinity Edge, Blade the Ruin King, Youmuu's Ghostblade, Last Whisper, Twitch.
Yeah, Vasily, now you can see him ambushing. He's going to move in. Does not get Whimsy this time. So I think, like you said, Papa, Vici's comp, now that they've finally gotten to this point with their Twitch, changes completely.
I mean, just they negated IG's win conditions with the Twitch pick, and now in the late game, they've got a 4-item Twitch who can explode even the super tankies at time.
And that's very smart drafting here for Vici, who have seemingly played IG around circles in drafts, at least in this game, and especially in game 1 there with their super creative Poke Siege Shogath comp. And still got some Baron buff ticking away. They don't need to really, waste too much time here. They probably do want to break the base. That's the one thing they're missing here. Twitch, unless he uses his ulti, is not a very good siege breaker, but they can't find an IG defend for now.
Yeah, IG, they don't have a Lich Bane on Lulu either, although she's a ranged auto attacker. The amount of turret damage they're able to do safely is quite minimal. So as you mentioned, breaking the base not going to be easy, but the only real objective IG are looking to fight for is the 5th Dragon. But I mean, there's no reverse pressure. There's only 2 dragons completed on Vici's side, so they could potentially hold out if they feel like taking a team fight would be a bad idea. And IG, again, they can just sit back, wave clear. Are they kind of delaying the game for an inevitable loss? You might argue yes, but no impetus or no real win condition right now for Vici. They're just trying to push forward and get as many advantages as possible, try and grow a gold lead, because despite all we've said, it's minimal at best.
Yeah, it's actually 2,000 gold between these two teams, and at 43 minutes into the game, Vici would kind of like the game to end already at this point. I mean, they've got a good comp here. Twitch, especially, like we keep talking about, is the focal point of the comp that Vici put together, but they have to be able to close out the game as well. They've kind of got themselves to the position where they want to be with the team comp, but now it's just a matter of executing the last few minutes of the game, at least as far as Vici are concerned.
Yeah, pick comp, absolutely. A team fighting comp, definitely, but IG don't need to be outside their base, so picks and team fighting are kind of negated if you can't break the base. It buys a lot of time for Vici to power up, but the question is, Twitch probably can't get much stronger than he is already. He already has 4 damage, and he's probably going to have to go for a Banshee Veil, just a Mercurial Scimitar, which would be a bit more AD, but in terms of power, Vici are perhaps their strongest point in the game. And IG, they're just looking for the right engage. They're looking to recreate that wonderful Nara engage from Zatai 25 minutes into the game. And look, they can afford to be patient and wait for that to happen again.
Yeah, when you look at Rookie's damage items, it just takes one good team fight for Rookie to really wreck house here in this particular game. And the Dragons back in a minute 20. IG might start looking a little friskier now towards that objective. But like you mentioned, they were able to play patient. That's a Zonya's done now as well for Rookie, plus the Rabadons. And the Nomicon doesn't have his Void stuff done. I believe has now upgraded every ability as well with the perfect Hex Core. And Victor does a lot of damage, let me tell you that much.
And that's the issue, is that with a poor siege comp, how do you break the base? Because, of course, as you move towards the base, you funnel in. There's a lot of walls near. You need to respect the flash now. You need to respect the gravity field. And, of course, the Chaos Storm coming through from Victor. It's so risky for them to try and siege or down a turret without getting a pick. And that's why Vici are just like, all right, I guess we get Dragon. I guess we get another Baron. But they want to fight out in the open, and IG just have no impetus to do that.
No, I mean, Carry's still split pushing, trying to force some members of IG here, but Zatai is more than able to hold his ground here against Carry. He's so tanky on this now with that 4,000 plus health at this point. Even got a GA as his 4th tank item here, so really committing to making sure he's very tanky. And, you know, Vasily, plenty of damage here, looking towards that QSS like you mentioned with the Negatron Cloak, but Vici, they have to find something else because they look good, but it's not over.
It's just amusing to me that the Siege comp didn't get to Siege, and now the team fighting pick comp can't find any picks or team fights. That's kind of the issue as it's evolved over 45 minutes. Of course, the 5th Dragon, that might be a win condition for IG, but it's looking far away at this point, sitting on only 2. People are shopping. Dragon's finished, but Vici, they've definitely got position on the Dragon, and it takes the 5th Dragon. But IG, they finally leave their base.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they should leave their base at this point. Again, they would only give up the 3rd here if they did. They are going to start it up, it seems like. The teleport immediately comes down for Carrido and Vici. They would love to fight IG.
They'd love to. Cow hasn't got any poke down. Of course, Nidalee going back isn't as strong as going forward. They need to land some poke quickly because this Dragon's already fallen.
I don't know if they want to opt into a 50-50. It's the time Meganar now actually and IG are on top with position on the Dragon here. They are going to get it. No, Dandy steals it away. Zatai though finds the 2-man ulti again, but is caught out completely now. 1v5 Rookie kiting back to the Lantern will rescue him out. And IG, they lose that next Dragon, but they will get away safely.
Submarine Twitch is in full effect. Can he close enough distance?
Mato though actually maybe getting caught out here. They're going to try and find a binding. Vasily does get the first kill there, and Vici leap forward now with the 5v4. Cacao off to the side trying to snipe some people there, but Twitch gets another kill. Carry moving in there as well. Vasily just does too much damage, but Cacao gets a double kill with the flank. They're making a triple. Rookie going to move in as well. Cacao going to single-handedly turn it around. Carry looking low now as well. Uses his Zonya's. Dandy going to dive back in. Eats a spear though. Doesn't quite die. And Cacao, we talked about him having to really have a carry performance on this Nidalee. That was a carry performance.
There's carry performance and literally instant double kill on Hatonga Mata and transitioning that into killing Vasily. It's all Cacao. Cacao absolutely kept them in this game. Because once we saw Vasily killing Kid with the maximum range auto attack and picks riding on the Twitch, I thought it was all over.
Well, the Baron's actually up now as well, and Cacao's Nidalee clears it very quickly. Dandy is available. He smited away the Dragon. He might look to steal away another objective here from IG, but the Baron might just die too quickly.
So they're DPSing down very, very fast. But Dandy's back in.
That's almost enough, actually. Dandy can't quite close the distance. I think, no, he didn't have Flash, unfortunately, to close it in, and IG will claim the Baron.
Just an insane team fight into Baron being taken by IG. Out of nowhere, we thought, all right, actually opting into a fight at Dragon might be a problem for them. They didn't need to. They weren't forced to get out of their base. It looked like they were leaving a perfectly fine, safe situation of just taking this game to 60 minutes. But suddenly they go from 0 to 100, specifically Cacao, with a masterful performance in that fight, 6-0 and 7. You know, we were talking about the fact that he had a great early game. Suddenly the late game just as effective.
Yeah, looks really good right now as Dandy clears out the Scuttlecrab for himself on the wreck side. I mean, Vici did get that Dragon, so IG had denied their 5th for a short while now, but the gold lead well and truly closed now between these two teams. About 1,000 gold between them at this particular point in the game. Rookie is also super powered as well on this Victor, and IG now playing on the front foot, and this is where their comp really wanted to be.
Absolutely, they really want to be sieging. Finally, they get in position to siege. They hope that Twitch is not confident enough to go for the sideways engage. And look, with Cacao doing so much magic damage, they will be able to burst down the Black Shield. I feel like we're going to see something titanic in a few seconds.
The Zatai going to move in. He's actually got a good rage stack up as well. Carry, though, going to move back in. Vasili's going to try and find the fight, but Kid Valkyrie's out immediately. Zatai tanking a lot of damage here on the Nada. Box, though, gets sucked down. Cacao uses his zonies, and Danny's going to dive back in. Finds the double knocker. Wild Growth there as well. Zatai, though, finds a two-man ulti there, and Vasili's getting low. But there's so many shields here. Rookie does get the kill into Rek'Sai, but Vasili is shredding through people. But IG, they've managed to break it. Kid is going massive in the backlines. IG recklessly tower diving, but they do complete the ace.
Unbelievable ace coming through from IG. What a turnaround in just 5 minutes of this game. 2 fights in a row, they're able to check Vasili, keep him down in the backline. It was all about Zatai, just buying so much time for the rest of the team. He fell once, Guardian Angel popped, and IG win it.
And Cacao die here. 5 for 1 is the last fight here. Zatai going to use the teleport. The Nexus will fall, and Invictus Gaming somehow pulled a second game out, and it's a very dramatic split between these two teams.
And Cacao finally dies, but 6-1 and 10 single-handedly kept his team in the game with those exit kills on the previous fight around Dragon. And IG, they pick up a bonus point. It looked like it was going to be 3 points for Vici, catapulting Vici up into potentially top 4 competition. But IG, they will keep it up in a very close game.
And if they look bemused after the first game, maybe even a little upset, that's now the faces of Vici who look devastated after that loss. And Cacao and friends could not be smiling any harder.
No, they're smiling broadly after an excellent performance. Kid able to free auto in that fight, whereas Vasili, that's one of the reasons you don't see the Twitch. The Twitch has been very strong in the mid game. It absolutely bought so much time for Vasili and Vici to scale up. But in the late game, if the positioning is ever poor, if the flash is ever down, even with the black shield, Zatai able to buy so much time for the rest of his team. And the thing the Nard did, they didn't have kill pressure on Vasili, but Nard into his own turret actually bought the duration for Rat-a-tat to fall down. Suddenly, a 550 range Twitch couldn't get in the back of the fight and do any damage, and just was zoned out of the fight.
He was actually black shielded then, so the Nard didn't work. I mean, it just didn't matter. Zatai was so tanky with the GA that Vasili couldn't kill him in time. That's what it was.
But I mean, at the end of the day, that he wasn't able to spread the Rat-a-tat on the rest of the team. That's the thing. He was only DPSing down a 400 armor Zatai. So Zatai, okay, the Nard didn't register, but the space control was still implied. And there was nothing that Twitch could do.
No, and a fantastic last fight there for IG as well to close out the game. Vici heads hung a little low there as they couldn't clean out the series, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, but the LPL returns just after this.
child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, don't turn away now. The warriors that built this town of
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. We're here for a massive game between first and fourth position. EDG going to be taking on LGD, and this has to be a huge match.
I mean, you just look at some of the matchups we have here, Atlas. At the AD carry position, it's the return to form. The Samsung players, Deft against Imp, the world champion against Samsung Blues Deft, who's looked so impressive this season.
Impressive, I get it.
Impressive, yep, that's right. I went for that. Hit it, nailed it.
Did well.
EDG, though, you know, the trendsetters, the top team. LGD, their first games they dropped all season were back in week 2 when EDG were able to disassemble LGD. They were actually coming off a 2-0 loss to Snake.
Yeah.
And today they're coming off a single loss to Snake, but that was, again, a pretty interesting game. But if you watch the VOD, that Juggermore versus EDG match was wonderful from Snake.
Yeah, and when Snake are playing around Crystal well, you have to say that that is when they look the most impressive. It's ridiculous. So the fact that, you know, that was the game that they lost makes a little bit of sense. But them in the first game, EDG just went off.
Absolutely, they did in that first game. Corky on the Deft on the Corky, not Corky on the Deft, other way. But
they're a little bit synonymous, aren't they?
So Akon will be starting here for LG. So continuing that trend of Akon in the first game, potentially Flame in the second game. The last time these two teams met, it was the polar opposites at the AD carry role. Imp, who had started the season so impressively, 2-10-8, whereas Deft 17-1-12.
Oh, yeah.
Clearlove on the Lee Sin, the jungle Lee Sin, and Clearlove will be playing today as well after sitting out the previous series against Snake. But Clearlove picked the Lee Sin and just camped Imp's lane at every opportunity, kept Imp down, whereas Deft was primed to carry him. It will be interesting to see whether that's the same strategy against an LGD team that have been kind of up and down.
Yeah, they have. And Wayless as well has been a little bit interesting here as well. Of course, you did just spot out the fact that he's played a bit of Diana here, played a little bit of that Anivia as well, but he's been fantastic in their last few series.
I mean, his assassin play has always been very, very impressive. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts to patch 5.4. With his massive champion pool, he's always one of the first to adapt and bring out new things. We've already seen the AP Cho'Gath return to the mid lane. A bit more Diana play in the top lane. Both of those in the same game, unbelievably, as Vici really challenged the meta. It'll be interesting to see what Wayless brings to the forefront. I feel like he's usually the first to take on some of these interesting picks. Of course, brought Anivia back to the LPL in previous weeks. I have a feeling he's got something primed and special for 5.4.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We've got a new patch here as well. So Wayless, who's already played Diana, you have to think might want to pick that one up again now that she feels so much better with the fact that those shield orbs travel so much faster.
And if we start seeing the control mages coming out of pawn, then definitely I believe the Orianna will come through. Of course, I mentioned it in the previous matchup with Pastry Time. The Orianna versus Diana matchup's actually quite in Diana's favor as the match goes towards level 6. So perhaps if the Orianna starts to come through and the control mages like Orianna come to the forefront, the Diana pick can return. But I think it'll be something different. I'm waiting for some off-the-wall picks, and that's after an AP Cho'Gath has already been played.
Yeah, I know. You're sort of wanting a little bit more from these players after getting all that you wanted. Diana and Cho'Gath in the same game? Ridiculous.
Ridiculous, but so effective. Ridiculously effective, almost, you'd have to say, as we see some crowd shots. Definitely more crowd signs to come in after some of the crowd bans in earlier weeks.
Well, it's right, yeah. And EDG coming through, looking to really solidify their top spot here as well, but LGD, they want to get further up those standings. They want to have good seeding coming into these playoffs. And, you know, even though they're in the top 8 here, they need to make sure that they solidify these top positions.
I think LGD smell blood because you just look up the top of the table. EDG, Snake, and OMG have all dropped points in recent series.
Yeah.
So there's definitely room for LGD to start upward momentum. I don't believe they've played a lot in the last 2 weeks. So they're definitely looking to have a few more matches this week and trying to push up the top of the table. Koro on the screen right now have been excellent on the Kassadin. The Cannon, though, that's the big pick we haven't seen yet today in the first 4 games.
Yeah.
But Cannon, it's very powerful in this patch 5.4.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Everyone was sort of bringing Cannon back, but that was 5.2. That was before the buffs to his W. So we'll see whether he's going to make a massive return. Of course, the fact that LGD do have a certain flame on their lineup makes a lot of sense. But of course, Acorn's been the one picking that up. So
I was about to say, like, what's to do with Flame? Like, Flame doesn't get to play Kennen. Unfortunately, it's
No.
only Acorn that gets to play Kennen.
Flame has to play Rumble, so it's sort of all a little bit backwards. Of course, Acorn played a bit of that Rumble as well. Deft, you can see a couple of back-to-back Corki games where he's looked very, very strong. And Mako probably won't be seeing his Viger in this particular game.
I mean, yeah, Viger on patch 5.4, the Viger changes have come out, suddenly falls away from the picks and bans, not being a consideration anymore. But who knows? Maybe he'll return one day.
Yeah, that's the thing. People just need to figure out his new kit, figure out how it works. But, of course, in the support role, probably not going to be as high priority.
Not quite as high priority. But look, we were already surprised by the kind of storm that was the return, the introduction of Vega support in previous weeks. We're ready for something else to hit. Maybe it'll be the mid Cho'Gath. Maybe that'll suddenly become the must-pick, must-ban mid Cho'Gath.
The new standard. Of course, can't have a guy that's there eating people. That's not very fair. Must be overpowered, so must get rid of it. Of course, you can imagine Pawn would play it as well. I mean, we've got two of the largest champion pools in the LPL facing off against one another. We could have the most ridiculous mid lane matchup ever.
I mean, at lots of different roles, not just the mid lane. Of course, one of the interesting champions we'll have to track is Nidalee, just because Wayless and Pawn both playing mid Nidalee. Probably not a Clear Love champion. I imagine TBQ can take it into the jungle, but Clear Love back on the team this week. He stepped away for the end of 5.2. When 5.2 debuted, remember, he brought out the Hecarim and really challenged his previous playstyle, moved away from the Nunu, not quite to Dandy levels, but moved towards a carry style as a jungler. 5.4, again, some adjustments come through. It'll be interesting to see what EDG prioritize even for the jungle.
Yeah, and looking at the top lane as well, you've got Acorn and Koro, and they play relatively similarly here as well. And look, you can see EDG 100% of the Viger success there as well. And you can see just making a pretty pattern there in the middle of the screen. Really good.
I believe that spike at the top is for when Deft gets Trinity Force first.
Yeah, of course. And then you've got sort of, Bloodthirster first. Lucian being a little bit of an interesting one there for Imp, but the rest of it really sorting itself out.
It's just a very interesting matchup. First versus fourth, a very competitive game. LGD on their day have looked really, really strong. They have those players that can really win games. Acorn, whether it's the Rumble, whether it's the Kennen, you have to show respect to basically all those non-mana champions, as he's so proficient on them. In the top lane, Wayless, he always has something new to bring to the forefront. And when Imp YL were rolling, we were talking about them as in contention for the best duo lane in the LPL. So LGD, they haven't managed to get everything together in a single series that often, but when they do, they really justify their top 4 spot.
Yeah, and the bottom lane here as well is very, very exciting. You've got Imp trying out all of these new Kalista playstyles, and you've got Deft just completely going off on this Corki here as well. And as we hop into Champion Select, we'll see how that affects the picks and bans here, because bans are changing up quite a lot, and you can see Lulu's been hitting the bench a fair bit.
I mean, Lulu, you can understand it from an EDG perspective. They just played against the Juggernaut. Of course, banning away Lulu really kind of decreases your options, and if you want to run that Juggernaut comp, EDG with Deft, one of the greatest hyper carries in the world, one of the best AD carries in the world.
Yeah.
Smart to ban away the Lulu, just removes a strategic option to their belt.
Yeah, and when it's, against EDG, who just saw the Juggernaut and Corki, wow. So Deft getting a lot of respect this game.
That's really interesting. Finally, we see the Corki bans. I asked during that series, especially the first game, what would it take for Deft to get a Corki ban? And look, he finally gets that respect.
Yeah, there it is. Kalista is available here. LGD could lock that one down if they want to, but a lot of picks still on the table. And what really stands out to you as far as a must pick? And is it going to be the Janna here for POL?
I mean, the Janna definitely doesn't demand first spot. Still very, very strong. Still gives a lot of disengage. Of course, on patch 5.4, I believe the movement speed nerfs have come through, so doesn't have quite the same movement speed aura. They've kind of tweaked how that works. They're deciding between the Kalista and Janna. To be honest, I feel like Imp has played some very impressive Kalista games, but it always makes their flexible options in terms of positioning that much lower, because, of course, you want to keep Kalista and Imp YL grouped. You don't have as much PYL roaming, but they proved me wrong, especially when they brought it out last week, and looked very, very strong on the Kalista, so I can understand it coming back.
Yeah, and you've got now as well, I mean, picking up the Janna means that you have any team comp that you can go into. They're not really getting themselves in a hide behind the Imp comp, really allow Imp to go off on that Kalista and making sure that they've got a very flexible pickup. And Koro, he's going to take his tree to that top lane, and it looks like Clearlove thinking about a Nami here for Nico.
And the Nami pickup will be very interesting. Nami's starting to see a bit of a rise in popularity. Some of the players, it's just one of those interesting things where win rates start to mount. For example, if you look at PYL himself, he's actually 3-0 on Nami. It's not really something you would have considered, but it's been consistent victory for a lot of people. They do change at the last moment, though. Actually going to blind pick.
Solo laners.
Yeah, both, as you say, blind picking both solo lanes. Of course, there is always the potential for
It's
the
a very
support
good point.
Maokai.
Or
Luo,
support LeBlanc.
I feel like Luo just, killed it on that support Maokai, then just
I know. He's like, I want to go out with a bang, guys. Let's win 2 games in a row with support Maokai so I can leave.
Maybe they're just keeping him for playoffs.
Yeah, just keeping it in their back pocket. And as soon as Lowe's on the team, people are like, oh, better ban Maokai. Oh, God. Too frightening. But TBQ looking at the Vi here and Imp going back to the tried and true Graves.
His Graves performances have been amazing. He's so strong on that champ. He goes for the lane bullying, 17-1-12, multiple 10-plus kill games on the Graves. I love the fact that they were hovering the Callista and then they've locked in Graves. Almost the opposite nature of champion. Now they're going for very much the lane dominating champions and the very aggressive Vi pick. But here's a certain Yeti we haven't seen for a long time from EDG.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before, the fact that Nunu actually does very well in comparison to a lot of the other 5.4 junglers, and when you got the likes of Clearlove, you may as well pick it up, and it looks like EDG looking for a bit of even a Jinx comp potentially.
I mean, that's what I was about to say, is it looks like they need a hyper carry. Jinx is the one that stands out, but Jinx against Vi, not a lot of fun in terms of that pick, so maybe they'll need to choose something with a bit more mobility, maybe even a Lucian just to give themselves a different option. I'm definitely not really a big Lucian player recently. Of course, he burst out into the scene playing Lucian. That was when he was in 2013, really became known as a Lucian player back then, but hasn't played a lot of Lucian since. With the Aurelia option, suddenly an immovable AD carry is looking super risky.
Yeah, very, very risky. And they have the opportunity to pick up an Ahri here as well. And that could mean that it'd be an even worse decision. But it is going to be the old school look here with the Syndra.
It's a skill matchup in the mid lane, Syndra versus LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I see this matchup go both ways, but Wayless is one of the most famous Syndra players in the world. So suddenly Pawn, with the very early blind pick LeBlanc, has a lot to worry about in this skill matchup in the middle. It's going to be a fireworks matchup between Syndra and the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that Syndra had some recent quality of life changes here as well, really helping out as far as those combinations are concerned. So we'll see how Syndra fares heading back onto the Rift. And Deft thinking about going for a Kog'Maw here, and it's not going to be a Juggernaut type comp. It's just going to be a protect the Kog'Maw, let's let this guy carry.
Look, LGD saw this coming. That's why the Aurelia pick came out, and the Syndra to some degree. There's a lot of assassination, a lot of dive. We're talking Vi Aurelia, potentially the long-range stun coming through from Syndra. They telegraphed a hyper carry, and they've locked in the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw has more effective range than Jinx situationally, with the Biocane Barrage, but it's very risky because LGD have absolutely anticipated what EDG are fielding here today on the Rift.
Yeah, well, it's true, but we have seen Kog'Maw be very successful, irrespective of whether it's going to be in this Juggernaut comp here as well. I mean, you've got that Biocane Barrage. Building a Trinity Force just works so well. Of course, this was just earlier today that we were discussing this, and although Kog'Maw didn't necessarily work there, still looked strong at a lot of phases of that game.
It definitely looked strong, but it was undone in the late game when we were seeing the Sona Kog'Maw. It just didn't have the same same peel needed. Of course, with Nami, they do have the peel needed, but it's definitely not a Juggernaut. This is a prototypical protect the Kog'Maw comp with a strong assassin in the mid lane for a bit of mid-game power, and the LeBlanc coming through from Pawn. Answered in a lot of ways by Wayless, who will also be very strong in the mid-game. But in the late game, it's all about the Kog'Maw.
It is, but looking over the other side, of course, as you can see there, Imp, he's just so good at creating shutout situations with this Graves, always launching himself into your face, making sure that he has dominance over his lane. And when you've got someone like Kog'Maw, who is generally a little bit, I guess, not quite as strong in that early game, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but let's get onto the Rift and see how it is. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with LGD taking on EDG. And we shall see. Of course, the Rift is still here, ladies and gentlemen, so that is most definitely good. But as these teams fan out, Papa Smithy, are we going to be seeing a potential lane swap here? Do we want to get Kog'Maw out of this 2v2?
This is the big question I was actually going to pose to you, Atlas. I'll just pose to the game, because whether they opt for a lane swap or not should have a severe impact on this game. And to be honest, I don't mind Kog'Maw and the Graves matchup. I feel like in the early levels, okay, you have to respect his short-range burst. But if you just trade whenever Biocane Barrage is complete, and especially when you get a few levels in that ability, Graves doesn't do that well against Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw can trade very well with him with his massive range. But, you know, Deft, we've seen go 2v2 with the Kog'Maw before. Don't see why they can't do it again. But the one thing I can tell you is they want to get in there and invade this Nunu's jungle.
Yeah, they really want to get some vision down. You can see already on the side of EDG, they are moving into that bottom side jungle. Haven't been spotted out just yet as LGD actually managed to pick off a ward there as Fawn gets a cheeky auto attack.
Had, of course, the flash available if you really needed it, but was able to get an advanced ward and get a bit more information. Knows that LGD are probably going to be retreating. They have their own offensive group in the bottom lane as we see Deft and Mako pushing very aggressively themselves. With this aggressive warning, you have to think they want to know in advance the lane matchup, but Graves is swapped to the blue side, looking for the blue side lane swap.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got actually Imp opting in for it. So interesting, Graves not wanting to go against the extended range. And this is something that you were talking about. I mean, I guess we don't necessarily know exactly who wants to go where, but as you can see, minions are now starting to meet. And LGD going for that lane swap and going for the red steal.
So bear with me. At the start of this game, LGD invaded and got information about the top red side jungle. They know that there was the counter invading the bottom side, so they had to send multiple members top, because that's the only part of the jungle they had safe vision over. So it does follow that they're the ones that have initiated this lane swap, because they're taking the buff they have guaranteed control over. So in effect, it feels like LGD have basically forced this lane swap, and now we've got Graves Janna freezing in the top lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, in this bottom side, Deft actually getting his lane to push here a little bit early. Clearlove not going to have too much follow here, but as we've spoken about many times, Maokai more than capable of taking a camp early on.
Has happily got himself level 2. Actually getting quite greedy, going for a second camp here, Koro. Falling low, but of course, because it's a freeze situation, Mako can happily come tank up the aggro, and it's going to be a second camp for Koro.
Yeah, Mako actually tanking that up a bit, but taking the experience here as well. And Koro's going for the blue buff?
Koro's starting it off at least. He's very much hoping Clearlove will come and tank it soon.
Yeah. Koro, you got to be careful, buddy. It's going to mean that the red goes down on the other side of the map, but it's just going to be vertical jungling. No 3-buffing going on based on this Maokai's early beginning, but it means that the respawn of these camps is going to be quite soon, and Clearlove not really going to miss out on too much.
He's going to miss out on too much, and Maokai, level 2.5 with the jungle follow, will be able to teleport in, hopefully clear out a couple of minions with the saplings and hit level 3. So much harder to turret dive that Maokai. And with the lane pushed up, of course, very pushed up, wonderful freeze coming through from Imp. He can just walk top and even keep his teleport.
Yeah, no worries there at all. Of course, there is a ward up there, so Imp is going to know if he's trying to do any sneaky business sitting in a brush and picking up experience, but you can see that wave is pushed so far back.
It's really interesting to see Clearlove moves with patches in terms of playstyle, but they're not necessarily enforced changes. Like we jumped to 5.2. There weren't big jungle changes, but suddenly carry Hecarim, tank Hecarim from the jungle, no sight stone. A lot of junglers did this. Koro actually catches PYL in transition.
Yeah, level 2 Janna, of course, getting slowed by the red buff here as well. Sapling's going to explode. That's an even slower Janna. The heal to be forced out and the flash from PYL, and EDG already with the pressure.
Very strange for PYL to hold onto the flash for so long. Basically, he baited Imp into using flash. Has to use, a summoner he'd much prefer to use selfishly just to defend his support.
And of course, PYL picking up the ignite here as well is interesting. As Def just going to try and do some damage here to TBQ and Acorn, who's just going to Blade Surge his way in. But you can see, look at the range from Kog'Maw, just able to bully out these melee champions.
And TBQ is just trying to push this wave in with Acorn to stop the freeze. That's the reason why he's good. Of course, the gank for relieving pressure is what he's trying to do. They push very aggressively. Def creatively trying to hold the minions, and Mako, they actually managed to do it.
Yeah, no worries at all. And when you've got this amount of sustain in the lane here as well, I mean, Mako just sits there and ebbs and flows Deft, and he'll be full health if they manage to stay in this lane. And again, LGD might be forced to aggressively try and push out this wave.
And Nunu doesn't have that ranged wave clear, or the AoE wave clear at all, so it cannot match TBQ in that way. Between the E and Q has so much ranged wave clear. Although Acorn needs a lot of damage, he actually has to flash in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Aqua Prison there would have spelt the death of Acorn there on that bottom side, but already, I mean, EDG putting on so much pressure. I mean, not even necessarily by doing all that much, just being in the right places and capitalizing, picking up summoner spells across the board, and we'll see whether they're going to utilize it as more of a battle erupts here in the mid lane. There's actually ClearLove coming through, an easy pickup with the Ignite as Pawn just swag walks his clone into the turret.
Speaking of swag, you don't normally talk about first bloods from a Nunu gank, but didn't respect the damage coming through from the snowball. Dies in the trade. Whaler just miscalculating over it. Just not really considering the situation with all the early AP picked up from Pawn, whether it was the double drones and even just the amp term on top. And wonderful pickup coming through for Pawn, and suddenly the pressure in the mid lane severely in EDG's advantage.
Yeah, and you've got all of these wards here from EDG as well. They've lit up that jungle. That was ClearLove earlier on, and that means that he knows exactly where TBQ is, and he's started off this dragon very early.
I just feel like we've kind of returned to the EDG of weeks 3 and 4 against these Vi jungles when Vi started to hit the LPL. ClearLove loved to pick up the Nunu. Of course, you can go double side stun so happily, fits into the build. Nunu can build whatever he wants. Snake have already shown that Beast builds Mikhail's like it's going out of style on the Nunu. But you can pick up the double side stun. You just make a jungler like Vi predictable. You know when she's going to gank. You know which lanes she's reacting to. And it just reduces the efficiency of the Sultan battery as that gap closing initiates. So EDG, they pick up the dragon as well. Going to be interesting to see what the pickup is from Nunu. Probably going to be the side stun that we've just mentioned. And they just have so much more map pressure than LGD.
I mean, that being said, TBQ has definitely been farming his jungle very effectively. Some of those will be lane minions from the bottom lane here as well. But Koro, he's teleported in, but TBQ has already killed Miko. There's the twisted advance onto him, though, and we'll see whether EDG can pick anything up. They're going to have to dive this turret as Akon gets a nice equilibrium strike, and Deft trying to use his extended range to get some more pressure down. EDG are going to be forced to back off, and they only lose their support to EDG, but still a decent play there from LGD.
Yeah, just unfortunately, Mako not respecting the 3-man stack coming through from LGD. Just more members are reacting to that turret dive than they expected. 1-man falls for no advantage. And all this time, Imp happily freezing in the top lane.
Yeah, just hanging out. This has been sort of the story as we head to the top side. It's just Imp chilling out, killing a few minions here and there. Ooh, actually, TBQ taking a lot of damage. The chains proc, and Pawn just picks up the kill, and that's what happens when you've got such deep vision.
Exactly. So credit goes to ClearLove. No kill assist or score involvement, but Def flashes aggressively.
Yeah, Akon actually getting exhausted here on the bottom side. Def just right-clicks him and picks up that kill, living artillery onto PYL just to make sure that he doesn't want to come back to lane, and already the Cogmore getting going.
I mean, Deft shows he doesn't need Valkyrie to make aggressive flash. Actually flashed over the Aqua Prison to pick up the kill onto Akon. Very aggressive play, even on the defensive-minded Cogmore. Gets him a kill. Going to start working towards the Trinity Force with the Sheen.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Cogmore, you probably want to hang on to your flash as much as possible, but you also really want to get an early snowball if you can. So picking up these early victories is definitely something that's worth flashing for. And keeping Akon out of a lane as well, meaning that this Aurelia, 14 CS here at 9 minutes into the game. I mean, Maokai, he's always going to be Maokai. He'll always have his twisted advance, always be able to get his work done. But Akon, he wants to build a Trinity Force, and for that you need a lot of money.
It's probably going to have to be the Righteous Glory, just because Koro nowhere near, let alone a Catalyst, let alone a Rod of Ages. So definitely both of them smarting for gold. But as you mentioned, Akon has 3,700 gold to be relevant. Maokai, always relevant.
Yeah, there's the flash twisted advance in this top side as well. They know that Akon doesn't have his flash. There's the Arcane Smash as well for the slow. Is the dive going to be on? There's the Absolute Zero. ClearLove explodes the Aurelia, and again, Akon's dead.
ClearLove's jungle pathing has been masterful this game, between putting down those wards that got Pawn the solo kill on TBQ, and then just actually getting 2 successful ganks, one in mid and one in top, we have to remember, on the jungle Nunu. You just wonder why he kind of skipped over this champion for a couple of weeks. They're so smart at playing around the Nunu. Actually doesn't pick up a side stun, goes straight for the Juggernaut.
Yep, picking up all of that extra health. And of course, we've seen Beast playing this Nunu quite often, and that Juggernaut enchant on your jungle item does work wonders on this Nunu. Just makes you so immovable, means that you can always get your snowballs exactly where they want to be.
And at some point in this game, you're going to have, you know, Deft and ClearLove, best friends forever. The Blood Boil coming on to Deft. It's still going to be a very powerful Cogmore. Not Juggernaut, even though there's a Juggernaut and a Cogmore. Don't mistake it, dear audience. But it's going to be a very happy Deft. And look, he's 1-0 in lane. They have the timer on Dragon, so although he won't have his flash up for Dragon, will Deft, they have the exact timer. They should still be able to rush it down the moment it spawns, and he just powers his way towards the Trinity Force.
Yeah, and when you've got Deft, who's just such a brilliant hyper carry player, I mean, Yeah, it's not the Juggernaut comp, but he still has a lot of augmentation from his team. He's got the Tidecaller's Blessing from Mirko here for the extra slow, for the extra damage, and he's got the Blood Boil here from Clearlove as well.
So let's compare EDG's Kog'Maw comp to what we saw from Ganti. And we were talking about how they were kind of split between their ideas, because it definitely wasn't a Juggernaut comp, even though I believe they had a top Lulu in that game.
They did.
The big difference is, from the support, you can't really compare the disengage available from Nami to that of Sona. Sona has Crescendo, but Nami, she's got the bubble, she's got Exhaust this game, she's got the Tidal Wave. She has a lot of disengage. You've got Clearlove, who's on the Nunu, although in the top lane we see Koro getting ganked by TBQ.
Some revenge here as the Assault and Battery comes down onto the tree. Koro going to use his Twisted Advance, trying to escape. Volt Breaker's going to find him, though. So much damage. And with the help of Wayless, TBQ picks up the kill.
And Pawn actually looked to react to that gank, so it doesn't actually get to push even the mini wave in mid aggressively. We see TBQ and Wayless smartly moving to mid lane together to stop any assassinations, but in the bottom lane.
Clearlove just running right under that turret. There's the snowball as well. Imp completely out of mana as Deft. He's very, very slow on this Kog'Maw. Doesn't have a lot of health. More snowballs to come down, and Imp somehow wanders casually out of it.
Deft was about 2 seconds away from getting the Biokine Barrage available, and actually Pawn rotates and picks up the kill.
Yeah, this is the part of the map that Pawn really does like to prey on, so we probably should have seen him roaming down there, and again, no one able to escape when you've got a LeBlanc just so capable of crossing terrain.
Yeah, TBQ's just trying to remove about a bit of pressure around Dragon. 30 seconds till that spawns. I don't believe LGD have an exact timer. But again, to remind you, of course, Nami, superior and disengaged to Sona. That's pretty much, it's not really an arguable point. Now you have the Nunu, who, okay, you could be like, all right, Blood Boil gives him more damage, but the space control of both the Snowball, which of course, attack speed and movement speed reduction, and then just the ultimate again with the attack speed and movement speed reduction. You just ult in front of your Kog'Maw, and it's such a big area of effect to get past. You don't have a lot of options. Then Koro on the Maokai flexibly can engage or disengage or even just disrupt for the Kog'Maw. There's a lot more disengage available for the Kog'Maw. So it's, again, protecting the Kog'Maw, excellent comp. And you got Pawn assassinating people left, right, and center. So a balanced teamfight comp with a bit of mid-game power coming through from LeBlanc. It's just a lot more cohesive than what Gamti did, which is just put things together and hope for the best.
Yeah, Gamti also didn't really have a dedicated tanker, as well as Pawn just doing some funny business there in the mid lane, and Wayless gets insta-killed.
I'm sad that wasn't a solo kill, because that was some sort of crazy outplay from Pawn moving back to his mimic. That was something, and then Clearlove's like, I'll take that gold.
Yeah. I've got a snowball here. Do you want me to? Okay, yep. Taking the kill. No problem
Can't
at all.
juke the snowball.
You certainly can't. You also can't juke much when you're Syndra. So, honestly, Wayless didn't really have many options there. Clearlove, he's going to eat a Scuttle Crab. Delicious.
Pawn actually just used his Mimic Distortion in TBQ's face, despite the fact that he had Assault and Battery. He was like, whatever, I'm at half health. I just want to harass you. And EDG, they're in a ward. I believe they've just been spotted out. Maybe not. I mean, with this sweep, you can guess it, but they're going to pick up the second dragon.
Yep, Pawn.
Or maybe not.
Down here as well. Imp does have level 9, so he's got a lot of extra damage with that collateral damage that is available. There it is, actually. Mako taking a lot from that one. The teleport's coming in, the Assault and Battery onto Clearlove. He's going to use his ultimate before he dies, and TBQ, oh my goodness, Wayless just exploding players left, right, and center. Pawn going to pick up TBQ, but Koro, you are most definitely dead, good sir, as Pawn comes around, does land the chain. Stops the Aurelia. That's not going to happen for too long as Imp's buckshot does come down. But as the dust settles, LGD picking up a 3-for-1.
Yeah, Mako and Pawn were both very low as that fight started with all the bursts coming through. They needed to back away early and didn't. So they do pick up a lot of answering kills. And the Dragon, I believe, does it go down? Yes, it went down. But it actually went to LGD. And now the Dragon score is even.
Yeah, no problem there at all. And LGD looking like they were having a rough time, feeling a whole lot better now. Deft in a bit of trouble, does have the Berserker's Greaves. Look at the Arcane Barrage, but Acorn just comes around the side, and Deft, one more auto attack. Acorn easily going to be able to solidify that one. Shield there as well, so no Acathian surprise kills to come down this time, and it's just all looking too easy for the rotation play here from LGD.
It was just an over-aggressive stay coming through from Deft. He really wanted to pick up the Trinity Force, about 700 gold away, actually even less than that, 500 gold away from completing that item. But the pace for it was Life and Pawn. He wants to kill TBQ again.
Yeah, the bottom side of LGD's jungle is not a place that you ever want to be as Pawn. Just hangs around. Last Q easily picks up that kill.
And the awkward part for TBQ is that he went to a Vault Breaker away and actually was blocked in his tracks by the chains. So that's nothing he could do.
Yeah, not exactly the right time. And, you know, when you're a jungler farming your Raptors, you expect to be safe.
And not solo killed twice in your own jungle.
I know.
And it's not even a double side zone. It's just the wards have been very on point from EDG. Clearlove, that extra Ruby Crystal, maybe building towards it, but all junglers in the LPL have moved away from spending a lot of gold on the very early side stone, but they're still getting a lot more purchase out of the wards they do have down. The economy of wards, the actual efficiency of the wards being placed is going up as the weeks move on.
Yeah, and they also have to as well when you have a limit on the amount of wards that you can put down. Pawn and Clearlove again forming their buddy system here in the mid lane, and this is what happens when you play Syndra, who doesn't have all that much mobility.
No, and Syndra's been preyed upon multiple times, both in terms of solo kills from Pawn and just Clearlove coming through and causing pressure. He's still being able to be very competitive CS, Wayless. Of course, he has excellent CS and has AoE wave clear from very long range coming through on the Syndra, but definitely in the skill matchup, Pawn has the advantage in the early levels.
Yeah, it's true. And do you think that that Kog'Maw skin looks a little bit like an oven?
Battlecast Kog'Maw looks awesome.
It looks awesome, but it looks like an awesome oven.
What would you cook in there, Atlas?
I'm not entirely sure. Something Acathian, I would say.
Maybe cupcakes? It's kind of adorable.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely. If only it was against a Caitlyn, we could have a thematic sort of team situation going on here.
Don't want to eat those cupcakes.
No, you don't. But if it's cooked in a Kog'Maw, I probably don't want to eat them anyway. Pawn just going to clear out this mid lane. Does get stunned up there a little bit. The ultimate comes through, and Wayless with the opportunistic kill. Beautiful play.
So many of those spheres on the map. You see 6 of them. It's just more damage than Pawn was expecting. Went super offensive with his build. No magic resist to speak of, and this is why it's a skill matchup. Because you misplay even just a little bit, you can see the damage Wayless can do.
Yeah, and look at Deft using that Tycho's blessing. The double bubble here as well. The tidal wave to come through. Clearlove with the ultimate flashing on top of him. But Wayless, he's on his way down. Clearlove, it might get turned around. Doesn't land the stun. Throws a sphere there as well. But the heal to come through is enough to save Clearlove's life. And that was ridiculous. But Pawn is still dead and nobody else actually died.
Yeah, the ridiculous fact is that no one died in that exchange. It was so close on both levels. Deft had to use his summoner here to keep Clearlove alive, as you mentioned. And the result is a draw. Deft is going to be able to farm up his Trinity Force. He has the gold for it now. We'll have that available for the next Dragon fight. Was delayed in picking up that power spike with the early Berserker's Greaves. But is farming up very competitively. Only 20 CS behind the Greaves.
Yeah, not too bad. And when he picks up that Trinity Force as well, it will be a huge spike in power. Doesn't have very much mana left. Must be wanting to head home very, very soon. Pick up that Trinity Force, as you can see, backing now. Just having a dance there as well as Pawn. Looking to maybe create some more assassinations. Acorn has to be careful. He has been spotted out by a ward, so LeBlanc not going to be able to do anything too fancy. And Clearlove also going to be wandering over that one. And Acorn says, well, you camped me.
Interesting. I mean, you have to mention here that the kill distribution on EDG's side solely basically in the pocket of corner most of the kills, whereas much more even. The front line of LGD actually has a lot of the gold for their team, and their AD carry is winning in CS. So in terms of items, Trinity Force, it was looking like it could have been a 25-minute Trinity Force. It's a lot better now, but we'll see a turret die.
Yeah, TVQ coming through here as well. Acorn taking so much damage. The final Q is going to pick that one up from Pawn. Clearlove just tanking the turret forever. Koro might be in trouble now as well, as Wayless came round, and he'll be able to pick up that kill with a cheeky ultimate. PWL probably don't want to take on Pawn, mate, because you are a little Janna with not all that much defensive statistics at the moment. But nice play from LGD, and they knew exactly where EDG was then.
And now my interesting question is, will it result in a 1v1 AD carry battle in bottom? I actually think Kog'Maw wins this 1v1 against Graves. He's a level behind, so that's a big problem. But with his massive range advantage, very hard for him to train with a Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and if he plays it perfectly, manages to get that sort of level 2 ultimate down right into the face of Deft, which he's going for now. The teleport to come through. Acorn's there as well. Imp's going to go down, though, and it's a 1-for-1 trade as the teleport did come through from Koro. He didn't decide to cancel it there, as he's going to pop his ultimate and then break it there as well. Acorn going to get knocked up twice here as well as the Aqua Prison comes through, but he's safely under his turret, and there's not too much EDG can do, but they might be able to actually get some damage down here as Pawn and Clearlove. Man, these guys are best buddies right now.
And let's take a moment to appreciate just how great that play was from Deft to even pick up a counter kill. No real reason to, with Aurelia by far getting the first teleport down. And as you mentioned, Pawn and Clearlove, this red side jungle has been a graveyard for TBQ and all of LGD.
I want to get that, the match history page up for where everyone died on the map, and it's mostly going to be the red side jungle here for LGD, as EDG going to start off this dragon again. Want to pick up their second. Of course, they are going to have some bad memories of last time where LGD managed to pick up that fantastic team fight, and they are this time going to be backing away.
They eat a lot of damage because Deft wasn't grouped with the team. It was very risky on the Turret Dragon, but now it's low, and ClearLove does have the Secure available.
Yeah, Smite potential very, very strong, but it's going to be Mako.
Oh, with the Nami damage.
Yeah, all the Nami damage. That's ridiculous. That just shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen at all. The pause to come through to work out why the Nami had Smite is going to be coming down here, but that was ridiculous. And when
Nami
it comes down to a 50-50 like
a
that.
damaging ability to take, it was just an auto attack.
Would it have been a Tycaller's Blessing auto attack? Or you'd hope so. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt on that one, but my goodness, that is very, very dangerous. TBQ didn't even have Smite available there either.
Yeah.
So
just go for those dragons. It's all good, mate.
No, this is what the plan was. It was EDG making sure that everyone coordinated their auto attacks and abilities at the same time.
I forgot about the Nami auto attack secure damage. My apologies.
Yeah. I think we all didn't quite get there. Whalers having a giggle about something there as well.
Big issue here for EDG. We talked about how Koro was kind of trapped between builds. It was already looking very early, like it was going to be too late of a part-time for World of Ages. So what would he build? At the moment, Merc Treads, a Catalyst, and you're just building a bit of armor towards perhaps the Frozen Heart coming through with the Glacial Shroud, compared to a completed Trinity Force Merc Treads. The roams from Akon have been on point. How many times now has he dived Deft under turret? I believe it's done it twice already. Koro's counter teleports definitely haven't amounted to too much. So in terms of item efficiency of buys, Trinity Force versus just some of those earlier lower tier items, it's night and day. And the Trinity Force part-time with Merc Treads is very, very early for Akon. The front line in general, obviously TBQ not having much fun farming his Raptors, died doing that a couple of times, but the front line's strong for LGD. And Wayless, 18 CS up despite all the pressure on his 6-1 laning opponent.
Yeah.
He's doing just fine on the Syndra.
Yeah, and as soon as, Pawn doesn't have any magic resist here as well. So despite the item discrepancy, when you've got two mid laners that both have 100-0 potential based on whether they actually outplay their opponent or not, it's just going to happen. It doesn't really matter. But 6-1-1 doesn't really mean anything to Wayless. If he lands a stun, Pawn's dead.
The viewers are the winners, and to be honest, the hardest job is the cameraman, because these people are dying in an instant. If you get hit by the stun, the E ability, the Scout of the Week coming through from Wayless, Pawn's dead. And the trades are just as strong coming through from Pawn onto Wayless. So, I mean, it's a skill matchup. We've already seen some amazing outplays.
Yeah.
And Syndra got a kill off screen.
Yeah, Syndra just happens to just kill people left, right, and center. And that outplay in the mid lane, though, that was one of the highlights of the week, I think, already. And we're in our first day as well, and I'm already willing to say that, just because Wayless just played it so incredibly beautifully. His damage calculation was fantastic, and the fact that he goes for these stuns, lands it, and then just goes, okay, yep, easily, just do all your buttons.
ClearLove, he's got a very late side stun. He's very, very tanky. That's why you see so much turret diving, is that ClearLove's job is basically to walk under the turret, hit that amazing skill shot, the snowball, and just kind of tank turret. That's basically what he does when he rushes the Juggernaut. It was like a 10-minute Juggernaut. A massive burst of health. I believe on this patch, 500 health from the Juggernaut being completed. So he's just able to take so many turret shots. Even more if he chomps on, I believe it's a Golem to pick up the extra 2% max health or something. Like, he's just very tanky and facilitated the dives that have come through. But LGD, ever since that Dragon fight that they took, they've been answering these rotations in success. They've had Akon teleport in, pick up a lot of kills. Deft, to his credit, picked up a trade kill. But it's actually a very finely poised game. After it was looking like EDG, once they got that second solo kill from Pawn on TBQ, you thought, all right, how's Vi ever going to be relevant if she's dying in her own jungle? But it's actually very finely tuned. In fact, LGD, they're at 400 gold ahead.
Somehow here, with a couple of extra kills, even on turrets here as well, ladies and gentlemen, at the 20-minute mark. And EDG, I mean, we were expecting these guys to be wanting to secure that top spot. LGD are just doing a fantastic job denying this, despite the fact that EDG had a very, very strong early showing this game.
Absolutely. I mean, LGD, they've been on point. When they win, their rotations have been excellent. They're answering EDG's early rotations with rotations of their kind. And I said rotations so many times, let's get back into the game.
Are you Monte Cristo there, Papa Smithy? I know you guys are pals, but it's starting to seem like you're the same person.
I'll get back to you on that one.
That is most definitely a compliment, by the way. Deft going to be throwing some living artilleries out here as well. Just has fantastic range. And using that just to get that wave clear down as well. So defending that mid lane outer turret successfully. Akon just going to take a casual turret shot here. And LGD looking to put some pressure down. And they've got this turret very, very low.
I think they've actually noticed here, LGD, if they early group, the ranged wave kick coming through from EDG is almost non-existent. Cogmore in the early levels especially can't do too much to help. Pawn is an assassin, and just like Fizz, LeBlanc doesn't have a lot of ranged wave clear without getting into melee range of the creeps. So as a 5-man group, EDG don't have a lot of answers.
Yeah, Pawn just going to be camping out this warded brush here as well as Akon. Happy to walk around here. The chain doesn't land. Oh my god. Okay. He's dead. Got it.
I mean, I see Syndra get a kill on LeBlanc. I'm not surprised.
Well, it's true, but I mean, yeah, that was just very, very quick.
And EDG, their initiation options, if they can't actually get the Vision Stranglehold, if they don't get their sweepers on point and start fighting around objectives, they don't really have a lot of initiation. They've got Koro with single target initiation with the Twisted Advance, and then, you know, the chains potentially if you're face checked. But in a 5v5 open situation, fighting, you know, in mid lane, for example, with the turrets down, EDG, they can't really force a lot.
Yeah, and you sort of want someone to walk into a brush here with Clear Love priming an ultimate here at the same time. Imp actually going to find Koro and doing a lot of damage. Quick draws forward with that red buff as well. Just flashes, and I don't even think he necessarily needed to, because Koro didn't have his back, but Imp just really, really commanding some respect here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, 0-2-5, now 1-2-5, but Koro, we talked about him being the odd one out, basically having no high-tier items completed, and he just got blown away by Imp. He just wouldn't have expected to take so much damage. Disrespected him, you'd have to say. EDG using this time to push top. They really want to get a second outer turret, but this is potentially going to be a first outer for an inner trade.
Yeah, this is going to be the inner turret in the bottom lane here as well, and you can see TBQ with a brilliant rotation steals away the blue buff, then heads straight towards that bottom inner turret. They're going to be able to take it here as well, and Imp just knows exactly when he's strong on this Graves. Knows that, you know, now that he's got the Cloak of Agility plus the Infinity Edge, he's capable of so much damage.
And it's very, very risky for EDG to try and do these turret trades, because again, they don't have the wave clear to kind of force a stalemate or just clear waves. They have to kind of go all in on their trades, and trading an outer for an inner is definitely not in EDG's advantage.
Yeah, well, of course, and now they've created that 2-turret gap. They've evened out the kills here as well, and you can see it in the gold. It's over 3,000 at this stage, and EDG, they really need to wait until that massively late game where they can use their really balanced teamfight comp to great effect around the likes of Dragon and Baron, but if it keeps going the way it is, LGD are just going to have so much map control.
And look, if they could have gone for an assassin that had more wave clear, for example, Ari, who did make it through the picks and bans, at least they'd have some defensive wave clear. But Pawn only and LeBlanc only go at one speed. They can only get picks and kind of force 5v4 situations. When it comes to wave clear, they don't offer very much. And you know, just the answering 2 kills that have come through to Wayless, suddenly Wayless catapulted to 4-2-1 himself. Definitely no slouch against Pawn, who's been forced to go Abyssal Scepter just to try and live through these damage trades.
Yeah, because he just cannot really handle taking a stun that Wayless has been fantastic at doing. And does this come down to LGD just being brilliant in the draft phase? They saw these 2 solo laners and said, look, what does this mean for us and what do we then have to do? And then they said, okay, there's not going to be very much late game wave clear, so let's build around that. I
mean, I feel like they did, just because, again, we talked about the fact that EDG had to 5th pick a hyper carry. They needed damage coming from somewhere, so they had to go for Kog'Maw or Jinx, but they already had Vi and Syndra locked in. Every hyper carry was a super risk to pick, and they really, really wanted this LeBlanc. Remember, they picked LeBlanc in the first rotation.
Exactly.
And so they really wanted LeBlanc, and LeBlanc does not go with what a Juggernaut comp wants to do, or even in this case, a Protect the Kog'Maw comp wants to do, because she doesn't offer wave clear. Protect the Kog'Maw, you always want the Kog'Maw to get to a late game situation, but if you don't have initiation or wave clear, you're playing reactive against a team like LGD. They're 4th on the ladder. They can play proactively, and so far their rotations have definitely been on point. And EDG, they don't have many answers, unfortunately.
Yeah, they don't, and you've got this as well. I mean, Imp, he's built the Phantom Dancer and the Infinity Edge here as well, and you talk about Graves and you think, okay, not really a tank buster. Often wants to build the Static Shiv and the Bloodthirster like Vasily likes to, but he wants to be able to destroy Koro, and we saw him do it successfully before. Of course, didn't have the Frozen Heart then, but now with this extra single target damage, the extra crit as well, you have to think he's going to be a little bit more suited for that.
Look, it's an auto-attack build. We've seen a lot of Graves, you know, for example, Vasily. We've seen him previously go, say, Bloodthirster into Last Whisper, go for more of an ultimate build. And look, if you've got a lot of assassins on the enemy team that you respect, absolutely, just focus on your collateral damage and your buckshot. But realistically, if Pawn's tracked in fights, and remember, you know, he'll dash in, and there's a lot of counterplay to that. You know, Wayless and other people have been on point. The stuns coming through from either TBQ or Akon between the Assault and Battery and the Equilibrium Strike. If Pawn is accounted for, Imp should be able to free hit even at 525 range in these fights. So he's able to go for a right-click build and can actually use that quick draw offensively because there's just not many ways to deal with him from this EDG lineup.
Yeah, and you have to remember the fact that, you know, quick draw is also a steroid. Gives you that attack speed, so it is going to be augmenting that sort of build style as well.
So, I mean, Deft's actually going for the Blade of the Ruin King second. The recent pickups have been the Bloodthirster just for a bit more navigability. But look, he needs the Blade of the Ruin King because it's so strong against Aurelia, potentially to sap that movement and just open up distance from all the gap close coming through from TBQ and Acorn. So I don't mind the Blade of the Ruin King pickup. Of course, has so much percentage health shred now, and the health stacking has come through to some degree from LGD. It's been the Dragons that have really been the undoing of the EDG lineup, but TBQ, he started off, and maybe they'll be able to just DPS it down quickly.
Yeah, he just vault breaks around the edge and clear up, easily able to secure that one. Beautiful Aqua Prison from Mako as well, in order to mean that EDG, they don't even have to use their teleport and they pick up an easy dragon.
And I guess to me, the big win condition for EDG is that 5th dragon specifically. It makes Kog'Maw so strong with the 12% AD and AP across the lineup. And the other good thing about a 5th dragon is once you pick up 4, you know the enemy team has to fight you for the 5th. So maybe that'll get the fight they want. They don't have initiation, but if they can monopolize objectives, you force the enemy team to fight on your terms. So potentially that is the way that EDG get the big fight they're looking for.
Yeah, and as well now, I mean, with Wayless being able to pick up this Void stuff, Assault and Battery wasn't blown here as Pawn would have been able to use that Mimic Distortion to just kill TBQ and the rest of his team. The catch might be on here as PYL takes a lot of damage, but he is going to be okay. No one else going to be committing to that one. Bit of danger to come through, but Monsoon actually gets popped, and Imp gets destroyed here on the offside. Wayless now in a lot of trouble at the same time as Koro. He's going to jump on top of this immobile Syndra. Again, though, it is going to be Mako falling down, and Deft, he's dead. Pawn now trying to dance around this fight. There's a flashball breaker, but doesn't find it. Beautiful plays coming through from Pawn as he's dancing around. Does land the chain here as well. Blade Surge not going to be available as another distortion gets him over the wall. Pawn doesn't actually opt to go back towards that distortion as now is going to have that Mimic available. Does distort around, kills PYL and saves his own life as the ball breaker comes through. Oh my goodness, Pawn is ridiculous on this champion and he's going to be safe.
That was disgusting.
That was absolutely disgusting.
Amazing play coming through from Pawn 2 times in one game. This time, no Clear Love Snowball to steal the thunder. The outplay coming through, and then just the exclamation point on the end, the cherry on the top of killing PYL. Man, I can see why they early picked the LeBlanc. His mechanics down pat.
That was utterly beautiful to watch, and there was just nothing that LGD could do. It wasn't like they made mistakes looking for him there or anything, or maybe they just made a mistake by even going after the LeBlanc that just has so much ability to maneuver around, but beautifully played by Pawn.
I mean, the only mistake that came through was that Imp died to start that fight off screen, just walked into Twisted Advance range, not even flash Twisted Advance, it just died to focus fire. Deft was assassinated himself by Wayless, so both AD carries cancelled out, but 3 for 2 and only the support falling in terms of AD carry trade, but only the support falling for the mid and support of LGD. Definitely an advantage for EDG.
Yeah, looking really, really great. They do still have that 2,000 gold deficit to deal with, but you can see Deft continuing to farm now on this top side. And as far as scaling potential, you really have to give it to the comp that has a Maokai who becomes almost immortal in the late game, and then Deft on this Kog'Maw who has so much augmentation, what with the Blood Boil and the Tyclaw's Blessing that we've spoken about so often. Would be scary.
With all the wave clear from LGD, though, I really think EDG need to pick up those objectives, specifically the 5 dragons. They have 3-1 at this point. They need to continue that, but they don't have any control at the moment of the river wards towards dragon. Actually, LGD very on point with these wards. If they want to pick up the next dragon, they need to start sweeping, because that's the win condition. They don't have initiation. They have good turret damage. Their sieging is fine, but their initiation is very, very low. So they want to create a situation where LGD are forced to face check them. And that's when EDG look very, very strong. Yeah, the teleport coming through from Acorn, but they're going after Pawn, who is definitely going to be safe. But is this just an out-rotation here by LGD? Because they have a minion wave heading towards this inner turret. Teleport going to be used here from Koro. Nice Aqua Prism, but the Banshee's Veil going to be enough as EDG looking to start some form of fight. The Snowball going to land onto Imp, but Distortion not going to close enough distance here for Pawn. It's a teleport for teleport trade, so Importantly, no structure falls from EDG, and we kind of reset after a lot of aggressive posturing from LGD.
Yeah, and Pawn, now that he has so much cooldown reduction with this Morellonomicon here as well, does have a blue buff available. So he's just distorting everywhere.
I mean, he was doing that before, let's be real.
That's true. We were
the assassination with all the AP is stacked. He's sitting on, I believe, 547 AP with both the Abyssal Scepter and the Voice Off. No time even for the Sorcerer's Shoes yet.
Doesn't bother, yeah.
But everyone will melt like butter to Pawn. So he's just looking for the flank, and he's being very clever here. He wants to kill whoever wants this nice, juicy minion wave in the bottom.
Yeah, there's a lot of red dots here for Imp to come and pick up if he wants them. But Pawn, this is the red side jungle of LGD. They have to know by now that it's always dangerous to go anywhere near it.
So the question is, can he kill Banshee Veil Acorn from full health?
This is your test, Pawn. Let's see whether you can do it. Doesn't have his Banshee's Veil quite available just yet. But Pawn not looking for it, wants to find somebody else coming down in transition. But I don't think he's going to be able to kill Acorn. And he's just going to leave it for now.
And the Banshee Veil actually had just gotten off just then. So had the potential, had the window when the Banshee Veil was down, but thought better of it.
Yeah, I feel like we should have just hired David Attenborough to come through for that one, as Pawn was stalking his prey and decides that in the end I would prefer not to go for that kill.
You do a pretty good David Attenborough.
No, that wasn't very good. That was more Gandalf, I think.
Sean
That was
Connery?
terrible. Yeah. Sean Connery. No, don't think so. Terrible. Terrible.
It's a bit of quiet time. Everyone's posturing during this game.
I think we need to have a bit more quiet time, let's be honest.
Maybe after this series, Atlas, for you. Off to the bench for you.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. Actually, no, it is what's going to happen. But Pawn and Clearlove hanging out together once more. They are going to be able to take down this Scuttle Crab. And I mean, we are talking about silly things, but not a whole lot really happening here. Team's just waiting for the...
Oh, boy.
Okay, talking about not very much happening, and the Baron is going to be started here for LGD.
So much damage already.
Yeah, exactly, and there's the Tidal Wave to come through here as well. Doesn't find anyone, but the Baron goes down before Clearlove can come in depth. Over the side, tries to get the auto attacks down. Wayless immediately kills Pawn, though, as EDG are melting to the hands of LGD. Koro, they all turn on him, and he's going to fall down as well. The right-click damage from him, netting him a double kill already. And that's the kind of decisive play. They waited for the right time, and LGD capitalized.
They knew the spawn time for Dragon, knew that EDG were posturing towards it to build up that fourth Dragon, and DPS down Baron in an instant. I was surprised by the damage they were putting out between the percentage damage of TBQ, the Trinity Force from Acorn, and all of Graves' damage. And look at all the advantages stack up in an instant. They blow through the inhibitor turret. Going to be the first inhibitor for LGD. They can't close out the game, but 0 to hero, very fast for LGD.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. They're going to have to use their empowered recalls to be able to get back and defend their inner turrets because, of course, the waves are crashing down. But they're just going to pick up a dragon and then sort of just let it happen. You know, they've got towers there. They'll sort it out.
And naturalistically, EDG able to watch this with their Scuttle Crab. Bit of a bizarre torture for the EDG team. But one of their win conditions starts to fade away. Suddenly, at minimum, 12 minutes till we're talking about a 5-dragon stack coming down from EDG. And with the base broken and the low wave clear, I don't know how EDG are going to be able to manipulate waves to get the team fight they've been so desperately trying to bait.
Yeah, and it looks like Imp actually deciding to build a Guardian Angel here as well. They understand that they can win the game after their next team fight, you have to think.
Absolutely, and the Guardian Angel is completed, like you say. They're going to finally get this outer turret at 35 minutes into the game. Or maybe not.
No, not going to happen this time, of course. A lot of wards are put down here by EDG, trying to get damage to the turret with wards, but of course that doesn't work, and they're both going to get swept away here by LGD at the same time. Pawn is going to chain up this blue buff and make sure that he can be as slippery as possible. Only one more item slot available for this LeBlanc here as well. But Deft is slowly scaling up, wanting to go for that Infinity Edge, you have to think, for his next item. Is that the proper choice, or is the fact that he hasn't got that Phantom Dancer yet really going to hurt him?
I think they need the Infinity Edge. I think they need the damage coming through from the Infinity Edge. They do have attack speed coming through from the Blade of the Ruined King, so okay, they don't have necessarily a lot of critical strike to support it, but with the Crit Cloak, he can go for either the Phantom Dancer or the Infinity Edge. But the big thing for EDG, the only game I can compare this to from EDG's season is EDG versus OMG Game 1, where you remember how good did Pawn's Nidalee look? and they still lost the game. The same story with the LeBlanc. It's been a solo story. He's been so effective on it. But in that game, the Twist of Fate could roam because Nidalee couldn't follow the Twist of Fate roam. In this game, Pawn's doing a lone hand, but they have no wave clear, so they're just going to get pushed in, and they don't really look like they have any answer to what LGD are putting out.
Yeah, EDG are trying to do something here. They're looking for a possible engage. Pawn over to the side, trying to get some poke damage down. Koro actually going to flash switch of advance onto Imp here as well. The tidal wave's beautiful. Clear up immediately broken from his absolute zero as the ult comes through onto Deft, but he doesn't fall down just yet. The knock-ups onto Koro as he gets focused and killed, and Acorn is going to die. Deft is still alive, but he needs to save himself, and the tower falls down. Imp, he's still got the Guardian Angel as the chain actually procs there as well. Pawn looking to try and get some damage down as EDG trying to come in and get something done. Oh, TBQ, you're in so much trouble, and just explodes to Pawn's damage, and EDG now looking to try and re-engage. The Blood Boil is there, and he's got a lot of movement speed coming through to Clear Love, but it's not going to be quite enough, and POAL actually doing a masterful effort saving his team there.
And LGD buying a lot of times for the super minions to start hitting onto this Nexus turret. It just lives on a sliver of health. They need to back off and clear waves. And look, they got some exit kills, but it's a trade for a second inhibitor turret. Not quite an inhibitor just yet, but again, EDG, their only real win condition was to get towards 5 Dragons and force fights just basically because they were threatening Baron, because they're threatening Dragon. But that assertive call to take down the Baron has completely unsettled any of EDG's win conditions, and now they just kind of sit back, have no real initiation, and hope for the miracle chains, hope for the overextension under a turret. We're running out of turrets for LGD to die.
Well, that's the thing here as well, and the fact that it was such a gigantic swing of power here at the same time. Baron to 1 team fight, to 2 turrets, to an inhibitor.
And a Dragon.
And a Dragon. They've got everything from it. It was just beautiful capitalization, and that's exactly the story of what EDG hasn't been able to do this game. They've got Pawn going around and getting solo kills around the map, but what do they get from it?
And that's the same story as I mentioned. Nidalee, I believe it was 10, 4, and 11. He did excellently that game. Solo killed the jungler, solo killed the enemy mid laner, but eventually Twisted Fate outscaled Nidalee. They had so much map pressure and EDG didn't have any engage. It's the same story here. Pawn's able to get a lot of exit kills. His score looks great, 10, 3, and 2. But they have 2 damage sources. One of them is a burst damage mid laner with no wave clear, and the other one's Cogmore. They can't force anything on their own terms whatsoever. And LGD, they just have so many different ways they can win. They have picks, they have hard initiate with the Assault and Battery, they have long range initiate with Wayless, and they have a lot of neutral damage, as we saw with them blowing down the Baron buff in no time at all. And EDG, they're so tunneled in this Protect the Cogmore comp, but LGD, they completely calculated it. They forced them into a hyper carry last pick when they already had all the hard initiate in the world. So masterful pick phase for LGD, and EDG, they just kind of ran out of options with their last pick.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here, but of course LGD still need to finish the game, and EDG, they can capitalize on any mistakes to come through, but LGD just haven't been making them this game.
And the Cogmore's just not big enough to do enough damage to really threaten the front line. It's not the Infinity Edge. Actually been forced onto a Spectre's Cowl for a bit of magic resist, because again, the long range damage from Wayless has actually been basically assassinating Deft in multiple fights or forcing him to back. And if he backs, where's the damage coming, barring the burst trades from Pawn?
Yeah, and it means also that Deft can't be the ultimate 6 damage item Cogmore here as well. I mean, he can't be the way that Name was building the Jinx earlier on, where it's just 100% damage.
And it's not Crystal's Juggermore, where he was able to play Cogmore and be in the front and have so many shields and hastes from the Whimsy, and finally going to get the outer turret. But Deft has to position defensively, still eats all the long-range damage from Syndra. And again, like, they're not getting the purchase from the Cogmore pick. Pawn's doing excellently, but the rest of the team comp doesn't synergize with it. They have low wave clear and no initiate. A lot of issues kind of all at the same time in this draft for EDG.
You can see both Dragon and Baron about to come up at exactly the same time. We'll see whether LGD really decide to go for the Baron as it spawns, or whether it's going to be a bit of a dance around it. And I have to think that the dance is probably what they're going to opt for, because that does seem to be the way of this game. And you can see now as well, I mean, LGD, the patient game has been working so well for them, and if it ain't broke, why fix it?
And look, EDG have had time to use their double sights and to get good wards around the Baron, so there's not really a potential to burst it down. EDG are actually posturing towards trying to burst it down as Aurelia solos the Dragon slowly. They're trying to engage, but this is woeful engage. It's basically a snowball and they have to back away.
Yeah, and LGD, they're more than happy just to let EDG do any attempted
World's
engage.
slowest dragon comes out.
While Aurelia just sort of slaps the dragon around for as long as possibly can. Of course, not taking too much damage, but it seems like they're just partying there. And EDG, when they have no hard engage, they can't capitalize on what's going on right now. Because Acorn, I mean, he could teleport in if anything did break out, but nothing doing really. And that's 2 Guardian Angels now completed. TBQ also having one of those, as Imp just going to be pushing down this wave. Acorn just decides that he wants to use his Transcendent Blades here on the bottom side. Doesn't want to get caught with their minion waves pushing through, and he's going to head back to base. Just get some extra mana, and possibly some home guard boots, and rock it out.
LGD are in no rush to go check this Baron. They know that there's no realistic chance that EG are going to rush it down. While the TBQ face checks it, has Guardian Angel.
Yeah, he's going to get that Guardian Angel popped here, though, and the fight is on completely. Clearlove gets a massive channel of the Absolute Zero, and TBQ going to fall down already. This Maokai is getting destroyed, though, in the front line, but he's going to flash away after that Twisted Advance. Beautiful play. Acorn now in a whole lot of trouble. The double kill to come through now for Pawn, who gets the triple here as well, as somehow PYL dies to him. Imp now, he's going to get slowed down by that snowball. Flashes forward. That was the Mimic, though, and Pawn is a god. Wayless is going to take down Def, but he is so incredibly low. Imp now trying to fight this one off. Wayless, he's going to fall eventually. There's the Guardian Angel popped, as the chain's not actually going to proc on a dead target, as now the gigantic teleporting tree going to be able to secure that one. And EDG, we were talking about the fact that they can capitalize on mistakes, and that looks like it.
Yeah, just talking about the lack of need for a face check. Not a lot of Baron damage coming out, barring Deft. It would have been a fairly slow Baron, especially for 42 minutes standard. Speaking of slow Barons, looks like EDG going to try one. There's still a long death time, as TBQ won't be able to get there in time. Clearlove still has enough cooldown reduction to do good damage in rotation to this Baron, and it will fall eventually.
Yeah, Clearlove able to eat it here as well, so he's not at too much damage of dying, but the Mimic Distortion going to do a whole lot of work, and that is the second Baron going down now to EDG.
And finally, Koro is becoming the frontline tank he needs to be. We're going to see a replay come through. You watch the replay, TBQ is caught out of position. That's the big factor, and Akon just enters the fight now, so TBQ will die instantly during the fight. Smart chains coming through, and all the zone control coming out. We were waiting for the big burst trades to come out from Pawn. Pawn's watching at the side of this fight, looking for the engaged target, gets the kill onto Akon to begin the fight. It's the 80 carries falling that's the big factor.
Oh my goodness.
So Kog'Maw's still alive. Watch Deft in the backline, and then the assassination from Wayless is so on point. Through the Spectre's Cowl, deletes Deft off the map. And the Imp, that's the thing, he buys time. He will eventually fall, as almost was going to be the passive picking up a kill, but Imp buys so much time that he almost allows his team room to respawn, but eventually will fall. Wayless with the great play just to stop this being a landslide win, getting the assassination onto Deft. But as we turn to the fight, they've got the Baron. They're riding with the Baron. This game is actually close after a big mistake coming through from LGD with the face check.
Yeah, it just wasn't exactly what you want to do. You don't want to get that Guardian Angel pop for free and then have TBQ have to try and get out of a situation that he'd got himself into. So not really working out here. Of course, Bloodthirster has now been completed by Imp, so he's going to have a whole lot more defensive statistics with that shield, but also with the extra lifesteal really going to be helpful. Not to mention a massive load of damage, but LGD probably not going to want to fight again until these Guardian Angels are back available.
Banshee Veil was the finish for Deft. Makes sense with the Spectre's Cowl, but delaying what you have to assume at this point is the Infinity Edge last for another few minutes. LGD, they have a lot of wave clear. EDG, they can't afford to make a mistake. They don't have a lot of wave clear themselves. Probably not going to be too many advantages gained from this Baron buff unless the split push begins.
Yeah, the defensive Baron to come through here. Oh, Pawn, he's going to find him off to the side and insta-kills him. And that's exactly what EDG were looking for.
Well, why was Imp walking there? There was no reason to. They did not have ward coverage around and face-checked a Baron buff to LeBlanc.
Yeah, and TBQ now going to get aggressive on the tower dive is on, as Cora's just happy to tank it up forever. TBQ in so much trouble as Deft with all of that range. Look at the McHales as well, beautifully timed onto Deft, and Wayless is just going to get destroyed. He used his ultimate on Deft, did nothing.
No, did nothing. Didn't have a lot of the spheres down, and then, as you mentioned, the McHales came through. Pawn is such a god on LeBlanc. We can't even overstate it. 15, 3, and 4. The next best member, 4, 4, and 8. Again, but why was Imp there? Why did he face check a brush? There was no need to whatsoever. And EDG, against all odds, they're probably going to win it.
Yeah, there's the assault and battery onto Deft as they go in for the final last-ditch effort. Akon, he's burning down as Pawn, just happy to tank up the turret. It is eventually going to fall down as Deft with so much damage. Now just focusing the Nexus. TBQ in a lot of trouble. Pawn, he doesn't even die somehow, blows the Zhonyas. And that was just beautiful play coming through from the mid laner of EDG. Just unbelievable.
And you can see him throw off the headset. So proud of himself. 16-3-4. And LGD, as bemused as Invictus Gaming was in game 1 against the aforementioned Cho'Gath Diana combo, LGD, they had that game in their grasp. They had everything. They had the initiation advantage. They were looking great. But 2 face checks, one from TBQ, when you could look down this EG line and go, all right, the Baron's going to be slow. Let's find a strategic way to walk in. He walked in and had his Guardian Angel popped instantly. That got the Baron for EDG. We were mentioning how they're going to initiate a fight. It's going to need a face check of some sort. The first one came, and the second one, just unbelievable. Imp, the world champion AD carry, walks into a LeBlanc and dies at the end of the game. 70-second respawn time. He didn't even respawn as that game ended. And EDG, they stole that win from LGD.
Yeah, they really did, and it was all off the back of that face check. But let's see if it happens again as we hop into game 2 between LGD and EDG, and we'll see whether it all just happens again.
back, you gotta just everything comes down to memories of I kept it in, but now I'm letting you I let you go, so get away from me. Give me my space back, you gotta just everything comes down to memories of.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Papa Smithy, and we just experienced, I have to say, a bit of a throw.
I mean, that's probably the word you have to use. I'm always reticent to use it because there's usually a lot more factors than that, but between the two face checks, one of them more necessary than the other. Imp, I don't know where the blue trinket was, but it certainly wasn't on that brush. He just died instantly to the LeBlanc to just open up the end of the game with the 75-second death time or whatever it was at that point. LGD, it felt like they had everything. They had the wave clear advantage. They had the initiation advantage by far between even just the chance spheres from the Scatter the Meek from Syndra, but just the Assault and Battery and Aurelia diving in. They were in a wonderful position, then just letting those wards lapse once around Baron.
Yeah.
The result was 5-6 minutes of power for EDG, and they won the game off it. So EDG, I think they're just going to find it surreal that they actually won that game. They would not have expected to. It felt like they picked themselves into a corner, but we have to just highlight how great Pawn was on the LeBlanc.
Just incredible. His plays, especially in that last team fight that was replayed, was just so beautiful. The fact that he baited Imp into, I think, flashing after his Mimic and then distorting around the fight so beautifully, picking up a triple kill almost instantly. And when you're on a LeBlanc that, he had his Zhonya's Hourglass, I believe, but didn't have to use it in that fight at all.
Just so calculated. He's
Beautiful.
so good on that champion. It kind of vindicates the early pickup in the first round of picks, picking the LeBlanc. Despite the fact they picked themselves into a corner, I mean, he did everything he humanly could to navigate out. But again, I mentioned that other game where on Nidalee he was much the same, tried to overtake a game on Nidalee, couldn't get it done that time. Maybe they just need to get what he wants to play and their team comps in order, because when that man's on form, Pawn is amazing.
Pawn is absolutely unbelievable, but we'll see what he decides to bring next time around. And you have to think that Whalers probably want to go for a champion with a little bit more mobility, and he plays Ahri. I mean, maybe that's the pickup here.
And his Ahri is excellent. There's a lot of excellent Ahri players in the LPL, between Cool and Rookie as well, you have to mention. Went through the picks and bans, could have picked it away, went for the Syndra. They got a lot of purchase out of Syndra. He solo killed Deft at least twice, maybe 3 times in that game. But as you say, the mobility will give him more options. He didn't have the options for counterplay quite the same as his opposite number Pawn.
Yeah, but it looks like we are going to be having a Flame this time. And we'll see whether the 5.4 is going to bring out the Flame Cannon, because I would be very excited to see that. And we've seen LGD, when they have these sort of lockdown engaged team comps with the Lissandra, with the Cannon, things turn around beautifully for them. But you have to think that that's going to get into your mind. The fact that you have a game in such control, know exactly what you need to do, and then get forced into a bad decision, or not even forced, just make a bad decision and lose, that's got to play on your mind.
Absolutely. It's very hard to shake that off. Maybe a veteran team, like a team that has really stayed together for a long time to get over that. But new teams, and all these LPL lineups basically are new teams, of course. They have played a lot of games just because the best of 2 format and the large league, but it's hard to shake off a loss like that. They do have a change in the top lane. As you mentioned, Flame coming in. We dream of the Flame Cannon. One day it'll happen. Maybe playoffs will be the first time that we see the Flame Cannon.
Me.
But LGD, they're going to have to really go back to the drawing board, because they won that game for themselves. They were in a wonderful position to close it out, and they just couldn't do it. You could see their look on their faces after that game. They were as surprised as we were that the result came down to EDG. And now to just shake that off and try something different. As you mentioned, the AoE comps they've run, the Cannon, Lissandra, they've got a lot of purchase out of those picks. And it's been very effective for them. It has a large margin for error. But I'd say the same thing about their previous comp, and they managed to lose that one. So just go maybe for another reliable comp, throw in the big AoE from Cannon, and just try and get the picks, because there's no point dwelling on the last game. They need to pick up at least a point, keep, in top 3 consideration. But for now, rooted to 4th place.
Yeah, but they still made sort of beautiful things happen with the comp that they had in the earlier stages of the game. I don't think there's anything to say that they can't just do that again. Just please don't face check Baron against a team that doesn't have any engage other than you face checking them.
That's
just...
when you reduce it to those terms, you understand our surprise at the result.
It's just a little bit silly, but you don't expect it from these top teams. That's why we're so surprised here, because, of course, LGD have proven themselves to be a team that plays with such control and just unable to really hold it in there. And then having Imp face check towards the end just really wasn't working out. But we'll see whether they do decide to change it up with some sort of different team comp, or whether they're just going to ban LeBlanc and say, okay, Pawn, please play something else.
Well, they'll have to move some bans away from the likes of Corki. That will probably open up the Corki pick, because that was the last ban that came through from LGD. there's a lot of considerations, a lot of flexible champion pools, so there's no way to ban out either Wayless or Pawn, for example.
heck no.
Both of them play so many champions. You ban away the LeBlanc, something scary is going to come out one way or the other. And, I mean, to be honest, LGD, if they ran those comps, 10 times? If there was a sample size of 10 times, they'd win that game 8 out of 10 times. Just with the comps, there was just so little room for EDG to win that game until they did. You know what I mean? Like, they looked, everything suggested, every advantage was of the LGD. It looked like they were going to take it either sooner or later, and then just the big surprise came through, and the match went to EDG. So they'll take that. They're happy to pick themselves into those positions multiple times because they'll win far more than they lose.
Yeah, they were winning until they lost, ladies and gentlemen. It's
Never heard that one before.
Exactly what happened in that last game, but we'll see whether LGD can just shake it off and then hop into the next matchup reformed and feeling like they need a victory. And let's hop into Champion Select and see whether they can. Of course, LGD actually going to be banning away Lissandra here on the blue side, which I find... Oh, actually, no. It's going to be EDG on our blue side, of course. Things a little bit switched around, but it is going to be the Lissandra ban away from Wayless, which is so smart.
Absolutely. EDG haven't really played a lot of the Lissandra. It's not really a Koro champion. Pawn likes the flexibility of 18 gap closer, which we've come to learn.
He's only got one, and it doesn't work instantly, so that's just silly. Don't pick that up.
The Rumble ban against Flame, because this is what the world's come to.
And Clearlove actually going to have his Nunu banned away here as well. I mean, I think that LGD sort of knew how to deal with that type of comp, but they're really focusing him this time. The Rek'Sai ban as well. 2
jungle bans against Clearlove. Clearlove could also always default to the Hecarim. Maybe the Hecarim pick up for a little bit less jungle pressure early, but then the big tanky pressure later in the game. You know what I'd like to see, though, is what they played twice against LGD last time. The Ahri ban comes through against Wayless to remove that as a potential 5th pick. But I'd love to see the return of the Lee Sin. Clearlove's actually 5-0 on Lee Sin, despite the fact you don't necessarily consider it one of his core champions. It's not usually about the skill shots as Clearlove, as you could tell from the Nunu. But it's been very effective, and it should be potentially considered. But look who's available. It's Lulu.
Oh my goodness. And EDG looking to try and build the Juggernaut team comp, and we'll see what LGD do to try and counter it. Do they pick away a whole lot of the necessary champions? PYL is going to be able to pick up the Annie here. Was banned in the last series. But Hecarim now a potential option for Flame, and either Hecarim or Aurelia, they feel like Flame-type champions.
I really like Hecarim against Juggernaut. That's one of the few things we haven't seen explored, but just the ability to get in there and just the Terrify that comes through after the the Onslaught of Shadows is so good at closing down these really positioning-focused enemy team comps. Gonna go with the Aurelia, much more of a reliable choice, works better in a 1v2. But EDG, they pretty much got the go button the moment they locked in the Lulu to go for the Juggernaut, and we haven't seen it for a long time, but maybe it'll be the Lee Sin.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's going to be Clearlove's Lee Sin, but we'll also see whether they decide to lock down the other options here that you do get when you need to build these Juggernaut team comps. And of course, Jarvan, decent option here, was actually used by Gamti earlier on, but Pawn switching around the junglers here, and it is going to be Lee Sin in the end.
I mean, there's incidental nerfs to his armor. I believe the 10 less armor at level 1, no armor coming through from the flag means that Jarvan's just that much more brittle in the jungle. He's still a great ganking jungler, still can be used to great effectiveness, but Lee Sin completely untouched in the 5.4 patch. Weird to see him not pick it for himself, but Lee Sin is the locker.
It is quite interesting, but you know, maybe just trying to confuse everyone.
Success.
Yeah, it's worked. I'm definitely confused. But on the other side, LGD actually thinking about a potential Caitlyn pickup here for him.
I feel like Caitlyn's been severely underplayed in the LPL. The last Caitlyn I remember was Uzi getting about a 40 CS lead in a 2v2 lane, just straight up denying with Caitlyn. Caitlyn's lane dominance is a sight to behold, and of course is excellent in the late game. And even in the mid game, if you're able to rotate, also has a wonderful matchup against Kog'Maw. And you know, this comp was screaming Kog'Maw. You knew it was coming out. There was no way to pick it away. There's no way to fit Kog'Maw into a more standard comp. But I mean, no reason to see Kog'Maw taken here. Corki is available. They could modify. They haven't necessarily pigeonholed themselves. They could pick up a bit of damage and go for a more of a mid-game comp. But nope, it's going to be the Kog'Maw. It's going to be protect Kog'Maw. And basically, it's all about depth.
Yep, to protect the Kog'Maw. But now they have the Whimsy. Now they have that wild growth from this Lulu in order to make this one work. And it's going to be Pawn on Lulu here this time. And does that mean that sort of they're missing that playmaking potential in the mid lane?
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you look at this comp, there's not actually a lot of peel There's a lot of peel for Deft, but there's not a lot of shield. It's not necessarily going to be Deft being able to freely stand at the front of a fight because they've got Leona as their support, who's more looking for the AoE engage. They've got Lulu for the supportive factors, but Lulu's the only one to really amplify Deft in a fight. There's plenty of peel coming through potentially from ClearLove on the Lee Sin, from all the tankiness of Koro on this Maokai, but Lulu mid. I mean, that's definitely not what we expect from Pawn. Maybe he can play it confidently and try and drive home an advantage over Victor, but
maybe it's Lee Sin mid, and they're going Maokai jungle.
The dream.
And that is why ClearLove picked the Leona.
I don't think so.
No, neither do I. But a man can dream. Of course, I have memories of Froggen's mid lane Lee Sin that was just so much fun to watch.
I find it so interesting to see teams go so close to the Juggernaut, then not pick the Janna. Janna goes through picks and bans. They looked at their previous game, they were like, all right, we had no engage that game. Let's do something different. You don't give up the Janna if you're going full Juggernaut. You still have potential engage coming through from ClearLove on the Lee Sin. You still have at least a single target engage coming out from Maokai. This Kog'Maw is at risk if he's playing at the front of a fight. That's the core tenet of a Juggernaut comp, is Kog'Maw fighting from Reckless Abandon at the front of a fight and then having all the utilities, shields, the wild growth, etc. to fight from the front. This Kog'Maw still has to be very wary if he does that.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess this is still Deft, sort of the leader when it comes to teamfight positioning. Now that Name's back, you have to think that both of them are going to be fighting for that spot. But of course, his teamfight positioning has always been fantastic. Maybe they just want to utilize that and figure that maybe they just don't have to put him at the front.
You have to mention is also the Caitlyn versus Kog'Maw laning matchup. EDG desperately want a lane swap. They do not want to opt into a 2v2 Kog'Maw versus Caitlyn. It's a very bad matchup for Kog'Maw. Even with the Bioarcane Barrage at early levels, he can only start to match Caitlyn's range. Not fun for the little void creature.
Yeah, it's not fun, but let's get into the Rift and see whether it is. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with EDG taking on LGD for our second match in this series, of our third series of the evening. And we'll see whether Deft is going to have fun as we hop onto the Rift. And looks like, you know, he's bouncing around as an oven. He's looking like he's okay.
Didn't feel like he had fun for at least the first 40 minutes of that previous series, getting assassinated repeatedly by Syndra. The one time he lived through at full health, he was like, finally, I can auto-attack. You look at this LGD comp, they don't have a lot of hard initiate outside of TBQ and Flame. They definitely have the follow-up AoE damage from Wayless, who's gone the Ghost Flash route, is really looking to have mobility as well. I mean, I tell a lie, they've got PYL and Annie, so there is a lot of hard engage coming out against the Kog'Maw, and only really the Wild Growth for... Yeah, Wild Growth and the shield coming through from Lulu as defensive utility options. So he's going to have to be very careful with his position. Probably not going to be super aggressive, like I mentioned, with only the Wild Growth coming through. No Janna disengage as a support. In fact, an engaged support. So the way they play out these team fights doesn't really shout out to me in terms of the team comp they've picked EDG, but it's definitely all about the Kog'Maw.
Oh, yeah. On the side of LGD, though, one thing I really, really like is PYL's Annie. If he manages to get a Tibbers on an entire team, that gravity field coming through from Wayless, teamed up with the Death Ray as well, is so much AoE damage. Plus the Chaos Storm, of course, as well. That is just ridiculous wombo.
Yeah, I mean, it takes that setup, though, of course. I believe the arm is slightly longer than the arm time is slightly longer than the duration of the Annie stun. I believe maybe at later levels, there'll be enough to chain up that CC and have it really be the Wombo CC you mentioned. But EDG have gone very aggressive looking for the invade. They should successfully get the lane swap they're looking for.
Yeah, they're going to pick that one up. Of course, 4 members around this red buff. This is what happened last time, and we again have another red steel on the other side. TBQ going to be able to lock that one away. Not as quickly, of course, as ClearLove's able to, as he gets that red buff down to 1 health. ClearLove now just hanging out with Corey here as well, and you can see there's just so much vision available for EDG as Wayless actually looking to try and cause some funny business here, but doesn't throw a Death Ray in there.
The vertical jungling really is a massive early advantage to EDG. We already mentioned they did not want to opt into the 2v2 against Caitlyn Annie with this Kog'Maw Leona combo. Kog'Maw Leona, not that much synergy in lane as well, of course. Only really burst damage available at level 6 when the Living Artillery is finally skilled for death. So in the early phase, Kog'Maw's going to try and control this lane, and we might see Mako freed up to do a bit of roaming.
Yeah. And of course, you only need level 2, as Sync Dream has taught us, to be a decent roaming Leona.
But don't talk to Sync Dream about Sona builds.
Yeah, let's not do that at all. He didn't even finish the Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm still mad at him for that. Def gonna throw out that Bio-Arcane Barrage.
Now, Annie is here to relieve pressure, but that's a lot. That's 4 members strong.
Yeah, the exhaust is already down here onto Flame, who's just gone aggressive onto Malco. First blood here for Flame in the top lane. And that is what happens when you challenge the god.
Yeah, you challenge Lord Flame. You give away first blood. Mako far too aggressive in his position. Dies with flash up. Flame did try and flash to get out of the damage from Def, but the auto attack follows him. Able to teleport back into lane. Advantage, though, goes to LGD.
Yeah, and Clearlove does get a buff refresh there as well, I believe. Actually, no. Was it Def that actually picked it up? No double buffs actually went over, of course. That is my bad. I thought that there was double buffs exchanged, but didn't actually happen. Wayless, though, he's going to get Flash Twisted advanced here as well. As Clearlove, he comes over the wall, flashes after Wayless. Red buff easily slows him down enough, and EDG, their guns are blazing this game.
And now suddenly I want to see Jungle Nidalee come out of Clearlove because his skill shots have been on point.
Oh, beautiful.
The Q combo picked up that kill, and then the counter flash. Clearlove's impacting so many lanes. Now he breaks the freeze in bottom lane. Clearlove just overtook this game, and against LGD, he loves that Lee Sin. 100% win rate against them, 2-0. Both times picked up the Lee Sin. He returns to the well this time.
Yeah, and that was Imp just getting a little bit annoyed at the fact that there was a Lee Sin in his lane. Not really reacting too much there at all, just knowing that he can sit back, auto-attack from range. Already has an 8 CS advantage here just because of all the funny business that went on here in this top side. But Flame now trying to see if he can break some sort of freeze, but he's in a lot of trouble. No summoner spells and only a Ruby Crystal to help keep himself alive, but he's getting experience.
He's able to sap experience like you mentioned, so that's definitely a little win. Doesn't have the ranged wave clear that Maokai has, but 12 CS to 3 CS, he's definitely got the advantage in terms of pure CS numbers, as I believe it's only now that Crow is going to be re-entering lane.
Yeah, Clearlove actually heading down to his Krugs here as the pink ward is placed from PYL. Doesn't actually want to go and find Clearlove, where I think he could actually get a fair bit of work done, of course, having that stun ready, but knows that Koro's waiting in the wings, so doesn't really want to start anything off.
Clearlove actually pathed over that pink, did see it, so is able to counter the pink. PYL waited so long just to get that aggressive pink, and it's answered by Clearlove instantly. That's actually a big strategic thing, because those wards can potentially last so long when they're so aggressively placed.
Yeah, Pawn just going to shield himself up here in the mid lane. But yeah, you're right. I mean, PYL wasting a fair bit of time there as well. I mean, of course, probably wants to allow Imp just to get levels here in this bottom lane, get all of that wave clear from the Piltover Peacemaker built up with all of the extra levels that he's going to be putting into that one. But not able to use this Caitlyn for sort of lane harasses. Flame is actually in a fair bit of trouble, but TBQ is around the side. Flame just going to back away. The shield to come through here from TBQ from that passive, so he's going to be more than fine. Clearlove going to find another pink ward. Clearlove's just the destroyer of pink wards at this stage of the game.
Clearing out a lot of vision. You'll notice he actually backed with 960 gold, and I thought, is this going to be the Sidestone Rush? But no, he's focusing on combat stats. He wants early dueling power, maybe to try and make up for the fact that Pawn probably not going to be able to get into the enemy jungle and get assassination kills, but we might see another turret die.
Oh, yet again, Mirko actually wanting to demonstrate that he cannot die to Flame this time, and Clearlove easily picks up the kill. Is it going to be a double after the tower dive? It is, and Mirko, look at that. That was just beautiful.
And that was a 5-man rotation. Pawn actually made it to top side, was able to clear the wave with the Glitter Lance, make it to top side to help. This time, Mako very much on point with the turret aggro juggling, able to hold onto that turret. Caitlyn eventually pushes in bottom, but Koro was getting denied, able to teleport, pick up his 4th assist, 100% kill participation for the top laner with his roams. And in the mid lane, Clearlove, he's in position.
Yeah, and Wayless is in a lot of trouble, but PYL comes around. That's a beautiful gravity field to try and save Wayless, but he's heading the wrong direction. There's going to be the whimsy here, and Wayless trying to turn it around, but it's not going to happen as level 6 was found here from Pawn, and EDG just taking complete control this time.
Clearlove's Lee Sin. He does not play this champion often. It's been a few weeks since he brought it out, but you can see why he's 100% with this champion. 100% kill participation. Maybe he'd like to give some of the gold to his teammates at the moment. 3-0-2, but
not.
It's going to be a very early warrior enchantment into boots. Potentially going to be the Sidestone next, taking over the game before TBQ can really impact any lanes.
Well, that's the thing, and of course, TBQ's still only level 5. Vi only really getting going once that Assault and Battery is available, and you have to hit a Vault Breaker to be at all useful in a fight, and he's just been dived repeatedly, and now EDG, they're looking to take down Imp.
Yeah, the diving doesn't look like it's going to stop.
Yeah, there's the Zenith blade to land as well. So much CC, and ClearLove just says, just throw a few auto attacks there. I need another kill.
Now, that time, Deft was actually the one tanking the turret, does it masterfully. And Koro in the top lane, he's the one that's been held down. But with the kill participation, actually almost even in gold, only 100 gold behind Flame, despite the CS discrepancy. And EDG navigating the map masterfully, all on the back of this amazing ClearLove Lee Sin.
Absolutely incredible. 1,100 gold already in the lead of his opponent now, as we've got Koro just freezing out this top lane. And think about it as well, just the timing of ClearLove's ganks here. The size of the minion waves dying to no one under these outer turrets in the top and bottom lanes just was so beautiful. And not enough can be said about how ClearLove's been playing this early game.
Even just the jungle pathing, to have 6 kill involvements in the first 8 minutes of the game is already just wonderful pathing, reminiscent of when Kakao was really in form for the KT Arrows during their title-winning season, and ClearLove just playing masterfully. Look at this first buy. Warrior Enchant and a Sightstone. He doesn't have any mobility, but given his previous jungle pathing, someone's going to die soon.
Yeah, and he finished off the Brutalizer, completed the enchantment, and bought a complete Sightstone. That is just insane. And also has a pink ward in order to clear this one out. He's going to take the Gromp down, and man, ClearLove just playing so well. Pawn going to be able to clear out this wave yet again. Wayless unable to really show too much on this Victor so far. Has decided to go for that Death Ray augmentation.
Mako's close to level 6. Now we returned finally to the 2v2 matchup in the bottom lane. Deft, despite the fact that he's very close to his Trinity Force, definitely doesn't have a real chance to lane against Caitlyn until we see the completion. But in the top lane, it's turret dive time.
Yeah, turret dive time yet again, as Flame just going to get kicked out of the safety of his turret. Koro is going to get wild growth. I don't think he was quite going to die.
I think he would have.
You think he would have?
It was like 10, 20 HP. It was too close. Had to use the wild growth.
Yeah, didn't want to calculate that one, but again, just looking too easy as far as his top lane is concerned. And Flame probably just asking himself, like, why? Why can't this turret just die already so that I can get some farm?
Oh boy, Mako actually missed the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, Mako missed, but PYL didn't. Finds the Tibbers here as well. Mako actually going to tank up that ace in the hole. Wayless, though, tanking the turret. He is going to die. And that is going to be a couple of kills picked up. Now, Cathian Surprise going to get a little bit of damage down here as well. But EDG, a bit of a colossal failure there on the bottom side.
In the top side, we see Koro and ClearLove doing a lot of damage to this inner turret. They don't have a minion wave yet. They're going to proxy the next wave coming through. Inner turret for Dragon will be a great trade for EDG, but Flames Respawn doesn't have teleport. They're just trying to harangue EDG's top laner jungle away from taking this inner turret.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Pawn just going to easily take down a turret. I think everyone's sort of forgotten that Pawn has been hanging out in this game as well. And 0-0-2, 85 CS actually continuing to gain a lead there as POL is going to secure the Dragon. But inner turret to fall down, plus the outer turret in the mid lane here as well. That's 3 turrets dead on the side of EDG for a Dragon. Is that worth it?
It's definitely not worth it, Atlas. You didn't have to ask me that. I know you were making a point, but the point I want to make, 0-0-2 is Pawn's score. That does not in any way reflect that he's been passively farming in the mid. He's been pushing up the mid lane and roaming, and he's always been in position to put out a wild growth. He isn't even getting kill score involvements, but because he has such a superior wave clear advantage to Wayless, who's now died 3 times, despite the fact Wayless has Ghost, and we've seen, of course, Dade famous for ghosting between lanes to be in position for counter ganks or position for ganks. The map pressure difference between Pawn and Wayless not reflected in the scoreboard, but just an implied involvement in at least 5 or 6 of these kills from Pawn, as he's been able to push up, roam, and do so much for his team.
Yeah, create inherent pressure. But of course, LGD still missing the fact that he was wailing on their outer turret. POL now in a bit of trouble here as ClearLove just massive amount of levels and experience, just everything.
Just has so many items.
Yeah, normally, you know, you see a Lee Sin go that aggressive against 2 people.
Look at the 2 members. It's a Warrior Enchant against the Ninja Tabi Sightstone Warrior Enchant.
Yeah, just ridiculous. And Imp, I mean, he's gone for this Berserker's Greaves and the BF Sword. He's got a turret-killing build right now, and he's unable to get to any turrets.
I mean, there's just been no waves in the right spot. Finally, Flame gets a massive wave in the top lane. Koro might actually teleport up there to meet it. If he doesn't, you know that more turret dives are on the menu.
On the agenda, most definitely. Deft just waiting until that turret lets itself die, making sure as many of these creeps are going to fall down as possible. And make it so that LGD can't perform too much of a hard freeze here on this bottom side. Pawn just going to clear out this wave. That was pretty satisfying.
Doesn't even need teleport when Whimsy gives you so much movement speed. ClearLove has been everywhere. Doesn't have 100% kill involvement anymore. Probably feels a bit salty about that.
Yeah. Oh, Solar Flare and a Wayless. There's the Zenith Blade. Meko making it easy here.
And Wayless hadn't died in a while.
No, he hadn't. You know, you got to give him that fourth. Beautiful times, of course. Picked up a couple of assists as well, so may have actually reset that that kill gold.
Yeah, and Pawn able to push so aggressively. The fast push strategy from EDG. They're fast pushing against a Caitlyn with a Kog'Maw. It doesn't even make sense, but it's oh so effective.
Yeah, and when you've got a Lee Sin this strong at this stage of the game, I mean, that's how it makes sense, right?
I mean, 4-0-4. ClearLove has been everywhere on the map. And the Kog'Maw's got Trinity Force, is ready to siege. The power spikes everywhere apart from Koro. Doing just fine. And Koro, I mean, valiantly 2-0-4. Not doing bad himself. And
oh, the kickback from Imp there as well as ClearLove. He can follow that Sonic Wave if he wants, but finally gives a kill over to Deft. 2, in fact, as TBQ's going to fall down. And it's not over yet. PYL now getting caught out. That was incredible. That Sonic Wave was out of control. Gravity Field going to stop anything further from coming through, but this is the ClearLove show.
I mean, ClearLove has taken over this game like no other in the LPL this season, all the way across the map. The MVP points already sewn up in the first 14 minutes. 5-0-6. They're going to take potentially an inner turret. Victor has wave clear, but no health. And EDG, they're just turning on the style.
It's just incredible. And, you know, Deft picks up a Trinity Force, then grabs himself a double kill. No worries. Wayless going to take a fair bit of damage here from that sapling as well as he comes to try and clear out that wave. But
you can't even be an LGD apologist. You could say, all right, you know, they lost the first game in really Titanic style. They were depressed and they just didn't have it for the second game as TBQ. Gonna face check Mako and be dead.
Yeah, he is most definitely dead.
But they've been absolutely outplayed by ClearLove. This is completely ClearLove winning every lane and the jungle and the pressure advantage. And LGD, they haven't even really put many foot wrong. They've just been completely outplayed by this Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I mean, next time ClearLove asks for a weekend off, make sure you give it to him, EDG, because it looks like when he comes back, he has just gotten incredibly good at everything he's done. I mean, his Nunu last game was fantastic too.
And now, you know, if we ever do see EDG versus Snake again, the first time those two teams met, one of the storylines we had going into EDG versus Snake Game 2 was just how much ClearLove was out-jungled by Beast that series. Now they don't show ClearLove against Beast. The next time those two teams meet, there's another unknown for Snake to kind of unpack. And LGD, they know all about ClearLove. He was on point and kept Imp down in the previous series in Week 2. And it's just been majestic.
Absolute. Majestic is the perfect word to describe what he's been doing. Now with a 10,000, close to a 10,000 gold lead at 16 minutes into this game. EDG, this is a complete opposite showing to what we saw at about this stage. Of course, LGD just had so much power across the map. And I mean, I think it was probably a little bit after this. I think the game was a lot closer at this stage, but LGD managed to get quite a lead, but it's not looking like it's going to be anything like that this game.
No, I mean, the leads just cost the champions. Just massive. I mean, you just look at some of the builds that have been completed. Just one augment completed for Victor and an Amp Tome against Melanomicon and throw in a lazy, needlessly large rod.
Yeah, casual, needlessly large rod.
For Lulu. 5-1-4, working towards the Blade of the Ruin King as Kog'Maw with the Trinity Force already completed compared to still 1,000 gold away from Infinity Edge as Imp. I mean, the builds are just night and day across the road, and LGD just have no control of the map whatsoever, and that's completely due to the rotational play from EDG, and quite simply the play of Lee Sin.
Yeah, and ClearLove, the fact that he picked up his Sightstone so incredibly early, but with it, managed to get power in his Warrior enchantment at the same time.
The Sightstone got him more options to kill people.
Yeah, it's exactly right. As Deft is going to find TBQ here as well, he's going to have to slink back to base. You've got a bit of a rotation coming through on the top side of the map here from LGD, looking to try and get some pressure down onto Koro, who's getting back-pinged incredibly powerfully. PWL actually going to find the W stun, but after the flash, Koro is going to be more than fine. And EDG, they say, okay, if everyone's going to go top, let's just take a dragon.
You're giving them 6% AD and AP, a scary proposition for LGD, given how much damage they were already doing. They'll continue to rotate to the bottom lane. TBQ will be there to answer the push very shortly. Not sure if EDG will be able to get this outer turret. I believe the last of the outer turrets available on the map at 17 minutes. And Deft's not really respecting the Assault and Battery.
Yeah, he's just walking underneath that turret, of course. The shield coming through from Pawn, pretty strong at this stage now with that needlessly large rod.
All outer turrets down before 18 minutes.
Yeah. Needlessly large wallet seems to be what Clearlove's managed to pick up here, as well as just so much gold on this EDG lineup.
And no turrets at all down for LGD. Remember, this is with
a Caitlyn.
With a Caitlyn.
Just silly. Only man has the pieces here of this Infinity Edge, but still needs to pick up crit after that. And we've spoken about Caitlyn's before. I mean, she has a huge trough towards the mid game. And theoretically, so should Cogmore, but not when he picks up 2 items by 18 minutes.
I mean, she has a team fighting trough, but definitely her sieging trough doesn't
that's
really
true,
happen.
yeah.
Can put down the turret, so safe with the 90 caliber net. But in this case, where team fights are just a dream for LG, they're so far away from ever being able to stand up in a team fight. Even if they get a pick on one of the members of EDG, there's so much power across the board. There's not really much they can do to look to fight. The team fighting build looks so far away. Still a couple of 100 gold for the first item, Infinity Edge, as Deft just piles on the damage.
Yeah, Deft picking up an extra dagger here now. Going towards that Blade of the Ruin King yet again. Seems to be his decision here on this Cogmore, of course. Does synergize quite nicely with the Bio-Arcane Barrage.
Still dealing with Aurelion Vi, so having a bit of self-peel is a happy place to be as the Cogmore.
Yeah, and it's a bit more of a Juggernaut type comp with the Wild Growth available, with the Whimsy there as well for an extra bit of movement speed. But of course, you still just want it.
And with no outer turrets down at all, you have to feel like the 20-minute Baron, a risk, but a very potential risk coming through for EDG.
Not to mention the fact that we're talking about % health damage. I mean, you've got Cogmore there. And Koro, I mean, even though he's a tanky Maokai, that Twisted Advance does work on Baron.
They have a lot of percentage damage coming through. As you mentioned, I mean, Clearlove's no slouch in the damage whatsoever. They have the execute damage coming through from the Resonating Strike. And LGD, we're safe on the map. Their own base, 18 minutes into the game, 19 minutes into the game. No map pressure coming out whatsoever, barring the minion wave slowly pushing out. Where's the safe place to farm? That's the issue in these games. They almost want EDG to break the base just so they have super minions they can kill.
Yeah, and look at this from EDG as well. I mean, you saw it was only 5 minutes ago that they had the whole bottom side of the LGD jungle lit up. Now it's the top side of the map. You can see, I mean, LGD, they are positioning together. Pawn is actually going to get Assault and Batteried here as well. There's the Flash Tibbers, but Pawn just runs around. Wild Growth on himself here as well. There's the Glitterlance to slow down TBQ. Solar Flare doesn't quite find anyone, and that's a beautiful zoning gravity field as EDG are going to be forced to back away. Deft, though, playing so far forward. This isn't the end here as Clearlove just launches himself into the back line. And I think that he may have got a little bit overexcited.
The Lee Syndrome came 20 minutes into the game for Clearlove, but at 5:06 at the time, now 5:16, you can kind of understand his confidence. They peeled off the Baron, so you have to say Assault and Battery traded for Pawn's Flash and Ultimate, Cleanse as well. Actually a big win for LGD to arrest what would have been a very fast Baron coming through. They jumped to the defensive Pawn, but it leads to Clearlove's death. And finally, they're able to get a bit of map pressure.
Yeah, finally able to secure some form of vision. Don't actually have any wards on that Baron just yet, so EDG do have an opportunity to head back over there, but you can see they've got a couple of wards just outside of their base, but you can see how LGD are playing. They're playing with vision sitting around their own base, and that's about it. They know that they've been shut out of this game.
I mean, 1,200 gold advantage in top, 2,600 gold in the jungle, 1,700 gold in mid, 3,000 or 2,500 gold advantage at AD carry, even 1,000 gold just from global gold coming through from Mako over PYL. Everyone has an item or more advantage for EDG. They don't quite have the Blade of the Ruin King. That'll be a very big pickup, as you mentioned, even for Baron damage. So want to get that onto Cogmore as fast as possible, but they're just so far ahead. And you can see Wayless, he was forced into a Haunting Guise just for a bit of power.
Yeah, he just wants to be able to get something here. As Piltover Peacemaker going to do some work onto Clearlove as he just tries to safeguard his way around. As Nico actually turning this one around. Imp just gets destroyed as Deft has so much damage. The Chaos Storm. Deft is ignoring it as Flame just trying to transcend and blades his way through. Deft shields for days and he's going to be fine. Krug, sorry, almost killing Flame here at the same time as Koro so fast on this Maokai. There's the flash into the Twisted Advance. But he may not have too many friends quite incoming just yet. He's just not really that worried about it as he may just get sped up one more time. There's another Twisted Advance and Pawn picks up an easy kill after Koro sort of held onto it for quite some time.
The Twisted Advance actually took him through the gravity field, being untargetable for the half second or so cast time, actually got him out of potentially being stunned. Very nice mechanics coming through from Koro, but bought time for Pawn to rotate. EDG doing everything right.
Yeah, it's also a 308 Maokai as well, which can't be understated. Does have a CS advantage over an Aurelia here at the same time, who's going to get slowed down here in complete vision of the EDG lineup. And now just EDG looking to figure out where to make a move next.
I mean, anywhere is an option. They have this a big minion wave pushing in the bottom lane, about 3 or 4 minion waves pushing that Victor's going to be able to clear up. Victor still looking for that first item. He's going to has the Haunting Guys as emergency pickup. It's going to be a second dragon, but that's not big for EDG. They want big advantages, and they're not getting them just yet, being kept out of the Baron.
Yeah, a little bit of a turtle play coming through from LGD, which is working out. A few extended wards coming through from POL as TBQ is going to find Deft. But it was more deft finding TBQ. Assault and Battery was used, but this Cogmore's so strong.
But we have Annie coming for the turret dive.
Yeah, there's actually the flash coming through. POL very intelligently going to use that Q to get the stun. And a Cathian surprise might find him here. Glitterlance secures it for Deft. Beautifully played there by Pawn. And you're exactly right. Pawn's just everywhere he needs to be.
Pawn, his map movement has been wonderful this game. Again, 1-0-5 in an 18-kill game. Looks like he's just kind of been clearing waves happily, and he's done that, but it's the roaming plays that have been so impressive for him, not reflected in the score as we mentioned earlier. Imp sitting on the Infinity Edge, still 0 turrets, importantly, for LGD. No global gold whatsoever against a mountain of global gold for EDG as they are going to happily push and, I don't know, wait for an advantage.
Yeah, we'll see what actually happens after this one, of course. We do have a Cloak of Agility picked up, as well as the Blade of the Ruined King now for Deft, who's just incredibly strong. We'll see whether that is going to be into an Infinity Edge or a Phantom Dancer. Of course, attack speed's so powerful on Cogmore, especially when you build that Blade of the Ruined King earlier on. We'll see what he decides to build up. Going to take away this red buff very quickly.
Wayless was choosing between a few item builds, turned them the Amp Tome into the Merlinomicon, then second-guessed himself, went towards the Void Staff, realized not that much magic resist actually completed just yet for EDG. So settles on the Merlinomicon. Actually
knows
the Void Staff.
He's just switching over a lot.
I mean, it'll help him get through Koro potentially, but the consistent damage in fights, that's what we said about the Victor players, that when Victor is able... Oh, as we see the Flash engage.
Yeah, the Flash Soul Flare to come through there does stop the Vault Breaker, but TBQ is going to be okay. A little bit embarrassing to come through for him.
But it's the multiple spell rotations for Victor that Sin is kind of returned to prominence as a pick, not kind of pigeonholed as a AoE damage dealer. TBQ.
Oh, that was blind. That is incredible.
That's
EDG just knew exactly what was going on.
You don't need to hold down Lee Sin. What? He's blind.
Oh, yeah. No, I apologize. Oh, Deft actually going to soak the Chaos Storm, but not sure whether it actually did any damage. There was a bit of tickling going on, but that's about it. Mako is actually out of mana almost completely. And the Ghost is being popped here from Wayless. Everything actually blown from the mid laner of LGD. And EDG just going to take that as a sign to start Baron. There's a huge minion wave in that top side of the map, crashing on the inhibitor turret. LGD have to make a move now or lose the Baron. Tibbers is in there just causing a ruckus, and Transcendent Blade's trying to come through. Khalilov taking a lot of damage. Mako as well taking a lot, but look at these shields, and Imp is dead. Beautiful play from EDG, and it's all on Pawn. I mean, he's just able to use all of his shields, his wild growth, saving his whole team, and they just tear apart 3 members of LGD.
And that was with EDG getting so chunked out, so low health bars across. Khalilov below half health, Mako's low in health now. TBQ, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, he is dead. Pawn picks up that kill with the help of Deft there at the same time. Mako just goes down to Baron. A soldier's death, a hero's death. As Khalilov is going to lock that one down. And EDG now with minion waves full of massive Baroned up creeps going to be able to head towards these inhibitor turrets.
And I was just going to say about the Void stuff, obviously a lot of bursts coming through from the Chaos Storm, but without the CDR, they're going to have a lot of trouble DPSing down these super minions. Still very early in the game. Still no Zeal item completed on Imp, barring just the Zeal itself. The blue buff gets stolen away, the Baron's complete. I mean, realistically, LGD could have surrendered at 20 minutes and it probably would have been the same result. I feel like EDG will win this game eventually, but credit to them keeping the series. They want to see if there's any chance that they can eke out a result, but I just don't know where it's going to come from. With the item builds they've been kind of forced into compared to the embarrassment of riches on EDG's side.
Yeah, it's true. And as we just hover over, the Majai's pick up here from Pawn has had it a little while, does have 10 stacks on it already.
692 AP at 27 minutes.
Yeah, not bad.
My maths says that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't think you even need maths. You can just see that that's a big item, and that's a big number. Probably not a big item because it's actually just a number. But ladies and gentlemen, my brain is actually just exploding due to just how strong EDG are this game. Look at the Whimsy Cogmore launching himself in. PYL just gets eliminated. There's the Assault and Battery, but the Wild Growth to follow up here as well, as Deft is just going insane. So many auto attacks. Imp just dies sort of as a byproduct of that fight. Flame now forced to flash out. You can see Deft. People were attacking his friends, and he got super mad about it, Papa Smithy.
And he's running around. He doesn't have any cares in the world. Pips up Whalers, gonna turret dive.
That is going to be the surrender vote coming through from LGD, though, and EDG put on a clinic in that game.
I mean, EDG, 4 games against LGD, 4 victories, convincing winners over the 4th place LGD. First game, it was close. It looked like LGD would clear it out and come into this game 1-0. And then just the unthinkable happened, and LGD just let it all go away at the last minute. In this game, ClearLove decided, yep, we're going to win this game. Basically decided it in the first 6 minutes. And EDG power through LGD.
Yeah, just what more can you say? I mean, you have to think that maybe the first game played on the minds of LGD. They were potentially not happy with how that worked out, and it sort of eked over into the next game. But ClearLove played so incredibly well that I don't even think you can make that argument. He was just so perfect with everything he was doing in the early stages of that game, and then sort of Pawn carrying through to that late game, providing an incredible Lulu to augment this Cogmore. Just beautiful to watch.
And look, if you want to tell me that after the early laning phase, when ClearLove had already had 6-7 kill involvements, LGD after the first game didn't really have it in them to play it out, absolutely, I'll take that argument. But that was completely won in the early game by ClearLove with his excellent jungle pathing. Very impressive from him. We don't normally associate with him with strong ganking, strong early ganking, but he was everywhere. And EDG, they were always going to win that second game.
Yep, beautiful series by EDG, managing to take the 2-0. But ladies and gentlemen, there is still one more series tonight. Energy Pacemaker going to be taking on King right after this.
go, and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We have our last game of the evening here of our first day of Week 8, if I recall correctly. Long way through the season so far. My name is Julian Page-Timecard. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and EP are taking on King in our last matchup here.
And another important match for the standings. King started this day in 8th spot, have been pushed out of the playoff contention by Name and a resurging Starhorn Royal Club. Suddenly, 1 point behind Starhorn Royal Club, needing to pick up a victory here. A point will do it. They'll get back into contention. I believe in terms of head-to-head, they might be just ahead of Starhorn Royal Club, but they realistically want the 3 points against an Energy Pacemaker team. And this is hard to say for a team that's still anchored to the bottom of the ladder, but they have a lot of momentum coming into this game.
They do, actually, and I'm not sure if mathematically they're a very long shot to even make playoffs, but they are certainly shaking things up from the bottom of the table. They've constantly upset a lot of the top teams here. They've been splitting series left and right, and honestly, just doing fun stuff while doing it.
Against good teams as well, like Invictus Gaming and other top teams, Energy Pacemaker are taking games off. And as you mentioned, the fun in casting an Energy Pacemaker game is, look, at the start of the season, they tried crazy stuff like the level 1 Scion Dragon. That worked for them, but in those series, they just couldn't really translate smart early games into winning late games. More recently, they've been pioneering picks that are now seen across the LPL. Hecarim top is not necessarily an innovation of Energy Pacemaker, but Ignite Teleport was definitely something amazing. Jay led from the front with, showed how effective that burst build could be from those summoners on the Hecarim. And then Raphael brought out the LPL debut of the Victor and just dominated. I believe he had a 32 KDA, 16-1 and 16 in 2 games as Victor. His Ari also no slouch as well, 2-0, 12.67 KDA. Raphael, that Korean mid laner, and Drizzle, the jungler with a penchant for stealing dragons. Energy Pacemaker, the top half of the map in particular, very impressive in the last few months.
Yeah, we're looking to do King's lineup right now as well. We can see Assassin there in the mid lane, 5 unique champion picks in as many games. That's a very interesting score. And King in general, just been a team that have struggled, they're hanging just in playoff contention, it feels like, but they have to start really picking themselves up and getting the points.
But while Energy Pacemaker have been consistently innovative and are picking up wins against the top teams, King have just been a bit of a head scratcher because sometimes the pick and bans goes their way. They play a forceful early game, win games out, look impressive, and other times they just kind of don't get it all together, Patient. I've watched them just basically, get out-rotated, watch them lose all their outer turrets, and just never put up a fight in a 26, 28-minute game. You never know what you're going to get from King. Despite their big hype preseason, it's been just an up-and-down season, a roller coaster for King.
Yeah, it's been very rough for the team, for sure. And, one of the few all-Chinese teams left in the LPL came up, of course, as the best amateur team, basically, from the LSPL, but just haven't converted those results. Have some great days, have some okay days, and have some really poor days for them, and we'll see what happens today, because like you mentioned, they need wins here, and they would love all 3 points.
So, the jump to 5.2, it brought out the Hecarim, it brought out the Victor. I'm so excited to see what Energy Pacemaker have on 5.4. Every time I've kind of thrown out a gambit, teams have been answering it today, so here's to hoping we get some crazy mid picks. Maybe Karma can come back, something fun from Energy Pacemaker. They make it work. That's the big thing. The difference between the start of the season and the later games is that when they bring out those unique picks, they have a game plan. They have a game plan that translates into the early, the mid, the late game. A full game plan rather than kind of the snippets and ideas they had at the start of the season. Look, they turned it on too late if they were realistically looking for playoffs, but you kind of wish there was like a happy medium, maybe a 9th position that didn't potentially go to relegations, because it looks like EP are going to have to fight for their spot in the LPL, but at least they're playing themselves into so much form that potentially they should be able to stay there for the summer split.
Yeah, we're going to have a look through the EP lineup now. It's amazing, Jay. He's really been living up to that name, I have to say. He's just been playing incredibly well in the last few weeks.
It took quite a few games for him to start getting the respect Hecarim bans, but I believe at least 2 out of those 3 games, Hecarim was banned against him. Drizzle loves stealing dragons as Lee Sin. That's what I can tell you about this jungler.
Yeah, one of the other Koreans as well, of course, like Raphael. And honestly, 2 players that have just come into their own on this team is very strong. There's Raphael as well. Don't see the Victor picks in there, but trust me, he's been playing it.
His KDA is very healthy for a team anchored to the bottom of the standings. He's played very well in the mid lane. Kane moving to the Graves, and to a lesser extent the Corgis. Graves in particular was very strong. I believe that was the 2-0 series coming through from EP, their first 2-0. He looks very strong on those lane dominating AD carries. A veteran of the scene, and Shu, Like Thresh and Ant.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the Chinese supports, especially at the lower end of the ladder, just always want to play big playmaking engaged supports as well. Not as much Janna, not as much fanciness maybe with an army, but just get in there, play a nice aggressive support, and let the rest of your team sort of bring you up.
When it was Kayn and Zhu playing, say, Tristana lanes and other kind of hyper carry lanes at the start of the season, EP struggled, and that was when their identity was in flux. But just picking these lane-dominating champions, and look, everyone's been doing it. We already talked about Vasily trying to pick up the Graves in particular. Graves has become so popular because you can play that champion, play aggressively, and win lanes or at least farm out safely. So it's the move towards those lane-dominating AD carries that have really shown up the other parts of the members. It's shown off the ability of the top laners because they don't have to worry about a losing bottom lane. The bottom lane will be going even or potentially a little bit ahead, and that allows their Korean imports, their mid laner and jungler specifically, and Amazing J to really show off what they're all about and try and run the rest of the map.
Yeah, and again, a new patch here. Seen a lot of changes already, it feels like, just from the teams that we've seen today. But if any team is really going to do some creative stuff on a new patch, it's a team like Energy Pacemaker, who have just been a joy to watch, despite, again, the fact that they've pretty much permanently been at 12th.
Exactly, that's the thing. They've been 11th or 12th the whole season. They've gotten a lot more points, but it's been the 1-3-0 and then just a whole load of draws. They were sitting on so little points a few weeks in, a lot of 2-0 losses, but they've been forcing every fight subsequent to that. And look, credit to EP. It's nice to see Energy Pacemaker, and I tweeted this last week. It's nice to see a world where Energy Pacemaker makes for very even, very honest series with a lot of ups and downs. That's not something that we've seen. Energy Pacemaker's last appearance in the LPL was kind of a rollover and die, anchored to the bottom spot in the 2013 split. But they've been very competitive in 2015.
And it's great. I mean, the other thing as well is that, sure, it's great to see a team that's fun and innovative and competing even from the bottom, but it matters here as well. We already talked about it. King really need all 3 points here in this matchup, and if they lose a single game in this best of 2 to EP, even though EP, might not have a shot at playoffs mathematically at this point, I don't even know if that's true.
They do.
They do? Oh, well, we could see the dream. I mean, that's a long dream, of course, for them, a long shot, but...
It's 3-0s, the Energy Pacemaker needs. That's the thing. They need the 2-0s. They need the 3 points. It's going to be hard to get it against a King team that, flatters to deceive, sometimes is really on form. But look, if Energy Pacemaker get another 2-0 here, playoffs, they're still far away, but they're possible.
Yeah, and that's the thing, even though they're fighting, what really matters for them is that they're taking games off teams and preventing them from getting those points. So we'll see how the first draft shakes out here. King versus EP here for their first game. Victor and Annie already banned out by King, and a Rek'Sai ban there as well for EP.
Interesting to see Shu actually join the Respect Annie ban. I guess it takes away potentially the completed red side first 2 picks. Maybe Graves Annie is a completed bot lane they didn't want to see coming out from EP. But a Respect ban to the support, and now Amazing J's Nara's ban still leaves HeKarim.
It does, and an Ari ban there as well, but EP is kind of a lot of targeted bans flying back and forth between these two teams in this phase, and EP have one more ban left. Traditionally would have said Cassidy was the one, but of course he's not really played at all on this patch since the changes, and it could be Lissandra. That's the other big obvious champion that's open, but EP, of course, they'll probably have something special.
It's actually pretty awkward they had to ban Ari. I already mentioned it's Ari and Victor that at the moment EP is 4-0 on. With Raphael looking so impressive on both champions, have to ban the Ari on red side, despite it being patch 5.4. Obviously don't have a plan available against Ari. It allows Thresh to come through, but not a big threatening first pick, and a lot available on the red side. The HeKarim's coming.
Yeah, and there is Lissandra open as well. I don't recall if anyone at EP actually plays the champion. Amazing J obviously would prefer something a bit more like the HeKarim. Lee Sin, of course, open as well for Drizzle. It's been a common early pick for Energy Pacemaker throughout their LPL once he's stepped onto the team, but plenty of options here again, and they might just keep it simple.
I mean, with the mid lane pool going away a little bit, Raphael, he's going to opt for the very early first rotation LeBlanc. We saw the same thing coming through from Pawn and EDG. A lot of people rating the power of LeBlanc on this patch, with especially some of the counters and skill matchups banned away. But King, they must have expected at least the HeKarim pick coming through. So I hope they have a really tailored game plan to deal with Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, I like the LeBlanc here as well. Raphael's actually one of the league's other LeBlanc players, and has been very strong on the champion when he's got it. So makes sense. Obviously, giving away their solo lanes might be a bit awkward, but it should just be fine here. And King going to pick away some other interesting champions for themselves. Looks like Whoosh might be going back to Kalista, and it is Kalista Rengar here.
I've only seen one Kalista today, I believe. Wasn't necessarily the most effective. The Ren sets have definitely been nerfed with the change to Martial Poise. I mean, you just have less mobility, less ability to dodge, but less mobility to just spread your Ren stacks to the back line. EP, Kayn, he's like, all right, it's Graves time.
Yep, I mean, he knows where he's at. You know, could have taken Corky, prefers the slightly more aggressive Graves, and Lee Sin, of course, going to go over to Drizzle. Raphael keeps hovering Malzahar, by the way. Maybe 1 week he'll pull it out, but for this game, he's going to be on the LeBlanc.
And that's a locked-in Cho'Gath, by the way.
This is the world we live in now. A world where Cho'Gath is a common pick in the LPL, and you're right. Already locked in. That should be a mid as well. Yep, they're going to hover Maokai. So Maokai Cho'Gath here for King. That's going to bring Assassin another new champion.
Sometimes, Space Your Time, I wish that I was on the Ionia Chinese server and was waiting for some of these trends. I mean, it was the start of the 2014 spring season that everyone decided that Sword the Occult was a core item for AD carries. And there must be some popularity of the mid Cho'Gath, because this is 3 mid Cho'Gaths we've seen in less weeks.
Listen, the thing is, right, when the patch changes, Xerath and Azir sort of rotated out of the
and
meta
no
game.
changes come whatsoever to
The
Cho'Gath.
obvious inclusion is AP Cho'Gath mid.
Cho'Gath's only change is the fact that he feasts a bit faster, so he gets the feast X back. No real change to his combat stats. And the popularity of Cho'Gath, it moves teams. But King, it's just weird how often King allow enemy teams to pick comfort. There's like comfort champions abound. Maybe not Shu's Braum, but everything else is basically first or second string for the player. EP have got everything they want, and they didn't even have to fight for it.
No, I mean, you already mentioned it. They picked their solo laners. Kane just casually picked up the Graves, and I like the Braum here as well. I feel like Braum especially is quite good against Thresh, especially, and just maybe doesn't see as much play as you'd expect, given especially how much the Chinese sports love their engage. But Cho'Gath again here. I have to say, in VT's Game 1 comp that we saw them play today, looked like a masterstroke from them. No idea what it's doing in this comp, though.
No, I mean, you don't necessarily see the same balanced dive. It's actually a very tanky lineup. 2 melee solo laners means not a lot of range damage whatsoever coming through from King Kalista. Not the best turret pusher either. So the turret pushing's not the best. I actually agree. The Braum pickup fits the comp because they got the dive of Rengar. Maokai to some degree is going to be diving the backline. Not a lot of damage coming out from the King comp either. Again, I didn't necessarily see all the synergies coming through from the Vici Gaming comp in Game 1 until later in the game. I'm gonna remain skeptical about what King are doing, but at the end of the day, I really like what EP have picked. They got strong champions across the board. Their power spikes are in line. An amazing J on Hecker, and what's not to like?
Yeah, and again, EP kind of sticking to what we've seen them a lot, but you know what? We're going to see them in a second. Let's get onto the Rift. And welcome back for our last game of the evening here. Of course, King versus Energy Pacemaker in our last best of 2 for the day here. And King sitting now under the 8th place that Royal just stole away from them. Need to start picking up some points here.
Yeah, we're going to go straight into a pause. 29:40 is the pause timer as we're just chilling on the Rift. Item pickups, nothing too exciting coming through from them just to start off the game. Going to be a really interesting one, Page Time, because I'm remaining skeptical. Like I said, I want to be convinced what King are running. They're so fiercely melee, though. That's the crazy thing, is that their second longest range champion is Thresh.
That's true. There's a lot of, there's Cho'Gath happening. There is actually Door entering there, so it isn't some sort of crazy bruiser Cho'Gath. There is going to be AP Cho again here. Maybe it's a lane matchup thing. Maybe it's everybody's been playing Cho'Gath on the local server. Not too sure, but King, I think their best looking games have been games where they've drafted very well and put together a very good plan and executed it well. So I believe that they have something planned here for the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, we remember back to King vs. Snake, of course, taking that first game off Snake with the very smart fast rotation Twitch comp they were running. Took to the late game to pick up the victory, but it was their early rotations that really afforded the victory over Snake, the first victory over Snake so far in the LPL, I believe in week 2 of the season. I don't necessarily see the synergy here just because, again, they have a hard time sieging. Their team fight's pretty good, especially if Cho'Gath hits his Rupture, hits his CC. Whoosh on the Callisto has seen some nerfs this patch, so the AoE build, which, to be honest, probably is looking forward to just because, again, not the most tankiness on the EP side, especially Amazing J probably wants to build up towards the Trinity Force, so won't necessarily be a tanky frontline horse until later in the game, as has been target nerfed with the changes to the Martial Poise. The laning is fine. It's very safe coming through from all these champions. Cho'Gath is fine in the LeBlanc matchup just because, again, he has a lot of sustain coming through from his passive. And is able to eat waves, pick up the extra mana and health regen. But there's no synergy screaming out to me. There's no really strong siege. There's decent team fighting, poor turret pushing, good control over neutrals, I guess. And look, if Rengar can get snowballing, anything's possible from a jungle Rengar. But King, they've got a lot of things, but I don't know how they fit necessarily into a winning team.
Yeah, they have a lot of pick potential as well, I think is maybe the other thing, between the whole Thresh, Rengar, and then lots of good follow-up CC with both Malka and Cho'Gath. If they get some good words on it, you mentioned Rengar. MLXG loves this champion. He's picked it all the time. I don't know how good his win rate is on it, given that Rengar's not had the best showing so far this split of the LPL, but if he can get going, like you mentioned, really anything's possible. And Rengar enables a lot of what this team can do if he gets ahead.
But I mean, so much of the damage potential relies on Whoosh, on the AD carry. You got the burst coming through from Assassin, will be very respectable, has high AP ratios, lowish cooldowns, although, you need the 40% CDR to get the cooldown down to 5 seconds on the Rupture. Not really any other damage to speak of, so maybe we'll see MLXG go for this more aggressive Rengar build, do it better than Insec and actually start stacking their Brutalizers. Maybe that will be the adaptation, but the damage isn't big, and it relies on Whoosh, who, again, just like his team, he has his good days and he has his bad days.
Yeah, and when he plays well, he plays really well. So hopefully for King, it's a good game for him, but EP have just been looking, again, weird to say about a bottom team, but consistent. They've been very consistent. They've done crazy stuff, but they've kind of kept it all cohesive and looked great as a team. So a joy to watch here. Going to be a very standard EP game for them because, like you mentioned, they got all comfort picks here, and people are mixing it up. No more Azir, no more Xerath, really, like we saw in the last few patches, so why not a Cho'Gath?
I'd actually like to see Amazing J copy what Looper did on the Hecarim and actually start the Wolves. He was able to start that camp with just chugging some of the Flask charges and get level 2 very, very early. It is looking like it's going to be a 1v1 matchup in the top lane. No one looks like they're trying to force 2v2. In fact, I believe it was Candy who was heartedly beating Wei in the Kalista vs. Graves matchup. There is definitely outplay potential for Kalista vs. Graves. Need to keep track of whether the enemy comes into lane with extra experience or not. That seems to be the big factor, the level 2.
Yeah, just don't want to get surprised, which is obviously very important. But looks like now the team is really going to look for a lane. No, never mind. As I say that, the lane swap actually is going to get spotted out by King. EP, I think we're looking for the dual lane, seeing if they were down towards the red side jungle. But if King want the lane swap, and it looks like they do, they should be able to get the isolated lane. But nope, Kane tricked me. He's actually up in the top lane already.
Kane is way ahead of it. So if they're looking for 2v2, you have to say the counter swap is on by EP. It looks like it's going to be 2v2 action in the top, maybe even 1v1. As at the moment, Braum is, though, going to go in group with the top lane. As, yep, Amazing J, he's obviously watched the VODs. He knows that you can start those walls quite happily.
Yep, did his research here. Wish actually in the top lane. Shoo! I think saw 3 members of King, so they should know that that buff is getting started there. But he's going to walk in with Kane here. Will get spotted off by a wall, but Kalista's here. EP successfully counter swap.
Yeah, but I mean, it's actually a risk at this point for Lee Sin to pick up the red buff. He's going to have to go solo. He doesn't have anybody to leash that for him, and it is 2v2 as the result in top. So at least in terms of jungle efficiency, it looks like early advantage is going to be with King.
Yeah, good little late invade. They're actually getting them the buff and potentially denying the second, but Drizzle already down towards the red buff should be okay to get it. Amazing J, though, has finished the walls like you mentioned and should be teleporting back down, so we'll break out in the standard lanes here, but just the dual lanes in the top this time.
And the map is definitely inverted. Level 2, at least King have managed to force EP away from the turrets, away from the minion line, so we'll probably hit level 2 first. Braum definitely doesn't offer as much as Thresh in the early levels just because he has the melee auto attack, doesn't have the ranged auto attack for any sort of ranged harass, and level 2 is hit. Got to respect that level 2 from Thresh.
Yeah, Kalista's especially is just so deadly. We used to talk about it a lot in the old school Twitch days, and I feel like Kalista has some of the same properties where you just get into an extended trade in the early levels and nothing's going to beat Ren.
Absolutely. The Ren damage and then the potential for any sort of CC coming through from Thresh to get the 8, the 7, the 8 Ren stacks. There is significant level 2 damage pressure. No Ignite from Liam though, so maybe telegraphing that they're not looking for the early kill pressure. In fact, Zhu has the Ignite advantage in the 2v2. So maybe King have to respect that from the Graves and Braum.
Yeah, a little weird to me actually to see Cho'Gath with Ignite, given that he's against an Assassin. He's kind of a farm-heavy mid laner, so wouldn't be surprising me to see Lamb and Assassin swap summoner spells, but Assassin going to keep it a bit more aggressive.
I don't mind the Ignite pickup just because you don't necessarily have to go for the feast stack when you're picking up a kill. You have to just feast and then put down the Ignite for the killing blow. It's just a bit of kill pressure in the mid, and you have to respect that Cho'Gath if you're Raphael, because if you're silenced during the distortion and not able to go back, just, feast Ignite, pick up a counter kill.
Oh, good hook there, landing on the Kane there. Whoosh not going to get the damage, and good Ren coming in, and a good Unbreakable there for Braum as well, but Kane chunked very low, and if they'd had Ignite, that might have been a kill.
They obviously have taken Exhaust for the team fight, may need it for Amazing J or Kane himself, but yeah, in terms of laning, you can see very clearly. The question is, would Kane have been positioned there if he respected the Ignite coming from the opponent? Maybe not. But we can look in hindsight and say, would have been first blood for King.
Yeah, Drizzle, though, is actually popping his head towards the top side of the map, but will back off towards his Krugs instead. Here he's in the mid lane. Assassin and Raphael going at it, and as sort of expected in this lane, Cho'Gath actually pushing quite aggressively forward.
And look, at the end of the day, not much kill pressure on a Cho'Gath, even in early levels. Has very high base health, base stats, will just get tankier. And Raphael, for once, LeBlanc, doesn't have much kill pressure.
No, just going to try and distort under the waves as they push into the tower and clear them out as efficiently as possible. Good buckshot there, but Kane clears out some of the top side of the waves, and they'll start pushing that in towards the top half of the map as well as the Sentinel. Just looking around, seeing what he can see, but a lot of early farming here breaking out.
Yeah, and Cho'Gath doing very well in the 1v1, so maybe just picking for the lane matchup is the Cho'Gath, as Raphael just forced to farm and has to be so careful, as you mentioned, because if you get silenced, there is kill pressure from the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I think the nice thing is that given that Cho actually very effectively pushes waves, in this case with the silence, but he also has obviously the Vorpal spikes his E as well, you just sort of auto-push the lane against LeBlanc, and that does at least make it tricky to roam, especially because she can't kill you.
It's not a Lulu, but as you mentioned, a very defensive mid lane choice. It's working out just fine for King.
Yeah, looks MLXG though has actually been spotted off here. Drizzle missed his Q already, but Amazing J is chasing in, and Raphael's going to go in as well. The Q finally lands in there for the second time. But he has enough Fury, and Assassin's rotating in as well. A good double knock up there for Sky. Drizzle going to take a lot of damage here, and first blood going to go to the Cho'Gath now as Amazing J. He's been ignited. Raphael's trying to get in there. No one has any mana left, but Assassin, little too low. They're going to go down to the auto attack and the ignite. So a trade there, but first blood did go to Assassin.
Raphael actually returned to his W, did not follow the Mimic, did not go in aggressively, and that opened up the 3v2 collapse coming through from King. So they pick up first blood. It's the minimum trade coming through from EP, but it could have been so much more if Raphael went in aggressively.
Kind of a weird roam here as well. Woosh and Lamb are actually in the mid lane now. They're going to flay back Raphael. Lamb does not line up a hook. Raphael will go back to base here, but looks like they were just taxing the wave a bit because they're going to walk back in towards the top side.
Yeah, just a roam, just looking for a bit of pressure in the mid lane, as you mentioned. Just going to slowly walk to top. They lose out on a quite big minion wave to the turret, which is not ideal, but if there had been a more elongated fight, they would have been in position to help add to the fight.
Yeah, good little hot there as well by Wish, using that Q to get over the ledge and back to the lane a little bit faster here. And going to continue now CSing under the turret. And I guess our other question for Callista's been, we haven't seen her as much today. She was quite popular, and she's popular among certain players as well, I feel like, in the LPL. But which build are we going to see? She has been altered recently, just a little smoother, but a little less mobile, I guess, with the passive change. So is it going to be the carry build, or is it going to be the Bloodless build? We actually have Assassin in a lot of trouble there. The stun coming through there after the Brawn passive, and a very nice gank by EP.
The mechanics from Raphael were excellent, weaving in the chains through the minion wave onto the Cho'Gath. The roam timing's wonderful from the teammates. This will open up potentially the first dragon coming through. They've already rotated Graves to the bottom lane, so it should be an unanswered first dragon. And King, they're going to try and answer it with a turret in the top lane.
Yeah, smart stuff here by AP, knowing that they already pulled the duo down to take the dragon. And it'll go down very quickly. We've seen a lot of early dragons by Drizzle. He loves to take it early and should be able to secure it. Sky tries for a sapling steal, but it's not going to work out.
And this will allow MLXG to pick up a second red buff stolen away from the jungle. Of course, with the spawn timers, I believe it'll be very soon the King red buff comes up, so might just be a red buff trade, but for now, just the Raptors for Lee Sin.
Yeah, we're continuing to push in now as well. Actually going to get decent damage done to the turret here, hoping somebody walks by, but Amazing J kind of smells a rat there and going to walk the long way back towards his turret.
He's used his Ignite, but has Teleport available and the Onslaught of Shadows. Onslaught of Shadows makes Flash look like a chump change gap closer. So long range. So while he'll respect the pressure being put down by Liam, with that ultimate, still very, very safe.
Yeah, Sky level 6 here as well on the Maokai, going for a quick Glacial Shroud. Actually, Liam will miss the hook as well, and Amazing J will just try and CS under his turret as best he can.
But not a Catalyst to speak of whatsoever from Sky. I mean, Catalyst, that's definitely been the cornerstone of every Maokai build we've seen, whether it's Righteous Glory, the Catalyst, hell, even just holding on to the Catalyst to the late game. But no Rod of Ages or Righteous Glory being rushed. Maybe it'll still be the Righteous Glory and just delaying the power spike. Just getting a more immediate power spike with the Glacial Shroud, giving a bit of cooldown reduction. But 8 minutes, no Catalyst, not what we'd expect from a Maokai.
No, and just I feel like everyone started swapping into Maokai specifically to stop the Rod of Ages here. Drizzle is hanging out on the bottom side.
Drizzle just trying to cause some pressure. With the ultimate down, there is potential for a dive, but with that Glacial Shroud we spoke of, maybe enough to dissuade the turret.
Yeah, and we've seen already an early Glacial Shroud, I believe also in another 1v2, so it's the same sort of thing where everyone realized that when you got swapped in, you just never got enough gold to get your roller, so why not go a defensive choice? And Brightest Glory is okay, but Glacier Shred's a lot better early game.
He has a very high health pool anyway. Already has 1100 health, now has some armor, and has the ability to wave clear that much more when the minions finally come to the turret. Even just the sapling sniping away CS. So not going to be penalized, and as you mentioned, not a big deal to pigeonhole himself away from the Rod of Ages.
Yeah, Wish is still pushing in, lay him off to the side, trying to get a hook there around this... around the side of the cliff, but not going to work out there. Amazing J still hanging back here, and actually both CSing quite well despite the swap here. I mean, 10 CS ahead for Sky right now, but no one's really been held down in the early stages.
Didn't mention this, but actually the first throw of the hunt was used in bottom lane. It forced a flash from Kayn, but nothing else to speak of. And I believe 4 members have rotated bot. Need to be very careful here if you're MLXG.
Yeah, Raphael actually has blue buff now as well, so maybe looking for a pick, but doesn't find it. Assassin also with his blue, just going to keep pushing in with the Cho'Gath. And again with the Catalyst, definitely going to be looking for a Rotovators here in the mid lane, but Sky might have been caught out. Drizzle just missing the Q. Brom will land his, but Malkai should be able to get away.
Yeah, the Qs have been missing from Drizzle, so that stops any sort of aggression. And actually able to clear out this pink ward, so that's another little bonus bit of gold. Amazing J trying to find out where Thresh is. Does a lot of trade damage in the top lane. I mean, very even across the board. Only really Malkai jumping forward in terms of CS against his opponent.
Yeah, just using the saplings, using the extra mana, and trying to AoE clear as best he can in the 1v2. Kalista actually ahead of Graves as well, so a very beneficial early lane swap here as Woosh has been able to get ahead. Looking through the mid lane though, Assassin, despite how safe his lane is, just starting to fall behind Raphael and CS.
Going to be working towards Rod of Ages. Probably wants to buy it outright from the Catalyst. About 300 gold away from completing that item, so it'll be a decent part-time. But right now, needs to be careful as Morellonomicon does double duty against Cho'Gath, of course. The extra health you get, whether you're feasting a minion, whether it's just coming from the Carnivore passive, all going to be affected by the healing reduction from the Morellonomicon.
Yeah, and so an aggressive choice made even better there for Raphael's LeBlanc in the mid. As Drizzle's now in the top lane, looking for a gank. The Ignite and the ulti are up for Amazing J, so some good tools here in the potential 2v2.
Drizzle hanging back, hasn't shown himself yet. Might be in vision now, is obviously in vision right now. They want to keep the turret up, but they're going in aggressively.
Gonna pull the trigger there. Woosh getting feedback, but he hops away. Amazing J in the middle. They're trying to rampage away. Drizzle nails him with the Q, flashes forward though and gets exhausted, and then safeguards away because the teleport's coming in. Sky actually forced to cancel it there, and a bit of an interesting exchange, but no one dies.
I don't know what he was looking for with the flash. Maybe just wasn't in resonating strike range and was looking for some sort of ward hop kick. At the end of the day, Woosh had flash to counter flash. I don't know if that would have worked, but the result, no flash available. It's in the bot lane. MXG's found Kayn.
Yeah, they're actually going in really hard in each other there, and Kayn, yeah, now going to get low. MLXG should be able to get the kill and does, and collateral damage not enough there, and Rengar off to a flying start now.
I believe Kayn had lost about half his health just holding the minions, and then just was assassinated by MXG's second throw of the hunt. The first blew the flash, returned, and the second picks up the kill. Feeling great, and it's just, again, so even across the board. Second dragon coming down. Kayn will be in position and freshly shopped, so perhaps it'll be there for EP. But you know the contest wants to be coming through from King.
Yeah, and that Rod of Ages now done for Assassin, so picked it up very efficiently. Now returning to his lane to try and continue up against the LeBlanc here. Raphael pushing nicely, got a bit of damage under the tower. And Amazing J on the top side getting harassed, but help is on the way here, and Woosh and Lamb are already backing away. Oh, the Q just missing there as well. The Lantern will get him out, but Drizzle kicks him back there, gets the double knockup. There's the one, the ulti there for Brom, but Fade's call gets Thresh to safety.
You have to focus on the Kalista. If you focus on the support, that's what's always going to happen with the Fate's call. Raphael able to sidestep Assassin and doing some nice little trade damage.
Although the W comes out there, and Raphael significantly less health than this Cho'Gath, so doesn't want to take too many of those trades.
I mean, of course, has the sustain coming out from the Rod of Ages every level, then the Carnivore passive, only able to apply the Grievous Runes debuff when Cho'Gath's below 40% health, which quite a few spell rotations from now.
Yeah, I mean, probably have to use maybe 2 different mana pools there. And Raphael's only got 1 as King down the bottom will actually get a turret here. The first one of the match, in fact, as the bottom side will go down. Looks like Kayn just left after getting killed by the jungler, and that left plenty of time for Malkai to finish the turret off.
So Amazing J has been able in the past to kind of vary his Hecarim builds. He's gone for the more defensive builds. He's been able to build Trinity Falls at a decent time at this point. He's about 1,200 gold away from completing the item. Does have Teleport Ignite available for the Dragon fight. Dragon is respawned. EP, they haven't got any defensive wards down. No pink wards. In fact, no pink wards in the inventory. A pretty big lapse in vision control, at least from EP's item pool.
Yeah, and the Dragon is up as well, so do want to try and secure some vision around that area. They already have the first one here, but King are going to move in and try and equalize that. Here's all the Scuttercrop's going to get rendered to pieces there as Sky actually. No, never mind. Woosh doesn't pull the trigger. trigger.
There's just no way to compete for a patient. They don't even have a sight stone, let alone a green or pink ward in their inventories. If they wanted to double down and pick up a second dragon, they needed to set up for it. They did not set up for it whatsoever, and King happy to pick one up.
No. And Drizzle, who's been so good at taking early dragons and keeping time, is not quite getting it done. Trying to poke in for a Q, but can't find a line, and King just going to walk out very safely. The only consolation, Amazing J is in the top lane. He might be able to pick up the turret.
Yeah, a lot of damage to the turret. I don't think Maokai will be able to rotate before it goes down. It's going to power through a minion wave, and it's got about 20% life, so Maokai probably not going to get in position. You're happy to trade one of the first 2 dragons for a turret, so the overall trade fine for EP. It's just weird to me that they went committed to the first dragon and didn't put even 100 gold into a pink ward to try and open up this second dragon.
Yeah, we've said that about EP a couple of times. You mentioned, of course, the almost famous at this point early Scion Dragon with Lee Sin, which was actually, I think, Drizzle's first game playing with this team. And they've clearly, they've got a lot of good early plans. They're certainly an innovative team, but sometimes it feels like they just don't execute as well on their game plans as they possibly could.
And look, if the game plan was, let's get Trinity Force up on Hecarim, let's not opt into a fight till he has that big power spike coming through from that item, I completely understand it, but to just not even buy any wards towards it, it's either the most intelligent meta play you can make as EP, or just an oversight, and I'm inclined to think it's the latter.
Yeah, I think so as well. As Raphael, returning to the mid lane now, has a needlessly large rod all finished up to go along with the Morellonomicon, so damage is starting to mount here, but Raphael, 1-0-1, I'm actually impressed he's been able to get any participations at all, because Assassin keeps pushing him in this lane.
I mean, Assassin's just happy to just auto the wave with the Vorpal spikes, clear it with the Rupture, is maxing the Rupture second, just like we saw coming through from Hetong. Has plenty of AoE wave clear, and at this point, doesn't have to respect the damage coming through from Raphael.
No, just has to get in, clear the waves, and get out, and he's evened up the CS as well, so Raphael, just kind of dodging in and out, won't really be hit by a skill shot that easily, but just can't go aggressive. An energy pacemaker trying to find a gank somewhere on the bottom side, but that's not forthcoming either.
Assassin, he's basically on Lulu duty. He's just looking to wave clear and stop any assassination coming through from LeBlanc, but it doesn't have the utility that Lulu has. So again, we'll have to be very practiced in team fights to hit those skill shots, because if you don't, just don't provide a lot as Cho'Gath.
Kane actually down the bottom. MLXG's ulted actually. Going to leap in on top. Good bowler actually will land there, but the teleport's going to come in as well. MLXG going to get stunned up by the broad passive. No, but Drizzle will follow him in there. Kicks one back with a Fate's Call, moves him out, but Amazing Day comes in, fears him just on the end after he pops out, and whoosh, going to be the next kill as well. Amazing play by Amazing J.
Absolutely. Lives up to his name. Had the Trinity Force freshly shopped. No more of a power spike possible. Didn't even use the Ignite. Of course, Maokai will get some aggressive pressure onto the top tower, but it's not going to be able to be answered by what? But Assassin, he wants a counter kill.
He's going to look in for it. He's actually met Raphael there in the mid side of the map, who's just been able to get out of the way. Does have flash, so pretty unlikely to die, and the distortion going to be enough there as well. The tier 2 turret did go down in the bottom as well, so Assassin again, anchored to his main lane, can only really wave clear, can't roam down and affect the bottom side.
You'd have to think he'd at least cause a few heart palpitations, face-checking a massive alien in the brush, as you do with LeBlanc. But LeBlanc, as you mentioned, with all the mobility, doesn't die during the trade.
No, and finally Raphael able to get out of that lane, and a great port plus a gank from EP gets him the first real edge here. And honestly, not that massive. The gold lead's still only about 600 gold. It's going to be a bit more even depending on how much damage Assassin can get done as he slowly ponders towards the lantern and able to pick it up. But EP, they've started turning the heat up. They've just got to keep going.
They need to group and start taking these outer turrets. There's no way for LeBlanc to get any turret damage onto a Cho'Gath. So much ranged wave clear. In fact, the wave clear is not wonderful for EP. It's kind of close range with the buckshot coming through from Graves. Definitely need their AD carry group to take that turret. So might as well commit some resources to mid. Look for a pick. Because right now, not going to be able to break the base with Cho'Gath anchored to the mid lane.
No, and the best news for King is that Woosh has had a very easy early landing phase. 160 CS almost in 18 minutes. Still ahead of this Graves by 20 or 25, and already has a Bloodthirster plus a recurve bow.
Just going to be going for the Ren set build again. Has been target nerfed a little bit in this patch. Still very viable. The mobility going to be that much lower with Martial Poise, but Kane picks up the red buff. He's got the Infinity Edge. The one-item power spike's not massive for Graves with the 20% rather than the 25% crit on that item. But hey, if the RNG is in your favor, do plenty of damage.
Yeah, he'll take it here as Thresh will go back and pick up a few more new items. Frozen Heart already done for Sky actually, so rushing that very aggressively to go along with the Catalyst, so probably a Righteous Glory coming in eventually, but we're starting to see this a little bit more from Marco, as they really love their early Frozen Heart.
Rushing the Frozen Heart, the 20% CDR, and then just all the armor, and then the debuff, it double dips just a bit like how Ninja Tabi gives you reduced auto-attack damage, then armor, which further reduces auto-attack damage. Similar sort of situation with Frozen Heart. Amazing J probably going to look for a Frozen Heart of his own, but the one item power spike of the Trinity Force, he even has the Ignite. If he can power up that devastating charge, he's going to be doing insane burst in the next fight.
Yeah, we've seen it again. I mean, Trinity Force in general on these sort of bruises is an item that, you know, the timing is very important, but he's had a very strong lane. A little bit behind in CS, interestingly. Sky ahead there in that metric, but, you know, Amazing J's got his Trinity Force. The first major teleport was great for him as well, and from this point on, it just gets better for FLICKR as long as he can keep up.
And there's a lot of top laners that scale well with Trinity Force, but just the amount of times Amazing J scales with Trinity Force because of all the move speed interaction with his passive means that FLICKR, next to Aurelia and Corki, one of the most efficient uses of that ability is. MLXG's popped the ultimate in the bot lane again, but Raphael very, very able to open up space and get away from the thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, looking for the LeBlanc, but a very pesky target to try and pin down here. Raphael, even with the flash up still as well, be pretty hard to pick off. EP continuing their pressure in the mid side of the map though. Well, should be able to get the turret here, actually. Make it 4 turrets here to EP, who've done a very nice job of keeping grouped and rotating around.
And that's the thing about Cho'Gath. Missed a couple of skill shots, then wasn't able to clear the wave because Rupture was on cooldown. Had to watch as the turret was completely stolen under his nose. And EP, they get the turret and they get out.
Yeah, going for that Marilla Nomicon though. Interested to see if Assassin is going to go for all the CDL with the cooldown boots as well, which we did see, of course, already today by Hetong, actually, of Vici Gaming. But King will answer nicely. They get the turret of their own here as Woosh actually able to clean it out, and we're equalizing the turrets a bit. And now a dragon fight's on. Oh, Chu actually going very deep in. Amazing J trying to find a good line. A great knock up there from the Braum multi, and Amazing J just going to hold back, but Braum's already been eaten. Liam, though, flashing in aggressively as Amazing J finally runs down Woosh. Kane a little low as well, throws the Buckshot in as Drizzle gets the kill onto Thresh, but now Sky managed to kill Amazing J. Kane way too low there, goes down to the flash arcane smash of Sky, and a 3-for-2 trade in favor of King.
Yeah, the team fighting was very on point from King in that fight. Maokai and Cho'Gath controlled so much space. MLXG able to get a lot of damage down on the carries. Smart team fighting might even open up an inner turret. They don't have a minion wave to support it, but a very, very tanky. They could probably happily go pick up the dragon. It looks like that's what they're going to do. But EP, they just grouped up for burst and ate it all from Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I mean, Kane got a little too low in Assassin. It's funny we talk about it, but Cho'Gath does do decent AoE when everybody's clumped up, and like you mentioned, that's exactly what happened. So Raphael, now the Death Cap going to look in towards the dragon. Not going to find King, interestingly, so might be able to keep them off this objective, but King with a good fight. Maybe a little lackluster on the rotations afterwards, though, because they might not get either of the objectives they looked at.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't need to do that inner turret damage. They could just go back and pick up the dragon, but they might be seeding the dragon at this point. There's no... Actually, teleport is complete on Amazing J, so they have to respect his coming into the fight. 2,000 health. Assassin, he tries to come in, maybe look for a feast, but no meal for Cho'Gath this time.
No, can't close the distance there, so... Unfortunately, can't get drive through, so we'll just have to walk back there as the second dragon will go to EP. Amazing J, like you mentioned, had the telly ready to go, but just a little late on the rotation there for King. Gives them up an objective that honestly was theirs after the fight they just won. So the game very even. The dragon, I believe, the only big advantage here as far as objectives go. EP up a tower as well, so not too bad, but very close here at this point, and be curious to see what happens once we get to the next dragon fight.
EP just need to be more on point with their team fighting after clumping up for the AoE coming through from Cho'Gath. In the next fight, Kane was split away, so he wasn't eating the AoE, but he was split away from his tanks. Need to watch the engages coming through. Amazing J was always going to cover a lot of distance, and again, he's mostly tuned at the moment for split pushing. He doesn't have the big tank items completed to be an immovable force in the fight. If he ever falls low, you have the assassination damage coming through from Cho'Gath. So a lot of considerations to consider, and no health yet, as Raphael, he just kills Lamb.
Yeah, finds Lamb, and with that death cap, able to get a very easy kill. Assassin gonna get stunned there by Braum. Passive Drizzle gonna kick him back in. The Buckshot and the Braum multi roll in as well. Amazing J gonna pop the ulti as well. MLXG gonna find Raphael, and Woosh is trying to get away. The Ren is actually stacking up. The Hurricane's completed. Sky's coming in, but there's the triple actually coming in for LeBlanc. Now Shu gonna rotate in as well. Raphael gonna fish for the next one coming in. There's the stun coming through. Raphael gonna land the chains as well. The Twisted Advance gonna move back in. Woosh has to be careful though, but gonna pop some more Rens down in. Getting low there, but Woosh gets the next kill. Kane diving in trying to get it, but he gets hopped out of the Buckshot, and now Sky still not dead somehow. There's a double kill actually coming through for Woosh, and crazy fight, 3 for 2.
And you could see Woosh's eyes lighting up as so many low health members were walking into his Bloodthirster Hurricane build. He had so much effective lifesteal that he stayed healthy throughout the fight. Could have potentially been a pentakill turnaround, despite once Graves flashed in and missed the buckshot, or closed this with a quick draw and missed the buckshot, fell as well. Raphael had to respect the whoosh, and it's a very close fight again, despite at the start looking like a landslide win for EP.
And I think that's sort of the interesting thing about Graves Kalista especially is that Graves very, very good in effectively melee range, right? That's sort of the point. He's got a shotgun. So when Kalista continually hops away from you, all your skill shots just feel like they're never going to hit.
I mean, skill shots in general against Kalista are just no fun. You need some predictions on the level of Marta, perhaps, to be able to hit the Braum abilities, let alone anyone else with line skill shots. Raphael just needs to go for the double distortion, just assassinate the whoosh wherever possible.
Maybe just use the Qs. Can't touch that one. They're targeted as Kane. Going to clear out the Raptors now as well. Whoosh is getting very strong on this Kalista. 2, 2, and 4. Still ahead of Graves in CS and already had those 2 items. We tend to call that the jumping off point for Kalista, and now Last Whisper halfway done with a pickaxe as well as MLXG. Going to dive in a hook there, landing on Raphael, trying to find the line. He does actually get the chains on Disguise. Drizzle's going to dive back in. Kick back there, does disengage well, and King are forced to back off.
You can see a lot of poke damage onto Lamb. Does not get the kill this time as the null magic mana has been completed to give him a little bit of magic resist. EP, they'll be happy with that engage. Everyone focused fire onto Shu on the very tanky Braum. They're going to counter push. They don't have the tank items to really fight. That's kind of their issue, is that Amazing J is deceptively squishy in the front line. He's 2,000 gold away from being very relevant in the fights, but at the moment, he's kind of wanting for tankiness.
Yeah, and you know, we're split pushing a lot, getting that gold up. We maybe would have liked to see just a bit more grouping from Graves, LeBlanc especially, just to make sure that, you know, you stay grouped and pick some people off and give Amazing J some more room. But EP doing a lot of grouping as 5, and it is costing them a little bit here in these straight-up fights.
And they just haven't built a lot of armor. We see the armor starting to be built up on Amazing J, has the Warden's Mail to complement the Glacial Shroud, but no armor whatsoever on any of the other members of EP. It means they have to choose these fights carefully, because if they don't, we've already seen what Whoosh can do in a fight.
Yeah, and he's only getting stronger here as well on the Kalista, which is pretty scary to think about. We have a Dragon coming up as well, 1 minute 45 for that next one here. And again, a very close game. It's going to be decided by the small advantages people can get around the major objectives.
Big jump in power by Amazing J, finally finishing up the Frozen Heart. Again, he still doesn't have the massive health ball, so he has to be very on point against the Cho'Gath in particular, just with the true damage, potentially taking him down the front line when he's trying to tank up all the aggression. If he can isolate Whoosh in the back of a fight, stop the Ren from being spread on his teammates, I can see EP winning a fight, but they need to be so careful.
MLXG, they're going to get sorted up, but Raphael will go down there as Makai locks Paul LeBlanc down, and King going to get the T2 back, diving in onto Braum there, but the kick does come back. The hook will land though as well, and they'll dive back in onto Braum. Cho'Gath gets the towers too, can't get away there, and Whoosh is running wild in the back.
It's so tanky are both the solo laners. Of course, Cho'Gath has such a high natural health pool, got a Rod of Ages with 10 stacks as well. They're able to pretty much disregard these turrets in 7 stacks. My apologies. They're going to take an inhibitor turret, and EP, Amazing J, he's the frontline tank, and he's just watching.
Yeah, just not tanky enough, I guess, at this point, and can't dive in with no one else from EP to really follow up. Raphael died around. MLXG going to dive back in. Amazing J getting looked at by the Twisted Advance, feasted on as well there, and Assassin claims the kill. Inhibitor going to go down as well, and King massively ahead now.
Yeah, the 2.5 second signs coming out from the Feral Scream meant that Amazing J couldn't even use the Onslaught of Shadows to escape. You know, it was silenced during the duration of that. And the tankiness, as you mentioned, is the big issue. No one can dive onto this King lineup and try and kill Whoosh. And the one time Raphael gets caught, dies instantly, of course, to the focus fire after the Twisted Advance. EP, they've got some pretty big damage holes. We're looking at Kane, none more so than Kane. He's been sitting on Zeal and a longsword for a long time now. A Vampiric Scepter doesn't really help him do damage. He doesn't really need the sustain. He needs to be killing these frontline champions. It looks like a long time before Phantom Dancer and Last Whisper will be finished on this Graves.
And you know what? Graves, especially at this point, not really that good of a tank buster here. And I think we might understand what the Cho'Gath is doing in this comp, because it is just such a good frontline to keep supporting the Kalista.
It's just doing better than expected, I have to say, Page Time. Again, because Amazing J went for Trinity Force, had a very comfortable early laning phase, but as a sole frontline tank, at the moment he can't fulfill his duty. Drizzle didn't go for a Randuin's, built the Aegis just for a bit more AoE magic resist. I mean, not a lot of magic damage coming through, decent magic damage coming through from Assassin, but of course balances that with true damage. If he had the Randuin's and could at least start diving this Kalista, it'd be a different fight.
I mean, I think I agree, and we've seen this a lot against teams that successfully play against Callista. Take big tanks into her. She can't really tank bust, especially with this build, and just get on top of her and make sure she never does anything, because as soon as the first Ren comes down, we call it a Ren set for a reason. They just keep going.
Absolutely. If Amazing J, could count on the safeguard Randuin's Lee Sin diving with him, then absolutely you could go offensive. Just ignore Assassin. As you remember, EP ignoring Assassin when they were taking this mid turret. Just play around the Cho'Gath, who has to hit skill shots with ramp up times, with cast times, in order to be effective in fights. But Drizzle going for this Aegis, it's really gimped, unfortunately, EP's frontline. They just don't have any options to dive this Callista, and Whoosh has been so safe.
Yeah, he has, and it's just translated into such a big advantage for the King team. I mean, again, when they have good game, it's tend to be Whoosh that gets ahead, and he's had a fantastic game so far. Last Whisper already done here at under 30 minutes. He's doing a lot of good damage here.
I mean, if he could get that gold back from the Vampiric Scepter, at least Kane will be working towards a Last Whisper, but it's looking so far away. 2,000 gold away from the Last Whisper for him to even have a semblance of tank busting ability. And King's frontline compared to EP's, it's just night and day.
Yeah, and it's pretty much all frontline, really. I mean, even Rengar's gone for a tanky build here as well, and we already know that the Cho'Gath, despite doing decent damage, is very tanky as well. I mean, look at the health pool on Assassin. That's over 3,000 already. I
mean, that's, 10-stack Rite of Ages, and just the Feast passive is just giving him so much effective health. He's going to be level 16 soon. It's only going to get bigger in terms of model size and health. And there's just nothing EP can do. They're just relegated to watching.
Yeah, Sky have been split pushing actually against Amazing J, which is not what we're really expecting this particular matchup. I mean, Amazing J gonna try to do some damage.
Probably run out of mana before he could kill the Maokai.
I think so too. And Sky almost got the tier 2 in the bottom side of the map as well. So EP running out of options here. Sky been going aggressive, actually going to Twisted Events on top of Amazing J, queuing back there and just kind of clear out the minion waves. And, a bit of a wet noodle fight here in the bottom side, but Sky's actually getting ahead. That Twisted Events is doing work, and Amazing J forced her back towards the turret.
And Amazing J below half mana. Definitely no way to kill this Maokai.
No, as you said, going to run out of mana there, and Sky just going to ignore him. Going to go back for a little bit of extra damage, but he'll get the turret eventually.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the reverse flavor from Assassin, who had to watch the turret fall. Feels like Amazing J also is going to have to watch his turret fall. And speaking of falling, they have to respect the throw of the hunt, back away. And EP, they're in damage minimization mode. Definitely not looking for assertive picks. They're just hoping for this game to turn. And I guess it might be on Kane finishing that Last Whisper.
Yeah, but he needs a lot of farm to get to that spot here as well. So EP going to back away. The tier 2 will fall. That's the 6th turret of the game that's going down here, and Sky is working on the 7th and should get it relatively soon. The ping's on the Baron actually coming out now as well. Sky will get the tower in the bottom side of the map, and King going to walk in and take what looks to be a pretty simple Baron.
I mean, that's the interesting thing with that we've seen, is that the Cho'Gath feels like the answer to LeBlanc. It feels like the answer to mid-lane assassins. Okay, sometimes your comp doesn't allow for it, but in this case, where they have such a strong front line, Assassin doesn't even need to build armor to be a deterrent for EP's diving. And the comp's working very well. They've got excellent Baron secure. I feel like they're going to go for this.
Drizzle's going to try to steal, but it'll be a very difficult steal. I mean, he's going to rush in there, but Amazing J going to move in. The Baron actually does go down there. Rengar gets it, so it goes to King, but Amazing J a little too low there. Drizzle in the back line getting low as well, and Shu dives in there trying to get another kill, but he can't even do that onto MLXG. He'll be the next to fall. Raphael looking for it as well, but the double already come due for Whoosh. A great move, though, for Raphael. Does get him the first kill, and MLXG has to run very far away. LeBlanc going to dive in. MLXG does not want to face check that distortion, but Raphael decides not to go back in, and as the dust settles, 3 for 1 in favor of King.
Raphael doesn't have the Mimic level 16 yet for it to be very low cooldowns. It doesn't have that ability off cooldown just yet. King are able to get out with the Baron. Raphael doing his best pawn impression, but it's just not enough.
No, and did a lot of damage, did finally kill the carry here, but Whoosh is only getting stronger. A Phantom Dancer has been completed now as well for even more mobility, and it's kind of a weird-looking build. We don't see Infinity Edge at this point. That's a very big Cho'Gath.
Yep, that Cho'Gath is really big. Does he have the Elixir of Iron running? He does. That is a model size right there. He went for a ride and looked so silly.
Takes the lance and kind of flies across the map, all fancy-free. And yeah, Assassin's pretty large at this point here. And you know what? Not so bad. You're going to block a fair amount of skill shots.
I mean, yeah. He's just actually dancing in the middle. And look at Thresh inside the Cho'Gath. It's hilarious.
It is. I mean, and effective as well. Like, Assassin, literally very large, but very tanky as well. It's still doing respectable damage. And again, Cho'Gath is one of those things where in the comp that Vici played, looked amazing there in that poke comp. As LXG actually hopping to the crowd, but he's going to get caught here. So much CC and damage coming in. Raphael just cleans him off the rip.
I feel like that was very cathartic for EP. I don't know what they're going to get off that pick. Like, we got him, boys.
I mean, you're not getting this assassin here. I think they'll feel like they've killed some giant raid boss if they ever kill assassin in this game. I think they'll kill him and expect Treasure to drop out. But unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen.
Treasure might be a little bit of experience, I guess. He's level 16. He's very high level, but yeah, he's really big.
He's so slow as well with the bottle size.
He's not actually that slow. He just looks slow.
Very ponderous here as assassin. He is blocking almost an entire choke point. Look at him. That actually he's actually blocking the choke.
Just watch him walk next to
between
Thresh.
the buffs. Poor Thresh.
As we just relegated to enjoying the size of Assassin's model. As that's just EP have no answers at all. They're just waiting for Dragon to fall, waiting for them to lose the game. Wake me up when this game ends is the words they're singing. Maybe there's slightly different lyrics to that song, but man, King. They're winning this game.
They are, and the neutral control continues here as well. Kalista will secure the third dragon, and that'll speed up the giant Cho'Gath by a little bit here as well. But, I mean, funny as well, just as it kind of works out, because this Cho'Gath is fine. I mean, we talked about it. Looked great in Vici's comp, but looks fine in this one as well to protect this hyper carry.
Absolutely, and Whoosh just jumping around so hard to hit with any skill shots, and then you have to respect the Rupture coming through from Cho'Gath. We've already seen the power of the Feral Scream coming through. No tenacity barring at the moment, the top laner and the jungler. So, I mean, if ever Raphael eats the Feral Scream, just won't be able to distort back, just won't be able to mimic, and will be a free kill with his low health pool. I believe the Feast is going to be doing about half Raphael's health at this point now that he's level 16. And EP, King, with their very strong front line, EP just don't have any answers. They don't know what to do.
I mean, that front line's amazing here. Whoosh at this point can always stand in Assassin's model, and that'll be enough protection. Just dancing around the back line as well. Raphael finds a good line. Amazing actually going to dive in on top, uses the ultimate, gets peeled off perfectly there, and King are going to dive back in. They've already got one kill there, and EP, they can't get through these tanks. Good double Rupture there as well. Drizzle going to be the next target. He gets flayed back in there as well. Sky is tanking the turret here, but it doesn't matter. There's plenty of health left on King. The double kill there for Kalista. Gonna leap in and try and make him more. The Fate's Call coming in there as well. They want more kills, but Raphael will get the trade there onto Thresh. It's only 3 for 1, but the King just gonna finish the game.
Yeah, it looks like there's nothing EP can do to stay in the game. The Cho'Gath pick is a master stroke at this point. Nothing LeBlanc can do, although she'll get a nice kill. Pad her stats 8-1-3 is LeBlanc on the losing team. And King, we thought it was EP that were going to bring something new. It's not necessarily something new, but just a new feather to the cap for Assassin. It's not the Zed, it's not the Assassins that his namesake suggests. Going for the AP Cho'Gath in the mid, very capable, played his role, and Raphael tried to skip past him in every fight, but that's all he could do.
And that's the thing, you just can't. Soaks all the damage in any sort of AoE, able to absorb skill shots, peels perfectly. There's great reactive CC does Cho'Gath, and Whoosh must have felt so safe in that game.
And the thing about Raphael, he gets a great kill score, but of course every time he left lane, Cho'Gath's wave clear, with the high AP ratios, with the high base on Rupture, just wave clearing, wailing away at the turret. The turret pressure was real, and Raphael, picked up the kills, but nothing his team could do comp-wise to deal with just the biggest Cho'Gath.
The biggest Cho'Gath in the world, and King looking desperately for points now as well. We're going to be up for game 2 in a second. We'll see if they can kill the Assassin's very large Cho'Gath. Don't get anywhere after this quick break. Game 2 between EP and King returns. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We have our last game of the evening as Energy Pacemaker take on King. King are a gamer after a very solid performance with Woosh's Kalista especially. I'm Julian Page-Card. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith for our last game. It's been another long but very fun night of LPLs moving into patch 5.4, and King looking poised. Sorry, EP, I believe. I lost track of everything.
So King won that game.
They did, thank you.
And look, we emphatically said EP won the draft because they got everything they wanted, but the power of the AP Cho'Gath in the middle lane, just Raphael 8-1-3, but just nothing he could do to wrestle back the front line, the amazingly strong front line that was put together on King's side. EP just didn't have the damage, specifically Kane, so great on the Graves traditionally, had played so many consistent games on that champion, but the last Whisper came far too late. They had no answer to the three-man front line of King and Whoosh. The Ren sets, they were real.
Yeah, they just set so much up for that late game Kalista and just had a great early game. The swap worked out perfectly and pretty much EP could never break the front line that King had built here. So we get back into the draft and EP already adjusting. We have a Rek'Sai ban and a Kalista ban as their first two and another Gnar ban there for King.
I mean, you need a hyper carry to work with all those tanks. You needed a big damage AD carry. Kalista's probably the most viable of all the options available, has a lot of mobility as well, as was diving in and out of Assassin's massive frame in the Cho'Gath. So, I mean, banning away the Kalista stops them from running quite the same strong frontline hyper carry lineup, but I'm sure King have many more strings to their bow.
Yeah, and EP as well, potentially, as the Victor gets another ban there, EP another Ahri ban, so a lot of the same stuff here with the Kalista
But on
ban.
the blue side, though, Peishan, Raphael plays an excellent Ahri, and on patch 5.4, the nerfs have come through, but they're just small adjustments in power. Still a very powerful blind pick mid lane champion. Still has a 12.67, KDA on that Ahri over 2 games. Not sure why they're banning Ahri on the blue side.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. They might have some sort of plan, but Annie, again, another respect man towards Shu, who really does favor those engaged supports. And to be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a first pick Thresh here.
Yeah, Hecarim's available. They're actually pondering a Lee Sin pickup. I mean, Drizzle's Lee Sin's very powerful. I don't know. MLXG does like the Lee Sin as well, so maybe I can understand the pickup. But no, it's going to be the blind pick LeBlanc again. You have to think. Cho'Gath's still available. No reason not to run that lane again.
Yeah, I mean, even if they can't build around another carry, they can probably find damage somewhere else. But Raphael clearly just wanting this pick here, but a bit weird to pick it so early in the draft, especially because Assassin, he does play it, but I'm sure Raphael has at least one other champion he can play, but maybe with a 0 and 0 sort of rotating out and Victor being banned, he feels a little bit confined.
But I mean, Lulu, Cho'Gath both have been shown to be wave clear champions that can deal just fine with the Blanc. And look, maybe it's unfair to criticize Raphael. Remember, he was 8-1-3. He did do very well on that champion. And there were other issues that were more pressing for EP to deal with. So the first pick, LeBlanc, no obvious counter picks to play against it apart from those wave clear champions. So probably smart to lock it in.
Yeah, King going to keep their draft exactly the same, I believe, from the first game here. And going to lock in Thresh and Rengar again for support and jungle.
They got a lot of purchase out of it, specifically the Thrill of the Hunt. The first one blowing Kane's flash and then picking up a kill with the second Thrill of the Hunt. So that's just fine. And I mean, the Lee Sin, it's taken again. I believe moving 80 carries. No Graves this time. Mixing it up with the Corki.
Yeah, we got Lee Sin and the Corki, like you mentioned there. So I do like Corki, a bit more of a well-rounded choice. Very safe, very standard. You kind of run it into anything and feel good. Graves is the more aggressive choice here, but I feel like Corki's just a bit more rounded and just goes slightly better into the late game, especially because you have a reposition option that's so strong here. But Assassin gonna do it again, gonna take the exact same matchup there with the mid Cho'Gath here, and this time Whoosh might take the Graves.
So 3 mid Cho'Gaths in the LPL so far. Ninja did not find success, but 2-0 today with mid Cho'Gath. Gonna try and repeat the matchup. We can notice that it gives a lot of room for LeBlanc to roam the map. Of course, the pushing will come through. Cho'Gath has a lot of wave clear. But Raphael found a lot of kills in the previous game. He might be able to repeat that, but the front line, it's already looking pretty scary.
Yeah, I don't know what Whoosh is going to play here, but he's going to need some sort of high damage carrying. Kalista is banned here, so King again setting up for a massive front line. I believe these are the exact same picks they played in the last draft, so Whoosh will have to play a different carry, but the same comp here again.
It's going to be Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath. It's going to be Jinx. That's my guess. It's going to be Jinx or Kog'Maw. I mean, it's not going to be a Juggernaut comp, but you can still go protect the Kog'Maw. You have Thresh for a bit of repositioning, but my first guess is going to be Jinx.
Yeah, make a lot of sense here. Is EP going to take, I guess, someone to help dive that carry that they know is coming here? They do have the Janna as sort of an interesting pickup against the Corki. A bit more of a passive choice, with the Corki. But I do like the Aurelia here a lot. Pretty safe in the matchup here against Makai, if not slightly favored. And that's someone that can dive onto whatever carry Woosh picks.
So, I mean, Lucian's another consideration. Didn't even think about that, but has a very favorable matchup against Corki. Graves is fine. It's not necessarily high damage. They keep hovering Varus, which I know makes you excited. I feel like Varus, maybe 5.5, will catapult him into relevancy, but Graves just going for a little laning power. Lane's fine against the Corki. I probably would prefer the Lucian just for a little bit more of a mid-game power spike, and a late game with 3-4 items fares better than Graves does, but Graves is the lock-in. Very similar champion to Lucian. Will probably do just fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that the nice thing about Kalista is that she was high damage in short range, but very mobile, so could kind of just hop behind her tanks using her passive and get a lot of damage spread out. And Graves, in some ways, with the quick draw resets, can do the same thing. Lucian probably a bit better at it, but you still want a good damage carry, but you want to set up for a short range carry rather than necessarily, protect a big long range carry like a Jinx or a Kog'Maw.
I mean, with the Aurelia locked in, you have to go something with a bit of mobility. If you go for Jinx, Aurelia can get on top of that carry. The one thing you can say about Graves is that if everything goes bad, it's only Aurelia for frontline, so you could just go, say, Bloodthirst to Last Whisper, just double down on collateral damage, and just go for the AoE damage in fights and not be an auto-attack carry. You do have that flexibility. It's not a very tanky lineup coming through from EP. So at least with the Graves, at minimum, you'll always have respectable burst in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we already looked at Assassin's AoE in the last game as well. Could see some crazy wombo combo AoE damage between the Graves and the Scream plus the Rupture there. So again, that's our lane here. This is a very standard lane, it feels like, at this point, Graves versus Corki. And the John is interesting to me, but I guess they just wanted a tool just to, I don't know, maybe try and disengage some of the very big tanks diving onto their backline.
Yeah, Janna Corki, not a lot of laning synergy coming through, but having the Janna, maybe it'll be a defensive option for LeBlanc. We always used to talk about the Zed Janna synergy, but I think we're going to jump into game.
Yeah, let's get straight into it. EP versus King. And we're on to the Rift here for our last game of the evening. King are up a game here, trying to get the full 3 points and take back the 8th spot here to keep themselves in playoff contention away from Royal and EP. Trying to play Dream Killer once again here. And Drizzle might have found himself caught out. Liam not going to line up a hook though. And Drizzle will just keep walking. There's the hook though, will finally land in. The damage going to come in, and that immediately forces the flash.
Flashes out the Rupture. If they had been able to chain that CC, probably would have been first blood, even though it was so close to his turret. Onto Drizzle. Drizzle's able to get away, only uses his flash, so maybe we'll have to be a bit more defensive in his early pathing. I'd like to see King try and just really pressure his jungle, get some aggressive wards down, maybe even look for a buff steal, because a no-flash Lee Sin is going to struggle to just have any sort of jungle control in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so much of EP's good games have come from Drizzle's early Lee Sin pressure, so a little bit of that potentially shut down here as well after that start, but Drizzle going to come back here, start his own jungle. Looks like he's going to be on the red side.
He has a lot of friends on this side of the map, so understandably he's going to start in the bottom side of the map. Rengar and MLXG going to be just happy to start on the top, so very standard lanings. Looks like we're going to end up with 2v2, 1v1 matchups, and in our last game of the series, can Raphael overtake this game and actually propel his team to a carry? 8-1 and 3, but his score didn't matter in the previous series because, again, King's frontline was so strong. Their frontline is strong again, and you have to wonder, how is Kane going to tank past in front of a Cho'Gath, Rengar, and Maokai?
I don't know. We kind of saw that before where Kane just couldn't get it done on the Graves here. Corki, a little bit more damage, kind of moving into the late game, but still much more of a mid-game carry like Graves. So I don't know how much damage he can get done against the super tanks here, but you know what? Maybe King don't get to that point this game.
I mean, I would say that Corki does a bit more damage to the backline because he has longer range spells in the late game, but he doesn't have a attack speed modifier. He doesn't have the quick draw. Can't necessarily choose to go aggressive with that ability. Doesn't have a lot of steroids. That's kind of the issue with Corki. He has the 10% true damage on his passive, but MLXG, he's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to actually pay a visit there, knowing that there's no flash, and Drizzle going to get caught out here. The red buff Rengar, such a problem here. The flash fall for the red buff apply, but a great ward up here in MLXG. Doesn't have any follow-up, it seems like right now. The bowler will land here. Needs to be in range for one more Q and can't quite get there. Raphael going to chase him, but Assassin's here as well, and there's nowhere to go. Rengar gets the first blood, and Raphael actually going to get slowed down. A good distort back here, but King, can they line up a little bit more CC? Assassin looking for it, can't get it done, but first blood goes to Rengar. Rengar.
Flat cooldown means he doesn't have the Rupture available again. Very smart pathing from MLXG. I thought it might be the attempt at the 3 buffs, but picking up their kills oh so much more sweet. And Drizzle, they knew his flash was down, and they preyed upon him. Excellent early rotation from King, and they're continuing the pressure up top.
Yeah, good jump there as well. The great slow there by Sky, and so much damage early on by this Rengar. MLXG with the double buffs. Remember, he did get the first blood onto Lee Sin. He is doing work at level 2 nonetheless.
And Amazing J didn't want to flash because he knew that Sky hadn't skilled up the Twisted Advance yet, so tried to hold on to that cooldown, but was forced out in the end. And as you mentioned, MLXG, he's defying the amount of levels he has. He has so much CC from level 2 once he has the empowered bowler available, and doing so much work across the map. Very reminiscent of Clear Love in the early series, at least in terms of his 4-minute pressure.
Nice move here from Drizzle. Will actually steal away the blue buff, so it's going to be ahead in buffs after all the aggressive ganking for MLXG. So good pressure there by Rengar, but he is going to lose quite a lot of his jungle.
Going to lose the jungle. It's going to hit level 3 probably from those small minions around the blue buff. So it's not ideal, but also set behind the blue buff timer. They won't have an exact timer because he didn't kill those small minions, and so much of the experience was actually moved onto the small minions that maybe it was worth clearing them, to be honest, and getting the timer, but they don't. Maybe respecting the fact that they're going to have to, in 7 minutes, maybe 6 minutes, maybe it'll be hard, 5 minutes even, will be hard to contest the blue buff, just given that Rengar will start to scale up, but he hits level 3, starts to clear those small minions. And in the bottom lane, very even trading between Kane and Whoosh.
Yeah, nice use of the quick draw there to get out from under the phosphorus bomb, but this is a matchup that, again, we've started seeing a lot here in the LPL, and pretty even as all things go. I mean, Graves, in general, I feel like considered the slightly more aggressive AD carry, but they're both good mid-game powerhouses that like to rotate and take towers in the mid-game.
And of all champions, able to shrug off the damage coming through from the phosphorus bomb when he does hit. Of course, does have quick draw to reposition away from it, but does have the True Grit passive also to have magic resist to stand up to trades against Kane. So many people like to skip the magic resist for a bit more attack speed, maybe even for mana regen coming through from the blues, but with the True Grit passive, can do both.
Yeah, Chisel here as well, looking in for maybe another steal or just taking away a camp, but going to get a little bit of vision. Does find the Raptors here and will take them away. A good deep ward as well. We'll spot MLXG moving between that half of his jungle here, but Rengar still farming up. Drizzle doing a fine job actually keeping slightly ahead, but MLXG started off by ganking early with an early Chilling Smite as well. Have to think he wants to continue that trend.
I mean, the Chilling Smite tells you he's not interested in clearing his camps. He wants to go for the ganks. He's going to find just one small Raptor as we watch Amazing J surf around the top on that Aurelia.
Yeah, just kind of play circles around Sky there, who wildly misses the Arcane Smash after all that jumping around, but Rengar going to find his actually a gank now, maybe potentially. Thought he was going to his Krugs, but might be towards the top side, possibly even sneaking into the lane now.
And Drizzle's also positioned around top. Looks like he's going to focus on Grump, so it won't necessarily be a 2v2. Aurelia, Amazing J has no reason to go aggressive. He'd be smart to play passively in this case.
Might try and find a Blade Surge here, but we'll have to see here as Amazing J does not have his flash, and not a bad gank split here for MLXG, who's really committing to try and get all of his laners ahead, and he's targeting Sky so far.
Yeah, we see it's very quiet, but Amazing J finally serves.
Yeah, now he's going to go in there. MLXG going to move him for the bowler, but a great equilibrium strike might keep him safe. Bowler just missing there, but good damage moving in there for Sky after the ulti, and not enough damage, unfortunately. Couldn't lock him down hard enough.
Yeah, actually used too many ticks of the ultimate. Didn't have mana for another Twisted Advance. They had to disengage from the dive. And Amazing J lives, but doesn't have teleport to get back to top. And his teleport's actually, his back blue pill's actually cancelled, so we'll have to walk to top and lose a lot of minions to this turret.
Yep, zoned off there by MLXG, who's been very aggressive in the top lane, but EP rotate very quickly to the Dragon now as well. Raphael, good amount of damage there coming in onto Assassin, but Energy Pacemaker will get the first Dragon.
I mean, Assassin at the end of the day is going to be able to auto-attack these minions and get a lot of their health and even the mana back, so he's not too concerned with the harass coming through, but EP managed to, and Raphael at least manages to distract Assassin long enough for them to take out the Dragon, facilitated by all the pressure that's put onto Amazing J. He's not behind in CS that much. He's able to go under turret now, 44 to 58 CS. So the Dragon, it's a good trade for King.
Yeah, Lamb actually looking for a hook, does not find it, but Whoosh takes a massive amount of damage there by Corki. The playback there will move Shu back in towards the Thresh, but Kane just kind of happily farming away, although behind in CS, despite the positive trades here, Whoosh able to get the better of him so far.
Very puzzling that he didn't find a time to back whatsoever, sitting on 2,000 gold. That's why the trades are going so far in Kane's advantage. He's already shopped, he's already got a Sheen, which is the most offensive of all the options he had open to him. Sitting on so much gold, Whoosh needs to find a time to back because he just can't stay in this lane. without eating significant harass.
No, I mean, maybe getting a bit greedy here as well. Actually, it's the ultimate there. So actually making very good use of that skill. Going to push the wave in, harass us down as well. I think, at this point that he really wants to try and find a way to go home.
Absolutely. He used the collateral damage just to hope that Kane would have to renege on all the pressure. Woosh wants to go back, pick up a BF sword, work towards either the Bloodthirster or the Infinity Edge as the first pickup. But Kane doesn't necessarily have sustain coming through from his support Janna, but the topping off will allow him to stay in lane quite happily.
Yeah, Shu pretty aggressively using the shield there as well to help Kane go aggressive and win some of these trades. And they're still not going back here on the King bottom lane, staying very hard in the bottom side of the map. And a little bit greedy, you have to think, as far as CS goes, as another quick draw effectively trades for phosphorus bomb. But going to clear this out, take the lantern just in time, and now it's time to go shopping.
The Cloud follows through the lantern, but definitely not enough slow to be able to shop down Woosh. He shops on 2,300 gold, working towards the BS sword. Speaking of greed, double catalyst is completed on King's side on both the solo lane as Assassin and Sky. Be interested to track whether we see double Rod of Ages come through. It's been a while since we've seen a Rod of Ages Maokai just because the Righteous Glow has been needed, but all the CC's hitting on Raphael. Does he have the damage to finish off Cho'Gath?
Ignite down as well, but a good start to using Raphael. Dives in, but a great flash out from under the distortion damage will keep him safe. MLXG bowlers up the Mimic, and Raphael gets out.
I mean, at the end of the day, he wasn't able to close distance on the other LeBlanc. So it's either 25 gold or a great deal more if he killed the real one, and he'll just have to take the 25 gold bounty.
Not a bad deal there, as Assassin has to be quite careful actually now, despite the passive on the Cho'Gath, because he will go down quite quickly. Drizzle even fishing in the mid there as well for a gank, but does not find it. And I think you're right. I think we'll see double Rod of Ages, and expected now that we have had standard Maokai going to actually get to do the snowball build that I feel like we haven't seen in quite a number of games. Liam actually caught out now as well, going to get chunked down very hard there. A good heal there is maybe going to keep him safe, and Wooge actually will move in there as he gets the kill onto Drizzle. Raphael forced away there as well, and a great rotation by King.
The flash comes through from Zhu, so flashes away. Didn't even have to use collateral damage, and Liam lives. Significant advantage for King, but no dragon to pick up to answer the first dragon completed on EP. I'm not going to say 100% is going to be Rod of Ages from Sky just because they're against a Corki and a LeBlanc. A lot of mid-game power coming through from picks, so maybe a Righteous Glory just to answer that mid-game power is the smarter build, but double Rod of Ages, if they get through this early laning phase, they're going to be very happy.
And Assassin, interestingly, getting quite low, but he wasn't in the mid lane. He actually took the blue buff away using the Feast there as well. MLXG covering for him as Cho'Gath goes back home, and I wonder where he wants to go. Going to get some boots, it seems. I pick up a few potions and not quite direct towards the Rod of Ages yet.
I mean, look at the CS advantage for Raphael in the mid lane. This wasn't the case in the previous game, but 30 CS advantage. Actually backed on 760 gold, so couldn't even pick up a blasting one towards the Rod of Ages. Very awkward buy timing coming in from Assassin. And look, with a second shot at this mid lane matchup, Raphael very far ahead.
I mean, he was far ahead at a later stage of this game when he kind of leveled up the W, was able to clear out well, and actually did get ahead of Assassin, but this is even earlier, so very impressive so far by Raphael. And now the thing is, he didn't get to leave his lane that much in the last game. Morellonomicon's just been completed now as well. He's probably not getting a kill on Assassin, so which lane can he affect now?
And that's the question. He needs a bit of relief in terms of mid lane pushing, because even though he doesn't have a lot of AP, the base damages on Cho'Gath's spells is very high, so he is going to be able to put pressure on the mid lane. I mean, the bottom lane seems like the obvious target. Graves has been overextended for a lot of the laning phase, so it makes sense to try and make his way down bottom. But the roam is on. I imagine some wards will be on, happening around Dragon, with Dragon 1 minute away from spawning. And Raphael's got the Morellonomicon. He has a lot of power very early. In terms of shops, you have to like EP for the next Dragon. But Graves is sitting on 1280 gold. It's getting close to the Infinity Edge, I believe about 300 gold away from being able to complete that item.
Yeah, not quite there yet, though, despite the CS lead that he's had against Kane this entire laning phase long here. Assassin going to continue pushing. Actually eats a E there, but there's too many minions there, and Assassin, again, very tanky on the Cho'Gath.
So the ping has come down to throw the hunt. It's been popped. I believe they expect this coming through, so it should not be successful gank in the bot lane.
Going to find Kane. They look for a great ball there. Finding a great hook lands in there as well. And Shu can't disengage. The double play back. The box there as well. And Woosh cleans him out with the ultimate there. Shu going to go down there as well for the double. And very well played by King.
So I actually saw a blue ping onto exactly Rengar's position. So maybe it was just a predictive ping, but it was prophetic if he was. They pick up the double kill just before Dragon spawns. Sometimes it all lines up, pastry time.
The Rengar mechanics very strong, able to get the bowler despite the Valkyrie that Corki completed, but got snared at the end of it, and then a crazy flash hook by Liam, and Jana just couldn't block it. I mean, to be fair, if she had, they might have both died anyway.
So, and they both died, as you mentioned. So it would have been nice if she caught it. Perhaps they would have had a chance to live, but definitely a death sentence condemns it. Bad pun intended with Liam on Thresh. And the battling starts up top as the second dragon, I believe, comes down for EP. Sorry, no, it's just the first one for King.
Yeah, one apiece now as well. So King do pick up the second there. And as you mentioned, Amazing J actually fighting there. Looks like he has to go spend some money back there from the Aurelia. As Marco's actually pretty significantly ahead in that lane, which is quite interesting.
I mean, they're significantly ahead across the lane space through time. It's looking like 2,000 gold is the lead, and that's with the 4 kills they picked up to 0. No global objectives advantages to speak of because there's no turrets down, and it's 1 dragon each. But it's the gold, and it's in the CS. 23 CS is the advantage for Maokai over Aurelia. Actually down in CS by 40 CS against the LeBlanc isn't ideal, but the kill involvement specifically for the Rengar, and that's the big thing. A lot of these kills have been 3-4-man engagements, so it's been a lot of assists coming through, and the gold just stacks up for King.
Yeah, and it has been pretty much all game, at least in the first 13.5 minutes or so. We've got Infinity Edge already done for Graves. He's finished the item up. We still don't quite know what the catalysts are going to become here, but they do have some good choices as they move in here. It looks like 2,000 gold actually banked on Sky during the pause, and 1,000 there on Cho'Gath. So the Rod of Ages, if they want them, coming up pretty soon.
I mean, Rod of Ages, for a Maokai at 30 minutes is fine, and that's maybe a minute delayed, but it's a decent part. I'm just going to combine that with another purchase, maybe the Null Magic Mantle towards the Merc Treads, just to deal with the Equilibrium Strike. Sky has been completely unimpeded. Was the MVP of Game 1, is doing just fine in Game 2. Assassin, he's the one struggling, though. A big CS advantage for Raphael, but remember, there was a big kill advantage for Raphael in the first game, and he wasn't able to find any purchase with really strong kills or picks to be able to get EP back into the game. He is being afforded all the opportunity to carry a second time, though.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the big thing. Raphael just has to find a way. Just has to find a way to make something happen. You said it. He had a great LeBlanc game in Game 1, looked fine here in Game 2, at least in the early laning phase, but he's picked it early. He's clearly a good LeBlanc player. He's had good showings on it before in the LPL, but if he can't get the picks, LeBlanc looks like a much less effective champion, I guess.
And I guess I kind of wonder about this Cho'Gath counter pick. It's not able to keep competitive in CS, at least early in the laning phase. Okay, there's not a lot of kill potential on the Cho'Gath, but all he really provides is near instant wave clear and then just the ability to maybe get some turret damage. Not enough to necessarily take down the turret, but decent turret damage. I think volunteering yourself into a lane where you lose by 35 CS, 13 minutes into the lane, and just don't really have much roam pressure yourself against the very oppressive roam pressure that Raphael can put down, especially if pink wards start to be picked up, as we do see some pink wards coming onto the map from EP so far. It's not really an ideal matchup. Maybe go back to the well and look to some other laning counter picks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just, again, a lot of the mid laners champion pools, and I'm sure we'll see this more over the weekend as we see more teams play. What are they going to be playing here on 5.4? Because we've almost became a running joke in the LPL where it was Xerath Azir for almost every single matchup. They were very popular, very powerful champions, and a lot of players have to go to something else. We've seen, the bans away here for Victor against Raphael has had to play LeBlanc here for a second game in a row. Assassin has definitely not been playing those in the last few weeks, and now going to Cho'Gath here, I mean, at least for the mid laners, there might be a thing where they feel like our identity's kind of changed a lot here. What are we looking to play next? Because so many good majors changed a lot in those 2 patches that we kind of skipped over.
I mean, worth mentioning, as you say, Ari banned, Victor banned. A lot of the popular picks from recent play have been banned. And China, as you mentioned, sometimes are slow to pick up on some of the popular laners in other scenes. Kennen mid is a consideration. Kennen in general has been overlooked completely today, despite seeing quite a lot of play on 5.2 before the quality of life changes that came through on 5.3. There are other champions that are creeping in, but I don't see a compelling argument for Cho'Gath mid just yet.
I find it interesting that Lissandra actually dropped through the draft in this game. So I think maybe even in Game 1 as well. I mean, she's seen a couple bans today. I don't think she's seen a single play, if I recall correctly, in today's game. Maybe one game, but dropped through at least this draft, possibly the Game 1 between these 2 teams as well. So we are seeing priorities change, even though some champions still exist on this patch in 5.4, are still quite strong.
I mean, Lissandra actually didn't see a lot of play last week. In fact, the few games she was played was actually on the losing side. So, I mean, Lissandra, with no changes, is actually falling in popularity, which is interesting to me. I saw some incidental nerfs with all the Merlonomicon gold price increases, but pretty small in the grand scheme of things. And for a champion that can function so well as a frontline assassin, as a space control champion, for her to fall through with some of the choices, with Cho'Gath being the decision that's been made, very surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that, of course, Cassidy has gotten changed to the point where we're probably not going to see him until a couple more changes move in as well. I know we mentioned Vega today, but didn't quite go through it all because, it was support Vega all last week, and then, of course, all the fun stopped because Vega, just a very different champion now.
On 5.4, with the delay on the stun at 0.75 seconds, it's probably too long. Of course, has been adjusted in later patches, so not going to see Vega's support. Doesn't have the oppressive instant event horizon for taking objectives or for getting assassination kills. So Vega's fallen away. It feels like there's other champions. So there's no reason you couldn't go to the well and go to Orianna. I mean, Orianna, a woman for all seasons, is that champion. Just loves to come in and whatever the meta will do just fine. It's not an ideal matchup against LeBlanc. Maybe even Diana. Maybe even move her to the mid lane. She's just able to combat. She can build the Abyssal Scepter and duel with LeBlanc just fine. Get levels in Q and clear waves from range. Cho'Gath, it worked in the first game. We have to mention it worked in the team comp especially. They again have a 3-man strong front line coming from the solo lanes in the jungle. But the laning phase has been rough.
It has, and that's sort of my thing, I guess. I really liked it in the game 1 team comp with Callista, but, you said it as well. It's like, I expect a Jinx here, and then suddenly Woosh is playing Graves, and Graves is fine, but do you really need another super tank when you have a carry like Graves here? Why not pick something with a bit more damage? I mean, Cassiopeia has dropped completely off play, and she hasn't really seen that many changes at all.
Yeah, she saw, the tiny burst in play and then just completely fell away. Cool was playing her, Wayless played a game of her. Everyone was trying her out, but then just fell through completely. I mean, Graves is 3-0-0, so maybe he'll be able to be aggressive and be able to pick up an early Phantom Dancer and snowball like Kane wasn't able to last game. Already has a 13-minute Infinity Edge and then a dagger on top of that, so it's doing very well in terms of item timings compared to what will be, at this point, about a 16, 17-minute Trinity Force coming through from Corki. So maybe he'll be able to escape from kind of the box we place Graves into, because it won't necessarily be the underfarmed Graves or the underfed Graves of last game. Maybe be the carry Graves that Woosh needs to bring out for King. But EP, Raphael's kind of the big wild card. He hasn't got a score involvement yet, but is farming up very healthily. At the same token, Irelia's farming up as well, working towards a Trinity Force. It's going to be about a 17, 18-minute Trinity Force. When both Trinity Forces completed, and at this point it looks like it's going to be around the same time, EP, they'll want to fight around Dragon, because that'll be an immense burst in power, but they have to respect 3-0-0 Graves.
And that's sort of the thing for me. I mean, that's all well and good. Woosh is definitely having another good game. And again, when King look good, it's usually when he's playing at his best. But I don't know what your draft looks like if your plan is pick Cho'Gath into a lane where you lose by 30 CS and then hope your Graves snowballs.
That's the thing, and that's the argument. That's why I loved EP's draft in the first game, but they just, at the end of the day, they couldn't burst down through the front line that King were posing. And this second game, that's, again, we kind of fall on this issue where they needed a hyper carry. They suddenly saw the Aurelia. They wanted to respect the fact that they did have someone who could dive onto the no escape AD carry. So they opted into Graves, which, when you've already got Thresh, you kind of have to put trust in your team to play around a hyper carry and go for that big damage threat. But we can at this point be, hindsight focused, put on those rose-tinted glasses. It's like, doesn't matter. It's 3-0-0. Maybe he'll be the hyper carry his team needs.
Maybe. I'm very surprised, actually, that Lucian didn't see play. I believe Woosh has a Lucian game already, and we've started seeing him, especially into Corki, as being the popular matchup. But Woosh going to go for something, again, clearly working out for him, so that's all nice. But definitely both these teams have had some pretty interesting drafts, I have to say.
I mean, these are both teams that are struggling, 9th versus 12th, I believe this game is 9th versus 11th, I believe, just ahead from less games played against World Elite or Energy Pacemaker, so 11th, but joint 11th at this point. At the end of the day, not really too much to say, to be honest, about this game. It's a very, very long pause, 9 minutes into pause timer already, as they're dealing with some connection issues at the venue. Lucian I would have liked, just because kind of the crazy thing about Lucian is he went from this oppressive lane. Of course, the moment he was moved to 500 range and they buffed his piercing light, he could do some very insane trades in lane that, even though he wasn't 550 range anymore, was only 500 range. The Q trades, from long range, made for some very powerful trades in lane. But after kind of the AD ratio nerfs to that ability, he kind of hits his power spike 2 items, 3 items in. Lanes well, but really hits the power 3 to 4 items. And that's why I'd like him over Graves. I feel like he does Graves' job in a team fight more reliably because he gets kind of the mini steroid with the passive so often once he gets cooldown reduction and starts to move towards those team fights. Graves pigeonholes himself around burst just because you quick draw in. You know, it's a steroid, but it's also your only escape. So it's very risky to perform that way.
Yeah, it's funny to me for Lucian has just sort of become almost a strong late game carry, which is a crazy thing to think about. Think about when we started seeing Lucian back in the LPL especially, full of good Lucian players. So if he's starting to see a bit more play, wouldn't be too surprised. Instead though, mid-AP Cho'Gath once again. Very curious to see if Assassin's going to get as big as in the last game. A little bit sad they don't have a Lulu, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just to build up a bit
Could
of
have made
extra
him
health.
even bigger.
That was a big
That was
Cho'Gath.
the main thing. It was hilariously big. I think he was apparently bigger than the dragon, I was informed. The suggestion was to replace Cho'Gath. Oh, the dragon, sorry, with the Cho'Gath, and then maybe have
I feel like that's lower probably because remember, Cho'Gath can eat the dragon.
He
So
can.
he needs to fit it somewhere.
Does that work? Like, from a flavor perspective, should you be able to eat the dragon?
I mean, it was a really big alien we're talking
I
about.
guess they
here.
could eat Baron too, so if that's the
But this
thing,
is
then that's
aliens
fine.
and dragons. Like, I don't think there's any kind of established scale for these champions. I mean, even the champions in the game sometimes hilariously big or small depending on the skin that is being used. So have you seen that Marquis Vladimir skin? He's like an inch off the ground.
He is. He'd be much small than the large Cho'Gath we saw in game 1, that's for sure. As we said, the pause is quite long actually in this one. Been a while, Papa Smithy, since you've had quite a long pause in a Chinese League of Legends game. Takes me back.
I hope people are able to auto-attack when we get back into the game.
I don't want to talk about that as we move through. Speaking of auto-attackers, I guess, Kane, like you mentioned, quite behind on that Trinity Force. So 13 and a half minutes in this game, like you mentioned.
About 1,000 gold away from finishing it.
Which is quite a lot here. And we tend to see Trinity Force. I think for me, 16 minutes is like the upper bracket where you can acceptably get the item as far as strong timings go. Tend to see it around the 14, maybe 15-minute mark.
It's not the 10-minute death
No.
Trinity Force that does come out, and that's usually the signifier that EDG are going to start turret diving and rotating so powerfully. It's going to be, as you say, the 16-minute. Amazing J's about the same. He's actually able to afford at this point the Sheen and have a dagger, so he's pretty much at the same power spike, just hasn't spent the gold. So it will be double Trinity Force around the same time. Not sure when Dragon spawns. I've lost track of that at this point. Probably at least 2+ minutes away, because of course the warning time will be there if it was 2 minutes away. So if they're able to time that, as I said, there is a potential power spike exactly when Dragon spawns. Double Trinity Force is completed. LeBlanc already has an item advantage against Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath opting into a scaling item, only going to increase the mid-game power for EP. But EP, they're going to need to use that window, because 10 minutes time, whether it's the Righteous Glory Maokai or not, once Rite of Ages Cho'Gath gets big, we know how big that model can be. He can still be very effectual in fights, and Whoosh 3-0, he's definitely snowballed early.
Yeah, I mean, here's the mid-game here. I like that you mentioned the scaling, of course, with the Rod of Ages coming through. Cho'Gath almost assuredly going to build the item. I have a feeling that Sky's going to build it this game just based on what's happened, but that's a big power drift there. Someone is asleep at their keyboard. I think Assassin is having a nap.
It's very late in China, also here in Sydney. It is very, very late as we're watching 17 minutes on the timer. We've seen it hit red. It's not good.
Yeah.
When does it get red? Is it 5 minutes?
I think it's 5 minutes.
All right, so 12 minutes till the red time.
That's when you know that everything's just evolved.
Everyone's reconnecting and disconnecting like it's going out of fashion.
Well, I mean, it's the last game of the night, of course. Players, starting to get on, like you mentioned. It's getting a bit late, but have to stay focused. And remember, King really need these points. Like, all jokes aside here about Giant Cho'Gath.
I mean, a 2-0, 3 points. Suddenly, Name needs to pull out another carry performance. Taiwan World Cup need to win another 2-0 series because they'll be, I believe, again, 2 points behind King. It's a massive game for King. And EP, nothing to lose. It's definitely King's game to win at this point, and it's very early, so it's not too much to say. It's only 2,000 gold between the two teams. But King, they need the 2-0. They're winning early. They've rotated well. The laning phase is gone in their advantage with already the 13-minute Infinity Edge being completed on Graves. Trinity Force versus Infinity Edge, a lot of that based around whether you get the RNG crit or not, but Graves going to be very happy with the collateral damage potentially as a finisher.
I think, by the way, that I've understood Starhan Royal Club's strategy from earlier today.
I'm listening.
So it is, as you noted, very late in China now. You can see MLXG, they're looking a little tired there on his monitor playing his Rengar. I think he's having some trouble connecting to the game, so understandably, a little bit frustrated maybe with the situation. I assume Royal Club must have dragged out those games, knowing that EP it's King, with the last team to play today, and that they would be tired if they made the games go longer.
I thought you were going to insinuate that they were pulling some cords to cause the game to go later.
No.
But Not quite that sneaky.
No.
But they were able to pull out the games, as you mentioned.
They decided to play long games to make sure that King had to play when it was later and they would be tied.
I think you're giving too much credit to Starhorn Royal Club, who... In that first game, you need to go back and watch the VOD if you haven't, dear viewers. That was a very long game.
I don't know. Zero's very sneaky. He would pull out something like that.
See, the viewers don't know about his penchant of inviting intermediate bots to lobbies.
Zero has done some things. We can tell you that much in the LPL. He's a very good player, of course. Nice to see him kind of back in form, playing with the carry of the caliber of
So
Nome.
happy to be playing disengaged supports, you have to think. No more of these engaged supports. Okay, Thresh is kind of somewhere in the middle. But, you know, Jana, that's where he got his name in the 2014 World Championships, playing Jana, the Captain Boots rush. Moby Captain Boots was the big rush on that Jana. Jana coming from Shu. No Mobies yet, not just Boots 1. Is he sitting on enough gold? He doesn't even have enough gold for the Mobies. So very sad times for the Jana. Jana's nerfs came through. We did glossed over them, and the big issue there is that doesn't selfishly get the movement speed buff from the passive. So it isn't quite the speedy Jana that we know it to be. I believe a bit more selfish speed from the Zephyr, but not necessarily enough to make up for the removal of the passive. So definitely is like a roaming captain's boots. You picks up captain boots herself, suddenly everyone zooms towards her, but she's not that fast. I mean, it's still quick, but not that fast herself.
Yeah, it's double Captain Johnny here. And you're right. I mean, we're not going to see Mata speeding around the map anymore.
Well, we probably still
we
will.
are, but like not at the same rate like moving around.
It just makes Medjai's that much more core pastry time because you need the AP to get that selfish movement speed going.
I see the strategies. There was a Medjai's in I think our last game as well.
Jana has been connecting and
Lulu had a Horn built some Medjai's today.
He got a lot of stacks.
He did. I mean, it makes sense. It's a supportive mid laner. You're probably going to get a lot of stacks by shielding up, especially.
I mean, it made sense. Did you watch that game? The game was over pastry time. They could have bought anything. It could have been. Look, do you know what they needed to be? They needed to be a stinger. Let's be real. The Mana Zephyr needed to come out.
I feel like EDG need a different mana item. Everyone just can't copy Rayless and buy the stinger. We could have...
I miss Banner of Command.
I miss Banner of Command. How have we not seen a Banner of Command in a game for that long?
I believe IG did it twice, and everyone else
I think it happened at least one other time. But Banner of Command's sweet. You know what? Royal Club could have used a Banner of Command in that game. We do have the items on screen there as well for your pause as well. Shout out to production for hooking that up. And again, it is quite a long pause. The players still figuring out exactly what's going on. But let's take stock a bit of what the builds are coming through. So as you mentioned, I guess kind of the cool thing about the items here is that we have 2 potential Rod of Ages versus the 2 upcoming Trinity Forces. That's sort of our timing to look for.
I'm just amused by the fact that it's live, so we just see the Sightstone ward being constantly refreshed.
You can do a lot of warding when the game's paused. I don't know if you know this.
Today I learned. That sounds... Are you sure about this?
Yeah.
They should probably check that. I don't know if you should be able to ward during a pause.
No, it keeps refreshing. The wards don't go anywhere. They get lost into the void. They get eaten by Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath's not that big yet. Let's just, calm down about Cho'Gath. He'll get big eventually.
He will. He's been very large already. I guess the other thing is that, speaking of kind of small details about the patches that we glossed over, because remember, we jumped basically 2 patches from 5.2 to 5.4. We've seen significantly less Chilling Smites today, and that's not a coincidence.
I mean, Chilling Smite had already been nerfed on 5.2, I believe, but the big factor there is now it's that movement steal. So you go 20% faster, they go 20% slower, but I believe previously it was just a 50% flat movement speed engage option. So the nerf has come through. 5.5, of course, 5.4 actually is also with the range decreased on the Smite. So just less ganking options. I mean, maybe someone should tell Clearlove because he definitely didn't need the Chilling Smite. But Chilling Smite, in terms of an effective engage tool, it's been reduced. You have to gap close so much to be in range of the Chilling Smite. So definitely seeing less range Smites. And honestly, just not seeing Chilling Smite picked up much at all. It's been the Ranger's Trailblazer for the power leveling. And just, an extra level versus the Chilling Smite engage option seems to be the choice from the LPL junglers.
Yeah, and even the last week, when it was a nerf, but, still better than I guess it is in this patch where it got nerfed again. And that we see a lot of Trailblazers in the last week. Even Lee Sin from Kakao last week from IG was just power farming on his Lee Sin there. With his Rangers Trailblazers. So seeing definitely a move away towards that as well. There's obviously more changes moving in as well as we move towards 5.5. But China tends to like to hang out on patches for a while. But 5.4 already has brought quite a lot of diversity.
It's good to see. I'm still waiting for the big champion picks. We're not seeing the Karma that I hoped for. I was just praying. I was like, come on, Karma.
Mordekaiser has also been reworked. I know Atlas is very excited.
There's going to be a Mordekaiser this season LPL. Bold prediction.
All right. Which role will Mordekaiser be in?
The mid lane.
The mid lane? Okay, nice.
Our producer asked us to talk about Jace. He's pretty good at support. We saw this.
Oh, yeah. Marta's sweet support, Jace.
Yeah.
You guys should find that VOD as well.
Cost him about a third of $8,000 that game.
That was a very expensive Jace build.
You shouldn't watch those VODs. They're terrible.
Not good.
They're not good.
Watch VT's earlier games for today. They were good.
With the sick Diana Cho'Gath combo that made a lot of sense.
That combo was sweet. I mean, this is what started.
That was the champ select head scratcher. You're just like, yes, this Diana Cho'Gath mid lane, top lane duo.
It worked. I mean, that's what sparked today's conversation about mid lane Cho'Gath, is that Vici managed to pull off one hell of a Cho'Gath-based comp using all of the poke, all of the dive, very clever tools. And I think in general, like, the level in the LPL has certainly gone up in the 8 weeks that we've been through, I guess, starting this one coming through. So it's been nice to see a lot of drafts tighten up. I think it's funny that playing on the same patch for a while kind of got the teams into a very standard practice regimen. They kind of understand their picks and their style. And
but you say that like it's a bad thing,
No, not at all.
Kind of the interesting thing about the fact that China holds on to patches for a long time is, let's remember back to Worlds. Of course, they played that on a static patch over, 6 weeks? They didn't change the patch between the split qualifiers, the Singapore stage, the other stages towards the finals, all on the same patch. I feel like China gets practice on that just because, again, they tend to hold on to patches for 3-4 weeks. They get very practice on those patches. New strategies emerge. Strong champion trends emerge and just kind of get refined. It's nice to see a refinement of play, especially when the patch is good. And 5.2 was a very balanced patch. We jumped to 5.4 where junglers are a bit sad across the board. So not necessarily the ideal patch to jump to, but I feel like a lot of strategies will emerge over the next few weeks as we kind of look at that calendar. We're slowly getting towards finals, but you know what's more important, Peishan? We're slowly getting towards sweet Chinese Bard play.
Yes, that's true, actually. Bard, the newest champion of the league. I can't wait to see what Chinese support's doing.
Are you ready for Loveling to go on a magical journey?
No. I don't think anybody's ready for Loveling to go on a magical journey.
But who will be his support that game? That's the big question, Petra. Will it be Jiang, Dada? I mean, Pomelo's on the roster.
He is. He's ready to go.
Luo's like, I don't know what happened to Lo. Does anyone know what happened to Lo? If Lo's out there, please send us a message. We want to know you're still alive. You're very good at Maokai support.
I was going to say,
where did you go?
He got lost in the jungle. That's what happened. They changed too many things in it and he got lost. He's one of the trees.
Maybe he accidentally got reclassified to like an AD sub, so now he's not able to play at support.
Maybe. At this point, they also have a lot of AD carries on that team. But, I mean, it's going to be... I mean, the fact that Clearlove and Def can go on a literal in-game magical journey together.
But Lo was good. Where did he go?
I don't know. The Maokai support will never be the same. Neither will Veigar support, who's not seen any play on this patch, obviously, given the changes. Do you think Pawn will still play Veigar? I don't think he will, which makes me very sad.
On 5.5 or 6, possibly. I feel like with the slower ramp-up time on the stun, I think it's a viable thing to do. But on 5.4, I wouldn't do it. The thing about Veigar, the reason why he was strong, even as a mid lane, again, is the fact you could plop down that event horizon and be like, all right, you can't go through this. We're going to take your turret. You at least had the flexibility that, hey, if burst wasn't working out, you had an option, and then you had the ultimate just to... If anybody picked double AP, you're like, nope, throw out the ultimate and be able to pick up a kill. With the kind of the flexibility of Veigar, now he's kind of pigeonholed into kind of a zone control. Other people do space control better. That's one of the reasons why I love seeing Nunu, is that he just loves controlling space with the ultimate, with the massive AoE coming through. So why play the Veigar if you could play Victor in the gravity field? It's very similar to how Event Horizon works, at least on live at the moment. And does the option as the pause seems to be ending.
I think we're getting back into the game here. We magically did not get to the red pause timer at the 5-minute mark, so should hopefully be piping back to the game relatively soon, which is good to know. The players refocusing themselves.
We need to refocus ourselves.
Absolutely.
That was a lot of time talking about nothing.
We said words. I don't know if we said anything in particular, but we definitely said
We'll
stuff.
flag that for VOD review.
Sure, but 13 and a half minutes into the game, just to sort of catch you up. Still very early on in this game. Lots to go on. Still, obviously, King do have an early lead in this game, but Raphael and his Lamarcus specials, we do pop back into the game. Could make anything happen here. King, an early lead here just to catch you back up. Almost 14 minutes into this game. A dragon apiece as well. And we're kind of moving into a very crucial part, actually, as both teams are approaching the mid-game.
I feel like I'm rediscovering this game looking at the items, considering what's happened after the pause being almost twice as long as the actual game length had been. We're waiting for the power spikes to come through from EP. They're close to Trinity Forces. In fact, Aurelia's just freshly shocked. Used her teleport though, so won't have teleport available for Dragon. That's a bit awkward given they could have had double Trinity Force, Morellonomicon, maybe even more AP. Already 1,000 gold stacking on Raphael coming through. EP could have been in a massive power spike. with all those Trinity Force being complete. They still might be, but it's going to require Irelia to wander down. In fact, she's already going on a merry roam herself.
Yeah, magical journey in some senses. There's Amazing J will make his way down and then pop back in towards the top lane. Dragon not up yet, so not too interested in getting down there just this second. But as you mentioned, no teleport available, so has to be a little bit careful.
Speaking of careful, you have to respect how strong this Graves is, and to an extent, how strong Raphael is. If you ever use either of your spells as Cho'Gath for wave clear, it's inviting LeBlanc to go in and look for an assassination. It's going to be difficult, and with level 11 being pinged, going to get a lot more effective health, basically like a mini wild growth in terms of extra health coming through. Hell, he's even getting larger model size, so really a lot like wild growth.
Yeah.
Permanent.
Yes, a permanent wild growth here is MLXG. There's a couple of bowlers into Kane and cancels the recall, but King just trying to get a little bit more vision around the Dragon area, but no gank forthcoming. Everyone's probably waking back up here, so Rengar trying to help out by throwing bowlers into Corki's jet engines, but no gank forthcoming, just a dead Scuttlecrab.
Trinity Force. It's a power spike, I believe.
It is. It's come through for Corki.
We already mentioned that Trinity Force versus Infinity Edge kind of RNG based as to which one's the better pick. If you get double crit, you're feeling pretty good if you're Woosh. He's actually over-leveled. He's level 9 to 8. If you face check a Buckshot, you're going to have a bad time. So Woosh is going to be perfectly happy instead of 2v2 in terms of 2v2 stats. Kane, especially with the Trinity Force, wants to be rotating and picking up turrets, but can't do that when everyone's still enjoying the laning phase.
Yeah, and there's a pretty long laning phase as well. I think much longer than the game 1-1 here. And Woosh kind of had the same thing in the last game where they got into the lane swap. He just farmed up on Kalista and kind of took over the game with 1.5 items when he had to leave the lane. And sort of a similar thing. He's 25 CS ahead here. He's got his Infinity Edge. He's continuing to pressure in this bottom side without really a care in the world. And Woosh seems to love playing in the extended laning phase. He CSs very well.
And everyone seems to just abandon Bloodthirsty Graves overnight and gone for the Infinity Edge. Of course, a lot more focused damage. Completely understand what Uzi was doing. He's not interested in any Bloodthirster rotations as Uzi. But we're going to see the gank up top. Sky is tanky. Don't think he's going to be tanky enough.
Yeah, Jizzle getting kicked back there. The Arcane Smash coming in, but Raphael going to roam in to clean up the kill and does get it. So a very worthwhile roam is down the bottom. Rengar jumps onto Corki, and that kill's going to MLXG.
And this should potentially be the first turret of the game. No Dragon respawn timer just yet, so Dragon's still quite a long way away. Do they want to extend the laning phase, or do they want to take down this turret? Looks like they want to go for the gold right now, kind of minimize the struggle that Kane's been on this laning phase, and just end it early.
Yep, they'll take the gold here from the turret, as MLXG will get extracted out of the jungle here with the Lantern. Does get the Krug and then gets out. Red buff now actually the next one to jump on, so a good bit of counter juggling coming in for King. Actually, very efficient team play there by the Thresh and the Rengar.
Yeah, and Assassin just kind of mousing towards the bottom, just trying to relieve pressure from all the invades going on from King. In fact, MLXG was considering going for another exit kill on the roaming Janna. They answer turrets, but a red buff versus just a Gromp steal, I definitely give the advantage to King.
Yeah, especially after they both traded turrets there as well. So outer turret in the top down there is EP take that one, and Woosh takes the bottom turret there as well. We'll return with Corki's Trinity Force down towards that lane, but Azeel done now. Pots to Berserker Greaves coming through for Graves, so lots of power right now. And Dragon back in a minute 35. We have one Motivators here for Assassin, but not the second. You were right, Sky just going for tank stats.
Look, it makes a lot of sense. You've got to respect Corki and LeBlanc's mid-game, so no point opting into a late-game situation when realistically you get similar levels of power. But obviously a lot much quicker, as Assassin is able to ride the Lantern. Takes a nice burst of damage, but with that much health, doesn't really notice it.
Yeah, gets forced off as I was trying to clear out a pink horde actually, so could not get that done here. MLXG continuing to farm. A Sky dives in onto Amazing J and just pokes back there, but Amazing J, Trinity Force done here, plenty of levels in his Aurelia. Not too afraid of a Maokai at this point.
Both teleports available, but double Trinity Force and the Blasting Wand on top of the Morellonomicon suggests on paper that EP are in a power spike compared to King. Of course, the Rod of Age is just starting to be ticking up. I believe a couple of minutes in. Still plenty to go on that. Dragon's going to come in up in 45 seconds. All teleports available. Will we finally see the first big fight of the game?
We'll have to see here. Trinity Force is done like you mentioned. And Woosh very strong as well in this Grave. So a lot going on here in this next fight. Pretty crucial actually, because the first team to get it will of course be ahead on Dragons there with having 2 and up in 25 seconds. Baron up for the first time in a minute 10. The games have been, I have to say, pretty slow between these two teams. They've had long laning phases. I mean, all pauses aside.
I mean, it's a 40-minute game if you include the pause-based return.
That's true. I mean, game 1 even was quite long, and King kind of ran away with it towards the end of it. I mean, again, Woosh has had long, extended laning phases that seem to really benefit him. And again, he's just still farming comfortably, continually ahead of this Corki. Almost perfectly CSing at this point. 194 at 19 minutes.
But Whoosh can be instantly answered by Raphael with all the AP stack. 293 AP, misses the chains on Assassin, so has to disengage from that trade. But given how strong LeBlanc is, you have to be very careful if you're Whoosh.
Oh, Drizzle the Dragon Stealer going back in again, but doesn't get it this time. Gets hooked instead. They're feasted on as well and is blown away by the collateral damage.
I think Amazing Jace tried to steal the red, but actually Maokai picks it up and flashes to follow Amazing J's flash. And in the mid lane, MXG has to disengage from the throw of the hunt.
Yeah, Sky actually managed to get that away. It was an attempted steal there by Amazing J, but Whoosh getting aggressive. Just buckshots poured down to the heel. Pop there as well. Raphael, Mimic, little low there in the mix, but Kane getting low there as well. And King are going to take another tower. Assassin going forward. Doesn't find the flash because Kane splashed the hell out of there.
Yeah, Flash Rupture's got a lot of lag, got a lot of telegraphed engage, so wasn't likely to pick up the kill, but forces the counter flash. As a tanky Cho'Gath, he'll take swapping flashes with the enemy AD carry. As King start to push their advantage, turn it on, and suddenly about a 5,000 gold
Yeah,
lead.
look, Cho'Gath CC might not be all that brilliant as far as starting a fight, but it's fantastic at following up. You know, if you eat a CC and then Cho'Gath falls in with a Rupture and a Scream, it feels like you're CC'd for a whole day.
And look, I was really impressed with the build Hatong was doing. The 40% CDR Cho'Gath was doing a lot of work in fights. This is where the consistency becomes a problem. He's got 10-second cooldowns of both his Q and W. It doesn't have spell rotations in a fight. It basically has one rotation. If he misses it, doesn't really do very much. That's kind of the risk that Assassin's going on with this more heavy, but he does build some CDR to kind of work towards it, but definitely not going to be the 40% stat that we saw coming through.
Yeah, not yet.
Hatong.
Yeah, not yet. Doesn't have the Morello Nomicon built yet, sorry. But of course, did just finish the cooldown boots. Did build Morello Nomicon in the first game, and King going quite aggressive on the mid game here. I mean, we've got a Spirit Visage dump for Sky, who's building pretty aggressively towards possibly a Frozen Heart, or maybe the Righteous Glory if he wants it. But MLXG really wants to initiate for his team. He's actually the one building a Righteous Glory.
Very interesting to see Righteous Glory coming from a Rengar. You'd think he'd have enough speed from the Thrill of the Hunt, but he's going to have so much speed. Of course, gives his ally speed as well when they're coming towards him. Just looking for the Thrill of the Hunt. Basically, every time that cooldown's available, you know exactly what he wants. His team's to follow him into a fight. And when you got someone like Whoosh on the Graves who can just help from downtown, then get in and fight dirty in the front line, it's actually probably smart to pick up the Righteous Glory. And look at that, Thrill of the Hunt's been popped.
Yeah, up towards the top lane, MLXG looking for someone here for EP and Sky. And get to the bottom side right now, moving in. MLXG looking for a lead, doesn't quite find it. Bowler will just miss there. Second will miss also, and King kind of rotating awkwardly towards the top, but that tower's very low, and that's what they want to pick up next.
They want to pick up their third outer turret, have mid and bot lane. Sky pushing very aggressively into the bot lane turret. 2-level advantage, so even though he's eating a lot of poke, will be fine and healthy. Not sure if EP have enough wave clear, though. With the Aurelia ultimate, they hold on to the turret for a little while, but the third turret finally falls. 6,000 gold is the lead for King, and they're not stopping.
Yeah, MLXG actually jumping straight on top of the Gromp there, and we'll be able to take it away. Do get it there as Drizzle tried to find a steal, but a good smite from Rengar secures it. And again, the rotation's continuing. We see this a lot with Graves players just in general, especially when we see the Bloodthirster Graves from Vasily. Rotate in, take the towers, take advantage of your early game power.
And at the end of the day, the build that Whoosh has completed now at 22 minutes is very comparable to the 40-minute item build that Kane had last game. This is definitely a snowball grade. 5-0-1, 40 CS up. Very strong. Actually only 400 gold away from a BF sword towards finishing that Bloodthirster. No armor stack to speak of whatsoever on EP's side. You know, we actually see magic resist coming through from Amazing J. It makes sense, only 180 damage dealer, but that's kind of the issue. When you double down on stats to deal with 4 members and then the 5th member's the one who's fed, suddenly your item builds fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, and sort of the problem whenever we see people start snowballing here. I mean, we see it a lot with double AP versus a fed AD carry, and it's a comparable, although not exactly the same situation.
Pastry times definitely a bit weathered by this long game. Effectively 50-minute game at this point.
This is the longest 50-minute, 23-minute game.
I mean, that game with the auto attack club was pretty long.
That was also very long. That was an actual 50-minute game.
I feel like there's like 3 people watching this game that understand this reference, but never mind.
That's fine. Hey, what, you, me, and some guy out there.
Whoever it is, tweet at us. We appreciate
We do indeed here.
your continued patronage.
It's amazing to hand Shu. You need to clear out some wards. Drizzle will do the same there, actually. Sensing that there as well. Haven't seen a lot of the trinket upgrades today, actually. That's probably one of my biggest things. Is Lane going to get caught here? Raphael will blow him up. And this is the LeBlanc. She gets picked very easily once she finds him. And Whoosh now could be in trouble. Drizzle actually getting smoked. Kubo follows in with a Q. Kicks him back up to the flash, but Whoosh was already out. And Shu coming back in. Raphael really wants the kill, but Jana already monsooned him away. And now Sky's actually in the back. He's ported in towards around the side here as well. MLXG going to dive in on top as well. Amazing Jay. Going to have to move back in. Assassin in towards the top on the choke. A little late to the party, but he'll clear out a ward instead.
Double Righteous Glory complete. I just realized that mobility that it'll give Cho'Gath in the backline to try and gap close might be helpful for King. Actually didn't use the collateral damage, did Whoosh. Of course, no members falling low enough. Raphael would have taken a large burst of damage, but probably would have lived. And in the trade, a kill comes through to King, but not much else to speak of.
Corky has to back away. Bilgewater Cutlass there, plus a dagger and the Sork Shoes all done. So moving in for a Blade of the Ruin King second. Very popular Corky build.
Drizzle actually finished the Ruby Sightstone, which he must have had something better to spend 800 gold on than finishing the Ruby Sightstone.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think I see Marta do it quite a lot, but usually, as maybe a third or fourth item. No. Marta obviously on support.
But I mean, on a Lee Sin jungle, it's usually the Sightstone for mobility, and start working towards, I guess, your Randuins at this point. I mean, we kind of admonished Drizzle last game for building magic resist when he needed armor to deal with, at the time, Whoosh's Callista. Feels like he's going to need armor just as much, given how much snowball we're talking about with this Graves.
I mean, for me, when you see something like that, it's either that you have too much money or too little money. And I think in Drizzle's case, given how the game's going so far, it's probably a case of just a little poor, unfortunately, at this stage of the game.
I would have preferred double cloth, Patreon. I'm going to be real about this.
Double cloth would have been good here, but third dragon does go to King, so they continuing to pick up advantages. Still about 5,000 gold ahead, looking for a pick, but can't quite find it. And MLXG actually has popped his ulti. Righteous Glory being off there as well. That is a lot of pick potential.
I mean, they have double Righteous Glory, but still weren't able to close the distance. MLXG, I believe, didn't have his Boots of Mobility active when he started the throw of the hunt, and just was a bit too conservative with his use of that ability. I mean, the last 3 times hasn't been able to get a strong pick. King pushing in aggressive. They're going to take this in the tower, but the fight's on.
Yeah, Amazing Days diving in. And Raphael, a massive double distortion there after the Mimic, but still too much damage coming in. The Graves actually dead, though, and Kane going to look for the follow-up. Aurelia gets a second kill. They double rupture, but it's not enough to save Assassin. The last kill goes down at 4-1 in favor of EP.
Raphael died, but it's so much AoE damage with the Mimic distortions. Unbelievable. Sitting on about 450 AP, I believe, with the blasting one on top of the Merlinomicon and Death Cap. I mean, Whoosh just completely miscalculated. Died with the collateral damage available. Couldn't even throw that out. Not that it would have made a big difference. They're rushing down this Baron, but look who's alive. It's Sky. He doesn't have a lot of mana, but he doesn't want to allow this Baron to go down too fast.
No, he's going to clear out a ward here. It's just off screen, but EP are going to be able to secure this Baron. Drizzle has his smite. Sky can't do a whole lot about it. I mean, Rengar's back, but he's too far away, and EP are going to get this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Sky probably doubled down on just being able to clear this minion wave in the mid lane. I mean, a sapling steal would have been something for the replayers, but just wasn't going to happen realistically. King, they just, a bit like us, taken aback by the instant burst damage coming through from the Mimic Distortion. Deleted in the back line was Whoosh. He's the one with all the gold. He's the one that needs to stay alive. You have to look at his kill distribution. A lot of kills on the AD carry, not a lot for everyone else.
No, and I mean, the thing is, we talk about Raphael in this game and the last game as well. He was the one that really needed to come in and do a lot of work for his team, and finally found a fight that worked for him there in that very narrow choke point. And you saw what happens. Raphael's had another great game here, 2-1-3 with 230 CS almost, with a Void Sub almost done. Had a Rabadon's very early in this game as well. He's the one that needs to get going, and he finally got going in that last fight.
And I guess we shouldn't be surprised, Bashan, that a double Trinity Force, a team with a LeBlanc, did burst damage, but they absolutely did. It took me aback with how much they did to the backline especially. I mean, the Mimic Distortion doing at least 800, 1,000 damage as far as I can tell, just eyeballing it. And they need to respect the damage coming through. So King, they don't lose a lot from that trade, but a lot of global map pressure being given to EP, and they just need to be more judicious with their cooldowns. Specifically, the fact that they haven't been able to force a fight 2 times in a row with Throw of the Hunt, double Righteous Glory, just need to be a bit more on point with those cooldowns.
I mean, maybe the biggest difference in this game versus the last one is that Callista didn't really have any threat that she was worried about in that last game. She had a very strong frontline that she could sit behind and just free hit from, and Whoosh has the same frontline here, but there's so much more dive this time on EP's side.
There is to some degree. It has to respect the Aurelia especially, but I mean, the big difference is that the mobility for Graves is not the same as Callista's. To be honest, though, if it was the same champion in that situation, probably would still have died to the burst. Just wasn't able to get a lot of auto attacks down, died to burst at the start of a fight. But it's just a different as you mentioned, a different identity for the Graves. The Graves pick doesn't necessarily fit beautifully, but as is the case, as long as he's not getting assassinated, King should be okay.
Yeah, and Wuxi's doing plenty of damage. 5 1-on-1 with 3 big damage items. This is the same items that we saw Name build today in his second Jinx game, and these are the big hard carry items. If you can afford to build these 3 items as your first 3 AD carry items, things are usually going well for you.
Especially when only one member on EP is building armor, you can go the Bloodthirster, be able to position that much more aggressively because you can take a bit of extra damage with the shield, with the 23% lifesteal between the Doran Blade and the Bloodthirster. Absolutely. Not doing tremendous damage to Amazing J, but doing enough. And to everyone else, going to be doing assassin-level damage with this build.
Yeah, looking down as well, I really like the locket that Lame has finished up here apart from the Mikhails. Don't really need to protect the Hypercarry. As MLXG dives in onto Kane, gets knocked back by the Gale there, but Kane actually Valkyries away. That was a quick flash by someone as well.
It was actually a flash just to get the
MLXG.
engage coming through from MLXG, and then disengaged, which was interesting.
Yeah, no flash traded. There's a bit awkward. Kane holds onto it, has to use his Valkyrie, but will be happy to have his other cooldown. Sky maybe moving in as well, but King forced back a little here.
King, they want to get some exit kills. I believe Rupture's available, doesn't use an EP, are able to disengage, even through double Righteous Glory.
Yeah, if Drizzle actually had to flash at that time, kind of got flanked there, trying to maybe look for a line around the tower with a Q, so doesn't find it. EP will back off here, but Dragon back up in a minute here. King could look to... EP could look to pick up their second, but that would be the 4th for King if they got it.
And absolutely. 4th towards the 5th is a very important Dragon to pick up. The immediate stats, it's a bit of wave clear, I believe, coming through from that, so not the biggest thing to speak of. Wave clear, probably just going to make this game longer, so that's not ideal for us casters either. But the 5th Dragon is obviously an important time. It could potentially be around the 43-minute mark, which would be a shorter game timing. And MLXG just trying to move with his team and clear up wards and just try and fight for this 4th Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, EP feel like they have all the tools to fight, though. Kane is 2.5 items. Aurelia's really big at this point as well, with an extra Giant Spot, the Frozen Heart, and the Spectre's Cal all done as well. Avoid stuff done here for Raphael. I mean, if they were ever going to pick a 5v5 team fight, this might be the Dragon to contest.
I mean, Aurelia isn't grouped with her team, so the disadvantage this gives to EP is they don't have 5 men strong to clear wards together. Sky's going to teleport back because they've already cleared wards as a 5-man group, and that's kind of the advantage. You have 5 men, you rotate, you get as much vision as possible, and now EP only really have control over this bottom area of the Dragon. They're fighting towards the rest of the Dragon, though, and it's going to be fairly even. And look, Amazing J picks up the turret. Yeah,
I mean, good bit of pressure there in the top lane of the map. Able to get the turret for himself there. Dragon now back up, so teams are going to move in to look to contest. King moving in again. Assassin once again very large on this Cho'Gath. And Raphael going to clear out some mods. MLXG pops his ulti. Kane has to be careful, but a good Tornado keeps him safe, and another wasted Rengar ulti.
I mean, he's going to try and get the bowler in. Doesn't really get any purchase out of that whatsoever. And now just kind of walks around aimlessly. You have to say, for double Righteous Glory, Thrill of the Hunt Rengar, surprisingly low amount of picks.
Yeah, I mean, MLXG had a great early game in this game. Played a great Rengar in game 1 as well. But
teleport behind. Watch out for the flank.
Yeah, they are going to move in. Aurelia looking for it. And actually, he's going to force King off here, it seems like. Kane actually now got caught up a big Rupture there coming in as well. And now Corki forced to flash up, but MLXG is right on top of him. Corki's still alive, but now there will go down there as Sky is actually the one that gets the kill. Cho'Gath kills the block there as well. Shu going to get chased down there as the kills are just coming up. Massive here for King. 3-1 already. A hook onto Amazing J. Gonna make it 4. And that's the fight that King wanted.
The game bursts into life with a miraculous death sentence onto the AD carry coming through from Kane, even though he was able to use the Mikhail shoe. As you mentioned, the Rupture comes through with extra burst damage. King gonna answer with their 4th Dragon, so they still are able to pick up this Dragon. Didn't even appreciate they were the team that had the 3. They're going to move towards 4. Their win condition now only 6 minutes away. We're fairly early 5th Dragon, especially given the fact that EP already have a Dragon on the board. But man, one skill shot makes all the difference.
Yeah, and we talked about big AoE magic damage making a difference in clumped up scenarios. It was Raphael in the fight before that, but that last fight was all Assassin's Rupture.
Definitely was, and in this case, the model size for Assassin, as he still keeps getting bigger and bigger, you can't hit line shots, skill shots behind that Cho'Gath. A lot of champions have deceptively large hitboxes with the Elixir of Iron, but Cho'Gath literally does, because of course his hitbox gets bigger. Scaling hitbox, only Zap can really rival the size that Cho'Gath has, but it just means the chains, good luck hitting them onto this Graves.
Yeah, we talked about it well in the last game. When Raphael dives aggressively into the backline, Assassin just uses his W, and LeBlanc just starts in and just runs out of option. Assassin killed Raphael actually in that last little exchange. So the lane certainly doesn't seem great, although Cho'Gath's slightly ahead of CS now at this stage of the game. But as far as team fighting goes and stopping LeBlanc from doing what she wants to do, Cho'Gath does accomplish a lot of that.
And this is a 4 damage item whoosh. Graves is massive for 34 minutes in the game. Both the collateral damage and the consistent damage is going to be very high. And again, the Cho'Gath's starting to look good because once you get a frontline that can't be trifled with, specifically by a LeBlanc who wants to sneak in chains, get assassinations, you just can't walk past the disruption that Assassin's putting out, let alone Sky and MLXG, who in the backline were able to assassinate the Corki.
Yeah, and King looking for maybe a Baron now as well, though EP clearing out some vision where they can, but that ward will likely go down. Sweeper does come through, and that ward will get cleared out. Sorry, King moving in aggressively towards the Baron. Do have the Scuttle Crab controlled as well. So a bit of speed. And MLXG going very quickly there, but Jana again, always ready with the Tornado.
The Thrill of the Hunt is a very misleading title. Not a movie I would watch again, Pastry
No.
Timers. 4 or 5 times in a row, been completely disengaged. The Righteous Glory, you'd think be enough, both of them were popped, but still no picks.
I think they're missing a Lulu or maybe an old Siva. Because not enough speed for MLXG to catch someone. Somebody flashed away aggressively.
It was a flash, a Death Sentence attempted by Liam onto Amazing J, who now casually sidesteps the Rupture as well. Smooth moves from the Relia. Very fast move speed, of course, with the Trinity Force. No 5% move speed from the Dragon, so maybe it would have been even more beautiful if the Dragon control had been a bit more on point from EP. And King, I mean, they've got a lot of options. They can try and force the Baron. They can just kind of chill around for another 5 minutes and try and pick up the 5th Dragon. Again, everything's looking good for them. They have so much map control pressure. One thing I'll say about EP, never seen a team navigate away from the Thrill of the Hunt better than EP.
Yeah, it's done a very good job of just getting away from MLXG when he's popped the ulti. King finally make their decision, and that is to go on top of the Baron. But EP, they've got everyone alive here. They might get forced back here as the Scream does come in, but Amazing J might just go back in. The right-hand scores are popped again. Amazing J right in the back, but Raphael in the backline trying to get an assassination. Almost gets onto Whoosh, but he can't quite finish it. Cho'Gath gets the first goal into Aurelia. Raphael going to be the next. A great hook lands there as well. Now Drizzle might follow in, but MLXG popped up another great double Rupture there into Kane and Shu. MLXG in the back, and that will complete almost, there it is, another ace for King.
And you'll wonder who deserves the plaudits for that fight. I'm going to surprise you and say Liam managed to exhaust a double Distortion LeBlanc. So little time to be able to get the reactionary exhaust in, but actually negated the double Distortion damage from a Death Cap, Barillanomicon, Void Staff, Amp Tome, Raphael. And that just made his backline live that much longer. Whoosh was on a sliver of health, literally 100 health at the end of that fight. But miraculous play from Liam. They're going to pick up this inhibitor turret. Hell, they're going to pick up the Baron as well. Everything's coming up King, and they're just going to wait for another couple of minutes, take a 5th Dragon, and then just deal with it, EP. What can you do against all the neutral buffs that King are amassing?
Yeah, the Baron minions helping there as well. Very nice fadeaway lantern there by Assassin. Just managing to get out of that. How did he even get away from that threat? That was some interactions.
I mean, don't question Cho'Gath. When you're that big, anything's possible. Got to ask you the burning question. Which is your pick of the Cho'Gath skins? It's in Loch Ness Cho'Gath twice in a row.
You know me, Papa Smithy. It's always the gentleman.
Absolutely. You need to have a bit of class in this broadcast. I appreciate it.
As Raphael clears out a pink ward now as well. And King are going to set up for their 5th Dragon, sorry, but EP trying to deny a little bit of vision.
That's EP. They're the ones that want to set up for this 5th Dragon. They're going for the gank brush. The Thrill of the Hunt's pretty good against gank brushes, and he's been using it quite liberally. But not the brush you want to face, Chad.
Sky probably going to check it with a sapling here as well. No, throws in for the next brush. We'll see one person. This bait actually
Thrill of the Hunt's been
work.
activated.
Oh, he's going to pop them in.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, see everybody now. And MLXG is like, oh, okay, I'll jump in. Finally finds the target there, gets onto Jana. Raphael will lock him down a little bit here. Sky moving forward, going very aggressive, but a good Monsoon. Going to push Marco back, but Liam finds the hook onto Amazing J. The box moving in there as well. Tornado going to knock up almost everyone. And Raphael trying to get in there, but the double flame moves back. Drizzle there, gets silenced as well, and Raphael can't do anything. Assassin gets the kill onto LeBlanc. There's 3 kills already for King, and that might just be enough.
Whoosh amazingly lives again, despite them not having armor to deal with the Aurelia. The lifesteal's just enough to keep him alive. They want more exit kills. This might be the end of the game with 40-second death timers. If not, it's going to be a base in tatters for EP as Drizzle runs away as fast as his little legs will let him.
Yeah, Sky already teleporting into the base, getting aggressive. Whoosh tanking the turret, looking for the last kill. Drizzle actually will go down there as the last auto comes in, and they tank out the turrets. They're going to look to close the game, and King should be able to secure the 2-0. In fact, EP, just give it over to them.
The surrender comes through. No 5th Dragon, but every other advantage claimed by King. King take it 2-0. That's Starhorn Royal Club back in 9th position, so 2 points ahead. EP, they fell so many giants in the past few weeks, but they couldn't quite do it to King.
No, and I mean, it's been a great last few weeks for EP. Still haven't picked up a lot of 2-0s. Have the one finally, I think, from a game they played last week. But as O2 is a big step back for a team that's looked so promising, and for King, a much-needed step forward.
And still, again, I don't believe mathematically eliminated from the playoffs just because, again, we play so many damn games in the LPL that there's always time if you start getting those three-pointers, the 2-0 wins. But King, they really needed that win. That was clutch play from them to pick up the 2-0, to move 2 points to the Starhorn Royal Club. We're going to be tracking Starhorn Royal Club anyway because then we're excited to see Nami. We're excited to see a team on the up. But King, first blood to them in terms of staying even or ahead of Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, it looks good. And, of course, that will end our day here as well. It's been a long night, but don't forget to join us tomorrow if you feel like it, and you probably should, given how great the games have been today. For myself, Papa Smith, the Atlas, and our entire very tired live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow.
I swear to God.